In fact, Lin Yang was indeed considering using some means. After the morning's assessment, he immediately rushed back to the Lin family to discuss strategies with Lin Han see if they could use any tricks. However, he came back empty-handed. The only information Lin could provide was that the afternoon assessment would still involve on-site practical medical treatment, but this was no longer a secret, as even the spectators knew. Therefore, there was no substantial help Lin Yang and his team could gain. Mr. John, what are your chances? Chen Raku's mood was very uneasy. Jiang Chen represented the Chen family and was now competing with Zitia for the championship in the Tianhai City division, which was truly a matter of face for Chen Raku. 60 to 70%, Jiang Chen replied, waving his hand. Regardless of the means you use, you must defeat Zitia. Lin Yang interjected, his tone very serious. I don't want 60 to 70%, I want 100%. He was focused on the entire reputation of the Tianhai Lin family and their future development. Zitia and Jiang Chen were the two strongest players in Tianhai City, representing the Liu family and the Lin family respectively. If one of them could outperform the other, it would symbolize a win for their respective families. If the Lin family lost to the Liu family, it would be a significant blow to Lin Yang and the entire Lin family's reputation. Furthermore, the Liu family would undoubtedly attract the attention of the influential Yi family with Zitia as their dark horse player. If that happened, it would be difficult for the Lin family to compete with the Liu family in the future. Therefore, the outcome of the afternoon's top 3 final match was extremely important. I need you to use all your lifetime learning and any means necessary to secure the first place. Understand? Before Jiang Chen could respond, Lin Yang once again earnestly instructed, with a hint of command in his tone. Despite Jiang Chen's significant reputation in the medical community of Tianhai City, in front of Lin Yang, the top elite, that was still not enough. Jiang Chen understood this, so he quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young Master Lin, I've been waiting for this opportunity, Jiang Chen said. Today, I will definitely crush Zitia under my foot, he added with a cold tone and a strong sense of confidence. Good. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Chen Raku was also eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's performance. It's to 10. The on-site staff are gradually taking their positions. Respected friends, good afternoon, everyone. With greetings, Zhang Yuanyuan stepped onto the stage with a microphone in hand. As she delivered a brief speech, judges Wei Fu and Liu Wenzheng also took their places in the judging area. Please have the top 10 contestants enter the waiting area. Zhang Yuanyuan wasted no time and swiftly went through the process. Soon, Zitia and the other 9 contestants entered the waiting area. In fact, except for Zitia and Jiang Chen, the other 8 contestants understood one thing very clearly. They should not even think about the champion and runner-up positions. Based on the previous assessment rounds, they have come to terms with the gap between themselves and Zitia and Jiang Chen. Therefore, with Zitia and Jiang Chen in the competition, they knew not to consider aiming for the champion and runner-up positions. Their sole focus was on securing the 3rd place. Essentially, many understood that the champion and runner-up positions were likely to go to Zitia and Jiang Chen among the top 3, leaving the 8 other contestants to compete for the 3rd place. After realizing this, the 8 contestants started observing each other, analyzing who posed the strongest competition and threat to themselves. As for Zitia and Jiang Chen, they were already excluded from these considerations. Since they had no intention of competing for the top positions, they were not a concern for the rest. The assessment content remains practical clinical treatment. Patient selection will not be designated by anyone but will be drawn by the contestants themselves. The assessment process follows an elimination system, evaluating treatment plans and on-site treatment effectiveness in multidimensional ways. Winners move on. Losers are eliminated. The one left standing in the competition area will be declared the champion of the Tianhai City Subdivision Medical Conference. Zhang Yuanyuan quickly outlined the assessment process for the 7th round. Despite her general and brief explanation, both the contestants and the audience were familiar with the routine, and many of the established rules were already well understood without needing further elaboration. Following Zhang Yuanyuan's introduction, the 10 contestants entered the competition area together, surprising many present. I thought the top 10 contestants would be assessed one by one. Haha, we might consider it important, but in the eyes of the Yi family in the capital, we probably don't amount to much. That's right. Although the top 10 in Tianhai City seem impressive, considering the thousands competing nationwide, they may not be significant to the Yi family. In simple terms, this assessment is to determine the champion. Only the champion will receive attention. It's a matter of who can claim that title. After the initial surprise subsided, everyone present understood the situation. In short, only the winner would be hailed, and the rest would be deemed losers. Becoming the champion was the ultimate purpose of participating in the medical conference. It's just like how most people know Mount Everest as the tallest peak, but few are aware of the second highest peak in the world. This is normal since history remembers the first place. As this realization set in among the contestants, the competitive spirit between them intensified. Ziqia, though I don't know who your medical mentor is, today, I will show you what real traditional Chinese medicine is. Jiang Chen turned slightly, squinting at Ziqia. Jiang Chen's words did possess an imposing aura, heightened by his self-assured gaze, which added a touch of style to his demeanor. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's remarks, Ziqia couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The fact that Chen Hemming is considered a peer and mentor, whereas Jiang Chen is merely a disciple of Chen Hemming, made Ziqia find Jiang Chen's words quite laughable. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Ziqia shook his head and retorted, your so-called real traditional Chinese medicine was taught to you by Chen Hemming, wasn't it? Partially. What about it? Jiang Chen stubbornly retorted, regardless, today I will definitely trample you down. In your lifetime, you could never manage to stand over me. If you wonder why, you can ask Chen Hemming, he'll tell you the answer. Ziqia smiled lightly and shook his head, not wanting to engage in belittling Jiang Chen, especially since he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't believe it. What are you pretending for? Do you really think everyone knows about my mentor? Jiang Chen scoffed. I not only know your mentor, but I also know that you've been expelled from his tutelage by Chen Hemming. Ziqian's revelation took Jiang Chen by surprise, and his eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated Ziqian's awareness of the situation. Initially, only Chen Hemming and Jiang Chen were privy to Jiang Chen's expulsion from the mentorship, with even the disciples in the traditional Chinese medicine hall unaware. This allowed Jiang Chen to maintain his association with Chen Hemming outside, and bask in his mentor's glory. The title of Chen Hemming's disciple indeed brought him numerous conveniences, advantages, and unexpected respect, hence he was determined not to forfeit that identity. However, Jiang Chen was astonished that Ziqia had exposed his secret, indicating a close relationship between Ziqia and Chen Hemming. Suddenly recalling that heated confrontation that night, when Chen Hemming rushed back to the city due to Ziqian's situation and physically reprimanded Jiang Chen, the latter had been defiant, and even asked Chen Hemming about Ziqian's background. At that time, Chen Hemming had remarked that Ziqia was someone Jiang Chen shouldn't mess with. Jiang Chen had dismissed it as a fit of anger that Chen Hemming didn't mean, but now Jiang Chen started to realize that perhaps Chen Hemming's words held more weight than he initially thought. Who are you, really? What's your connection with my mentor? Jiang Chen maintained silence for nearly half a minute before lowering his voice and questioning Ziqia. Nevertheless, Ziqia had no interest in prolonging the discussion with Jiang Chen. The few words he said earlier were already a form of validation for Jiang Chen. Proceed quietly, contestants. Zhang Yuanyuan's voice rang out, frowning as she directed her gaze toward the pair, prompting Jiang Chen to close his mouth. Next, we will randomly select a portion of the 500 patients and assign them numbers. The corresponding numbers will then be displayed on the big screen, and the contestants will choose their patients by drawing lots. Zhang Yuanyuan proceeded to number the patients who would participate in the assessment and displayed them on the large screen. This method significantly reduced the potential for internal manipulations as the patients were randomly selected from a pool of 500 candidates, enhancing the randomness of the process. Subsequently, the contestants conducted another lottery, further minimizing the chances of any cheating attempts beforehand. Of course, there is a way to cheat. That is to know in advance the conditions of these 500 patients, and then to have 500 treatment plans in advance. If that's the case, no matter which patient is drawn, one can easily participate in the assessment. But if any player can understand the conditions of these 500 patients, then he must be an all-round doctor, and whether cheating or not becomes unimportant. The process went quickly. Ziqia and others each drew corresponding numbers, and then Zhang Yuanyuan took the lead to instruct the staff to bring the corresponding patients to the competition area. Then, these 10 players had to conduct on-site diagnosis and treatment of the patients within a set time, at least giving a reasonable and effective treatment plan. 3 minutes later, the assessment will officially begin. Players, please note that once the assessment begins, you are genuinely treating patients. Your every move and word will be judged. In the limited time, the one with the lowest score may be eliminated at any time. When Zhang Yuanyuan said these words, her tone was very serious, and the players dared not be negligent. It seems that the assessment in this 7th round is very strict. Of course, those who have come this far are the elite of Chinese medicine. Simple assessment methods cannot defeat them. This is how the competition should be. The capable rise, the average step aside, and the mediocre fall. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the assessment officially began. Time passed by second. After the first round ended, Zhang Yuanyuan communicated with the judges for less than 2 minutes before calling out the name of the player to be eliminated. The player hadn't even reacted before a staff member came over to ask him to leave the competition area. If you have any questions, you can stay in the waiting area, and we will have someone explain the deductions from your assessment. If you still have questions, you can raise them publicly after all assessments are completed. Zhang Yuanyuan had obviously considered all possible issues. With just a few simple words, she silenced everyone. The assessment will continue. Players, please draw patience again. Zhang Yuanyuan wasted no time, and immediately started the next round of assessment. In this manner, round after round passed, and one selection followed another selection. It was only at this point that everyone realized how brutal this assessment really was, even more so than they had initially imagined. Players were eliminated every time, and sometimes 2 players were eliminated at once. As for reasons, everyone could guess that there might have been serious mistakes during the treatment process. Although these 10 players were all elites, they should not have made such basic errors. But in such a tense atmosphere, mistakes are easy to make. However, regardless of the reasons, a mistake is a mistake, and for doctors, a small mistake could lead to a patient losing their life. Therefore, any mistake meant elimination. Host, I was just nervous a moment ago, so. One player was somewhat unwilling and tried to explain. Apologies. For a doctor, having a strong heart that remains calm in any situation is a basic skill. With these words from Zhang Yuanyuan, many people at the scene nodded in agreement. Please have the eliminated player leave the area, and the assessment will continue. Zhang Yuanyuan withdrew her gaze and continued with the assessment. In this tense and fast-paced atmosphere, everyone present was fully focused on watching the assessment progress, especially for Lin Yang and Liu Gang and the players inside. Their bodies were tense, and their spirits were extremely taut. Ziqie, he is indeed quite capable. Chen Raku whispered softly. At this point, only 4 were left, and Ziqie was among them. Previously, Chen Raku had been most skeptical about Ziqian's medical skills, but the results of repeated assessments had forced her to believe. As they were talking, another player was eliminated, leaving only 3 in the competition area. According to the rules, the remaining 3 players on stage would naturally be the champions, runners-up, and third-place winners in the Tianhai City regional competition. Coincidentally, these 3 were from the 3 big families in Tianhai City. Yes, besides Ziqie and Jiang Chen, the 3rd player was from the Wong family of Tianhai City. The 3 giants of Tianhai City truly live up to their name. Indeed, in every medical conference, their players shine the brightest. I remember in past conferences, although they didn't have the top 3 like this time, the Lin family always had the most players, followed by the Liu family, and then the Wong family, right? That's right. Originally, the 3 giants of Tianhai City were ranked as Lin being the strongest, followed by the Liu and Wong families. But this time, things may not be so predictable. Seeing only 3 players left on stage, whether it was the audience or the participants, they all began to discuss. Over the years, the Lin family had always dominated in all aspects, including medical conferences, effortlessly overshadowing the Liu and Wong families. Therefore, at the beginning of this medical conference, everyone had assumed that the Lin family would once again outshine the other families. But no one had expected that this time there would be someone like Ziqie, a supremely talented dark horse. At the start of the conference, no one knew Ziqie. He had no reputation in Tianhai City's medical community and was just a nobody. But now, everyone was slowly being won over by Ziqian's medical expertise. They understood that Ziqie, this nobody would undoubtedly become a frontrunner for the championship. If it wasn't for Zijie, this year's results would definitely have been like previous years, with the Lin family being the strongest. But this player, Zijie, is the biggest variable. This time, even the judges, including Wei Fu from the assessment area, couldn't help discussing this matter. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's minds at the scene. Another round of assessment concluded, and as expected, the player from the Wong family was eliminated and quietly left. Haha, not bad. This result is already excellent. The members of the Wong family in the competition area seemed quite satisfied with this outcome. They had long accepted the fact that they were not as good as the Lin and Liu families, and having a player from the Wong family make it to the top 3 was indeed a great achievement. At this point in the competition area, only Zijie and Jiang Chen were left. The battle for the championship ultimately fell on their shoulders. Wow, in the end, it's still the two of them. Zijian's performance is really surprising. Exactly, even many very famous athletes were surpassed by him. Upon seeing only Zijie and Jiang Chen left on the stage, murmurs of discussion could be heard throughout the venue. These discussions also reached the contestants' area, including Chen Raku and others. The responsible parties from the contestants, including the players themselves, could understand the sentiments of the audience. It was because Zijie was originally an unknown figure before participating in the medical conference. It was not surprising that Jiang Chen remained on the stage since he had a significant reputation in Tianhai City 2 years ago. Furthermore, as a disciple of the renowned King Dr. Chen Heming, his exceptional medical skills were well recognized, making it normal for him to compete for the championship. However, Zijie, a nobody, surprised and amazed many with his performance. Not just outsiders, even Chen Raku, who had lived with Zijie for 2 years, was deeply surprised by his performance at the medical conference. Initially, during the assessment rounds, they could say Zijie had good luck. But now, Zijian's outstanding display cannot be explained by luck alone. Zijie truly had exceptional knowledge and skills and had achieved great heights in the field of Chinese medicine. This puzzled Chen Raku, questioning how Zijie had acquired such high-level medical skills in such a short time. When she had mentioned divorce to Zijie, she didn't even know he understood medicine. Is he intentionally hiding his skills, or has he truly recovered his memory? Chen Raku furrowed her brows, whispering to herself. She was not willing to disclose anything about Zijian's amnesia, even to Lin Yang. President, when Zijie was with you before, was he pretending not to understand medicine? Chen Raku's new assistant frowned. If he had these medical skills, why did he keep such a low profile before? I am not sure. Chen Raku shook her head slightly. She did not want to dwell further on this topic. There must be someone guiding him from behind. If I'm not mistaken, that person guiding him must be Chen Heming. Lin Yang spoke softly, recalling yesterday when Chen Heming had greeted Zijie, indicating they were acquainted. Since they were acquainted, if Zijie sought Chen Heming's help, Chen Heming would not refuse. Young Master Lin, do you mean that Qin's grand doctor is guiding Zijie? The assistant inquired eagerly. Actually, Zijie himself doesn't understand the art, right? Of course, he does. But his medical skills don't match his age. Lin Yan's words instantly made others present understand his implication. Lin Yan, and many others present, had the same feeling. Zijie was in his early 20s, an age when most were barely graduating from university. It was hard to imagine someone of his age having such profound medical skills. Among the thousands of participants in the medical conference, only Zijie and Jiang Chen were relatively young. However, Jiang Chen came from a family deeply rooted in the medical field, and he had received genuine guidance from Grand Dr. Chen Heming. It was natural for Jiang Chen to achieve such heights at a young age. Zijie, on the other hand, lacked such conditions. Therefore, many found it abnormal and some even doubted whether Zijian's young body housed an old monster who had lived for decades. When Lin Yang mentioned this, it started to make sense. Zijie surely understood medicine without a doubt, but his age should not have allowed him to have such advanced knowledge and expertise in the field of Chinese medicine. The only plausible explanation was that Chen Heming guided him from behind, allowing Zijie to reach his current level. Young Master Lin, I understand. In the previous rounds, Zijie advanced by luck. In the subsequent practical treatments, he was informed about the patient's conditions a day in advance, so Ziqian must have sought Chen Hemming's help to set his treatment plans. Chen Raku's assistant nodded first and then expressed his analysis. "You're right, your speculation is very likely." Lin Yang immediately nodded in agreement. After pondering for a few seconds, Chen Raku also found her assistant's analysis logical. Otherwise, she found it challenging to imagine how Ziqian, a young man in his 20s, possessed such exceptional medical skills that even Wei Fu was astonished. Even though age doesn't always represent everything, if a child who had just started elementary school could solve high school math problems, it would be considered absurd and questionable. This was the situation with Ziqian now. The field of Chinese medicine required years of dedicated study and practice, so it was exceptional for someone as young as him to achieve such heights. Therefore, Chen Raku supported Lin Yang and the assistant's analysis. "Young Master Lin, if our speculation is accurate, Ziqian is definitely not a match for Grand Dr. Jiang." The assistant chuckled, pointing out that previously Ziqian had guidance from Chen Hemming, but the afternoon assessments were random. Most importantly, Ziqian had only received guidance from Chen Hemming for a few days, while Jiang Chen had been studying with Chen Hemming for several years and had received more genuine teachings. Therefore, in the championship battle, Ziqian was undoubtedly bound to lose. Indeed, he is definitely not Jiang Chen's match. Lin Yang nodded, reflecting his own expectation. "Raku, what do you think?" Lin Yang turned to Chen Raku. "I hope that Mr. Jiang wins." Chen Raku nodded slightly. She naturally hoped Jiang Chen would win. But now, it remained to be seen who, between Ziqian and Jiang Chen, had higher medical skills. After several rounds of eliminations, only 2 contestants remain on stage. These 2 contestants will become the champion and runner-up of the Tianhai City Regional Division. However, who will be the champion and who will be the runner-up will need to be determined in the final assessment. Zhang Yuanyuan held the microphone and began speaking, surveying the entire venue. At this moment, all attendees were extremely serious, eagerly anticipating the final showdown. From the beginning of the medical conference until now, the tension between Jiang Chen and Ziqian was witnessed by many. However, the previous clashes involved many participants and were influenced by various scoring factors, not solely a competition between the two. Now, they finally had the opportunity to compete individually, striving for the championship. It was certain that they would showcase their lifelong learnings to win the championship, sparking anticipation among the audience. Many believed that the performances of Ziqian and Jiang Chen in the following moments would certainly offer a new understanding of Chinese medicine to everyone present. "Your good luck has run out." Jiang Chen glanced at Ziqian provocatively. His tone was full of challenge. However, Ziqian didn't even look at him, with no intention of replying. Everyone, including Jiang Chen himself, felt that Ziqian was his formidable rival. But in reality, Ziqian never saw Jiang Chen as his enemy. Jiang Chen just didn't realize this. Basically, Jiang Chen had been deceiving himself from start to finish, but Ziqian hadn't exposed it yet. Next, please have the 2 contestants draw lots. This assessment is the final one in the Tianhai City Division, and it will determine the champion and runner-up. Everyone here, please watch quietly and seriously. With Zhang Yuanyuan's words, the staff members entered the competition area with a box. The process of drawing lots was manual to prevent backstage interference. Soon, Ziqian and Jiang Chen each drew a number, and the big screen displayed the patient's medical history information. Well, what a coincidence! Their illnesses are quite similar. Indeed, since their conditions are similar, it's fair. Let's see who between Ziqian and Jiang Chen is more skilled. In my opinion, Ziqian has been first in all 6 previous assessments, so he probably won't disappoint this time. That's not necessarily true. I think Jiang Chen has a good chance. After viewing the medical information of the 2 patients, discussions erupted at the scene. Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. The patient he drew had an illness in his area of expertise, and he had treated similar cases recently. This assessment topic suited him perfectly. He wondered about Ziqian's situation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen glanced at Ziqian, who remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the illness. "He's acting too calm." Jiang Chen shook his head with a cold smile, a hint of disdain at his lips. The patients selected by the medical conference were all challenging and complex cases. Even Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee to cure every illness. The patient he drew happened to match his expertise, making him feel relaxed. As for Ziqian, He was just an unknown person without any known experience in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen felt confident that he would secure the championship. Jiang Chen was very self-assured, and Lin Yang and others also had confidence in him. But at that moment, Liu Jinya was even more confident than anyone else. Chief Liu, what are Mr. Zhao's chances of winning in your opinion? Liu Jinya's assistant, feeling uneasy, asked. 100%. Liu Jinya replied without hesitation. What? The assistant was surprised by Liu Jinya's high confidence in Zitia. If Jiang Chen can defeat Mr. Z, I'll eat that big screen. Liu Jinya pointed at the screen, exuding confidence. Today, Liu Jinya wouldn't be so confident if Ziqian's opponent were anyone else, but Jiang Chen's challenge made Liu Jinya believe that Ziqia would win with absolute certainty. Why? Because Liu Jinya had personally witnessed the respect that Master Qin Heming showed to Zitia. Master Qin had even said that his achievements today were thanks to learning from Zitia in just 2 classes. With just 2 lessons, they had created the renowned Kingma medical saint in Tianhai City. How strong must Ziqian's medical skills be? Leaving aside a comparison of their medical skills in terms of hierarchy, Jiang Chen was just a disciple of Qin Heming's. Respectfully, he had to address Zitia as his senior. With this in mind, Jiang Chen couldn't compare to Zitia in medical prowess. He's acting confidently because he's ignorant. Once he realizes the truth, he'll see how foolish his actions were. He will understand that Mr. Z never saw him as a rival and didn't even consider him significant. After saying these words, Liu Jinya shifted into a more comfortable position in her chair, appearing very relaxed. In her view, the outcome of the competition was already clear, and all she needed to do was wait for Zitia to secure the championship. Soon, the 2 patients were brought to the competition area. Surprisingly, the patient in front of Zitia was in a wheelchair, though there was no indication of physical disabilities in the medical records. Nevertheless, as the patient had arrived, Zitia had to reassess him. The man in the wheelchair appeared to be in his 40s and had a gloomy countenance. Upon seeing Zitia, the man raised a slight disdainful smile, as if he looked down on Zitia. Zitia frowned slightly, getting a negative impression of him, but the young woman who had pushed the man forward was polite and courteous. Doctor, thank you for your help. The woman greeted Zitia politely. Zitia waved his hand without replying and proceeded to check the patient's pulse. Playing tricks, what's the use? The man snorted, speaking in a Mandarin dialect with somewhat blunt and unclear pronunciation, but Zitia understood him. If you look down on Chinese medicine, why did you sign up? Zitia frowned and sternly asked the middle-aged man. Apologies, it was me who signed up for him. The woman explained apologetically, due to his illness making him irritable. Please forgive him. I'm really sorry. The woman's explanation was polite, but Zitia shook his head slightly. The man's irritable demeanor wasn't necessarily due to his illness, he simply had a bad personality. Zitia decided not to bother with him, and proceeded to check his pulse. Can we speed this up? Half a minute passed, and the man began urging Zitia. Zitia frowned again. When had a patient ever treated him this way? Under normal circumstances, regardless of the person's status, Zitia would have asked the person to leave. However, this was a competition, and he had to rely on this patient to win the championship. Okay, I have a general understanding of the situation now. I will start with acupuncture and target 3 acupoints, Zitia said, taking out a box of silver needles in preparation to perform acupuncture. Dr. Z, please help. The woman nodded again in gratitude. The medical conference had been going on for many days, and Zitia had gained quite a reputation. The woman clearly knew Zitia and highly respected his medical skills. However, she was puzzled by the man's behavior, feeling as if he held a grudge against Zitia. His features seemed distorted, not resembling a normal nose or eyes. After disinfecting the silver needle, Zitia pinpointed the acupuncture point and slowly inserted it. Hiss. At the moment the needle pierced through the skin, the man gasped sharply and immediately cursed. What's wrong with you? Mr. Sanmu, please don't curse at people. The woman was startled and quickly reached out to stop the man. She then turned to Zitia, continuously apologizing. Zitia, with a frown, slowly withdrew the silver needle. Is he from Dongjing? Zitia asked lightly. Yes. The woman paused, explaining. Mr. Sanmu is from Dongjing, but he has been living in our country for 2 years. Zitia nodded slightly, finally understanding that the man did not have a personal grudge against him but seemed to hold animosity towards the entire country. Is his bad temper something he picked up here? Zichia asked with a hint of a cold smile. The woman blushed slightly, but did not reply. Zichia said no more and was about to put the needle back in the box when he paused. Instead, he directly threw the needle into the nearby trash can. Then, in front of the woman and the man, he wiped his hands back and forth with an alcohol wipe as if contaminating his hands after examining the man. You can go now. Zichia threw the tissue into the trash can and said to the woman calmly, Dr. Z, I don't quite understand what you mean. The woman was puzzled for a moment and asked again, is Mr. Sanmu's illness hard to treat? It's not difficult, rather easy, Zichia said lightly. But I won't treat it. What do you mean? The woman was puzzled again. I have my rules. Dongjing scum, not saving. Zichia chuckled. It is often said that in the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction between good and bad patients. They have an obligation to save anyone who seeks help, but that is for others. Zichia had his principles and rules. Even if it meant losing the competition, losing the championship to Jiang Chen, he hesitated not. He would rather give up all his medical skills than use them to save the Dongjing scum. Bastard, how dare you? The man tried to speak but was quickly covered by the woman's hand. Dr. Z, why won't you save the Dongjing person? The woman frowned and asked, why? Zichia chuckled even more. By asking that, it's like asking why people hit a rat scurrying across the street. Do I need to explain the hatred between Dongjing and our country any further? The more of them die, the happier I am. Hearing these words, the woman's frown deepened, and after a few seconds of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, Dr. Z, I think you are too extreme. That was a matter of the past generation. The Dongjing people born later are innocent, and we ... I know it was a matter of the past generation, but we have no right to forgive the Dongjing scum on behalf of our ancestors. Zichian's attitude was resolute. He could negotiate on other rules, but not on this one. Even if it meant losing the competition, losing the championship to Jiang Chen, he hesitated not. He would rather give up all his medical skills than use them to save the Dongjing scum. Bastard, dare you? The man tried to speak again, but the woman quickly covered his mouth. Zichia furrowed his brows, took a step forward, and slapped the man's face harshly, knocking him and the wheelchair over. What's going on? My God, did they just start fighting? Zichia hit the patient. Wait a minute, is this some kind of new medical treatment method? Don't be ridiculous. Who treats a patient by slapping them across the face? The crowd was in an uproar, shocked by the scene unfolding before their eyes. They had initially thought Zichia was discussing the patient's condition, but never expected him to extend his arm and slap the man to the ground. And how could a patient and a doctor end up in a physical altercation? Mr. Wei, what do you think? Several judges from the evaluation area turned to Mr. Wei for his opinion. This is unacceptable, isn't it? Zichia hit the patient. Mr. Wei rubbed his temples, feeling that this situation was too absurd. The medical conference had been held many times, and it was the first time a participant had physically assaulted a patient at the event. Patients trusted traditional Chinese medicine, so they put in a lot of effort to sign up and go through multiple screenings to have the opportunity to receive treatment. Yet here, before even receiving treatment, the patient was slapped across the face. Could this be allowed? If not handled properly, who would dare to sign up in the future? Zichia, what's going on? Mr. Wei stood up and angrily questioned Zichia. He cursed at me. Twice, Zichia replied truthfully. Mr. Wei was surprised. He cursed at you. What did he say? He said bastard. Zichia replied again. What? He's from Dongjing. Mr. Wei frowned upon hearing this. Not only Mr. Wei, but many others present also furrowed their brows. For the people of their country, anytime they heard the words Dongjing or devils, it would instantly trigger aversion. All the conflicts between their country and any other nations could be resolved, except for the deep-seated enmity with Dongjing. Even if another 200 years were to pass, there would be no possibility of reconciliation. What's going on? Dongjing people can still register. This isn't right. We don't have enough slots for our own people, and they're letting outsiders register. And not only do they register outsiders, but they also curse at our dragon country's participants. What's going on? Do we owe Dongjing scum something? Immediately, many hot-tempered young people at the scene started shouting at the man. The woman helped the man up, initially wanting to confront Zichia, but upon seeing the scene, she obediently kept quiet and didn't speak. Mr. Wei, Zhang Yuanyuan quickly walked over and whispered, reminding him, after all, their every word and action represented the entire Yi family. In front of the public, personal emotions should not take precedence. While Mr. Wei also disliked Dongjing people, at this moment, he needed to consider the face of the Yi family. Wei Fu frowned and nodded a few seconds later. If he was representing himself, naturally he could say and do whatever he pleased, purely driven by his mood. However, as he was representing the Yi family at this moment, he needed to be mindful of his words and actions. It was similar to how it's normal for an average person to smoke in public, but if a public figure or celebrity were to do the same, it would immediately draw criticism. Therefore, Wei Fu, representing the Yi family, had to constantly be mindful of the family's image. Everyone quiet down. Wei Fu cleared his throat, indicating for the crowd to settle down. Why did he hit someone? A woman pointed at Ziqia and asked. Before Wei Fu could respond, Lu Jinyao stood up and said, we already explained earlier, you provoked us first, and we retaliated. Isn't that fair? Exactly. Who told you to badmouth others? Those people from Dongjing are nothing but lowlifes, born to be trash. I think Ziqian went easy on him. You can't go too far. It was mentioned before that both nations should maintain friendly relations. What the hell? If you want to be friendly, you can go be friendly. Kneel down and worship your Dongjing father. But don't involve me. After Lu Jinya finished, there were voices of support in the crowd, some praising Ziqian's actions. However, there were also people who disagreed with Ziqian's actions, believing that Lone Wo should maintain friendly relations with Dongjing. That this was normal as there were many in Lone Wo who were overly enthusiastic about foreign cultures, including several present there, who believed that everything foreign was great. This led to a clash between those who harbored hatred towards Dongjing and those overly enthusiastic about foreign cultures, with some ready to come to blows right there. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Zhang Yuanyuan immediately signaled for the staff to maintain order, while Wei Fu hurriedly took the microphone and went up on stage. Wei Fu knew very well that the chaos that ensued was due to Ziqia and the patient. So, if he could resolve the conflict between them, the chaos could be controlled. All right, everyone calm down. We are here for a medical conference, not a disciplinary council. If there are conflicts between the participants and patients that need to be resolved, we will call the disciplinary council. But, if you still wish to continue the competition and receive treatment, then please abide by the rules and order of the medical conference. Wei Fu's gaze pointed towards Ziqia and the patient, as he bluntly gave the patient two options. Either they report the incident to the disciplinary council immediately, clarify who insulted whom and who hit whom, and let the council settle it. Or they must comply with the rules, following the medical conference's procedures for treatment. Upon hearing Wei Fu's words, the middle-aged man from Dongjing wanted to speak but was forcibly stopped by the woman. Although she was angry about being hit by Ziqia, compared to the man's condition, a slap was not a big deal. The main concern was that they had no other choice at the moment, as the large hospitals outside couldn't treat their condition, so they had to rely on luck at the medical conference. Considering Ziqian's displayed medical skills, they might actually be able to help them. With this in mind, the woman gritted her teeth and temporarily suppressed her anger. All right, we accept treatment. As long as you can cure our illness, I will not hold a grudge against what happened. The woman took a deep breath, appearing quite magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Wei Fu turned to Ziqia. Not saving, Ziqia replied in just 2 words. You. The woman gritted her teeth. If you don't cure us, I will report immediately to the disciplinary council that you hit us. Do as you wish, Ziqia reiterated. I won't save Dongjing scum. Great. Awesome. Just won't save. Ha ha ha. Ziqia. You're the best. We support you. Numerous audience members laughed and supported Ziqia. Wei Fu was about to speak, but the woman stepped forward and interrupted. I want to ask the organizers, does the medical conference have a rule that prohibits people from Dongjing from registering for treatment? Hearing the woman's words, Wei Fu fell silent. Indeed, the medical conference didn't have any rules stating that people from outside Longguo couldn't register. Following the compassionate attitude of doctors, treating and saving lives transcended national boundaries, and the Yi family naturally had to adhere to this principle of compassion. Madam, Please don't get agitated. The Heavenly Doctor Cup Medical Conference has no rule against people from other countries registering. Zhang Yuanyuan gently shook her head, soothing the woman's anxiety. If they can register, then why are your participants unwilling to treat us? The woman asked coldly. That, Zhang Yuanyuan looked at Zichia with a troubled expression. The medical conference is the medical conference, and I am myself, Zichia replied calmly. Whether I treat someone or not is up to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan and Wei Fu, among others, fell silent. They were the organizers, yes, but they didn't have the authority to command the participants to treat a specific patient. So, what? The woman shook her head cynically. So in this medical conference, he can do whatever he wants, no consequences. Hearing this, Wei Fu and Zhang Yuanyuan glanced at each other and then turned to Zichia. Zichia, according to the assessment rules, you are obligated to treat the patient you've drawn. Regardless of whether you can cure them or not, you cannot refuse treatment or switch patients. A doctor treating a patient cannot be selective. Wei Fu looked at Zichia with a serious expression, his tone carrying a sense of guidance. He wanted Zichia to make an exception this time to have a chance at winning the championship, because the rules indeed stated that participants couldn't switch patients. If they drew a patient with a condition they weren't skilled at, and chose to switch, it would go against the purpose of the assessment. Therefore, each participant had to treat the patient they drew. Then I won't save. Zichia shook his head again. Wei Fu frowned, his tone a bit displeased. If you don't act according to the assessment rules, you will be considered as forfeiting and will be eliminated by default. Upon hearing this statement, the entire venue fell silent. Was Zichia really willing to give up the championship for the sake of his principles? Everyone is staring at Zichia. Wei Fu's attitude was very straightforward. Either Zichia treated patients honestly and carefully, or he would be considered forfeited without the possibility of changing patients. Wei Fu did not want to treat Zichia this way, but at this moment, he represented the Yi family. For the sake of the Yi family's reputation and the dignity of the Medical Skills Conference, he had to do so. And now, he was waiting for Zichion's answer. Lu Jingyao, Chen Raku, Lin Yan, even Jiang Chen on the left side of the competition area, all eyes were on Zichia. Is he really going to ruin his future? Chen Raku bit her lip and whispered softly. Many people present understood clearly that Zichia had a high chance of winning in this assessment, even more likely than Jiang Chen to win the championship. If he was forced to forfeit due to this minor issue, it would be a great loss. However, while others saw it as a minor issue, it was not the same in Zichion's mind. Zichia turned his head slowly and glanced at the Japanese man. Humph. The Japanese man looked disdainful, as if saying, "Aren't you capable? In the end, you still have to treat me." He thought Zichia would do his best to treat him to secure his chance to compete. However, he misjudged Zichia. Zichia withdrew his gaze and looked at Wei Fu, saying, "Then I forfeit." "What did you say?" Wei Fu clenched the microphone abruptly. With just this simple word from Zichia, the whole room exploded in shock. It was hard to believe that someone would willingly give up such a good opportunity that could change their life. Although Zichia could still win the runner-up position if he forfeited the championship, in this world, everyone remembered only the first place. The treatment for the first and second place was vastly different. "You must give me a reason," Wei Fu bit his teeth and said. "That's just hatred from the previous generation. We can forget hatred, but we must not forget history. Their Japanese ancestors brought countless pain and enmity to the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the annihilation of human nature. I cannot control others, but as Zichia, I will never let the descendants of those Japanese enjoy anything from the Dragon Kingdom through me, including traditional Chinese medicine." Zichia looked at Wei Fu and gave his reason word by word. "Good. Our Dragon Kingdom's treasures, including the heritage of medical skills and every inch of land, are preserved through the sacrifice of countless ancestors, and these treasures protected with the fresh blood and lives of numerous ancestors cannot be enjoyed by those Japanese devils even a bit." As Zichion's words fell, applause erupted in the entire room, with many people standing up and cheering to show their support. However, no matter how correct Zichion's words were and how much support he had, these matters were ultimately unrelated to the Medical Skills Conference. Zichia could have his own rules and ideas, but the conference also had its rules and regulations. Since he participated in this conference, he had to abide by the conference's regulations. Therefore, Zichion's answer was not what Wei Fu wanted. nor would it be accepted by the conference. As a judge, Wei Fu could not say much and could only grit his teeth to remain silent. I don't understand his actions. Chen Raku shook her head. Hey, of course, you don't understand, because the bottom line is always the bottom line. Lin Yan shook his head disdainfully. Even though he has some opportunities, he can't change the fact that he is a short-sighted fool. This time, Chen Raku nodded without hesitation in agreement. In her view, Zichia was acting like a child because he was giving up such an important opportunity for the sake of so-called rules. Exactly. Love the country, and it's time. Chen Raku's assistant also nodded in agreement. To her, concepts like patriotism and national righteousness had to take a backseat when compared to personal interests. Giving up the chance to win due to so-called national hatred was extremely foolish. But this is good for us. In this case, our Zhang physician from this side will effortlessly secure the championship. The assistant smirked, feeling proud. Lin Yan, who heard this, also smiled satisfactorily and then turned to look at Liu Jinya. Liu Jinya clenched her teeth, her hands tightening, feeling deeply saddened and regretful about Ziqian's decision. She had thought that Ziqia would defeat Jiang Chen with full certainty and win the championship. However, who would have thought that Ziqia would voluntarily forfeit the chance to win? This was something she had not expected at all. Liu Jinyao, your Liu family contestant really has a strong personality. You must not be very satisfied with this result, right? Lin Yan said coldly with a hint of a smile. Liu Jinyao frowned slightly at the words and replied coldly, whether the Liu family contestant is good or bad has nothing to do with you. And I will tell you that I am very satisfied with every decision Mr. Z makes, and I will unconditionally support him. Hearing Liu Jinya's response, Lin Yan's face momentarily showed displeasure, quickly dissipated, transitioning into a meaningful cold smile. Indeed, the closer you are to the red, the closer you are to the black. You, Liu Jinyao, were considered to be very intelligent, but after getting close to Ziqia, you have become so foolish and aimless. Lin Yan's sarcastic words made Liu Jinyao very uncomfortable. However, she stuck to her thoughts. I don't need to explain anything to you. In any case, whatever Mr. Z does, he has his reasons. I am here to unconditionally trust and support him. Liu Jinyao took a deep breath, reaffirming her stance. Well said. Can this change the fact that your Liu family will once again be stepped on by my Lin family? Lin Yan's words left Liu Jinyao speechless instantly. Indeed, no matter how much she trusted Ziqia, no matter how much she supported his decisions, she could not avoid this reality. The reality was that after all these years, the Liu family finally had a chance to suppress the Lin family, but now Ziqia had casually given up that opportunity. Liu Jinyao pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but the word stopped at the tip of her tongue. She could not change Ziqian's decision, nor could she influence his thoughts. Therefore, this outcome was set, and saying more had no meaning. Seeing Liu Jinyao silent, Lin Yan was satisfied, and turned his gaze back to the stage. Their conversation was his victory. Moreover, his Lin family contestant would surpass the Liu family contestant, and the entire Lin family would continue as usual, with the Liu family underfoot. Ziqia, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to give up on this assessment? Wei Fu asked with a firm tone. Wei Judge, since the contestant has repeatedly stated his desire to withdraw from the assessment, there is no need for you to insist, right? I know Wei Judge values him highly, but so many people are waiting. We can't waste too much time just because of one person. Before Ziqia could respond, Lin Yan took over the conversation. He was not afraid to offend Wei Fu at this point. After all, it was already certain that Jiang Chen would win the championship. After Lin Yan finished speaking, those who had partnerships with the Lin family and many supporters of Jiang Chen immediately nodded in agreement. Mr. Wei, since Ziqia is determined to withdraw, we don't need to say more. Zhang Yuanyuan walked towards Wei Fu, lowering her voice to express her thoughts. Wei Fu had to reluctantly agree. HMPH. Giving up the opportunity to win the championship, the people of Longguo are truly foolish. The middle-aged man from Dongjing looked at Ziqia with a mocking expression. Your illness has reached a critical point. In at most 2 months, you will completely succumb to the illness. I chose to withdraw voluntarily. I only lost a reputation. But you will lose your life. Ziqian's chilling words made the man from Dongjing break into a cold sweat. Stop talking nonsense. The woman glanced disdainfully at Zichia. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Zichia shook his head with a cold smile. He wasn't trying to scare the other party. It was just a fact that the man's illness had reached a terminal stage, just waiting for a triggering event. Once all the symptoms erupt together, it would be difficult even for a deity to save him. You don't have to worry about that. To tell you the truth, we never had any interest in Longwo's medical technology. We just came to try it out. It's not suitable here. We can return to Dongjing for treatment at any time. The medical techniques there are 10 times better than yours in Longwo. The woman and the man from Dongjing were still stubborn at this point. Zichia shook his head with a cold smile, losing interest in continuing the conversation with them. Host, Zichia has already withdrawn. What is the result of this competition? Someone reminded Zhang Yuanyuan, who was still silent. Since contestant Zichia has chosen to withdraw from the competition, the champion of this medical competition in Tianhai City District will be. Zhang Yuanyuan was about to announce the result, but was interrupted by Wei Fu raising his hand. Although Zichia has withdrawn from the competition, contestant Jiang Chen still needs to demonstrate the effectiveness of his treatment to prove his medical skills. Only then can he obtain the champion title. Wei Fu addressed the audience and stated the assessment rules. After Wei Fu finished speaking, the people present pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, to become a champion in a sub-regional competition, one must have strong medical skills that can impress the audience. Therefore, even though Zichia withdrew, for Jiang Chen to earn the champion title, he needed to demonstrate his strong medical skills to everyone. Only in this way could everyone be convinced, and the champion title would be truly deserved. Consequently, most people agreed, including Lin Yan. Since there was no one competing with Jiang Chen at present, any positive treatment effect he demonstrated would secure his victory. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanyuan glanced at Wei Fu and couldn't help but sigh softly. Only she knew that this was Wei Fu's last effort to fight for Zichia. If Jiang Chen's treatment did not have any effect or failed to satisfy the judges, he would not deserve to be the champion. In such a scenario, the organizers of the medical competition could request an additional match, allowing them to randomly select another patient. While Wei Fu knew the chances of success were slim, he was still willing to try for Zichia's sake. He didn't want Zichia, or rising talent, to be overshadowed. However, he could only make this effort at most. The final outcome was beyond his control. As a judge, he had to remain fair and just. If Jiang Chen's performance was outstanding, he had to impartially score it and declare Jiang Chen the champion of the Tianhai City District. Time passed moment by moment. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen quickly demonstrated excellent treatment effects using acupuncture on the patient in front of him. The appearance of the treatment effect marked Jiang Chen's victory in the assessment. If Zichia had participated in the assessment, both would have been evaluated. But now, with Zichia's withdrawal, only Jiang Chen remained. Even if Jiang Chen's assessment scored only 1 point, he would still be the first-place winner. His only opponent at this moment was himself, so as long as there were no mishaps, the first place was securely his. By publicly delivering good treatment effects to the patient, Jiang Chen naturally secured the champion title. Mr. Wei, esteemed judges, Zhang Yuanyuan looked at Wei Fu and others with a complex expression. Please announce the results. Wei Fu waved his hand and leaned back in his chair. Many others present, including Liu Wenzheng and Lu Jinyao, were dissatisfied with the outcome because they were rooting for Zichia. However, whether they were satisfied or not could not change the final result. Then I announced that the champion of this year's Tian Medical Cup medical competition in the Tianhai City District is Jiang Chen. Let's applaud and congratulate contestant Jiang Chen. Zhang Yuanyuan announced the assessment results with a professional smile. After her announcement, participants from the Lin family and representatives of competing companies, as well as many spectators, applauded and celebrated. However, the applause at the scene was not as enthusiastic as when Zichia advanced to the top 10. Normally, the birth of a champion would be accompanied by countless cheers and applause, but the atmosphere at the scene seemed off. If it weren't for Lin Yan and his group, the atmosphere could have been even more subdued. Everyone knew the reason behind this. Many felt that Zichia's voluntary withdrawal led to this outcome, which was considered unfair by those supporting Zichia. However, Lin Yan and his group didn't care about these issues, they only cared about the final result. They understood that history always favored the winner, and only the result mattered in the end. No one would pay attention to the process. With Jiang Chen's victory came the victory, the Chen group, and ultimately, the Tiantai Lin family. This result was sufficient for them. At this moment, Lin Yang and others are all very happy. As for Chen Raku, the heavy stone in her heart has finally been set down, and she also remembered some words previously spoken by Liu Jinyao and Ziqie, which made her unable to resist looking towards Liu Jinyao. However, at this moment, Liu Jinyao let out a long sigh, then lowered her head with a hint of desolation. When the result was announced, it meant that the outcome had been determined and could no longer be changed. No matter how unwilling she was to accept it, she had to. However, this meant that she had lost the bet with Chen Raku and had to fulfill the initial agreement. Furthermore, on the Liu family's side, this incident would give Liu Gang the opportunity to hold something against her. The Liu family didn't care about the thoughts of the competitors, they only valued the final result. The result was that Ziqian's personal reasons had led to heavy losses for the Liu family. The Liu family naturally dared not blame Ziqie, but they would certainly hold Liu Jinyao accountable for all of it. This time, Liu Jinyao could only accept everything with her head lowered. President Liu, Mr. Z really shouldn't have done this, the assistant beside her sighed. Liu Jinyao just shook her head in response, not saying anything. He clearly had a high chance of winning the championship, but he had to do this. I really don't understand why he did it. As the assistant spoke more and more outrageously, Liu Jinyao couldn't help but furrow her brow. You don't know what he has been through, and you don't know what challenges he has faced. Why do you have the right to question his decision? Liu Jinyao frowned at the assistant, causing them to fall into silence. I'll say it again, Mr. Z surely had his reasons for doing this. I will not question any of Mr. Zhao's decisions. I support him no matter what decision he makes. As for others, they have no right to say anything about him. After speaking, Liu Jinyao's assistant nodded repeatedly. Even though Jiang Chen winning the championship was not the outcome Liu Jinyao wanted, she had always believed in trusting people and not doubting them. Since she chose to believe in Ziqie from the beginning, she would continue to trust him completely. President Liu, I'm sorry I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. The assistant apologized again, and Liu Jinyao nodded without saying more. At the current scene, some were congratulating Jiang Chen and the Lin family, while others were very dissatisfied with the outcome, even protesting loudly. Just like in other competitions, each competitor had their own supporters. Ziqie had gained many followers since the debates between Western and traditional Chinese medicine had begun. Naturally, these supporters were very displeased with the current outcome. To them, Ziqie was supposed to be the ultimate champion. Host, we are not satisfied with this result. Yes, not satisfied. Ziqie didn't even make a move. Unacceptable. We do not accept this result. Finally, the voices of these dissatisfied people grew louder, even drowning out the applause and reaching the ears of Zhang Yuanyuan and others. Zhang Yuanyuan and Judge Weifu turned their heads slowly to look at the people with high demands. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with this result? Weifu asked these people. Of course, we're not satisfied. Ziqie didn't even make a move. Doesn't that mean the championship was just handed to him on a silver platter? Someone immediately agreed. However, after this person spoke, Jiang Chen's supporters were not pleased. What? Are we the reason why Ziqie withdrew? It's his own choice to withdraw. What does it have to do with us? If you ask me, he knows his own abilities, so he decided to withdraw, right? Right? He must not be good at medicine. He couldn't cure this disease at all. He knew he would lose anyway, so he just found an excuse to withdraw. Essentially, he just wanted to save face, right? Ha. Rather than not speaking up for Ziqie, these people's words became even more disdainful, and they did. They even felt that Ziqie withdrew from the competition simply to save face. As the two sides argued more and more intensely, the situation became uncontrollable. Some hot-headed young people even grabbed chairs and were about to start fighting. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the staff, a riot might have broken out on the scene. In fact, what they say isn't wrong. Ziqie withdrew because he doesn't actually know how to heal. Chen Heming helped him with the treatment plan before, but this assessment was added last minute, and the patient was chosen randomly. Chen Heming couldn't help, so he naturally backed out. Lin Yang shook his head slightly and expressed his analysis. His assistant immediately agreed. Mr. Lin, listening to your analysis, it's true that even if he knows medicine, he doesn't really know much. He was lucky before, but he couldn't keep up this time, right? He knew that even if he passed the normal assessment, he would still lose to Jiang Chen. So it's better to withdraw on his own initiative. It looks like he has integrity and he won't be too embarrassed. With a few words, Lin Yang and the others analyzed Zichia as someone who was pretending to be knowledgeable about medicine and didn't actually understand it. Hearing these words, Chen Raku didn't think Zichia was pretending, but from Zichian's actions, Lin Yan's analysis did make sense. Medicine, he definitely understands, and he understands quite a bit. Chen Raku responded, but what Mr. Lin said is correct. He knows that his medical skills are not as good as Mr. Jiang's, so he withdrew to save face. Yes. What Raku said is correct. Lin Yang immediately nodded in agreement. In the end, Zichian's medical skills were not as good as Jiang Chen's, so it was only fitting that Jiang Chen won the championship. Alright. Quiet down. Listen to me for a moment. After a brief exchange with Wei Fu, Zhang Yuanyuan picked up the microphone and walked to the front of the stage. When the venue quieted down a bit, Zhang Yuanyuan began her speech immediately. I understand everyone's feelings, but as I said before, we respect the personal wishes of the competitors. At the same time, all competitors must follow the assessment process. We will by no means make an exception for one person. Although Mr. Zhao's performance in the previous rounds of evaluation was outstanding, the Medical Grand Assembly will not be making any exceptions for him. So please understand. Speaking clearly and deliberately, Zhang Yuanyuan delivered her speech, which represented the final decision of the Medical Grand Assembly. From then on, in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen's medical skills as the champion would naturally surpass those of Zichia, the runner-up. Make way. Move aside quickly. Where's your doctor? Where is the most skilled doctor here? Come, man, save him. Save his life. At that moment, shouts could be heard from the venue entrance as a group of people rushed in. What's the situation? The on-site staff hurriedly moved forward to try to block them, but the group of people rushing in seemed to be out of control, pushing the staff several meters away. Doctor, please, tell me who the best doctor here is. Please, you must save my daughter. A man in his 30s with a weary face knelt down with a thud. Behind him, there were several men and women who seemed to be his relatives and friends. They surrounded a hospital bed, where a little girl with an oxygen mask on her face was unconscious and extremely pale. Upon seeing this scene, the people on site, including Zhang Yuanyuan and the staff, as well as the participants like Zichia, were not too surprised. Since the medical skills conference began, there had been many patients gathering at the entrance of the venue every day, seeking treatment. Even those who signed up but weren't chosen also held the same hope. However, the conference had its own rules, and the assessment process couldn't be disrupted, leading to these people being kept outside by the staff. Somehow, today, they were allowed in. Zhang Yuanyuan didn't want to disrupt the progress of the conference and signaled a few people in the audience to come and handle the situation. However, within less than 2 minutes, they came running back in frustration. Miss Zhang, the security personnel outside said that this family's situation is urgent, and they couldn't bring themselves to stop them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan and Wei Fu, along with others, furrowed their brows immediately. As the security personnel at the medical skills conference site, they had some judgment ability and wouldn't let people in lightly. Since this family was allowed in, there must be a special reason or the condition was indeed critical. Doctors, please save her. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-tiered pagoda. This is a holy place of traditional Chinese medicine. There are many great doctors gathered here. Can't anyone save my child? She's only 6 years old. Just 6, 5 or 6 men and women knelt on the ground, crying out. Many onlookers were now paying attention and turned to look at them. Host, let them in. Yes, that little girl seems to be in critical condition. We should at least try. The Medical Skills Conference has its rules and processes, but with so many doctors here, can they really turn a blind eye to someone in urgent need? Many onlookers sympathized with this family, believing that regardless of whether the conference venue could treat the child, they should at least take a look before deciding. Refusing urgent patients at the door went against the initial intent of medical practitioners. Besides, the competition was already over, and the champion had been decided, so it wouldn't affect the proceedings. Let them in. After Wei Fu spoke, Zhang Yuanyuan immediately nodded, instructing the staff to bring the family to the front. As they passed by Zichia, he glanced at the little girl and his expression changed, his brows furrowing instantly. Similarly, Jiang Chen and the other contestants also frowned upon seeing the little girl. Although they had not taken her pulse, they could tell from her appearance that she was showing strong signs of nearing death. Given the girl's current condition, it seemed unlikely she could be saved. The contestants exchanged glances and remained silent. "Please, save my child. We didn't want to disturb you, but we have no other choice." All major hospitals in Tianhai City were helpless. They suggested we come here and try our luck. The entire family knelt on the stage, with the man in his 30s kowtowing towards the stage. Hearing their words, Wei Fu and the others furrowed their brows again. All major Western medicine hospitals in Tianhai City suggested they come here. The Western Medical Association had always been at odds with traditional Chinese medicine, especially resenting the TAE Cup Medical Skills Conference. They even held a debate recently to try to stop the conference. Their active referral of patients to the conference was suspicious. "What illness does your child have?" Wei Fu pondered for a few seconds before asking the man. The man looked sorrowful. "It's not an illness. She accidentally ingested Qiankao." "What is it?" Wei Fu stood up in shock, as did the judges beside him. Not only them, even Jiang Chen and the other contestants were equally surprised. Earlier, they thought it would be difficult to save the little girl, but upon hearing the name Qiankao, their perspective changed immediately. It wasn't just difficult, it was now clear that there was no chance of saving her. The audience, including those unfamiliar with medicine, had their faces drastically changed upon hearing the three words Qiankao. The toxicity of this substance was widely known in the nation, creating a sense of fear and awareness due to various well-known cases. Once Qiankao entered the body, irreversible damage would occur rapidly, even with external contact posing significant risks. The golden rescue time was only 15 minutes, where gastric lavage and blood transfusion were crucial to providing a slim chance of survival. If this window was missed, the toxicity would wreak havoc internally, damaging organs and leading to rapid organ failure, ultimately resulting in irreversible damage. Once ingested, the survival rate was almost non-existent, even with attempted rescue efforts merely prolonging the inevitable death. The whole venue fell into silence after the man's explanation. Wei Fu's expression turned unpleasant as he knew the major Western hospitals in Tianhai City wouldn't refer them here out of goodwill. They had unwittingly walked into a dangerous situation. How would they handle this now? Refusing to treat someone might lead to criticism, but failing to cure them after accepting would be a severe blow to their reputation. Moreover, the Medical Skills Conference represented traditional Chinese medicine in Lunwo, and failing to treat a patient could tarnish its reputation. Therefore, Wei Fu is currently in a dilemma. He doesn't even know what to do next. "I beg of you, please save our child." All those experts have said that there are many miracle-working Chinese medicine practitioners here who can definitely save my child. The woman next to him said, making Wei Fu even more uncomfortable. The Western doctors in Tianhai City are really putting them in a difficult situation. "Mr. Wei, what should we do?" Even Zhang Yuanyuan doesn't have a clue at this moment. "Whatever we do, it's not appropriate." Wei Fu gritted his teeth slightly. He knew that what they should do now is to first go and diagnose the little girl's condition. However, once they start diagnosing, it means they are taking on this matter. But seeing the girl's condition, there is almost no possibility of a cure, and it will be difficult to end it. So Wei Fu's idea is to simply not even diagnose, find an excuse to push this matter away. "Not going to save her?" Zhang Yuanyuan furrowed her brows. "It's not that we're not going to save her, but knowing that even if we take on this task, we won't be able to save her in the end. Then why should we take on the blame?" Wei Fu shook his head, sounding very helpless. If the little girl really had a chance, he would rather take on the blame for trying. But the current situation is that the little girl almost has no chance of being saved. To forcibly take on this task at this point would only bring them more blame. So, he still wants to refuse. "Mr. Wei, at this point, we have no choice. You see, can we refuse?" Zhang Yuanyuan said, glancing down below. At this moment, the family of the little girl was kneeling on the ground pleading, and nearly 100,000 spectators on site were eagerly watching, wanting Wei Fu and them to step forward and diagnose the girl. Even though they know that with the poisoning of the 1,000 gross killer and the missed golden rescue time, the hope of survival is slim, they still hope for a miracle. They hope that the Chinese medicine practitioners of Lunwo can bring them miracles once again. Wei Fu gritted his teeth. The Western hospital in Tianhai City really gave us a super difficult problem. I wonder if the other participants had any means to treat this situation. Saying this, Wei Fu's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, hoping to see someone volunteering. However, at this moment, no one dared to step forward to take on something that seemed hopeless. From the judges' bench to the participants' area, from the participants' area to the contestants' side, everyone was silent and low-spirited. What's wrong with you? Can't you save her? Yes. Isn't Chinese medicine known for its miraculous methods, acupuncture, massage, and the magical effects of Chinese medicine? Bring them out. The little girl is still waiting. If you can help, help. If not, don't delay her life-saving time. That's right. If you can't help, just say so and let her go elsewhere. Seeing Wei Fu and the others silent, the audience on site couldn't sit still and started to shout out loud. We are truly sorry. It's not that we don't want to help, but with the situation of the 1,000 gross killer, I'm sure you will all understand. Wei Fu wiped his sweat from his forehead, trying to explain, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Of course, we understand. We know that it's difficult to save her, but didn't you say that Chinese medicine is superior to Western medicine? If Western medicine can't cure a disease, Chinese medicine definitely can, right? It's time to prove whether Chinese medicine or Western medicine is better. Let's do this. If the judges feel like their medical skills are lacking, then let someone else step up. Weren't the champions just selected from Tianhai City? As the champion, naturally, their medical skills are the best in Tianhai City. Does the divine physician Jiang have any idea? As they spoke, the topic shifted to Jiang Chen. After all, just before this little girl came, Jiang Chen had just become the champion of the Tianhai City division. Jiang Chen was already quite famous in the medical field of Tianhai City, and now that he had won the championship, it meant that his medical skills were very strong. Therefore, everyone believed that he must have a way. However, when Jiang Chen heard this, his face changed instantly. If he had the ability, he would have taken the opportunity to treat her without waiting for others to speak. But this was the 1,000 gross killer. If Jiang Chen had the ability, why would he need to participate in the medical competition? So when he heard someone mention him like that, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. And not just him, including Lin Yang and Chen Raku, their expressions changed slightly at this point. They knew very well that Jiang Chen absolutely had no means to treat this condition. And not just Jiang Chen, but even on a national level, there was no one who could. If someone really could cure this condition, they wouldn't need to participate in a medical competition. The Yi family in the capital would be seeking to recruit them. No. If someone really could cure this condition, even the higher-ups would have been alerted. This is all because the toxicity of this medicine brings irreversible harm to the human body, and at least with the current scientific and medical methods, it is impossible to reverse it. So if Jiang Chen were pushed out, he would surely fail in the end. And this champion title would become a laughingstock. Hey champion, come on, make a move. That's right, Divine Physician Jiang is the #1 Divine Physician in Tianhai City. You must have a way. Ziqian's supporters, at this moment, all looked towards Jiang Chen, and even when someone spoke, there was a hint of mockery in their words. Initially, the supporters of Ziqian were already very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's championship, and now they seized the opportunity to fire shots. And the people on Jiang Chen's side couldn't refute these words at all. After all, Jiang Chen was indeed the champion of the Tianhai City division, as announced by Zhang Yuanyuan just now. Since he's the champion, naturally, he's the leading divine physician in Tianhai City. It was only fitting for him to step forward at this moment. Divine Physician Jiang, please save my daughter. I'll kowtow to you. As soon as the man heard this, he immediately knelt down and walked on his knees to bow in front of Jiang Chen. Wait, you wait, Jiang Chen reached out to stop him, but the man didn't want to get up at all. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else as long as he could save his daughter. He was willing to kowtow 1,000 times. Divine Physician Jiang, please help. You are the #1 divine physician in Tianhai City. If you can't do it, then no one can. The tens of thousands of people in the audience shouted together, all supporting Jiang Chen to step forward. Hearing the piercing shouts around him, Jiang Chen was instantly drenched in sweat. Dr. Jiang, please lend a hand. The crowd continuously pleaded, causing Jiang Chen's sweat to keep dripping. He knew very well that he didn't have the means to help, not even if his master Chen Hemming were here. However, he had already been lifted to the position of the top doctor. How could he casually admit his inability? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth slightly, feeling burdened by the championship title he had just acquired. I'm sorry, I'm not very adept at handling this situation. After a few seconds of hesitation, Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke the truth. If he didn't reveal the truth, the crowd would cling on to him relentlessly. Really? As a champion, you dare say you're not capable? Isn't a champion supposed to be versatile? How come you can't cure this? Are you worthy of being a champion? Clearly, the crowd was unsatisfied with Jiang Chen's response and began to loudly criticize him. Faced with these remarks, Jiang Chen couldn't find any words to defend himself, and Lin Yang, Chen Raku, and others couldn't help him either. They understood that it was not Jiang Chen's fault, as throughout the entire country, no one could deal with such a situation. Everyone, please calm down a bit. At that moment, Wei Fu stepped forward to stop the chaos. I understand the sentiments of the patient's family, and I also appreciate the kindness and empathy of everyone here. As a doctor, I also hope that the patient can recover. Wei Fu spoke slowly, and gradually, the crowd quieted down. But I have to tell you all something, and it may be a bit harsh. That is, up to this point, in our country's medical field, we do not have a precise treatment plan for the poisoning of 1,000 herbs. Whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, at most, we can try to alleviate the symptoms, but in reality, it has very little effect. We have been trying to overcome this situation, but so far, there hasn't been much progress. Facing the audience, Wei Fu gravely delivered this message. He wasn't trying to defend Jiang Chen, but the truth was that Jiang Chen couldn't solve this situation. So, Mr. Wei means there's no cure for this condition? Someone in the audience immediately asked. Upon hearing these words, the family of the little girl felt not only despair, but also deep pain. This medical conference was their last hope, and if they couldn't find a solution here, they would have to watch the little girl die. Wei Fu shook his head and replied, even if we forcefully treat her, we would only make the child suffer more. Upon hearing Wei Fu's words, everyone understood that the little girl was essentially condemned to death. Please, we know it's difficult to treat, but we still want to try. Even if there's only a slight chance, we beg you to let us try. Several family members of the girl pleaded with Wei Fu. However, Wei Fu did not agree. He couldn't agree. As he had already explained to Zhang Yuanyuan just now, there was no point in trying to treat someone when there was no hope of saving them. By not intervening, they could use the fact that no one could cure this condition as an excuse. But if they dared to treat the patient, they would immediately be slandered by those from the Western Medical Association, claiming they worsened the patient's condition by forcibly diagnosing them. Such incidents had occurred before, and Wei Fu had learned his lesson. He wanted to prevent such occurrences. Don't let the child suffer any longer. Wei Fu gently shook his head, extinguishing all hopes of the family members. This statement implied that the medicine itself was already torturous enough, and in the final moments of life, the child should not endure any additional pain. At this point, the family of the little girl had no choice but to accept Wei Fu's words. Everyone present could only accept the situation. However, Zichia frowned slightly. He had wanted to check on the girl earlier, but since the crowd pushed Jiang Chen forward, he thought Jiang Chen would step in, so he didn't rush over. Now, with Jiang Chen refusing to intervene and Wei Fu stepping in, Zichia was deeply disappointed with Wei Fu's approach. Zichia sighed softly, realizing that he had set his expectations too high for this medical conference. Since the conference began, many of the processes and evaluation concepts didn't align with Zichian's beliefs. Regardless of Wei Fu's motives, Zichia strongly disagreed with his actions. In Zichian's opinion, as long as the patient had a chance, every effort should be made to save them. Furthermore, for the little girl's situation, Zichia had some ideas in mind. Since no one was willing to try at this point, Zichia no longer counted on them and took a step towards the little girl. Zichia, what are you doing? Wei Fu saw Zichia and immediately called out, I'm going to check on her condition. Zichia replied casually as he walked closer. Zichia, stop. Wei Fu furrowed his brow slightly. Every contestant at the scene today represented the medical conference. Any action of a contestant could be scrutinized by members of the Western Medical Association, who could distort the truth at any time. Therefore, Wei Fu didn't want Zichia to get involved. However, Zichia didn't answer and continued walking towards the girl. Zichia, can you stop acting like this? Don't you know what 1,000 herb poisoning is? I know you want to show off, but maybe you should reconsider in this case. Jiang Chen glanced at Ziqie, his eyes filled with disdain and a sneer. As Ziqie ignored him and approached the family of the little girl, they immediately blocked him. I am the second in this medical conference. If you trust me, I can try to help. Ziqie paused slowly, wanting to try and save the girl, but if the family didn't want him to, he had nothing else to say. Hearing this, the girl's family's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. His qualification as the second in the medical conference indicated Ziqian's high medical skills. Ziqie, don't be reckless, Wei Fu scowled and shouted. I am not being reckless. For a medical practitioner to see someone in danger and not act is the real recklessness. With one sentence, Ziqie left Wei Fu speechless. All right, let him try. I want to see if he can save her. Jiang Chen smirked, crossed his arms, and waited for Ziqie to make a fool of himself. Ziqie ignored everyone, walked up to the little girl, grabbed her wrist with one hand, and opened her eyelids with the other to examine her. At this moment, the eyes of the little girl's family and everyone present were fixed on Ziqie. However, everyone's perspectives varied. In the eyes of the little girl's family members, despair was mixed with a glimmer of hope. They wanted to trust Ziqie, but felt that hope was dim. Apart from this family, the expressions and thoughts of others present were even more complicated. Wei Fu and others thought Ziqie was a bit arrogant and couldn't see the situation clearly. Jiang Chen and others had a look of disdain, waiting to see Ziqie make a fool of himself. As for Lu Jinyao, she looked helpless. She never imagined that Ziqie would take the initiative to treat the little girl. I know Mr. Zhao's medical skills are very high, but Qiankaoku is not a matter of medical skills. With the current level of medical care, this irreversible damage cannot be cured. Lu Jingyao shook her head slightly. She never doubted Ziqian's medical skills, but the toxicity of Qiankaoku had no relation to the level of medical skills, because even looking worldwide, there is no absolutely effective treatment plan. All treatment methods are attempts to try to save lives as much as possible, with no guarantee of a cure. In other words, this situation cannot be cured at all, so no one dared to take on this task at the scene. Well, actually, I know that Mr. Z may seem aloof, but in reality, he is kind-hearted. As long as the patient has a chance at survival, he won't just stand by. Lu Jingya sighed. She wasn't blaming Ziqie, but seeing so many people waiting to see Ziqie make a fool of himself made her uncomfortable. Yes, Mr. Z is just eager to save lives. Lu Jinya's assistant nodded slightly and then looked in the direction of Chen Raku and others. At this moment, Lin Yang had the most mockery on his face. In this situation, even with the most advanced medical technology and millions worth of imported medical equipment, it will only prolong the patient's life for a few more days. This Ziqie thinks too highly of himself. Lin Yang shook his head slightly, his disdain undisguised on his face. What young Master Lin said is right. He is naturally a born clown, seeking attention and still a clown after all. The assistant nodded repeatedly and then looked at Chen Raku and asked, President, don't you think so? He is indeed too arrogant. Chen Raku nodded slightly. It wasn't that she looked down on Ziqie, but Qiankaoku had no cure at all. Otherwise, why didn't anyone, including the players like Jiang Chen, dare to step forward? Not to mention the players, even the judges, like Wei Fu, had high achievements in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, especially Wei Fu, the previous champion of the Tiae Cup competition. Even they were powerless and dared not take on this task. Where did Ziqie get the confidence to intervene? Chen Raku shook her head lightly. Since Ziqie chose to play the role of the clown, she naturally wouldn't say much. Doctor, do you have a solution? At this moment, the family members of the little girl couldn't help but feel anxious as Ziqie remained silent. Ziqie continued to inspect the condition of the little girl carefully. After a long while, Ziqie sighed silently. The little girl's internal organs showed signs of failure, but fortunately, it had not reached the most severe level of failure. Once it deteriorated to a certain extent, it was as if boiling the internal organs in hot water and then putting them back into the patient, which no one could save. However, the little girl's condition had not reached that point yet, so there was still a chance to try treatment, even though the recovery, if successful, wouldn't restore full health but would need continuous care. Ziqie slowly withdrew his hand, forming a plan in his mind. I can try. Ziqian's response surprised the family members of the little girl. They had thought that Ziqie would say there was no solution after examining her. They didn't expect Zichia to answer this way, suggesting that Zichia might indeed have a solution. Doctor? Really? The man was extremely excited, grabbing Zichia's hand. I said I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. Zichia shook his head slightly, never making promises in front of patients. Okay. No problem. I understand. Please go ahead. The man nodded repeatedly. His daughter had little hope of survival, seemingly on the brink of death. Zichia's appearance gave them a glimmer of hope. Bluntly speaking, he was trying the impossible as a last resort and didn't dare to expect much anymore. Okay. Zichia nodded. Since the family members were willing to let him try, he could give it a shot. Though not a saint, Zichia couldn't just stand by and watch a 6-year-old child die without trying to help. Zichia, are you sure you can handle this? Once this kind of toxin enters the body, it's impossible to cure. Wei Fu on stage furrowed his brows, warning Zichia. If Zichia insisted on doing this, it would only lead to controversy both for himself and the medical conference. Wei Fu couldn't understand why. Just now, the Japanese man's illness had a potential treatment, but Zichia didn't intervene then. Yet, for the little girl with an incurable illness, Zichia insisted on getting involved, which seemed foolish. As a doctor, as long as there's a chance, we must try. Zichia said firmly, I want to try. You want to try. If you can't guarantee to cure the patient, what are you trying? Jiang Chen immediately took over the conversation, his words filled with disdain and cold laughter. At least I'm willing to try. Are you? Zichia raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Jiang Chen. Try what? As the champion of the Tianhai Medical Conference Division, I, based on my rich medical experience, judge that there is no need for treatment. So why do I have to try? Jiang Chen shook his head with a cold smile. His words were harsh, but no one reprimanded him because they all knew he was right. The chances of treating this type of poison were extremely low, and combined with the fact that the little girl had missed the optimal treatment time, the chances of a cure were non-existent. People say doctors are compassionate, but can being a compassionate doctor mean giving up on a life so easily? Giving up on a patient is easier than curing one, but is that living up to the title of being a doctor? Living up to the patient's trust? Zichia's words seemed directed at Jiang Chen and all the other doctors present, including a rebuke towards Wei Fu. Faced with Zichia's words, Jiang Chen's face turned red, but he couldn't find words to retort. After a pause, Jiang Chen humphed coldly, It depends on your own abilities. If you're not up to the task, don't meddle in it, right? Don't boast about yourself so much. Healing the sick is not about seeking attention. In essence, we're not mocking him for treating patients. We just don't believe he has the ability. If he really had this ability, why would he still need to participate in a medical conference? After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he immediately gained the support of many people. In the end, many people believed that this situation could be cured, but they did not believe in Zichian's ability. However, at this moment, Zichia did not continue his conversation with Jiang Chen. What they had debated earlier was whether doctors should do their best to save patients. But now that the level of medical skills has been brought up, there is no need to argue anymore. The level of medical skill is never determined by words, but by actual facts. Mr. Wei, I know what you're concerned about. What I want to say is, the decision I made has nothing to do with the medical conference. I only need to obtain consent from the patient's family. As for whether you agree or not, that's not my concern. Zichia turned to look at Wei Fu with a defiant tone. You. Wei Fu was completely baffled, and suddenly, everyone realized that as a doctor, Zichia did not need the consent of Wei Fu and others to treat patients. And at this moment, as Zichia actively expressed that it had nothing to do with the medical conference, it meant that no matter what consequences or negative opinions arose later, it was not related to the medical conference or the Yi family. Therefore, Wei Fu and the others had no right to interfere. Mr. Wei, let's not worry about it then. Several judges beside immediately nodded in agreement. As long as it didn't affect them, what did they care about this matter? However, Wei Fu did not rush to speak. He just locked eyes with Zichia. He had known Zichia for some time and understood his character. If Zichia really did not want to be involved with the medical conference, he wouldn't have said those words and started treating the patient right away. But Zichia, going against his usual behavior, spoke a few more sentences, indicating there was a reason for it. After pondering for a few seconds, Wei Fu looked at the girl on the sickbed and nodded thoughtfully. Of course, you are not just a contestant in this medical conference, You are a doctor who saves lives. Since you have made a treatment decision with the patient's family, no one else has the right to interfere, including our medical conference. However, we admire the quality of not giving up on patients as a doctor, and we are willing to provide full support for this quality. So, during the treatment process, if you need any medication, any assistance, we from the medical conference will unconditionally provide them for free. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wei Fu raised the microphone and said these words. Well said. Applause. Impressive. The medical conference is really impressive. Interesting. With these words, Wei Fu will undoubtedly be greatly rewarded when he returns to the Yi family. Not only can he absolve all responsibilities, but he can also gain a good reputation. This Wei Fu is not simple. After Wei Fu spoke these words, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became lively. Some applauded and praised the handling of the medical conference. Some could see through Wei Fu's strategy, first absolving responsibilities ahead of time, meaning that if there were issues with Ziqian's treatment, it wouldn't be linked back to the medical conference or the Yi family. Then, at a minimal cost, he gained the favor of numerous people. Truly a clever move. Ziqia also understood Wei Fu's thoughts, but that wasn't important. His goal was to gain support from the medical conference. Due to the girl's condition, acupuncture and tuina massage alone wouldn't help. This time, he needed some Chinese herbal medicines. Ziqia had these herbs, but the girl's current situation didn't allow him to go home to get them. Therefore, he needed to obtain all the necessary herbs from the medical conference. Okay. Ziqia nodded and promptly listed 7 or 8 types of herbs. These herbs he mentioned were commonly used for clearing qi and detoxifying. Hey, if these things were effective against 1000 gross wither, then no one would have died. Jiang Chen and other contestants shook their heads disdainfully. They knew what these herbs were and their effects, so they were well aware that these herbs were ineffective against 1000 gross wither. Wei Fu also furrowed his brows upon hearing this. With his knowledge of Chinese medicine, he knew that these herbs indeed had no effect on 1000 gross wither. However, as he had already stated that he wouldn't interfere in this matter and would fully cooperate with Ziqian's requests, and since Ziqian needed these herbs and they happened to have them, there was no reason to refuse. Alright, we can provide these herbs, including some modern medical equipment that we can also provide. Is there anything else you need? Wei Fu nodded and then looked at Ziqia, prompting him to inquire. Ziqia hesitated before answering, furrowing his brows. In fact, the first thing to do in the girl's current condition was detoxification and repairing the damaged body cells. And when it came to repairing body damage, the effect of the 7-leaf evergreen vine was undoubtedly the first choice. However, that 7-leaf evergreen vine was something Ziqia had searched for a long time and put in a lot of effort to obtain. It was extremely important to him. It's not that Ziqia was being selfish. If it were anything else, even if it was worth millions, he would readily use it to save the girl. But the 7-leaf evergreen vine was simply too important to him, vital to the complete recovery of his memories. He really didn't want to use it. If enhancing the detoxification effect during the treatment process, followed by gradual recovery, it's possible. As for the 7-leaf evergreen vine, let's consider it as an alternative option. After contemplating for a while, Ziqian made up his mind. I also need the 7-leaf evergreen vine and that 20-year-old blood fruit demon. At this, the girl on the sickbed, Lu Jinyao, widened her eyes. How important was the 7-leaf evergreen vine? She wasn't sure, but she knew that Ziqia had participated in the medical conference for it. And now, was he willing to use it to save the little girl? Lu Jinyao bit her lips slightly, wanting to say something but hesitated. Wait a minute. What did you say? While Wei Fu hadn't spoken yet, Jiang Chen suddenly turned to Ziqia. Ziqia didn't even look at him because he knew why Jiang Chen was so excited. Mr. Wei, the 20-year-old blood fruit demon is the prize I selected. It's mine. Jiang Chen, feeling ignored by Ziqia, quickly raised his arm and shouted loudly on the stage. At this point, Jiang Chen was extremely annoyed. Ziqia could use the herbs, fine, but to use the blood fruit demon that was so beneficial for Jiang Chen? Absolutely not. He wouldn't allow Ziqia to waste it. Wei Fu was slightly stunned by this. As long as the materials for the medical conference were available here, he could provide them to Ziqia for free. While the prizes for the top 10 players hadn't been distributed yet to the players, they had already been selected by the top 10 players and had become their personal items. Wei Fu truly had no authority to hand them over to Ziqia. Ziqia, Are you doing this on purpose? With so many things, why are you focusing on what I have? Jiang Chen frowned and questioned Ziqiat. You should know the detoxification effects of blood seeing green, so using it here is the most appropriate. I can temporarily borrow yours and I will return it to you later. After Ziqiat said this, before Jiang Chen could respond, the family of the little girl rushed over to request Jiang Chen's help. Jiang Chen felt that Ziqiat was intentionally setting him up, but he didn't know how to refute it. I say, this surname Jiang, saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. You're keeping the materials, but not letting them be used. How much is that plant worth? I'll pay for it. Many audience members, including those who had previously looked down on Ziqiat, had now turned their criticism towards Jiang Chen. Player Jiang Chen, consider your prize at the medical conference temporarily borrowed. Don't worry, I will report to the Yi family and give you a better quality piece of material. Wei Fu lightly coughed and took over the conversation. Jiang Chen could only nod in agreement upon hearing this. Wei Fu had already spoken so far. If Jiang Chen still didn't agree, it wouldn't be targeting Ziqiat, but deliberately refusing to save a life, and there would probably be countless people jumping down from the audience stands to beat up Jiang Chen. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no choice but to agree, and dared not disagree. In just a few minutes, all the materials Ziqiat needed were sent over. Not only that, Wei Fu also had some modern medical equipment available, including some oxygen-breathing machines and blood oxygen monitors, which were brought over by the staff. Even if no one held hope for this treatment, what needed to be done had to be done. After all, there was a saying, do one's best and leave the rest to fate. And some people hoped for a miracle to occur. They just didn't know if Ziqiat, this young doctor in his 20s, could bring them a miracle. At this time, nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes were all focused on Ziqiat. Some were waiting to mock Ziqiat loudly if he failed, while others were hoping to see the treatment effect. Ziqiat paid no attention to everything around him and only called Liu Jinyao over to assist him. Although Liu Jinyao didn't have much knowledge of medicine, as her family was in the business of medicinal herbs, she still knew some basic knowledge. The most important thing was that among those present, Ziqiat trusted only Liu Jinyao. Mr. Z, are you really confident? Liu Jinyao still had some doubts in her mind. Let's try. Ziqiat didn't give a definite answer. He only knew that if he didn't try, the little girl could only wait to die. Crush these herbs first, I'll need them later. These are for later use, you should do it like this. Ziqiat quickly categorized the herbs and assigned tasks to Liu Jinyao. He did not use the 20-year-old blood-seeing green first, and instead set it aside as a backup plan. If this batch of blood-seeing green could achieve the effect Ziqiat wanted, he could naturally keep to 7-leaf evergreen vine for himself. While Liu Jinyao busily processed the herbs, Ziqiat took out silver needles, preparing to give acupuncture to the little girl. At this point, with so many people present, whether it was Wei Fu and others who were knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine or Jiang Chen and the other participants, none of them knew what Ziqiat was planning to do. Because in cases like the little girls, there were no effective treatment methods anywhere in the country, so they couldn't guess what Ziqiat's rescue plan was. If he really can do it, it would truly be groundbreaking, paving the way for something unprecedented. He might even be recorded in the history of traditional Chinese medicine. Wei Fu took a deep breath and slowly uttered these words. Several judges nearby nodded at first, but then shook their heads gently. If someone could combat a poison like Jiang Kaoku, then it truly would be pioneering, overcoming the top challenge in the medical field. But how could such a thing be possible, with so many medical authorities and experts in both Chinese and Western medicine making attempts countless times without any progress or breakthrough? The patient had never been genuinely cured. How could Ziqiat possibly achieve it? This matter was not just a faint hope, it was fundamentally hopeless. It was only because of Ziqiat's second-place ranking and Wei Fu's partiality that everyone was indulging Ziqiat. If not for his second-place ranking, none of them would waste time with Ziqiat. So, even though they were willing to give Ziqiat a chance to show his skills, they had already made up their minds long ago. However, Ziqiat paid no attention to their opinions. He had already started the acupuncture at this point. 3 consecutive needles were placed on the kid's renjong, shank, and guanyuan acupuncture points. Except for a few individuals, most people didn't understand the purpose of Ziqiat's actions. Following that, Ziqiat ground the blood-seeing green into powder and mixed it in warm water for Liu Jinyao to feed the girl. Doctor, the girl's family members were very nervous upon seeing Zitia feeding the medicine, but Zitia didn't have time to explain to them. As Liu Jingyao slowly fed the medicine to the girl, he began to increase the number of acupuncture points. Zhu Samli, Ganyu, Kaiman, Taikon. These acupuncture points belong to the liver meridian, and the liver was the main organ for detoxification in the human body. Overall, from the beginning of treatment until now, all of Ziqian's methods were fairly common in the treatment process. Those present who were knowledgeable in medicine found it hard to imagine how these methods could have any effect on Jiang Kaoku. No, sometimes the simplest methods turn out to be the most effective. Wei Fu shook his head gently, because these seemingly simple methods are the foundation of treating diseases and saving lives. Ziqia did a total of 7 needles this time, then lightly pressed the Shubin acupuncture point with his fingers. Change the medicine, Ziqia commanded, and Liu Jingyao quickly stopped her actions, picked up the medicine ordered by Ziqia, and gently put the first type into the girl's mouth. At this point, the little girl still remained in a coma with her eyes closed, and even her breathing was very weak. Change the medicine. 10 minutes later, Ziqia raised his hand and removed the silver needle. Okay. Liu Jingyao quickly nodded and fed the second type of medicine. Subsequently, Ziqia flicked his wrist, and as if agile little snakes, the silver needles in his hand pierced towards the girl's body once again. Cough, cough. A rosy flush suddenly appeared on the pale face of the little girl, and after a few coughs, she slowly opened her eyes. What? She can still wake up in this condition? Wei Fu and the others on the stage were extremely surprised. This scene truly shocked countless people. Wei Fu and other judges, as well as participants like Jiang Chen, had extremely high attainments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, so they don't need to take a pulse at all. They can determine just by using their naked eyes that this little girl is currently in a state where she is waiting to die. In this situation, she shouldn't have woken up at all. Could it be that Ziqian's treatment is really effective? At that moment, many people were filled with doubts in their hearts. Niu, you're awake? Upon hearing the cough of the little girl, a man rushed up like crazy. However, just as he approached the sickbed, Ziqia reached out and stopped him, forcibly pushing him aside. I didn't let you come. Nobody should disturb me. Ziqian's tone was stern, causing the man to nod repeatedly, then restraining his urge to approach and maintaining a distance from the sickbed. At this moment, under the gaze of countless people, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes looked confusedly at Shizhou, and her originally pale face became increasingly rosy, like a ripe apple. This. Is it really effective? Is Ziqia so remarkable? It's impossible. That's 1000 Gras with her. Incurable. Even the developer of 1000 Gras with her didn't have a cure. Then how did she wake up? Could it be a return of light? Amidst the discussions, the last sentence was left unsaid, but in their hearts, they had an idea. Not only them, including Wei Fu and others, after the initial astonishment, their expressions turned grim. Mr. Wei, isn't this possibly a return of light? A judge next to Wei Fu quietly uttered these words. Many critically ill people suddenly regain consciousness before death, can even eat, drink, and talk, but that's just the body's final burst of energy, just like the last flicker of light right before a candle goes out. This phenomenon is common, and the little girl's current condition indeed resembles its process. Therefore, Wei Fu and others frowned, staying silent. If the little girl indeed experienced a return of light, then perhaps after a few minutes, she would completely lose all signs of life. What would Ziqia do then? Mr. Wei, and Chairman Liu, I know you hold Ziqia in high regard, but this matter, he insisted on doing it alone. You absolutely must not interfere. Several judges exchanged glances, and then the middle-aged man next to Wei Fu spoke softly, foreseeing a possible conflict between Wei Fu and Liu Wensang. In short, regarding Ziqia treating the little girl, they didn't want to be associated with it, regardless of the outcome. I understand. Wei Fu nodded with a furrowed brow. He indeed valued Ziqia highly, but in his heart, the Yi family was the most important. He wouldn't let any impact on the Yi family occur just to protect Ziqia. Ziqia had chosen his path, so whatever the result, he would bear it himself. Actually, I don't believe Mr. Z can cure this situation, but I believe Mr. Z won't disappoint me. Ling Jingyao turned her head slowly and looked at Ziqia, who was busy. She knew her words were contradictory, but she didn't care. It wasn't important. What mattered was that when Ziqian needed help, she stood by him, which was enough for Ling Jinya. At this moment, the little girl looked around Shizhou. When she saw the unfamiliar face of Ziqian, she didn't feel nervous or scared. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth from Ziqian. This feeling was like a drowning person, wildly struggling in the water, grabbing a powerful and warm hand. Even though she didn't know who the owner of that hand was, she knew deep down that person was there to save her. In this situation, even though she didn't know the person, she felt very reassured. "Uncle, hello." The little girl smiled sweetly at Ziqian. Despite all the harsh experiences Ziqian had witnessed over the years in the Chen family, seeing the pure and clear eyes and smile of the little girl, he felt a warmth in his heart, and his entire heart softened. "Today, as long as I'm here, no one can take you away." Ziqian reached out to touch the little girl's face gently, his tone very gentle. "Uncle, I'm sleepy." As the little girl spoke, she couldn't help but close her eyelids. "Sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." Ziqian took a deep breath and slowly inserted the final needle. "Gather." With this needle piercing the acupoint, Ziqian gave a low shout. "Does?" Ling Jingyao, who was closest to Ziqian, clearly heard the sound of vibrating air next to her ear. "This?" Ling Jingyao widened her eyes, looking incredulously at the silver needle on the little girl's body. Each of those silver needles seemed to be connected by invisible threads, constantly emitting slight tremors. Onlookers enjoyed the spectacle, experts saw the subtleties. At that moment, those Chinese medicine experts who understood acupuncture immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Ziqian's needling technique. Although they couldn't explain why, they could be sure in their hearts that this needling technique was by no means simple. Because although the human body has limited acupoints, why can acupuncture treat many diseases? It is because during acupuncture, the different combinations of acupoints, the sequence of needle placement, and the strength of stimulation will produce different therapeutic effects. What effect does Ziqian's needling technique possess is unknown for now. But when Ziqian shouted the word "gather," the girl's body gradually began to tremble. Subsequently, Ziqian suddenly made a swift motion, pulling out several silver needles in succession, then choosing different acupoints to insert them into, from top to bottom, in a horizontal arrangement, forming a pattern resembling the Big Dipper. Even ordinary people found this arrangement extremely profound. Big Dipper needle? No. This is the heavenly star 7 stars. Wei Fu exclaimed in shock, as if struck by lightning. "Mr. Wei, what is the Qianyao 7 stars?" Several judges beside him furrowed their brows slightly. In their eyes, Ziqian was demonstrating the 7-star needle technique. Many practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine are familiar with this technique, which primarily stimulates meridian function and regulates the flow of Qi blood in the organs. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. So they didn't understand why Mr. Wei's reaction was so strong. It's nothing. Mr. Wei waved his hand, took a deep breath, and suppressed his emotions. No one knew how shocked he was at this moment, and he didn't want to explain that shock to others. Even if he did, no one could understand. Just like the needle technique Ziqian was using at the moment, in everyone else's eyes, it was just the simplest 7-star needle technique. However, Mr. Wei was fortunate enough to have learned about a technique called Qianyao 7 stars in an ancient medical book, which was a revolutionary needle technique that was 10 times more powerful than the 7-star needle technique. It was at that moment that Mr. Wei suddenly remembered the treatment process that Ziqian had just performed. From the beginning to now, whether he was using medicine or needles, Ziqian's methods were scoffed at by Jiang Chen and others, because the medicines and needle techniques Ziqian used were all very basic, and these were destined to have no effect. But at this moment, Mr. Wei suddenly realized, is it possible that those ordinary things in their eyes were not ordinary at all, but they just couldn't see the subtle nuances? Just like the Qianyao 7-star needle technique that Ziqian was using at the moment. If Mr. Wei had not seen that ancient medical book, he would also think like the others present that it was just a normal 7-star needle technique. And perhaps, the treatment methods Ziqian had used earlier were not as simple as others thought, but based on their knowledge, they couldn't see the extraordinary aspects of those methods. Hiss. Thinking of this, Mr. Wei couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Who is this kid after all? What is his identity? He's only 20 years old. How can he master so many advanced techniques? Even many of the orthodox ancient medical techniques he used can only be learned by prestigious families like his. Where did he learn them? Mr. Wei muttered to himself, his curiosity about Zichie reaching a peak at this moment. He even felt that the challenge of Jiang Chen, the top difficulty in the medical field, might really be cracked by Zichie today. Zichie, however, remained focused on carefully observing the changes in the little girl's face. Half a minute later, Zichie gently placed the prepared ointment into the little girl's mouth. Disperse. Following this command, Zichie then gave a low drink, and with a flick of his finger, the silver needles trembled slightly once again. This time, the trembling of the little girl's body became more intense, and the changes were very obvious. Could it be that he is going to? I'll go assist him. Mr. Wei touched his chin and pondered for a few seconds before preparing to assist Zichie. Mr. Wei, we cannot intervene. Several judges beside him immediately stopped Mr. Wei. They had made it clear earlier that the medical conference absolutely should not interfere in this matter, just to distance themselves. Mr. Wei was a judge of the medical conference and also a member of the Yi family in the capital city. He couldn't intervene casually, otherwise all the previously mentioned words would amount to nothing. Are you sure you won't let me help? I think this kid might really bring us some surprises. Mr. Wei frowned slightly. By distancing ourselves in advance, we indeed don't have to bear any risks, but if Zichie really manages to cure the person, then this honor has nothing to do with us. Mr. Wei's words were very serious. His tone and expression were very stern. However, to the others nearby, it was just a joke. All right, Mr. Wei, we know you value him a lot, but this matter is different from others. He definitely cannot cure the person, and even if he does, we don't care. Let it go. Okay. Several judges laughed and waved their hands, still stopping Mr. Wei from going. Saying they didn't care was definitely a lie. If there was a way to solve the Jiang Chen poison, this honor would certainly cause a sensation nationwide. However, they simply did not believe that Zichie could accomplish it, so they spoke as if they didn't care. Okay, since you are all afraid of the risk, then forget it. Mr. Wei nodded gently, recognizing that often risks and opportunities go hand in hand. Since they were unwilling to take the risk of being vilified, Mr. Wei also did not need to insist. However, Mr. Wei had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would absorb Zichie into the Yi family's team of medical practitioners. Before that, he would report to the family and have them personally investigate Zichie's background. For now, he wanted to see if Zichie's methods could truly bring about a groundbreaking advancement to the medical community of Longuo. Unfortunately, not everyone had Mr. Wei's insight and rich knowledge of medicine. Therefore, most people still felt that Zichie's methods at the moment were nothing special. And the most disdainful person was naturally Jiang Chen. He thought that as the first champion of the Tianhai City division, if even he couldn't cure the patient, Zichie trying to show off was simply seeking attention. He would watch and see what kind of clown Zichie would end up being. It's really ridiculous. Such simple methods, yet he's showing off. In my opinion, besides causing the little girl more suffering, what good is it? When Jiang Chen spoke these words, he didn't bother hiding his volume or disdain in his tone. The methods are simple, but it also depends on who is using them. Zichie replied calmly, then smiled mischievously. For the next needle techniques, I advise you to widen your eyes and watch carefully. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold, and he wanted to retort, but Zichie had already ignored him and retrieved all the silver needles to proceed with the next round of acupuncture. Meanwhile, Lu Jinya followed Zichie's instructions and administered 3 types of blood-nourishing and chi-boosting medicines to the little girl. This time, Zichie's needle movements were even more fluid, leaving numerous onlookers in awe. Previously, many had only seen Zichie using needles on the human model, but now they could clearly see that even in real therapeutic treatment scenarios, Zichie's acupuncture technique was still as smooth as flowing clouds. Too flashy. Lin Yang shook his head and made a comment with disdain. However, this time no one agreed with him. Everyone was amazed by Zichie's acupuncture technique, and Chen Raku, in particular, noticed that the technique seemed familiar. When Grandpa was sick, Zichie seemed to have used this kind of. Chen Raku whispered softly, then quickly turned to look at Jiang Chen. She remembered that Jiang Chen had said that Zichie's needle technique was just randomly poking needles. If this technique was indeed just randomly poking needles, then Jiang Chen would surely expose Zichie on the spot. However, When Chen Raku looked over, she found Jiang Chen's current state to be very unusual. Jiang Chen's eyes were blankly fixed in place, his face extremely pale. It was as if the technique Zitia had just used had brought him a tremendous shock. What's going on? Chen Raku raised her eyebrow slightly. She vividly remembered that day, in the hospital, when the renowned Chinese medicine practitioner at the hospital had said that Zitianqi's acupuncture technique was the legendary 12 styles of dragon roaming needle technique. However, after Jiang Chen went to inspect in the war, he confidently asserted that it was not the dragon roaming needle technique. Jiang Chen even mentioned that his master, Qiu Haiming, personally stated that the only person in the world capable of performing the complete version of the 12 styles of dragon roaming needle technique was someone else, definitely not Zitia. So, Jiang Chen adamantly claimed that Ziqian's acupuncture technique was simply random. If that was the case, why was Jiang Chen not exposing Zitia and instead showing such an expression? Chen Raku couldn't understand, but she felt it was not the right time to ask, so she remained silent. Little did she know, Jiang Chen was feeling deeply shocked at that moment. It's impossible. This is impossible. Jiang Chen shook his head slowly in disbelief, his mind roaring. What did he see? He saw Zitia actually perform the legendary 12 styles of dragon roaming needle technique. He had witnessed Qiu Haiming performing up to the 11th needle, but the complete 13 needles are unheard of. And today, he actually witnessed Zitia executing this technique. He even saw Zitia perform the 13th needle. My master said that there is only one person under the heavens who can perform the complete 12 styles of dragon roaming needle technique, and that's his master's master. Could it be Zitia? But how is this possible? He's so young. Jiang Chen found his thoughts absurd. Zitia was only in his 20s. How could he be the master's master of Qiu Haiming? It was absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen preferred to believe that Zitia had studied under the master's master of Qiu Haiming rather than accepting Zitia as Qiu Haiming's master's master. Or maybe what he is performing is not the dragon roaming needle technique, since I have never seen the real thing. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, trying to console his inner doubts. However, determining whether it was indeed the dragon roaming needle technique was not difficult. It would depend on the effects after Zitia finished performing the complete 12 styles of dragon roaming needle technique, known for being able to snatch people's souls from the hands of the Reaper and even negotiate with the King of Hell in the underworld. If Zitia truly executed the real dragon roaming needle technique, then the following treatment would be remarkably effective. At that moment, not only was Jiang Chen shocked, but so were many others. They all believed that Zitia had demonstrated the dragon roaming needle technique. However, when Zitia performed the 13th needle, they realized their misjudgment. After all, only a few knew that the 12 styles of dragon roaming needle technique actually had 13 needles, and even Jiang Chen had only heard about it from Qiu Haiming. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, there were many areas of knowledge that had not been learned, not because they weren't available, but because the opportunity ever arose. Many orthodox medical practices were only passed down through generations of medical families, so it was quite normal for them not to know. After Zitia finished acupuncture with the 13th needle, his face turned pale, sweat dripping down his face, looking extremely fatigued. But Zitia did not relax for a moment. Instead, he quickly took the herbal powder prepared by Liu Gang and distributed it according to the correct proportions. Liu Gang, feeling distressed, gently wiped the sweat off Ziqian's face with a towel. Watching this scene, Chen Raku first felt a pang of anxiety, then shook her head self-ridiculingly. 2 minutes later, Zitia placed the herbal pills into the young girl's mouth. He then took out 3 silver needles and inserted them into different acupoints on her body. As the 3 needles went in, it seemed to trigger a reaction, causing the young girl's body to tremble violently. Zitia swiftly took the girl's left and right hands and inserted a needle into the middle finger of each. Snap! Blood flowed out instantly. The dark blood looked like ink at first glance. Usually, when a patient's finger was pricked for blood in a hospital, the wound would quickly heal. However, instead of the wound closing, the bleeding from the young girl's fingers increased rapidly. Many people worried that if it continued, the girl might suffer from blood loss leading to shock, worsening her condition. However, skilled practitioners like Wei Fu had no such concerns. Zitia had prepared not only antidotes, but also various medicinal substances to activate and nourish the girl's blood. With this protection, the girl would not deteriorate due to excessive bleeding. 2 to 3 minutes later, the color of the flowing blood had turned bright red. At that moment, Zichia quickly grabbed the girl's wrist to feel her pulse. Phew. After half a minute, Zichia let out a long sigh, his tense body finally relaxing. Mr. Z, how is she? Liu Jingya hastened to ask. Zichia did not speak but quickly attended to the young girl's wound, tidied up the silver needles placed throughout her body, and then stood silently beside the bed, waiting. Is the treatment over already? Why hasn't the young girl woken up yet? People in the room began to murmur as they saw Zichia stop his actions. Doctor, my child, she. A man stepped forward cautiously, wanting to ask carefully. Suddenly, a cry rang out the next moment. The man turned abruptly, looking at the young girl who had just awakened. Daddy, I want water, the girl cried as she reached out her arm to her father. My child. The family rushed to her side. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the room widened their eyes in astonishment. Is she really better? Could this be a last moment of energy? No. Absolutely not. Look at her complexion. It's healthy. But isn't Jiang Chen an incurable poison? How did Zichia manage this? People discussed while feeling incredulous. Jiang Chen, such a poison, did not have a cure known even by its developers. In earlier years, numerous tragic cases had occurred due to this substance, and once the patient reached the stage of organ failure, there was no hope, just waiting for impending death. Eventually, this substance was classified as a banned drug, not allowed to be produced or sold. But some unscrupulous merchants continued to sell it under different names. The toxicity of this substance was terrifying, with no possibility of treatment. However, the young girl had clearly reached the organ failure stage and was expected to die, yet Zichia managed to save her. Was this real? People were shocked but also couldn't help but question. Had Zichia truly cured the girl? Zichia, did you really cure her? Would you dare to let me check her pulse? Jiang Chen stepped forward, loudly confronting Zichia. Right? What Dr. Zhang said is correct. Waking up doesn't mean being completely healed. Dr. Zhang, please conduct a thorough examination. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, there was an immediate outpouring of support in the room. As you wish, Zichia responded casually, waving his hand. He was well aware that whether the patient was truly healed or not, his judgment as the rescuer wouldn't be conclusive. It required evaluation by other authoritative figures. In Zichian's mind, Jiang Chen was naturally not considered an authoritative figure. However, the majority of people present supported Jiang Chen conducting the examination. Firstly, Jiang Chen was the champion of the Tianhai City competition zone and his medical skills were unquestionable. Secondly, from the beginning to now, Jiang Chen and Zichia had been archenemies. They had personal vendettas and public grievances between them, and belonged to different factions, making reconciliation impossible. In this situation, Jiang Chen would certainly not speak in favor of Zichia, so it was most appropriate to have him examine Zichian's treatment effects. Alright, then I will trouble contestant Jiang Chen to examine the treatment effects. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, the organizers of the medical competition, including the judges like Wei Fu, were very curious about the results of the treatment. However, as working staff of the medical competition, their every word and action represented the competition, so they couldn't act casually and had to rely on Jiang Chen for the examination. I still think it's unrealistic. It's simply impossible. A middle-aged judge furrowed his brows and expressed what many were thinking. Whether it's possible or not, we'll know after the examination. Jiang Chen won't speak in favor of Zichia, Wei Fu said, and everyone nodded, waiting for Jiang Chen's diagnosis. Under the gaze of everyone in the room, Jiang Chen walked over to the patient's bedside. The family also wanted to know if Zichian's treatment had been effective, so they naturally did not refuse. However, when the little girl faced Jiang Chen, she reacted differently compared to when facing Zichia, showing resistance towards Jiang Chen. Frowning slightly, Jiang Chen roughly grabbed the little girl's hand and placed his fingers on her wrist. In fact, at this moment, Jiang Chen was not primarily examining the girl's condition. He was more interested in verifying whether Zichia had indeed used the legendary complete 12 dragon needle technique. He had never witnessed such a technique firsthand, which made it impossible for him to judge earlier. However, there was a method to make an accurate judgment, to see if Zichian's treatment had been effective. If even a top medical challenge like Jiang Chen could be cured by Zichia, It would prove that his needle technique was undoubtedly the complete version of the dragon needle technique. Given the current situation, only the complete dragon needle technique could have an effect. So at this moment, Jiang Chen was also seeking an answer. The entire room fell silent, with all eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, waiting for his diagnosis. Ziqian's treatment effectiveness would be determined by Jiang Chen's diagnosis. 10 seconds later, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly, and the disdain in his eyes gradually dissipated. 30 seconds passed, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, and his face grew increasingly serious. He then released the little girl's hand, grabbed her other wrist and exclaimed, "Doctor, how is it?" The little girl's family eagerly inquired, but Jiang Chen was too shocked to respond, not even hearing their questions. He was stunned to the point that his mind was buzzing, and he couldn't hear any of the external noise. Having treated several patients suffering from Jiang Raku before, Jiang Chen knew the gradual changes in their physiology. At a certain stage, any medication would become ineffective, leading to rapid organ failure, which could be felt through the pulse as an indication of the patient's life ebbing away. However, the little girl's pulse showed no signs of life slipping away. Instead, she exuded strong vitality. Jiang Chen could sense internal organ failure in the girl's body, but it had completely stopped and was gradually repairing itself. This is impossible. How is this possible? The damaged organs are slowly healing, bursting with vitality. This is absolutely impossible. The damage caused by Jiang Raku to the body is irreversible. Jiang Chen suddenly let go of the little girl's hand and shouted wildly, "What?" Hearing this, Wei Fu and others stared wide-eyed in shock. Even those without medical knowledge understood Jiang Chen's implications. The repaired organs and vitality meant that the little girl might not have to die. Did this mean that Ziqia had truly saved the girl's life? Is it real? No mistake. Jiang Chen won't speak for Ziqia. Wow, this is incredible. I never thought Jiang Raku could be cured. My poor child. If we had known Mr. Z earlier, my child wouldn't have left me. The audience erupted with excitement. The little girl's family was especially overcome with emotions and knelt before Ziqia. The man even kowed out heavily to Ziqia, breaking his forehead and refusing to stop. He seemed oblivious to the pain, tears in his eyes as he expressed gratitude towards Ziqia. Compassion for parents' love filled the air. Some said that if in this world one life could be exchanged for another, the rooftop of hospitals would be crowded with countless parents. Thus, the strong man's family, willing to sacrifice and serve Ziqia, deeply moved the audience, many of whom were parents themselves. Many in the audience were in tears, and sobbing could be heard throughout the venue. Wei Fu swallowed hard, then exchanged glances with other judges, both sharing expressions of astonishment. Having dedicated decades to Chinese medicine, they knew well the extreme danger posed by Jiang Raku. Despite years of research in both traditional and Western medicine, no cure had been found. Yet today, they had witnessed a miracle firsthand. Incredible. I must verify this myself. Wei Fu took a deep breath and jumped off the stage, heading towards the competition area. Mr. Wei. Several judges quickly followed. Even though Jiang Chen had already diagnosed the situation, they still wanted to personally diagnose it again. This matter was too significant. Once confirmed effective, it would surely make waves in the medical community. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would be a monumental breakthrough in human history. Therefore, Mr. Wei and the others had no courage to neglect it. Swish! Mr. Wei and the others pushed Jiang Chen aside and surrounded the little girl to conduct a careful diagnosis. At this moment, Jiang Chen was pushed around without any reaction, still staring blankly, as if he had gone mentally unstable due to a shock. It's effective, truly effective. The 12-root roaming dragon acupuncture technique, the complete version. He actually knows it. Who is he? Really? Jiang Chen muttered with a crazed look, unable to stay clear-headed. Before this, he had not placed Ziqia in his eyes, but now he had been completely outdone by Ziqian's medical skills. Meanwhile, Ziqia, as if he had done nothing extraordinary, helped the family of the little girl up and quietly packed up afterwards. He was satisfied with the treatment outcome this time, but what pleased him most was that the treatment had preserved the 7-leaf evergreen vine. Originally, he had thought if the effect of the blood verdant wasn't sufficient for treatment, he would have to use the 7-leaf evergreen vine. Even though this herb was crucial for him, even determining his memory recovery, he couldn't let someone die because of it. Luckily, The primary treatment plan worked well and the reserve plan wasn't needed. Mr. Z, you are amazing. I truly admire you now. Lu Jinya's face was excitedly flushed. Never before had she admired Zichia to such an extent. Zichia, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. For him, as a medical practitioner, curing patients was a duty and a mission, not something to show off or be praised for. Ziqian's mindset was not wrong. Healing patients was indeed part of a doctor's responsibility, but truly skilled doctors would still earn the respect of many. Treating a patient with a cold versus treating a critically ill patient would garner different levels of respect. Zichia might not think much of it, but in the eyes of others, a doctor like him who could confront Qian Kaoku, the medicine of death, was truly deserving of the title of a miracle healer. Landowners and others remained silent as Lin Yan at this time. Even if they didn't hold Zichia in high regard, the current situation left them speechless. Everyone had thought Ziqian's medical skills were decent, but there was still a considerable gap compared to Jiang Chen. However, the current situation in front of them vividly illustrated the phrase actions speak louder than words. Faced with Qian Kaoku, a highly poisonous drug that had left Jiang Chen, other contestants, and veteran physicians like Mr. Wei clueless, only Zitia had stepped forward. Not only did he come forward, but he effortlessly solved a problem that everyone thought was unsolvable. How powerful his medical skills must be! Did his understanding and mastery of Chinese medicine surpass that of all Chinese medicine scholars? In the face of Chen Raku's words, Lin Yang and the others remained silent. Even though they might not have had a high opinion of Zichia before, the current situation left them with nothing to say. How could he detoxify something like Qian Kaoku? Chen Raku's assistant found the situation incredibly unbelievable, as if it were a dream. Mr. John won't speak for Zichia. Chen Raku shook her head and said, "Let's see what Mr. Wei and the judges have to say." At that moment, many eyes were fixated on Mr. Wei and the others. While Jiang Chen held authority, he could only speak for himself. In contrast, Mr. Wei and the judges were not only seasoned physicians in the medical field, but also held significant authority even within the Yi family of Beijing and nationwide. Therefore, the verdict on Ziqian's treatment would depend on what Mr. Wei and the judges had to say. 3 minutes later, Mr. Wei and the judges slowly stood up. Based on my 20 years of medical experience, I've reached a judgment. The girl's physical condition has indeed been healed and restored. Ziqian's treatment this time is a medical miracle worthy of being recorded in history. Upon hearing Mr. Wei's words, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. If Jiang Chen's diagnosis was not authoritative enough, then the judgment of Mr. Wei and the judges was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of authority. This time, no one doubted it anymore. No one dared to question even a bit. Although I had mentally prepared for it early on, I still find it incredibly unbelievable. This is Qian Kaoku, the medicine that is considered beyond recovery. I remember a top-notch physician once discussed this topic publicly. If someone could research an antidote for Qian Kaoku, the country would establish a research institute in your name. Today was not in vain. My eyes have truly been opened. Don't blame me if I don't remind you, you must get Ziqian's autograph later. His signature will be worth a fortune in the future. The atmosphere was extremely lively and bowling with excitement. Faced with this irrefutable fact, even those who had supported Jiang Chen were now applauding and cheering for Zitia. Meanwhile, Mr. Wei and the judges had gloomy expressions as they slowly returned to the stage. Why were their expressions dark? Because they were sure to be scolded by the Yi family and possibly face severe punishment. They could have taken advantage of Ziqian's intervention to elevate the medical conference and the Yi family of Beijing to new heights. However, they had different intentions and to avoid risks, they distanced themselves completely from Zitia in public. In fact, when Mr. Wei wanted to assist Zitia later, he was stopped by other judges. Some even mocked that even if Zitia could heal, they wouldn't care. Now, each of them was red-faced, regretting their decisions. If only we had known, we shouldn't have said those things back then. A few people glanced at each other, growing more regretful at the moment. Everyone wasn't foolish. Their previous attitudes clearly indicated they wanted to distance themselves from Zitia. Under the circumstances, Zitia reluctantly stated publicly that he didn't represent a medical conference, but only himself in treating the little girl. If they were to now attempt to claim credit after seeing Zitia heal the patients, it would surely provoke anger and accusations of shamelessness. Regret now. I wanted to assist Zijie at that time, but you all stopped me, saying even if Zijie really cured the little girl, you didn't care for that honor. Wei Fu's words made several judges blush deeply, unable to offer a word in response. Reflecting on their prior words was akin to receiving loud slaps in the face. Mr. Wei, this situation truly is our fault, one judge admitted, acknowledging the challenge of finding a proper solution to avoid blame when it trickled down. Faced with no better options, they had to allow Wei Fu to consider a solution. Let's talk about it later. Wei Fu waved his hand, unable to see a clear path forward. After all, they had been clear with their words previously. Attempting to claim honor now would only invite ridicule. The wisest decision for them presently was to do nothing, let the medical conference proceed normally, and approach Zijie later for a private discussion. Everyone please quiet down a bit. Wei Fu deliberated briefly before taking the microphone and stepping forward slowly. The crowd thought he was about to announce something, so they hushed. I am ashamed that my medical skills are inferior to Mr. Zhao's, and I callously abandon a patient's life with my shallow medical abilities. Wei Fu's words elicited immediate applause, as his acknowledgement of his shortcomings, if four others could criticize him, was commendable. By admitting his errors upfront, he prevented any chance of others tarnishing his reputation with false accusations. Not everyone's medical skills were equal in this world. Therefore, the medical conference was necessary to showcase the diverse talents. I, representing the Yi family of the capital and the medical conference, admire Mr. Zhao's medical skills. Today's treatment was a groundbreaking feat in the medical community, and our family will cooperate sincerely with Mr. Z to develop further treatment plans for Qiankaoku. Wei Fu's subsequent words may have seemed overly praising the Yi family, but he expressed it tactfully enough not to offend anyone. However, ultimately, it depended on Zijian's decision. If he chose to cooperate with the Yi family, Wei Fu would be pleased. Even if not, they would support him nonetheless. Mr. Wei's words indicate the Yi family's regard for him, Chen Raku remarked, biting her red lips, understanding the significance of developing a treatment for Qiankaoku in the medical field. This breakthrough could lead to national-level medical advisors wanting to collaborate with Zijie. In treating the little girl successfully, Zijian's stature in the Long Kingdom's medical community was destined to soar. Perhaps, Lin Yan contemplated a rebuttal but refrained. Given the present circumstances, Zijian's treatment and subsequent recognition were likely to be complex. Chen Raku gazed at Zijie, breathing a long sigh inwardly. She had assumed Jiang Chen's victory in the regional competition indicated his superior skills, but the sudden turn of events made her and others realize the unparalleled mastery of Zijie in a different light. His expertise was above comparison, especially in detoxifying Qiankaoku, leaving even the most esteemed medical authorities feeling inadequate. I never expected your medical knowledge to be so profound, Chen Raku said to Zijie, clenching her hands tightly. Observing Chen Raku's expression, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself, looks like I need to take further action. Regardless of his medical abilities, the championship in the Tian Hai division is ours, Lin Yan sneered, and Chen Raku and others nodded in agreement. Considering the champion was their contender from the Lin family, this was an undeniable fact. Alright, that's it for today's medical conference. Next, please prepare the top 3 contestants from the Tian Hai division for the final round, Zhang Yuanyuan announced, getting ready to dismiss the audience. Wait. That's it. Isn't something missing? However, after Zhang Yuanyuan finished speaking, the crowd suddenly grew restless. What's going on? Zhang Yuanyuan was puzzled. Host, haven't you forgotten to declare the champion? A young man from the audience stood up and shouted, prompting others to speak up in agreement. Hasn't the champion already been announced? The champion in this year's ethical conference for the Tian Hai division is Jiang Chen. Zhang Yuanyuan reiterated the previous assessment. Jiang Chen? Why him? He was fine before, but now you say it's him. When the little girl was brought here, nobody could help her. Even Jiang Chen said she couldn't be saved, but the facts speak otherwise. Their medical skills were lacking. Only Zijie dared to treat her and succeeded. Shouldn't the championship go to Zijie? The audience grew discontent, voicing their support for Zijie and demanding justice. This reaction caught Zijie and Lun Jingya off guard. Mr. Z, the crowd's eyes see clearly. Lun Jingya gestured towards the stands, her face beaming with a smile. Zijie shook his head slightly. He only intervened to save the girl, not to claim any championship. However, while he remained unconcerned, others seemed to place a high value on the title. Lin Yang and Chen Raku's faces turned sour, emphasizing their high regard for the championship. Protest! Protest! Someone rose and shouted, waving their arms in objection. Mr. Wei, what should we do? Zhang Yuanyuan looked somewhat helpless as she turned to Wei Fu. In fact, Zhang Yuanyuan had experienced many big situations and had a strong ability to adapt on the spot. She was very clear about when to say what and what to do. Just like now, regardless of the attitudes of the people on site, she had to follow the rules of the Medical Skills Conference. The rules of the Medical Skills Conference would not be changed for any individual. The already selected champion position would naturally not be changed. However, deep down, she did have some bias towards Zitia, which is why she sought the opinions of Wei Fu and others. Wei Fu furrowed his brow slightly and, after 3 seconds of contemplation, he replied, "Follow the normal procedures." The decision of Wei Fu was also silently agreed upon by the other judges present. Even though they were well aware that Zichuan's medical skills were definitely superior to Jiang Chen's, the champion had already been selected before the arrival of the young girl. Jiang Chen had strictly followed the procedures of the Medical Skills Conference throughout and rightfully obtained the champion position. The Medical Skills Conference could not change its decision arbitrarily, as that would be unfair to Jiang Chen. If the conference had indeed done so, aside from whether Jiang Chen or the Lin family would be satisfied, there would definitely be many people criticizing this decision. The Medical Skills Conference was already considered a thorn in the eyes of many people, waiting for them to make a mistake. If they did make a mistake, the other party would seize upon it and blow it out of proportion. This would undoubtedly have a very negative impact on the Medical Skills Conference and the Yi family of the capital city. Therefore, Wei Fu had no choice but to follow the normal procedures. Understood. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded lightly, already understanding Wei Fu's intentions. She was just the host of the conference, and everything had to be arranged according to the instructions from above. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me," Zhang Yuanyuan said, as the audience temporarily quieted down, not intending to cause trouble, but wanting a resolution. "I understand everyone's feelings and thoughts," she continued, "but the Medical Skills Conference also has its rules, and all participants, whether individual or company, must adhere to these rules. From the beginning until now, the Medical Skills Conference has always maintained an attitude of fairness, justice, and transparency, accepting public supervision. This time is no exception. The competitor Jiang Chen has followed the rules of the Medical Skills Conference throughout and rightfully obtained the champion position. No one has the right to change his ranking," Zhang Yuanyuan patiently explained to the crowd. However, her explanation did not sit well with the audience. "Fair and just? I don't think so. Indeed, unjust. The champion should be the one with the most powerful medical skills, and just now, Jiang Chen said that the little girl's illness was incurable." "Exactly. Jiang Chen couldn't treat her illness, but Zitia did. That proves Zichuan's medical skills are higher, so he should be the champion." "That's right. We're not causing trouble for no reason. We're just stating the facts." The opposition from the audience grew louder and more people joined their side. "These fools," Lin Yang coldly snorted, clenching his fists. As for Chen Raku and the others, they could do nothing. In the face of the chaotic atmosphere, even Zhang Yuanyuan, the host, was not being taken seriously by the audience. If Lin Yang dared to speak up, he would likely be drowned out by the audience's words. When many voices are speaking at once, no one cares if he is the young master of the Lin family. Therefore, Lin Yang and the others could only hold back their frustration and remain silent. Faced with the chaotic and nosy scene, Zhang Yuanyuan felt very helpless, but her expression remained firm, showing no room for negotiation. Even though they wanted to be on good terms with Zitia, there were many ways to do that, and certainly not by changing the rules like this. If they did so, Zitia himself might not be happy either. "Everyone, please listen to me." When the nosy protests quieted down somewhat, Zhang Yuanyuan spoke again. "Absolutely. Competitor Zichuan's medical skills are excellent, but Jiang Chen is equally skilled. And what I want to tell you is that the patient who mistakenly took the withered herb appeared after the assessment ended, and was not part of the assessment process. Here's a simple example. In an exam, everyone uses the same test paper. If a student hands in a blank paper, but then answers harder questions outside the exam room, Can they be given full marks? Zhang Yuanyuan's explanation caused many to calm down. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, "What I mean to say is that the Medical Skills Conference has a set assessment process. This assessment process and the patient are like the exam paper and questions. As for competitor Ziqian's treatment of the patient just now, that was outside the assessment process and cannot count towards the score." Although many accepted this explanation, there were still many who were unwilling to accept this result. "We oppose. We must oppose. I don't care. In my heart, Ziqian is the champion. Yes, Ziqian is the champion in our hearts. If the Medical Skills Conference won't award this position, the people of Tianhai City will." After Zhang Yuanyuan made this explanation, some expressed understanding, while others became more excited, standing up and shouting. At least tens of thousands of people at the scene participated, raising their arms and voices, some even throwing mineral water bottles onto the stage to express their discontent. Zhang Yuanyuan and Wei Fu could only endure silently. Sometimes, no matter how loud the external questioning voices were, they still had to adhere to certain rules. Otherwise, if they set a precedent, it would greatly damage the position and prestige of the Medical Skills Conference and the Yi family in the traditional Chinese medicine circle. Therefore, regardless of the protest and opposition at the scene, they could not change the result that Jiang Chen was the champion. In fact, Ziqian was not concerned about the so-called champion title. Even after obtaining the 7 Leaves Evergreen Vine, he continued to compete to help the Liu family. Naturally, Liu Jinyao and the entire Liu family cared deeply about the rankings of the competitors, as the differences between the champion and the runner-up were vast in terms of treatment and influence. Liu Jinyao naturally hoped that Ziqian would become the champion. However, at this point, whether or not Ziqian was the champion was no longer important, because in the hearts of the people present, Ziqian's medical skills were considered the most superior, even greater than the champion Jiang Chen's. Not only that, Ziqian resolving the issue of curing the withered disease of Jiangkaoku was of higher value than winning the championship. Therefore, even though Ziqian did not win the champion title, Liu Jinya's mood was still quite good. In that regard, she had obtained a satisfactory answer from the Liu family. "Mr. Z, shall we go?" Liu Jinyao knew that Ziqian preferred peace over no's, so she took the initiative to suggest leaving. "Okay." Ziqian agreed. Then he approached the family of the little girl. "Take her to see me for a follow-up tomorrow. I will give her some medicine for conditioning." After Ziqian finished speaking, the man quickly nodded and asked, "Where should I find you?" "Go to Jingshu Cheng Company," Ziqian responded. Since Ziqian only had a chance encounter with this family, he naturally couldn't reveal his address to them. "Okay, I understand. Thank you." The man nodded repeatedly, noting down the name Jingshu Chen. After giving instructions to the family, Ziqian prepared to leave with Liu Jinyao. However, as he turned around, a woman blocked his path. Ziqian furrowed his brows slightly. This woman was the companion of the Japanese man he had voluntarily abandoned earlier. "Mr. Z, please wait. We were disrespectful to Mr. Z earlier. Please forgive us, and please give us a chance to have Mr. Mitsuki checked by you." At this moment, the woman sincerely apologized to Ziqian, then made a request. Seeing the woman's earnest attitude now, devoid of the previous arrogance, it was clear that Ziqian's treatment of the little girl had truly impressed her. Previously, when Ziqian mentioned that the Japanese man would soon die, the woman had dismissed it, but after witnessing Ziqian's incredible medical skills, how could she dare not believe? Ziqian might have been bluffing, but who would risk their life to challenge the truth of his words? Therefore, the woman genuinely wanted Ziqian's help. "I won't save him." Ziqian avoided her and tried to leave. "Mr. Z, as long as you are willing to save Mr. Mitsuki, you can set any conditions. Mr. Mitsuki has many industries in Longguo, and Tianhai City is just a small part for him. As long as you can cure his illness, you can name your price. Even if it's tens of millions." The woman wouldn't give up and kept pleading next to Ziqian. However, Ziqian ignored her, went to Liu Jinya's side, picked up his belongings, and walked towards the exit. In Longguo, there is a saying, "Respect the why, or face the consequences of force." If you do not agree to my request, then I will have to talk to you in other ways. Also, you slapped Mr. Mitsuki earlier, he won't let that slide without consequences. Seeing that she couldn't convince Ziqian, the woman's eyes turned cold, her tone filled with threats. "Fine, I'll wait for you. Zichia shook his head and left with Lu Jinyao, not looking back. As for everything that happened at the scene, it had nothing to do with him. Right now, he just wanted to get back to the lakeside villa quickly to study his 3 herbal medicines. A hint of coldness flashed in the woman's eyes. She then turned and pushed Mitsuki, walking towards the exit. At that moment, most people at the scene were still protesting against Zhang Yuanyuan and others on stage. Only a small number noticed Zichia leaving, especially Chen Raku. She had been paying attention to Zichia a whole time. Seeing Zichia leaving with Lu Jinyao, she stared at his back, her gaze blank, feeling extremely complicated. Every time the assessments ended prior, Zichia would say a few words to her before leaving. Even though they were arguments, at least they were talking. And now, Zichia didn't even glance at her throughout, treating her like one of the strangers in the audience, further complicating Chen Raku's feelings. She hadn't anticipated that after the assessment had concluded, Zichia would bring such a significant impact to her and the whole audience. When facing the Japanese patient earlier, he had willingly forfeited, and many people assumed his medical skills were lacking, hence he backed out to save face. Even Chen Raku thought so. However, no one had expected that his skills were simply not being showcased against the Japanese man. Not easily making a move, the moment he acted, he reached the peak. A doctor who could turn the tide for Chiang Kao's ailing patient might not be able to cure all diseases, but treating the Japanese man's illness was certainly within his capabilities. Therefore, Zichian's previous withdrawal wasn't because of inadequate medical skills, but his genuine distaste for the Japanese man. The reality at the medical competition indeed astonished everyone with Zichian's exceptional skills. Perhaps Chen Raku had been somewhat doubtful of Zichian's skills before, but after today, she had to acknowledge his remarkable medical abilities. At least, all the contestants from the Chen family group combined couldn't match a tenth of Zichian's prowess. This realization reminded Chen Raku of the things Zichia had said initially. When Zichia mentioned he was prepared to represent the Chen family at the medical competition, Chen Raku found it the funniest joke ever. Yet now it seems Zichia did possess such strength, making Chen Raku the subject of ridicule. The more Chen Raku thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Despite Yang calling her several times, she couldn't hear him. Zichia has left. Stop looking. Yang's meaningful words startled Chen Raku into withdrawing her gaze. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, Chen Raku's tone lowered slightly as she tried to explain but was stopped by Yang waving his hand. It's okay. It's human nature. I understand, Yang said with a forced smile. However, as he glanced towards where Zichia had left, a trace of wickedness flickered in his eyes. He could sense that Zichian's stunning performance at the medical competition had stirred ripples within Chen Raku. But he wasn't going to allow any chance for Chen Raku and Zichian's old feelings to reignite. He surely had plans ahead. On the other side, Zichia returned to the lakeside villa with Lu Jinyao. Mr. Z, I'm a bit confused. Why didn't you write down the prescription on-site for them? Lu Jinyao suddenly recalled Zichia telling the family of the little girl at the medical competition venue to pick up the prescription at Jingshuchan Cheng tomorrow. If I wrote the prescription for them right there and then, they might not have been able to leave safely. Zichia slightly shook his head as he entered the living room. Lu Jinyao was momentarily puzzled, but after a few seconds, it dawned on her. Solving the top-level medical challenge of Chiang Kao would cause a sensational stir in the medical world. If Zichia revealed the prescription on-site, someone might take risky actions to obtain it, or even forcibly seize it from them. After all, the benefits and prestige it brought were immeasurable. Therefore, Zichian's actions were actually a means of protecting them. I understand, Lu Jinyao nodded. In fact, it was for this reason that Zichia did not give them anything on the spot. This way, everyone would think that Zichian's treatment had already been completed and he didn't need any additional prescriptions or treatments. Lu Jinyao admired Zichian's meticulous thinking and couldn't help but feel sincerely respectful. By the way, Mr. Z, after we left, there was a commotion at the scene for a long time. Many people are still protesting for you, Lu Jinyao said as she watched the video sent by her assistant, shaking her head with a smile. There is no need, Zichia shrugged nonchalantly. Meanwhile, as Lu Jinyao spoke, Zichia carefully took out the 7-leaf evergreen vine and placed it on the table. Is this the 7-leaf evergreen vine? It looks like nothing special. Lu Jinyao leaned in to examine it closely. Yes, it looks plain, but its effects are unimaginable. Ziqian nodded with a smile. At first glance, the 7-leaf evergreen vine looked like wild vegetables, but only those who truly knew its value understood how precious it was. The true wild 7-leaf evergreen vine produced a leaf every 3 years, taking at least 21 years to grow 7 leaves. During its over 20 years of growth, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night, nurturing such a precious entity. The 7-leaf evergreen vine had miraculous repairing effects on damaged bodies. Most importantly, it not only repaired damaged cells and physical tissues in the body but could also repair the central nervous system, which was nearly impossible in Western medicine. Even in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, very few actually knew the full effects of the 7-leaf evergreen vine, but Ziqian understood all its effects. This was just the beginning, as the other 2 kinds of herbs he had collected also had similar effects. It was not an exaggeration to say that the combination of these 3 herbs, when taken together, would bring about a complete transformation in one's body. Ziqian quickly got up to bring out the other 2 herbs, the 20-year-old purple heart dragon lotus and the 30-year-old double-flowered snow lotus, in addition to the 7-leaf evergreen vine he just obtained. As he placed these 3 herbs together on the table, Ziqian grew more and more fond of them. For anyone finally gathering something they had been searching for a long time that held significant importance to them naturally brought joy from deep within. Though the purple heart dragon lotus didn't meet Ziqian's desired age, fortunately, the other 2 herbs did. Even if their effects might be slightly diminished, it shouldn't make a significant impact. Mr. Z, now that we have collected these 3 herbs, what are you planning to do with them? Liu Gang curiously asked, looking at the herbs on the table. She had noticed that very few things could captivate Ziqian's interest. Despite numerous people chasing after money and fame, Ziqian remained indifferent, as if there was nothing in this world that could truly catch his attention. However, these 3 herbs were an exception. Every time news about these 3 herbs came up, Ziqian would instantly become spirited and personally rush to the scene. Therefore, Liu Gang was genuinely curious about what Ziqian intended to do with these 3 herbs. Of course, if Ziqian chose not to disclose this information, she wouldn't dare to pry further. Ziqian slowly withdrew his gaze at her words and shook his head, saying, I have some hidden ailments in my body that I need these herbs to treat. Although Ziqian had been with Liu Gang for a long time, he still didn't want too many people to know about his memory loss. Nevertheless, he didn't deceive Liu Gang. He was seeking these herbs to treat the hidden ailments within his body. According to Ziqian's thoughts, the reason for his memory loss was due to some hidden illnesses within his body, including in his brain. If these damaged areas were repaired, his memory would naturally be fully restored. Hence, he told Liu Gang that he needed the herbs for treating hidden ailments, which wasn't wrong. What? Mr. Z, do you have some kind of illness in your body? Liu Gang furrowed her brows at his words, feeling worried. Although she knew that Ziqian's medical skills were exceptional, she also understood the concept of one not being able to treat oneself. Therefore, she wondered if Ziqian couldn't solve the issues within his own body. It's nothing. With these 3 herbs, I can be healed, Ziqian reassured her, slightly easing her concerns. Mr. Z, I remember you mentioned before that the purple heart dragon lotus was lacking in age. Will this work? Liu Gang hadn't paid much attention previously because she didn't know that Ziqian intended to use the herbs for himself. Now that she understood his purpose, she became immediately attentive. It is lacking, but I don't have time to look for others. Ziqian shook his head slightly. He naturally wanted to perfect the use of the 3 herbs, but these things were not easily obtained. Each of the 3 herbs was extremely precious and rare, and if it weren't for the help of the Liu family and his acquaintance with Zhou Wenyuan, Ziqian wouldn't have been able to gather them now. Therefore, he was already very satisfied with having found 3 herbs, and he didn't dare to ask for more. Can you be sure that this won't affect the effectiveness? Liu Gang was worried that if the potency wasn't enough, it might prevent Ziqian's body from fully recovering. It shouldn't. Ziqian shook his head slightly. In reality, he was well aware that the insufficiency in age would likely affect the final efficacy of the herbs. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. If he had to find a 30-year-old purple heart dragon lotus, who knew when he would get it? Ziqian simply didn't have the time to wait anymore. Liu Gang nodded gently at his words, understanding that Ziqian was indeed feeling somewhat anxious. So, Mr. Z, Are you going to start making the medicine now? Liu Jingyao thought that since Zijia was so eager and had obtained all the herbs, he would immediately proceed with the preparation. No, not today. Zijia shook his head. These 3 herbs required the use of ancient alchemy techniques to better preserve their efficacy and fully harness their medicinal properties. The entire process of ancient alchemy required utmost concentration and precision, with no room for errors, as one mistake could ruin the herbs. However, the crucial point was that Zijia only had 1 plant of each herb, and if any of them were destroyed due to a mistake, his plan would fail completely. Zijia only had 1 chance to make the medicine, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Additionally, after days of exhaustion from participating in the medical conference, attempting to make the medicine in his current state would significantly increase the risk of failure. Therefore, no matter how urgent he felt, he couldn't rush at that moment. He needed to ensure that his body was in the best condition before starting the alchemical process. I need to adjust my state a bit. Even so, it will take until tomorrow to start refining. When does the finals of the medical skills competition start? Zijia brought up the matter again. Since he had joined this medical skills competition, he needed to see it through. After all, the Liu family had put in a lot of effort for his participation in the event, and now that Zijia had obtained what he needed, he couldn't just ignore what was to come next. Unlike Chen Raku, Zijia couldn't just burn bridges after crossing them. We'll have to wait for further notice. In general, it will take a few days. When Zijia brought up this matter, Liu Jingyao immediately showed a happy smile. She knew that someone like Zijia, with genuine skills, wouldn't easily be controlled by any individual or family. Therefore, while other competitors needed to sign various contracts with the Liu family, Liu Jingyao had never mentioned such things to Zijia since his participation in the medical skills competition. She knew that Zijia didn't like being bound by rules, so if he decided not to participate in future medical skills competitions after obtaining the 7-leaf evergreen vine, Liu Jingyao wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It would be a significant loss for the Liu family and would make it difficult for Liu Jingyao to explain to her family. Liu Jingyao was extremely happy that Zijia had brought up this matter voluntarily. Mr. Z, thank you. Liu Jingyao lowered her voice, saying, I thought you wouldn't care about me anymore. Zijia shook his head and smiled at her, then carefully gathered the medicinal herbs on the table. Liu Jingyao wanted to say something more, but her phone rang. Since they left the site of the medical skills competition and got into the car, Liu Jingyao's phone had been ringing continuously, with one call after another. However, she had declined most of them. You have things to attend to, so go ahead. Zijia checked the time and suggested that Liu Jingyao leave. As a contestant, Zijia didn't have much to do after the assessment, but Liu Jingyao definitely had many more things to take care of. All right, I'll leave first then. Mr. Z, if you need anything, please let me know, Liu Jingyao said as she stood up to leave. She took a couple of steps before turning back. Mr. Z, there's one more thing I need to tell you. After curing this patient with the 1000 herbs withering disease today, there will definitely be many corporate groups and various investors who will want to discuss collaborations with you. Liu Jingyao mentioned these things to see Ziqian's reaction. Just reject them all. Ziqiao waved his hand dismissively. They were just people seeking profit and had only realized the huge opportunity. Such partnerships go indeed bring Zijia endless fame and fortune, but he cared the least about these things. If he had sought after these things, he could have gained fame and riches a year ago and established his position in the city. Reject them all. Liu Jingyao was not surprised by Ziqian's response. In fact, even if Zijia hadn't said anything, she would have made the decision herself to reject most of the collaborations. However, some corporate groups had excellent qualifications, financial resources, and overall capabilities, and even the Liu family wanted to cooperate with them. If such companies sought collaboration, Liu Jingyao was hesitant to refuse them. Reject them all. Zijia initially responded subconsciously, but seeing Liu Jingya's expectant eyes, he held back his words. We'll see how it goes. If there are companies sincerely wanting to heal more patients and work together, we can discuss it. Hearing Zijia say this, Liu Jingyao nodded excitedly. It meant that Zijia had left room for negotiation and entrusted decision-making to Liu Jingyao, which was a significant trust placed in her. Okay, Mr. Z, I will not disappoint your trust and will handle this responsibly. However, I won't make decisions on my own. After assessing the situation, I'll report back to you. and you can make the final decision. Lu Jingya was very responsible. Even though Ziqian had given her decision-making authority, she didn't want to make unilateral decisions. All right, Ziqian nodded. I'll go then. With a smile on her face, Lu Jingya briskly left the lakeside villa. Ziqian watched her leave before returning to the living room, his face filled with joy as he looked at the 3 medicinal herbs. At this moment, whatever was happening outside was of no concern to him. He was solely focused on quickly refining the 3 herbs into medicine. He should have rested well at this time, and adjusted his physical condition to the best state, but he had no desire to rest at all. After pondering for a moment, he entered the room where the medicinal herbs were stored and took out some herbs. These herbs had some similarities with the 3 herbs Ziqian had collected, and he planned to practice with them first. While Ziqian was busy researching the herbs, the outside world grew even busier. The audience at the medical skills competition site protested for a long time, but couldn't change the outcome. Despite their firm stance, the competition continued as planned and the audience eventually dispersed. However, after the competition, the interest in the event grew even higher. Initially, many people were curious to learn how the competitors had performed in this year's medical skills competition. However, after news spread about the patient with 1,000 herbs withering disease being cured, the performance of other competitors was overshadowed. The 1,000 herbs withering disease was deemed incurable in the eyes of many. Over the years, there had been numerous cases of patients mistakenly taking the 1,000 herbs withering disease and ultimately suffering despite various treatment attempts. The news of someone solving such a difficult problem on this day made a significant impact in the medical community. For a moment, everyone was buzzing with excitement. Both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine practitioners, pharmaceutical companies, and other relevant entities were closely following the event. Originally, the plan for the medical skills competition was to keep Ziqian hidden to negotiate with him beforehand. However, with so many people present on that day, even the Yi family couldn't conceal information about Ziqian. As a result, amidst the people's excitement and discussions, Ziqian's name became even more widely known. Last time, at the debate between Chinese and Western medicine, the name Ziqian emerged prominently, and subsequently more people became aware of him. However, at that time, many people only thought his words made sense, but not many thought highly of his medical skills. To put it plainly, Ziqian became famous last time because of his debating skills, and many people said he only knew how to talk on paper. This time, he demonstrated his true talents and skills, once again entering everyone's sight. When this news reached the Western Medicine Association, the dozen or so men and women of the association were all dumbfounded. What did you say? That little girl who took a deadly poison was cured. Nonsense. Joking. What kind of joke are you playing? After everyone regained their composure, they shook their heads indicating disbelief. For these Western doctors, they were very clear about the chemical composition of that deadly poison. They also knew that those chemicals truly had no antidote, and any prolonged exposure would only result in certain death. So, upon hearing the news of the little girl's recovery, their immediate reaction was disbelief, and secondly, they were convinced that the person spreading the news was talking nonsense. No, it's true. I took photos and recorded videos. The young man took out his phone, pulled up the photos and videos. The dozen or so people in the room fell silent, gathered around the screen. 5 minutes later, all of them remained quiet and returned to their seats. How could this be? How could this be? Someone muttered, shocked and puzzled. In fact, this little girl was first treated at their Western hospital, and various treatment methods were attempted, but none proved effective. Seeing the little girl's internal organs deteriorating rapidly, it was almost declared hopeless. According to the practice of many Western hospitals, in such cases, they would move the patient to the intensive care unit. Before the patient die, they would draw blood one last time, essentially draining the patient's family dry. The person in charge of the Western hospital that initially treated the little girl had indeed prepared to do so. However, when the current president of the Western Medical Association, Du Siming, learned of this, he immediately came up with a cunning plan, deceiving the little girl's family by saying that her life could be saved at the medical conference, and lured them there. And Du Siming and the dozen or so people waited there, actually waiting to witness a joke at the medical conference. Aren't you supposed to be very skilled in medical expertise? Isn't Chinese traditional medicine more effective than Western medicine in treating illnesses? Let's see if you can really cure her. Du Siming even planned to use this incident to discredit and spread rumors about Chinese traditional medicine. However, he never expected that this incident would indeed be resolved. And the one who resolved it was Ziqie. How can she be healed? Are you sure she took the deadly poison? Du Siming's face darkened as he looked at the other members of the association. Sure, the bottle they brought and the tests done in the hospital all confirm this. Hearing this, Du Siming was even more shocked. Leaving aside his character, Du Siming's medical skills were undoubtedly excellent. For many diseases, complex cases, he had his own unique insights and even resolved many medical challenges. But for this deadly poison, no matter how many people researched it, no one was able to develop an antidote. He actually detoxified the patient on the spot. No, I have to go and see for myself. Quickly contact the family of that patient. Tell them we want to offer a free follow-up examination. Du Siming stood up and walked towards the door. As the president of the Tanghai City Western Medicine Association, he rarely cared so much about anything. But this matter was truly significant. Time passed minute by minute. The little girl treated by Ziqie was picked up by a prestigious Western hospital in Tanghai City and taken to the hospital in a special car for free comprehensive treatment and examinations. The little girl's family were honest people and thought the hospital waived the fees because of their difficult financial situation. In reality, these hospital doctors, including the members of the Western Medicine Association, just wanted to find answers. In the afternoon, the staff in the little girl's private room continuously attended to her, and countless Western doctors came to check on her. While the little girl and her family received immense attention from numerous Western doctors, on the other hand, Liu Gang was bombarded with invitations from numerous corporate companies, causing much annoyance. To most people, they only knew Ziqie was a member of the Liu family. Although they wanted to contact Ziqie personally, it was nearly impossible. Therefore, these corporate companies and various families tried all means to reach the Liu family, hoping to arrange a meeting with Ziqie. After failing to contact the Liu family, some even tried to investigate Ziqian's personal connections. This led to the discovery of the Chen family's involvement. Ziqian's connection to the Chen family gradually came to light. Nowadays, only those close to Chen Raku and Ziqie knew they had completely parted ways, but for many others, they were unaware. Consequently, those who were rejected by the Liu family turned their attention to the Chen group. At the same time, inside the conference room of the Chen group, "Oh, John? Hello. Yes, I know." Chen Len, sitting in the chairman's position, was speaking on the phone. The dozen or so people sitting on either side of the conference table, including Chen Raku, were frowning. Just 10 minutes ago, Chen Len received several calls inquiring about Ziqie, and he sensed something was amiss, so he immediately called a meeting with Chen Raku and others. However, after sitting in the conference room for 5 minutes, Chen Len's phone continued to ring. During this time, Chen Raku's phone also kept ringing incessantly with calls. The entire conference room had over a dozen people. Everyone was watching as Chen Len and Chen Raku made phone calls. After all, one of them was the current chairman of the Chen group, and the other was the wife of Ziqie. Those outside who wanted to get in touch with Ziqie would definitely have to go through them. The people calling were mostly competitors of the Chen group, and some had even previously looked down on the Chen group and refused to cooperate multiple times. But now, when talking to Chen Len and Chen Raku, they were polite and respectful, with hints of flattery. This made Chen Raku and Chen Len feel somewhat surprised and flattered, but when they thought about the reasons behind it, they couldn't help but feel complex emotions. "Okay, I'll inquire for you." Chen Len smiled, then hung up the phone, then quickly switched his phone to airplane mode. When Chen Raku finished her call, he gestured for her to switch off her phone as well. Understanding his intention, she complied. Although the various company heads calling were usually partners the Chen group wanted to cooperate with, now that they could have a conversation, they should be happy. However, both Chen Raku and Chen Len couldn't feel happy at all. These calls were all because of Ziqie. Everyone wanted to meet him through them. Some even said that as long as they could work with Ziqie, they would accept any conditions from the Chen group. Their goal was to see Ziqie. If this had happened a month or two ago, it would have been simple. With just one call from Chen Raku, Ziqie would drop everything and rush over. But that was then. Now, Chen Raku and Ziqie had separated, and Ziqian no longer responded to her calls as he had in the past. Therefore, the Chen group couldn't fulfill these requests, and answering more calls would be futile. It was better to temporarily not answer and discuss a plan first. Ruoxu, what's going on? Did Ziqia really save a patient who had taken Jiang Caoku? Chen Len frowned. Just now, a company executive even mentioned a price, offering to buy the treatment plan for Jiang Caoku for 5 billion in one shot. It was a tempting offer, and Chen Len also wanted to secure those conditions. But he knew he couldn't obtain them. At least, he didn't have the ability to do so. So, everything depended on Chen Raku. Yes, Chen Raku recounted the events at the medical conference to Chen Len and the others. After hearing her account, they all remained silent. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. You all can leave now. After a while, Chen Len waved to the other shareholders and executives, leaving only 5 or 6 members of the Chen family. The matter had moved from a company issue to an internal affair of the Chen family. Such family matters naturally did not require the involvement of outsiders. How did I never expect this? That waste is now so successful. Chen Len gritted his teeth, finding it increasingly unbelievable. In his eyes, Ziqia was an incompetent person who relied on the Chen family for survival. Last time at the Chen patriarch's house, he led the Chen family members to expel Ziqia. But in a short amount of time, the waste they had expelled had become a highly sought-after figure by countless big shots in Tianhai City. It was truly absurd. What's going on with him? If he was so capable, why didn't he show it when he was with our Chen family? I think he deliberately hid his abilities. But what benefit does that bring him? Several members of the Chen family nearby frowned and shook their heads, feeling puzzled. They always looked for flaws in others and rarely acknowledged their own mistakes. Now they blamed Ziqia for not performing well, without considering their flawed treatment of him. Enough. Stop talking. Even Chen Len couldn't bear it this time. After silencing a few people, he turned to Chen Raku. Raku, what do you think we should do? Uncle, if you ask me, I don't know. These people are calling to see Ziqia. But now, Ziqia is no longer part of our Chen family. Chen Raku sighed, stating the reality. Dozens of well-established companies had approached them for partnerships from moments ago till now. If they agreed, the Chen group could prosper without the Lin family's help. But what could the Chen group promise? All those companies had one requirement: to discuss cooperation with Ziqia. However, now that Ziqia had distanced himself from the Chen family and the entire Chen group, they had no connection. Have you not processed the divorce papers yet? Chen Len suddenly thought of this and hastily said, as long as you haven't finalized the divorce papers, then we've already processed it. Chen Raku's reply left Chen Len utterly despondent. If they hadn't finalized the divorce, at least legally, they would still be considered a couple, and Ziqian's affairs would pertain to Chen Raku. But now, with the divorce papers completed, they had completely severed ties with the Chen family from every angle. In this situation, everything regarding Ziqia had nothing to do with Chen Raku, the Chen family, or even the entire Chen group. What should we do? Are we really going to miss out on such a good opportunity? Chen Len clenched his fists and slammed the table, feeling extremely discontented. This was the first time he regretted expelling Ziqia from the Chen family. This is indeed a fantastic opportunity, but he no longer has anything to do with us. Chen Raku gently shook her head. The current situation was such that a golden opportunity lay before them, but it required Ziqia to be in the Chen family for it to work. Without Ziqia, this opportunity didn't belong to them. Thinking about it, Chen Raku recalled the words the Chen patriarch had spoken. The moment you drove him out was the beginning of the decline of the Chen family. At that time, neither Chen Raku nor Chen Len believed those words. But now, as events unfolded, they realized that perhaps the patriarch's words were gradually coming true. No, we can't miss this opportunity. After a moment of silence, Chen Len looked at Chen Raku again. Although Chen Raku just said that this opportunity had nothing to do with their Chen family, Chen Len still wanted to strive for it. With cooperation from so many major enterprises, if we can grab this opportunity, Chen Group could go public in minutes, and the market value could increase several times over. When Chen Len said this, his eyes were filled with anticipation, even showing some excitement that he couldn't contain. Since assuming the position of chairman of Chen Group, he had never experienced so many group company leaders actively seeking to collaborate with him. Uncle, As I said earlier, we can't handle these collaborations. Chen Raku frowned and shook her head. She also wanted these collaborations, but many things are not easily obtainable. Then we'll find a way. This kind of opportunity is rare and will definitely help our Chen family develop rapidly. So, we need to contact Ziqian. Chen Liren's attitude was firm. He didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. Uncle, contacting Ziqian is not necessary, right? Hearing Chen Liren mention contacting Ziqian, several members of the Chen family in the meeting room shook their heads in opposition. There's no need to contact him. We can't bow down to that useless Ziqian, right? I also don't think it's necessary. We have already reached a cooperation agreement with the Lin family. With the Lin family supporting us, even without these collaborations, we can still develop rapidly. Listening to the discussions of these Chen family members, Chen Raku remained silent, sighing quietly in her heart. Despite all the facts laid out before them, these Chen family members were still deceiving themselves with their heads buried in the sand. Clearly lacking the necessary capabilities, they had already started seeing themselves as superior beings, acting pretentious in every aspect. Watching their expressions and hearing their words, Chen Raku shook her head lightly and recalled Ziqian's previous words. The rapid development of the Chen family was not matched by the intellectual level of its members. Previously, when Chen Raku heard this, she felt a strong aversion towards Ziqian, but over time, she gradually realized that most members of the Chen family had shallow vision and lacked foresight. Ziqian's evaluation of the Chen family members seemed to be accurate. Shut up! Suddenly, Chen Liren slammed the table and shouted loudly. Several Chen family members, who were whispering and discussing, immediately closed their mouths. Cooperating with the Lin family is indeed an honor for us. The one thing you all need to understand is that while the Lin family can help us rise, they can also push us down at any time. If we take on these collaborations ourselves, then it's truly ours. We can rise to success by our own efforts, and no one can take away our achievements. Chen Liren snorted and expressed his thoughts to the others. Although he may not have grand aspirations, he had enough brain power to understand the difference between the development opportunities given by the Lin family and the collaboration opportunities pursued by themselves. This principle was naturally understood by Chen Raku as well. All right, all of you can leave now. I need to talk to Raku alone. Chen Liren couldn't be bothered to continue the pointless discussion with these people and waved them off. Although these people were discontent, they dared not oppose the current chairman, Chen Liren, and left with displeasure on their faces. Soon, only Chen Liren and Chen Raku were left in the meeting room. Raku, it's just the two of us now. To be honest, they are not reliable at all. It's only the two of us who are working tirelessly for the company. So, we'll have to figure out a solution to this matter together. Chen Liren looked at Chen Raku with a gentle attitude and tone. Uncle, I understand what you're saying, but back at my grandfather's place, when you all kicked him out, the words spoken didn't leave any room for negotiation. Now that you see his capabilities and want him to help with collaborations for the Chen family, do you think that's realistic? Or do you think Ziqian is a fool? Chen Raku shook her head slightly, realizing that this matter was unsolvable. Raku, actually, we didn't really kick him out back then, did we? The main reason was to think that Liang Chao had helped us a lot and had such deep feelings for you. If you could be with Liang Chao, it would be better for the development of the Chen family. And now Liang Chao is a thing of the past. Chen Liren paused slightly when he mentioned this, and then continued. In fact, the relationship between you and Ziqian can still be eased a bit. Upon hearing this, Chen Raku furrowed her brows even more. Did Chen Liren mean to suggest that she should reconcile with Ziqian? Uncle, it's impossible. Chen Raku smiled bitterly. If she hadn't already obtained the divorce certificate with Ziqian, there might have been a chance, but now that the divorce was finalized, there was no turning back for them. Why is it impossible? Chen Liren frowned slightly and continued, but on the other hand, why were you in such a hurry to process the divorce certificate with Ziqian? Even if it was delayed a few more days, as long as they hadn't gone through with the divorce certificate, everything related to Ziqian would still be connected to Chen Raku. However, now that Ziqian had processed the divorce certificate, he had a treatment plan for Chen Kao that was completely unrelated to Chen Raku and the Chen family. Chen Raku remained silent, turning her head slowly to look out the window. After the incident involving Liang Chao, Chen Raku did have some thoughts about talking to Ziqian properly. However, with the appearance of Lin Yan, those thoughts were cut off, and she was grateful that Lin Yan had helped resolve the situation with Lian Chao for Zitia. Later, in order to prevent Lin Yan from seeking revenge on Zitia and for the better future of Chen Group, she agreed to various requests from Lin Yan, including processing the divorce certificate with Zitia. So, it was not that she was eager to divorce Zitia, but the situation forced her to do so. Life is like this, one wrong step leads to another. Initially, she could make decisions, but as the situation developed, she felt trapped and couldn't make choices. Chen Raku now truly understood this feeling. Raku, I still think we should meet with Zitia. How about this? If you're uncomfortable, you can invite him over, and I'll talk to him. As Chen Raku remained silent, Chen Len urged her again. Hearing this, Chen Raku shook her head slightly. Zitia might still give her some face, but the other members of the Chen family wouldn't receive any favorable treatment from Zitia. If they really needed to talk, it would have to be Chen Raku who does it. I'll handle this matter myself. Chen Raku finally accepted the responsibility. If it snows, then it's up to you. Chen Len waited for Chen Raku to say these words. Raku, you and Zitia are still husband and wife after 2 years. It is said that a day as a couple brings 100 days of kindness. Even if you two have separated, there are still feelings between you. As long as you take the initiative to say a few soft words, he will definitely soften his heart and agree to help us cooperate. Seeing Chen Raku agree, Chen Len also helped to come up with a plan. Daughter, you don't have to worry about this matter. I know what to do. Chen Raku waved her hand. Having been with Zitia for 2 years, she dared not claim to understand him completely, but at least she had a better understanding of Zitian's personality than Chen Len. So, she had her own thoughts on how to talk to Zitia. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Chen Len nodded and said no more. 10:30 at night. By the lakeside villa, Zitia was refining medicine. Of course, he was not in a hurry to refine the 3 medicinal ingredients that required his body to be at its peak. The medicine he was currently preparing was for the young girl who mistakenly ingested incurable. Originally, Zitia planned to give the prescription to the girl's family the next day. However, he later thought it over and found it inappropriate, especially since the afternoon until now. Liu Jingyao had called Zitia several times. After listening to Liu Jingyao's explanation, Zitia realized that he had underestimated the outside interests in this treatment plan. Even the real business magnates couldn't sit still and had actively contacted the Liu family. All these signs indicated that the antidote to incurable was receiving more attention than Zitia had imagined. This made Zitia worrying that if things continued to develop in this way, things might get out of control later on. Therefore, based on these reasons, Zitia decided not to hand over the prescription to the girl's family. There is a saying, the innocent may be suspected of harboring a jade ring, those guilty will be accused of a crime. At this moment, many people were trying their best to cooperate with Zitia who obtained the detoxification treatment for incurable. If they found out that the girl's family had the prescription at this time, they would probably attract numerous people's attention and possibly bring unforeseen disasters to the girl's family. Thus, Zitia changed his mind at the last minute and decided to personally refine the medicine and give it to the girl's family. As for the prescription, that was something he absolutely could not give away, as it would only harm them. Quiu. It's done. Zitia sighed, in relief, letting the brewed medicine cool naturally. Just as he stepped out of the pharmacy, before he could even take a sip of water, he received a phone call. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number on the screen, Zitia hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. However, he did not speak immediately. Zitia, it's me. Chen Raku's voice rang out after the call was connected. Hearing Chen Raku's voice, Zitia furrowed his brows instantly and was about to hang up. Before their marriage certificate was processed, he was considered legally married to Chen Raku, so he was willing to have a few words with her. But now, emotionally and legally, they had completely parted ways. Since that was the case, Zitia had no interest in exchanging even a single superfluous word with Chen Raku. Zitia, don't hang up. Listen to me. Sensing Zitian's intention to hang up, Chen Raku hurriedly shouted into the phone. After returning from the Chen group back to her residence, she had been in a dilemma on how to approach Zitia. After agonizing for several hours, she finally mustered the courage to call Zitia. If she didn't finish explaining the matter now, she would miss her chance. She was aware that if she did not speak up now, she might not get Another opportunity, as Zichia would likely blacklist this number. Hearing Chen Raku's urgent voice, Zichia paused and said calmly, "Speak, Zichia. I have something very important to discuss with you. If you're free, can we meet? I don't have time. It's not convenient." Without waiting for Chen Raku to finish, Zichia promptly declined. Chen Raku bit her lip slightly and continued, "What if it's something related to grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Zichia fell silent. Meanwhile, on the phone, Chen Raku chuckled slyly, knowing that once she mentioned grandfather Chen, Zichia would not refuse. However, her smile didn't last 5 seconds as Zichia poured cold water on her. "I don't have time to meet you. I'm hanging up." Upon hearing Zichia's rejection, Chen Raku was taken aback and quickly shouted, "Zichia, didn't you hear me? I said it's about grandfather. If grandfather needs me, he has my number. He will contact me directly," Zichia said before ending the call and tossing the phone aside. Zichia had no interest in whatever important matter Chen Raku had to discuss, nor did he want to know. He had already severed all ties with Chen Raku and the entire Chen family, leaving only his connection with grandfather Chen. No. Zichia suddenly remembered something and shook his head. Currently, he was not completely disconnected from the Chen family. Rather, he had a significant relationship. After all, he still held 51% of the shares of the Chen group. So how could he have no relationship with the Chen family at all? "You don't need to look for me, because after I finish dealing with what's in my hands, I will come to find you and those materialistic people of the Chen family." Zichia muttered to himself with a meaningful look in his eyes. He wouldn't casually bring out those shares. He planned to wait for the right opportunity and, as the largest shareholder of the Chen group, make the Chen family, especially Chen Lion's group, reconsider him. For now, he was going to focus on resolving the current situation first. On the other side, Chen Raku paced back and forth in the living room, holding her phone, feeling indignant. Eventually, she realized that she didn't even have the right to be angry at this point. In fact, Zichia even giving her a few words attention was considered a significant face-saving gesture, given that they had no relationship now. "Should I ask grandfather for help?" Chen Raku pondered for a few seconds after picking up the phone, then slowly shook her head to dispel the thought. The other day, at grandfather Chen's residence, she had told grandfather Chen herself that forcing her to marry someone she didn't like was a selfish act. At that time, grandfather Chen did not say much, only suggesting that Chen Raku and others should not regret it in the future. Having taken the conversation to that point, how could Chen Raku now seek grandfather Chen's help in arranging a meeting with Zichia? Sigh. Chen Raku gazed at the night outside the window, letting out a long sigh. In fact, when she witnessed Zichia's brilliant performance at the medical conference today, she felt a mix of emotions but had no regrets. Back at the Chen group, with so many companies under its umbrella calling Zichia for collaboration, she still had no regrets. Even when Chen Liren asked her to contact Zichia for help, she did not regret it. But now, when it was so difficult for her to even meet Zichia, she finally felt some regret in her heart. She never imagined that the man who used to only have eyes for her, who always put her first and took care of her in every aspect of life, the man who would always appear in front of her at the quickest response to her call, was now grown to a point where it was hard for Chen Raku to even see him. There was a time when she didn't even want to look at Zichia directly. But now, Zichia speaking to her seemed unnecessary. Things change. People change. Times change. Chen Raku sighed again, withdrawing her gaze. She acknowledged that Zichia had, indeed, changed. But for the future of the Chen group, she had to do her best to fight for it. "Tomorrow, I will talk to him face to face," Chen Raku muttered to herself, turning to walk towards the room. The next day, the medical community in Tianhai City was still buzzing with activity. The topic they were discussing naturally revolved around what happened at the medical conference the day before. People like Du Siming from the Western Medicine Association had initially held great skepticism towards the little girl's condition. After all, 1000 gras withering was something that had no cure in the Western medical circle. Even the most advanced overseas medical techniques couldn't treat it. How could the rudimentary methods of traditional Chinese medicine cure such a condition? So, at the beginning, they didn't believe it at all. But after a day and night of various tests, they were now forced to accept the result. Regardless of anything else, The fact was that when the little girl was brought to the medical conference from the Western hospital, she was already in a critical condition, but after Ziqian's treatment, she was now truly saved. No matter how her recovery progressed, the irrefutable truth was that a person who was supposed to die had been brought back to life by Ziqia, which amazed those from the Western Medicine Association. When they confirmed that Ziqian's treatment plan was indeed effective, those who had managed to remain calm despite the chaos also became restless and started trying to establish contact with Ziqia. However, Ziqia showed no interest in their actions, and it was Lan Jingyao who politely declined all offers on his behalf. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ziqia arrived at the Jingshu Changcheng company building with the medicine he had prepared the night before. When he entered the office, Lan Jingyao and the little girl's father, who had been waiting for him, stood up. Seeing Ziqia, the man knelt down once again and handed a brightly colored red silk banner to Ziqia. Initially, they weren't sure if Ziqia had truly cured his daughter yesterday, but after observing her overnight, he was now sure that his daughter had indeed been cured by Ziqia and was no longer in any danger. Ziqia had truly saved his daughter from the brink of death, and he was so grateful he didn't know how to express his thanks. "I cannot thank you enough. I know you lack nothing, but you must accept this silk banner. This is a little token of appreciation from our whole family." The man bowed his head while handing the banner over his head. "All right, I'll accept it." Ziqia nodded as he took the silk banner, then helped the man to his feet. "The medicine is already prepared. My advice is not to mention that I gave it to you. Also, if you feel troubled, you can seek her help." Ziqia handed the medicine to the man and quickly offered his advice. Even without asking, he knew that the man and his family had probably been harassed ever since the incident. By having the Lin family protect them, they could rest peacefully and also gain many benefits for the Lin family. "Is that really okay?" The man looked at Lan Jingyao cautiously. Lan Jingyao quickly nodded and said, "Of course." She knew that Ziqia was helping the Lan family because after this incident, both Ziqia and the little girl he saved were in the limelight. With Ziqia already in the Lan family's corner, now that the little girl had also come over, it further enhanced the Lan family's influence. Anyone who wanted to focus on this matter or had any other thoughts would have to go through the Lan family. "Then I can't intervene personally. I'll send some people to follow you and arrange a place for you to rest." After explaining the situation to Ziqia, the man left, and Lan Jingyao discussed the current situation with Ziqia. She told him about the big companies interested in collaborating and which potential partner companies were interested in them. After listening, Ziqia shook his head slightly. "No matter how this is handled, it's not quite appropriate. So, I have a better way to handle this." Ziqian's words piqued Lan Jingyao's interest, and she asked eagerly, "What method?" "Mr. Chen, please don't make things difficult for us. It's really not feasible. I've already made an appointment with Mr. Z and Ms. Lan." At that moment, there was a commotion outside, and Ziqia and Lan Jingyao heard Chen Raku's voice. Lan Jingyao turned to Ziqia, thinking that he may have arranged to meet Chen Raku. Their office was on the 10th floor, so how could Chen Raku have come here without an appointment? "Mr. Z, should I step aside?" Lan Jingyao paused, offering to leave. "No need. I didn't arrange to meet her." Ziqia waved his hand. He had refused Chen Raku's meeting request yesterday and didn't expect her to show up here today. "Oh, you didn't? So, what are you going to do now?" Lan Jingyao was surprised by his response, then whispered, "Tell her to leave." Ziqian's tone was indifferent. "All right." Lan Jingyao was satisfied with his answer and immediately headed towards the door. Ta-da! The office door opened. Liu Jingya and Chen Raku met each other with a wary look. In that moment, a hint of complexity flashed in both of their eyes. "I'm looking for Ziqia." Chen Raku was the first to react, breaking the silence. "Mr. Z is not here." Liu Jingya smoothly closed the office door. "Not here?" Chen Raku glanced at Liu Jingya. Since she came here looking for Ziqia, she naturally first confirmed Ziqian's whereabouts. Otherwise, why wouldn't she first go to the lakeside villa? However, hearing Liu Jingya's words, she estimated that Ziqia did not want to see her, so he let Liu Jingya come out to cover for him. "I must see you today," Chen Raku thought silently to herself, then stepped forward. "Miss Liu Jingya, shouldn't you fulfill our previous bet?" Even before Liu Jingya could finish speaking, Chen Raku brought up this matter, cutting off Liu Jingya's words. Hearing this, Lu Jinyao slightly furrowed her brows. She had intended to have security escort Chen Raku out, but now, hearing this, she had to temporarily dismiss that idea. After all, there was indeed a bet between them, with significant stakes. Now with Chen Raku speaking like this, if Lu Jinyao remained silent and had her forcefully removed, others might think that Lu Jinyao was trying to back out of the bet. According to our agreement, I have won, haven't I? Chen Raku walked up to Lu Jinyao and inquired. Hearing this, Lu Jinyao's expression became increasingly grim. At the start of the medical conference, the two of them had made a bet. The contents of the bet were whether Zichia could become the champion of the Tianhai City regional competition. If Zichia were to win the regional championship, Chen Raku would hold a press conference with all the members of the Chen family, apologize to Zichia, publicly admit her mistake, and choose to part ways with Zichia. And if Zichia failed to win the position, even if Lu Jinyao lost, she was still to hold a press conference, publicly apologize to Chen Raku, and admit that she was the one who had made the mistake. This was the bet between them, and it was a high-stakes bet that involved the reputations of both families. But now, Jiang Chen had won the championship position, naturally making Lu Jinyao the loser of the bet. According to the terms of the bet, Lu Jinyao should now hold a press conference, apologize to Chen Raku, and admit her mistake. Chen Raku, whether you win or not, you know in your heart, Lu Jinyao retorted coldly. If Mr. Z did not voluntarily withdraw from the competition, he would undoubtedly be the champion. Your player, Jiang Chen, whose medical skills are superior, your Zan Zhao's, you should know in your heart. Lu Jinyao sneered with a touch of disdain in her tone. I don't need to say more to you. This result was determined by the medical conference, by the Yi family. If you have any objections, you can take it up with them. And the result now is, Zichia is not the champion of this region. Chen Raku shook her head with a slight hum. Previously, she had not shown too much strength in front of Lu Jinyao. After all, the influence of the Chen family was incomparable to the Liu family. But now, having won the bet against Lu Jinyao, she was the victor. And with her close cooperation with the Lin family of Tianhai, she had even more confidence. With these various reasons combined, she was very assertive in facing Lu Jinyao. No matter what you say, everyone knows the truth in their hearts. In the eyes of that little girl's family, and in the hearts of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene, Zichia is the true champion. Lu Jinyao gritted her teeth slightly. She wasn't trying to back out but rather to state a fact, and she absolutely would not allow someone like Jiang Chen to trample on Zichian's reputation. Ridiculous. Can you represent them? If you can represent them, then I have nothing to say. Chen Raku countered, leaving Lu Jinyao in silence. Enough. If Miss Lu refuses to honor the agreement, then I have nothing else to say. After all, in the eyes of the Liu family, the Chen family is just a small shrimp. How dare we demand anything from Miss Lu? But now, I want to see Zichia. Please make way. Miss Lu. After Chen Raku finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Jinyao's reaction, she extended her hand and pushed towards the office door. Mr. Z is not here. Also, since I lost the bet, I will honor the agreement. Lu Jinyao tried to stop her while replying sternly. But Chen Raku never responded, pushing open the office door. Zichia, if you feel ashamed to face me, I'll leave now. With this statement, both Zichia in the office and Lu Jinyao at the door furrowed their brows slightly. I, Zichia, conduct myself with integrity and transparency. Why would I be ashamed? Zichia, behind the office desk, raised his head slowly, looking calmly at Chen Raku. Then why are you afraid to see me? I have important matters to discuss with you. Whether you agree or not, we must talk, right? Chen Raku deliberately said these words to provoke Zichia. However, Zichia could see through her intent at a glance and replied calmly, there is nothing important for us to discuss. Don't misunderstand. I am now the CEO of the Chen Group, and I want to discuss a cooperation with Mr. Z. As long as Mr. Z is willing, I will ensure that he feels the utmost sincerity from the Chen Group. Chen Raku took a deep breath and stepped forward to Zichia, speaking with both seriousness and sincerity. Zichia and Chen Raku locked eyes for a few seconds, then a slight smile tugged at the corner of Zichian's mouth. He was curious to see how much sincerity the Chen Group's CEO could offer. Mr. Z. Lu Jinyao once again sought Zichian's opinion. If Zichian nodded, she would have security escort Chen Raku out immediately. Give her 5 minutes. Zichia waved his hand, signaling for Liu Jingyao to leave. All right. Liu Jingyao nodded, gesturing for the company security to step back. She had originally planned to leave herself, but after a moment's thought, somewhat defiantly, without even asking Zichia, she walked into the office and closed the door behind her. She may not speak, but she must listen to what Chen Raku had to say to Zichia. Miss Liu, could you step aside? Chen Raku glanced at Liu Jingyao and said softly, this is her company. Before Liu Jingyao could respond, Zichia interjected. Hearing this, Chen Raku was instantly speechless, remaining silent for a few seconds before abandoning her idea of forcing Liu Jingyao to leave. You have 5 minutes. Zichia started the timer on his phone and placed it on the table. Chen Raku glanced at the timer and immediately frowned. But when she saw Zichia's expression at this moment, she realized that Zichia was not joking at all. All right, I'll speak first. From yesterday until now, many companies have been interested in collaborating with the Chen Group, but their only condition is they want to meet with you and sign a contract with you. Chen Raku quickly explained the situation. After she finished speaking, she carefully observed Zichia's reaction. However, Zichia showed no intention of responding and simply picked up a nail clipper to slowly trim his nails. Chen Raku waited for a few seconds, then bit her lip and said, Chen Group needs your help. The Chen family needs you. Hearing Chen Raku's words, Liu Jingyao beside her couldn't help but want to explode in anger, but she was afraid Zichia would get mad, so she forcefully held back. Zichia, I hope you can help me this once. Help the Chen Group this once. Chen Raku lowered her stance and sounded a bit pleading. No. I can't hold back anymore. Mr. Z, even if you're angry, I have to say it. Liu Jingyao couldn't contain her anger any longer and stepped forward, berating. Chen Raku, are you still shameless? What's wrong with you? Chen Raku furrowed her brow. What did I do? What's wrong with you? Liu Jingyao continued. How can you have the face to say that the Chen family needs Mr. Z? In the beginning, it was your Chen family that looked down on him, your Chen family that kicked Mr. Z out, your Chen family that wanted to cut all ties with him. At that time, Mr. Z was nothing but a useless burden in your eyes. You, Chen Raku, said with your own mouth that Mr. Z was just a complete nuisance to you. Liu Jingyao let out all the frustration she had been holding in. This time, she had to speak up no matter if Zichia would scold her or not. Forward movement for someone you need, backward for someone you don't. Let me tell you, if I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to come forward. When you, Chen Raku, came here, wasn't it to play the emotional card? Wasn't it to make Mr. Z soft-hearted using emotions? Well, let me tell you, playing the emotional card requires emotions. But do you still have any feelings with Mr. Z now? Didn't you destroy Mr. Zhao's feelings with your own hands? Liu Jingyao pointed her finger at Chen Raku's nose, questioning fiercely. Faced with Liu Jingyao's questions, Chen Raku couldn't find a single word to argue back. Her face turned even redder, and Liu Jingyao's chest heaved with anger. Throughout the whole process, Zichia remained quiet, focusing on trimming his nails as if these matters had nothing to do with him. He didn't stop Liu Jingyao this time from confronting Chen Raku as he usually did. Perhaps, even he felt a strong sense of disgust towards Chen Raku's actions this time. You just said you wanted to show Mr. Z the Chen Group's sincerity, but before you could even finish the sentences, you started playing the emotional card, trying to get Mr. Z to give you the 1,000 gross withering treatment plan. Is that your idea of sincerity? Today, I, Liu Jingyao, have truly seen something. Liu Jingyao realized Zichia didn't stop her, so she continued to vent her feelings. You. Chen Raku's face turned red as she pointed at Liu Jingyao, her hand trembling slightly with anger. What does this have to do with you? Regardless, this is between me and Zichia. What's your connection to any of this? Chen Raku's face flushed, pointing at Liu Jingyao, her hand shaking with anger. What's it got to do with me? Good question. Then let me tell you how this concerns me. Liu Jingyao scoffed. Initially, when Mr. Z was on his own, I took him in. My family provided him with shelter. I helped him register for the medical conference, and I took every matter of Mr. Z seriously, utilizing the entire power of my family to help. While I dare not claim I, Liu Jingyao, have a significant role in Mr. Z reaching where he is today, I still put in some effort. What do you say does this have to do with me? Chen Raku shook her head, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Furthermore, I'll tell you, I am pursuing Mr. Z. Speaking further, Liu Jingyao added, if Mr. Z agrees, Liu Jingyao, am ready to be engaged to him at any time. So now, when another woman comes in front of Mr. Z to stir up trouble, tell me, does this have anything to do with me? Chen Raku's eyes slowly widened at this. While all the prior words could be brushed off, these words made her heart twitch. Liu Jingyao was now openly showing her interest in Ziqie, even preparing to become his fiancée. Strictly speaking, this matter had nothing to do with Chen Raku, but she couldn't stop her heart from fluttering upon learning of this development. Taking a deep breath, Chen Raku turned to look at Ziqie. She wanted to see his attitude and reaction after hearing Liu Jingyao's words. But at that moment, Ziqie continued with a calm expression and finished trimming his nails. Let's go. I won't give you the treatment plan, neither to you nor the Chen family, Ziqie stated plainly as he closed the timer on his phone, adding, also, you don't need to bring out the old man. Even if the elder comes to plead, I won't agree. With just a few simple words, Ziqie made his stance clear. Upon hearing this, Liu Jingyao finally relaxed, fearing Ziqie I'd relent to Chen Raku's request by being naive. Since Ziqie didn't act foolishly, Liu Jingyao didn't say much more and retreated silently to the side. Ziqie, I don't want your treatment plan. I just ask that you cooperate with the Chen family, even if just a little. Chen Raku quickly shook her head, explaining, I'm not interested. Ziqie rejected once again. Ziqie. Chen Raku gritted her teeth slightly. You should know how important the Chen group is to me. I can give up anything for the development of the Chen family. Yes, I know. Ziqie indeed knew. Expanding the Chen family was a firm belief in Chen Raku's heart. For that belief, she could give up anything, even her husband of 2 years. But, what does your belief have to do with me? Ziqie slowly raised his head, looking at Chen Raku expressionlessly. I am surnamed Z, not Chen. And furthermore, the Chen family never considered me, Ziqie, as one of their own. Since I am not part of the Chen family, what does it have to do with me whether the Chen group is good or bad? When Ziqie posed this rhetorical question, Chen Raku fell silent. I, Ziqie, am originally an outsider. My connection with the Chen family is merely maintained by that marriage certificate. But now that marriage certificate is no longer valid, right? Ziqian's tone was calm and steady as he spoke, but his words struck Chen Raku's heart like a heavy hammer, pounding it relentlessly. She had thought there was some emotion between her and Ziqie, but to Ziqie, their relationship with the Chen family was solely based on that marriage certificate. In reality, once they had reached this point in the conversation, there was really no need to continue. However, Chen Raku was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Ziqie, are you just saying this in anger? Chen Raku took a deep breath and looked at Ziqie again. Ziqie, however, had no desire to respond to Chen Raku, pointing towards the door instead. The time is up. Chen Raku, please. Liu Jingyao immediately walked over. I know you are speaking in anger. I know that our actions in the past have caused you grievances. I can assure you, if you cooperate with the Chen group, I will make sure my uncle and the rest of the family apologize to you. Chen Raku deeply inhaled, believing her tone to be sincere as she spoke to Ziqie. However, after she finished speaking, Liu Jingyao rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Ziqie couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. In Ziqian's mind, Chen Len and the other members of the Chen family should indeed apologize to him. But Chen Raku was turning this matter into a negotiation condition, which made Ziqie feel both pitiful and amused. You did something wrong, so you should apologize. But now you are turning what you should have done into a condition for gaining benefits. Chen Raku, you really have thick skin. Liu Jingyao coldly chuckled and spoke again in place of Ziqie. Chen Raku frowned at the words, but she paid no attention to Liu Jingyao, only waiting for Ziqian's response. And judging from Ziqian's expression, he apparently agreed with Liu Jingyao's words. Apologizing is just one part of it. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we can give up most of the profits. Even if we get only a small portion of the benefits from the cooperation, just 20%, that would be fine for us. Chen Raku spoke again, presenting what she considered to be her utmost sincerity. Ha ha, you are really generous. Let me state my conditions as well. Mr. Z may want to hear them. If you cooperate with our Liu family, we will cover all expenses and forgo all profits, giving everything to Mr. Z. Liu Jinya smiled mischievously, adding, if you ask me why, it's all about being able to be extravagant when you have money. Chen Raku was almost driven to vomit from anger. However, she had to admit that in terms of financial strength, the Liu family outshone the Chen family by a mile. If Liu Jinya insisted on a confrontation, Chen Raku simply couldn't compete. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Chen Raku adjusted her emotions and turned to Zichia once again. Realizing that the material benefits were not enough to sway Zichia, and considering his clear stance on the emotional aspect, Chen Raku couldn't find any grounds for cooperation with Zichia after much deliberation. Zichia, does this mean the collaboration is off? Chen Raku bit her lip, gazing at Zichia with a serious tone, giving him one last chance. From the beginning, I had no intention of negotiating with you. Please leave. Zichia gestured dismissively, as if even speaking to Chen Raku was unnecessary. All right. Liu Jinya immediately responded, opening the door and calling in some security guards. Madam Chen, would you like to leave on your own, or shall I have you escorted out? Chen Raku felt a surge of frustration, but then stepped towards the door. However, after walking a few steps, she hesitated and stopped. Zichia, let me tell you, you don't need to be so arrogant. Even if you are highly skilled in medicine, the champion of the Tianhai City Subdivision Tournament is still our Chen family's player. Ultimately, you have been surpassed by our Chen family, and even Miss Liu Jinya. In the end, she lost to me in our initial bet. The two of you are nothing but failures in front of me. With these words, Chen Raku challenged Zichia and Liu Jinya, who remained silent. In fact, they couldn't refute what Chen Raku said. Regardless of the process, Jiang Chen had indeed won the championship of the Tianhai City Subdivision Tournament, a fact that no one could deny. Let me tell you something. Jiang Chen only won within the rules, but when it comes to medical skills between him and Mr. Z, both you and I know the truth, as does everyone else. As for our bet, I lost, so I will hold a public press conference to publicly apologize to you, Chen Raku. However, let me make it clear that my apology is just a formality. In my heart, Jiang Chen's medical skills are not even worthy of tying Mr. Xiao's shoelaces. Liu Jinya looked at Chen Raku, speaking each word seriously and deliberately. Hey, all that you said is just your opinion. As I said before, you do not represent anyone else, and those people at the scene just followed the commotion. The ultimate champion is Jiang Chen, and in everyone's eyes, he's the champion chosen by our Chen family. Hearing this, Liu Jinya clenched her teeth in frustration. Your anger cannot change this fact, and I am waiting for your press conference apology to me. With these final words, Chen Raku left in a triumphant manner. Mr. Z, Miss Liu, there's trouble outside. At that moment, an employee rushed in frantically, reporting, there are many people and cars outside. It seems like they are here to cause trouble. Liu Jinya furrowed her brow sharply, instantly having various unpleasant thoughts. Zichia also narrowed his eyes, wondering if it was the Lin family causing trouble again. As Chen Raku, who had been ready to leave, heard this, she stopped in her tracks, curious to see what was happening. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window with Liu Jinya and Zichia, she peered down at the street below. Numerous vehicles lined the street, blocking traffic, and a large crowd had gathered. There were hundreds of cars and thousands of individuals, creating a commotion around the building. We are looking for Zichia. Yes, where is Zichia? We want to see Zichia. The crowd below shouted Zichian's name, demanding his presence. This, Liu Jinya furrowed her brows even more. Initially, she was thinking that perhaps there was some issue with the operation of Jingsui Chen, and the Lin family had caught onto some leverage, intentionally sending people to cause trouble. Never did she expect that the target of these people would actually be Zichia. This was truly bewildering. Not only was Liu Jinya confused, Zichia was equally perplexed. During this period, he had only participated in the medical competition. At other times, he did not make much of an appearance. How could there be so many people looking for him? It was normal for people to come find Zichia for treatment after his medical skills at the conference had been spread, but judging by the looks of these people, they didn't seem like patients coming to seek medical treatment from Zichia. Zichia, have you offended someone you shouldn't have again? With so many people looking for you now, are you planning to hide or confront them? Although Chen Raku felt somewhat worried inside, she deliberately spoke with sarcasm. Lu Jinya's brows furrowed. Speaking coldly, Chen Raku, stop gloating. If you would help him resolve it then, Chen Raku retorted lightly. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Lu Jinya took out her phone and dialed out, preparing to let the employees outside understand the situation first. Wait, is that person Ziqia? Anyone with good eyesight? Look up at the 10th floor. Don't move. Let me do it. My phone has a long-distance zoom function. Let me take a look. It's him. It's Ziqia. The crowd below started to buzz and soon sharp-eyed individuals spotted Ziqia. Ziqia didn't avoid them because he knew that even if he tried to hide, it would be of no use if someone truly wanted to come after him. Since the other party dared to come, they must have come prepared. It would be better to confront and ask them what they wanted. Thus, Ziqia leaned out and waved his hand to the people below. Once the people below confirmed that it was indeed Ziqia, more people got out of their cars and looked towards Ziqia's location in unison. Upon seeing Ziqia wave, the people below also started wildly waving their arms, looking excited. What is this? Lu Jinya was slightly stunned, and Chen Raku was also very puzzled. Seeing the attitude of the people below, it seemed as if they were meeting a celebrity fan club, right? In any case, regardless of how they looked, these people didn't seem like troublemakers, let alone looking to cause problems for Ziqia. Come, Ziqia, we have something to show you. A young man in his 30s stood on the roof of a car holding a megaphone and shouted. Whoosh! Following his cue, over a dozen people suddenly unfurled a long banner, pulling it out nearly 20 meters. Champion Ziqia. Well-deserved honor. This champion, the medical conference may not have given you, but the people of Tianhai City do. As Lu Jinya read aloud the words on the banner, she slowly covered her mouth with her hand. This. Chen Raku also couldn't help but widen her eyes. At this moment, she finally understood that these people weren't here to cause trouble. They were actually here to support Ziqia. During the medical conference, there were protests, and such words were shouted, but she didn't expect these people weren't just talking. They were actually going to follow through. Ziqia, you are the champion in our hearts. Yes, the medical conference was unfair. The champion should be you. Some may have won by the rules, but in reality, no one can surpass Ziqia. When the road is uneven, someone clears it up. When there's trouble, someone deals with it. This matter, we'll handle it. Come on, raise the banners. Amidst the bustling crowd, a call to raise the banners rang out, and countless individuals took out banners and held them up. Those red background yellow letters, adorned with gold threads, were raised one after another, turning the area into a sea of banners within moments. The cheers of the crowd, coupled with the overwhelming sight of red and gold-bordered banners, were incredibly powerful. Oh my God! Seeing this scene, Chen Raku's head buzzed. She never imagined that when she came to negotiate with Ziqia today, she would witness such a spectacular scene. With thousands of banners raised into the air, it was her first time witnessing such a spectacle. All these people, so many cars, and so many banners, all for Ziqia alone. Earlier, Lu Jinya had mentioned that in the hearts of Tianhai City's countless people, Ziqia was the true champion. Chen Raku had dismissed those words at the time, believing that others' thoughts couldn't be encapsulated by Lu Jinya. Though there were indeed protests at the scene, they seemed more like passing comments. But now, seeing the scene before her, she finally realized that these people weren't just talking. Most importantly, from the medical conference until now, Ziqia had unwittingly entered the hearts of so many people, that so many people were willing to sacrifice their own matters, come all the way to Jingsui Changcheng and present him with banners. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Chen Raku would find it hard to believe such a thing. Yet, this living reality was unfolding before her eyes. My goodness, my goodness. Lu Jinyao's hands clenched tightly as she couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement. She, too, hadn't expected that Ziqia held such weight in the hearts of Tianhai City's people. Perhaps, starting from the medical conference, when Ziqia stood up for the common people, argued with the Western Medical Association, and vehemently criticized the disorder in Western medicine, he had garnered the support of countless people. Along with his journey and his actions yesterday, when he saved that little girl from the brink of death, he had unknowingly conquered numerous hearts. Thinking about this, Liu Jingyao suddenly understood the sentiments of the people below. When they saw a warrior who dared to fight against the chaos in the capital for the sake of the common people, and when they saw that this warrior not only spoke but acted accordingly, yet ultimately faced unfair treatment, how would they react? As the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are keen, and everyone carries a scale in their heart. They indeed couldn't change the decision of the medical conference, but they could tell everyone one thing. That was, in their eyes, there was only one champion in Tian Hai City, and that was Ziqie. Mr. Z, look. Liu Jingyao took a deep breath, grabbed Ziqian's arm, and pointed below, continuously shouting, "I'm looking." Ziqie nodded lightly, a smile touching his lips. Perhaps this was the greatest meaning of being a healer. Those cheers, those banners, were the greatest acknowledgement of Ziqie. Chen Raku, now what do you have to say? Liu Jingyao turned and asked, "Who do you think is the true champion of Tian Hai City?" I. Chen Raku wanted to say something, but ultimately gritted her teeth and fell silent. Even though she wanted to maintain her tough facade, seeing the scene before her now, she couldn't bring herself to continue. She even couldn't help but think, if she dared to say to the person below her at this moment, "Ziqie is not the champion. Jiang Chen is the champion." If she dared to say that, she feared that the people below would definitely come up and curse at her. She didn't dare to provoke the crowd in this way. Not to mention Chen Raku, even the top dignitaries of Tian Hai City wouldn't dare to provoke public anger. "I just said earlier, both you and I should know in our hearts who the real champion is," Liu Jingyao said lightly. "Even if you refuse to admit it, the eyes of the crowd are sharp, and everyone has a scale in their hearts." Just a few minutes ago, Chen Raku was speaking to Liu Jingyao and Ziqie with the air of a winner. But who would have thought that in just a few minutes, the roles would reversed, and now Liu Jingyao was the victor. At this moment, no matter what Liu Jingyao said, Chen Raku couldn't find the right words to refute, and could only bow her head slightly in silence. Liu Jingyao stared at Chen Raku for a few seconds, then withdrew her gaze without further provocation. "I knew it. Gold will never be buried. And in my heart, Mr. Z is the brightest piece of gold. My eyes, Liu Jingyao's eyes, are not blind." Liu Jingyao's words seemed to be directed at Ziqie and Chen Raku simultaneously. But upon hearing this, Chen Raku fell even more silent, unable to say a word in response. Moreover, Chen Raku now felt extremely uncomfortable, knowing that it was not appropriate for her to stay here any longer. So Chen Raku pursed her lips, glanced at Ziqie for a moment, then slowly turned and walked away. "President Chen, you said I lost, right? Since I lost, I should fulfill the bet. When is convenient for you? I'll hold a press conference to apologize to you. Oh, and you should bring your Chen family's champion, Jiang Chen, since this matter also involves him." Liu Jingyao turned to Chen Raku with a somewhat meaningful tone. Chen Raku stopped in her tracks, frowned, and replied, "I don't care. Hey. All right, I'll hold the press conference shortly." "Oh no, there are so many people here, there's no need for a meeting. I'll just say it here." Upon hearing this, Chen Raku turned back abruptly, staring at Liu Jingyao. "I don't need your apology." 10 minutes ago, she did want Liu Jingyao to apologize to her. But now, she had completely dismissed that idea. Why? Because the bet between them was about whether Ziqie could become the champion of the Tian Hai City regional competition. And now, countless people in Tian Hai City were protesting the championship decision of the entire medical conference. Just because the influential Li family in the capital could ignore these protests, the people of Tian Hai City couldn't do much about it. Hence, many people were feeling disgruntled. At this moment, if Liu Jingyao were to hold a press conference and apologize to Chen Raku and the Chen group over the championship matter, it would lead to what consequences? Probably, those angry people would find a vent for their anger, directing all their frustration towards the Chen group. In Tian Hai City, who could bear the anger of so many people? No one could, especially not the Chen group. Therefore, if Liu Jingyao truly did so, it would immediately push the Chen group into a precarious situation, even a crisis. And if it came to that point, not even Lin would dare to get involved lightly, because in the face of public anger, anyone who dared to intervene would be playing with fire. "I don't need your apology. Let's just forget about this bet." Chen Raku gritted her teeth slightly and repeated, "How can we forget? If you think I lost, then I naturally have to fulfill the bet," Liu Jingyao said. preparing to make a call to bring a microphone. "No. Please, don't. I'm begging you not to." Chen Raku took a step forward, grabbing Liu Jingyao's arm. She was well aware that if Liu Jingyao did so, the Chen group and herself would instantly become targets of everyone's animosity. If someone deliberately added fuel to the fire, the Chen group might end up in an irreparable situation. So, Chen Raku couldn't let that happen, even if it meant she had to humble herself to Liu Jingyao. After staring at Liu Jingyao for a few seconds, Chen Raku turned to Zitia. She hoped for him to say a few words in her defense, but Zitia ignored their conversation completely, not even glancing in their direction. Chen Raku's eyes drooped slightly, and after a few seconds, she turned back to Liu Jingyao, saying in a deliberate tone, "I lost this bet. Are you satisfied?" Liu Jingyao gently pushed Chen Raku's hand away upon hearing this, with a playful look on her face. "If you lost, shouldn't you fulfill the bet you lost? You." Chen Raku never expected Liu Jingyao to say such a thing, but she couldn't find a reason to refuse. However, if she fulfilled the lost bet, she would have to hold a press conference, and with all the members of the Chen family, publicly apologize to Zitia. How could she possibly do that? Even if she were willing, Chen family's patriarch Chen Len and the others would never agree. Hence, she had no way to agree to Liu Jingyao's suggestion. "Isn't it difficult?" Seeing Chen Raku remain silent, Liu Jingyao asked lightly. "Even if I did that, I wouldn't be convinced. In my heart, he is still not the most powerful, so I won't admit that I was wrong." Chen Raku took a deep breath and said word by word to Liu Jingyao, "Whether you admit it or not, I don't care. I just wanted to see how foolish you, Chen Raku, could be. Out of respect for Mr. Z, I won't force you anymore. You can do as you wish." Liu Jingyao said these words, then pointed to the door. "Please go. You don't need to talk to me like this. I won't be grateful to you either. I just want to see how far Chen Raku can go. If you can really win, then take the championship in the final. Then I'll bow down to Mr. Z in apology." Liu Jingyao finished. "Just see if he has the ability," Chen Raku said, turning her head to look at Zitia. Hearing this, Zitia furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't said a word, so why was the fire directed at him? "Chen Raku, was it you who said that? If you have the capability, say it again." Liu Jingyao immediately took over the conversation, waiting for Chen Raku to say those words. "Yes, it was me. I said, in my eyes, Chen Raku, the champion of the Tianhai City District, is not enough. If he, Zitia, truly has the ability, he will win the overall championship at the Heavenly Doctor Cup medical competition. By that time, I, Chen Raku, will even kneel and apologize to him." Chen Raku looked back at Liu Jingyao, emphasizing her words slowly. "All right, I'll remember your words. My phone also recorded it this time." Liu Jingyao picked up her phone slowly, replaying the clear recording of Chen Raku's words. "You." Chen Raku was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "It's okay, record as you please. I, Chen Raku, never go back on my word." With that, Chen Raku turned and left without asking for anything in return or setting a wager. "She's very confident." Liu Jingyao watched Chen Raku's departure and shook her head lightly. "The reason she dares to speak such words, without even making demands of me, is because she absolutely doesn't believe you can win the final championship." "Understandable," Zitia nodded. The district champion may seem prestigious within the city at first glance. However, in the overall Heavenly Doctor Cup medical competition, it may not hold much significance. Previous competitions had hundreds of cities simultaneously conducting assessments. Therefore, the district champion, when compared to hundreds of other competitors, might end up at the bottom. Even the organizers of the medical competition, the Yi family, didn't value the top 3 in the district much. Otherwise, they would have contacted Jiang Chen right after the assessments yesterday. But in reality, they didn't. However, if Jiang Chen were to win the final championship, the Yi family would likely extend an olive branch to him immediately. "I know it's normal, but I still think she's too arrogant." Liu Jingyao shook her head slightly. Initially, she admired Chen Raku more. She believed that in the absence of anyone else to lead the Chen family, Chen Raku, as a mere daughter, had shown remarkable leadership in the rapid growth of the Chen group, making her a strong female entrepreneur. However, Liu Jingyao later discovered that a significant portion of the Chen group's success, if not all, was due to Zitian's efforts. Upon learning more about Chen Raku's actions and interacting with her, Liu Jinya realized she had overestimated Chen Raku. Without Ziqian's support, Chen Raku wouldn't have been able to develop the Chen group, let alone thrive within it, and would likely have been pushed out by Chen Len and the others. Chen Raku refused to acknowledge this truth, hence Liu Jinya felt she was too self-assured. Let's not bother about her. Ziqia waved his hand, pointing downstairs. Handle the situation at hand. By now, the crowd downstairs had grown significantly, and the area's roads were completely blocked, affecting many individuals. It was evident that this couldn't continue, as law enforcement would soon arrive. Okay, I'll take care of it. But Mr. Z, aren't you going to show up? This is an excellent opportunity to increase your popularity. After Liu Jinya's words, Ziqia waved off the suggestion again. All right. Liu Jinya nodded and refrained from further persuasion. If it were someone else, they might have personally received the people downstairs, waving their banners, taking photos, and recording videos to boost their own fame. However, Ziqia was different. Fame and recognition seemed worthless to him. Initially, when Liu Jinya first met Ziqia, she thought he was deliberately aloof. After all, who could truly be unconcerned about fame and fortune in this world? But as events unfolded and Ziqian's reactions to them, Liu Jinya realized he genuinely didn't value fame and fortune. This made her marvel at how he seemed aloof from the material desires that consumed most people. She couldn't determine whether Ziqia belonged to the first category, possessing unimaginable backgrounds and standing at unparalleled peaks, allowing him to disregard fame and fortune, or the second, a result of innate character traits. Liu Jinya didn't know which it was, as she only had access to Ziqian's 2 years in Tianhai City. However, she leaned towards the latter, thinking that Ziqian's nature was such. Mr. Z. Then I'll go and handle the matters downstairs. Wait for me. After I return, there's something important I need to tell you. After informing Ziqia, Liu Jinya headed downstairs. Ziqia closed the window slowly and returned to his desk, sitting down. The unexpected actions of the people downstairs had surprised Ziqia, and he felt a warm feeling inside. He might not care about fame and fortune, but like anyone else, he desired recognition. Achieving public acknowledgement as a healer was priceless beyond monetary value. However, Ziqia, with his personality, would not go downstairs to meet them personally, let alone accept the banners. Parading and flaunting were not his style. Yet, he trusted Liu Jinya's capabilities and was certain she would handle everything well. 30 minutes later, Liu Jinya entered the office. Mr. Z, I accepted the banners on your behalf. They knew this was your company, so they were willing to leave the banners here. Liu Jinya poured herself a glass of water, having been quite talkative downstairs. You take care of it. Ziqian nodded, then asked, by the way, you mentioned that there was something important to tell me. What is it? There are 2 things. Liu Jinya finished the water in the cup in one gulp, then sat down in front of Ziqia. One of them is related to Chen Raku. Ziqia immediately waved his hand to interrupt. I don't want to know about her affairs. Seeing Ziqian's firm attitude, as if he was very annoyed at the mention of Chen Raku's name, it would seem to outsiders that Ziqia had truly let go of Chen Raku and didn't even want to mention her. However, Liu Jinya didn't think so. True letting go is not avoiding mentioning a person's name deliberately. It is being able to treat that person's name like any other ordinary person, even when mentioned. That is true letting go. In Liu Jinya's eyes, Ziqian's behavior indicated that he had not completely let go. However, as a smart woman, Liu Jinya naturally wouldn't ask further. Smiling, Liu Jinya said, let me phrase it differently. This matter is related to the Lin family. Well, and the other one? Ziqian nodded. The other one is about the antidote for Jiang. Mr. Z, which one do you want to hear about first? Ziqia pondered briefly and replied, let's talk about the first one. In fact, Ziqia also had things to discuss with Liu Jinya about Jiang, so it was better to first address the first matter before discussing Jiang in detail. All right. Liu Jinya nodded and began to speak. Mr. Z, in fact, some things can't all be blamed on Chen Raku. According to my investigation, this time Lin Yan deceived Chen Raku. Do you know how Lin Yan portrayed it? He said that the Liang group acted on behalf of his Lin family and made some business adjustments, and even claimed that the former chairman of the Liang group, Liang Yonghua, was sent to another subsidiary by them. Liu Jingyao disclosed everything she had found out in the past few days to Zitia. Is this how the Lin family put it? Ziqian's expression was somewhat peculiar. Yes, that's what they said, but I don't believe it. Liu Jingya shrugged. I absolutely don't believe that the Lin family would make such a decision right in the middle of the medical congress. Although Liu Jingya was not sure about the details of the Liang group incident, she was certain that it was not the handiwork of the Lin family. Ziqia remained silent and did not disclose everything. He was the actual controller behind the grain group now, so he knew very well what had happened with the Liang group. However, in the entire Tianhai city, only Qin Hemming knew the truth, and no one else was aware. Ziqia would not voluntarily expose this information. Initially, he had planned to use the Liang group as his trump card, but now, he had a new plan and did not want others to know. Liu Jingya asked, Mr. Z, what are your thoughts? He told Chen Raku that it was the Lin family that saved me. Moreover, Liang Chao previously took some shares from the Chen group, so, Ziqia paused with a creased brow. According to Liu Jingya's information, if Lin Yan told Chen Raku that their Lin family had taken down the Liang group, Chen Raku would likely think that the lost shares from the Chen group were now in Lin Yan's hands. This realization made Ziqia pause and reflect. No wonder Chen Raku suddenly wanted to divorce him. It seemed highly probable that the matter was related to Lin Yan and that he had possibly used the shares from the Chen group as leverage or negotiated some conditions with Chen Raku. Ziqia could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. If Chen Raku found out that Lin Yan had deceived her, and that in fact, the shares lost by the Chen group were in Ziqian's possession, what would be her reaction? Mr. Z, why are you smiling? Liu Jingya inquired with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Ziqia shook his head. I just find Chen Raku a bit amusing. Well, as I said before, she was probably deceived by Lin Yan, so. However, Ziqia interrupted, that's why I warned her to stay away from Lin Yan, not to go from the wolf's den to the tiger's mouth, but she wouldn't listen. Perhaps he just wanted to use the Lin family to participate in the medical congress, to gain favor from the Yi family in the capital, Liu Jingya said, not necessarily defending Chen Raku, but acknowledging that everything she did was indeed for the Chen family. Ziqia lightly shook his head at the mention of the Chen family. A person's abilities have limits, and so do the things that they can possess. The scale of the Chen family now is the most suitable. If they expand further, they won't be able to control it. Mr. Z, I agree. Liu Jingya nodded repeatedly, understanding the meaning behind Ziqian's words. Regardless of one's strength or financial power, people cannot handle things beyond their own knowledge and capacity. There's a saying that things obtained through luck will ultimately be lost through strength, which perfectly illustrates the concept of not being able to handle wealth appropriately. If the Chen family tries to expand without considering Ziqian's capabilities, they will walk themselves into a dead end. It's like fish in shallow waters feeling unsatisfied with their current state, thinking they are capable of venturing into deeper seas. Yet, in the end, they find themselves outmatched by sharks and whales, unable to compete. Actually, if they hadn't driven you away, with you overseeing the Chen family, even if they were in a pit of mud, you could lift them up as much as possible. That they not only failed to recognize themselves, they also failed to recognize your capabilities. By driving you away, they have also missed the last chance for the Chen family. Liu Jingya couldn't help but laugh bitterly as she spoke. Despite their strong desire for development, especially Chen Raku, who was resorting to any means to secure opportunities for the Chen family, they didn't realize that it was only Zitia who could truly advance the Chen family. Other supporters, like Liang Chao in the past, were driven by their own agendas. Only Zitia selflessly and without any ulterior motives was truly helping the Chen family expand. Unfortunately, the Chen family didn't appreciate Ziqian's efforts. Let's not discuss them anymore. Ziqia waved his hand. He really didn't want any unnecessary entanglements with Chen Raku now. Okay. Liu Jingya nodded, then cautiously asked, Mr. Z, where were you before coming to Tianhai City? What does it mean? Ziqia furrowed his brows and looked at Liu Jingya. Mr. Z, please don't misunderstand. I'm just genuinely curious. Liu Jingya hurriedly waved her hand to explain. In fact, she had initially thought Ziqia was a local in Tianhai City, but later found out he was not. Based on Liu Jingya's investigation into Zitia, she could only find information about his life in Tianhai City for the past 2 years. As for before he arrived in Tianhai City, It was a complete blank. Zichia seemed to have appeared out of nowhere in Tianhai City, to the point where even his identification card was obtained with the help of the Chen family. So, Lu Jinyao was truly curious. I don't know. Zichia shook his head truthfully. Lu Jinyao was completely taken aback by Ziqian's response. Even if Zichia didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't just say he didn't know. Who wouldn't know about their own past? Mr. Z, it's fine if you don't want to say. I won't ask anymore. Although Lu Jinyao was very curious about these things, she was more afraid of offending Zichia, so she had to suppress her curiosity. Don't get me wrong. I really don't know. Zichia shook his head. In fact, he was even more curious about his past experiences than Lu Jinyao. Alright. Lu Jinyao felt that Zichia didn't want to talk about it, so she simply nodded and didn't continue questioning. However, this made her feel a bit uncomfortable, as if Zichia didn't trust her. Zichia saw Lu Jinyao's expression and helplessly shook his head. In fact, his personality had always been averse to explaining things to others, but Lu Jinyao was not just anyone. After spending time together, Lu Jinyao had already gained a significant place in Ziqian's heart. Therefore, Zichia didn't want Lu Jinyao to misunderstand. I have some injuries. These injuries have caused me to forget some things from the past. Zichia pondered for a few seconds before telling Lu Jinyao about this. How? Injured? Lu Jinyao was slightly stunned and quickly asked, Mr. Z, are you saying you've lost your memory? It's not exactly losing my memory, just indeed forgetting some things. Zichia shook his head, downplaying the situation intentionally. I see. Lu Jinyao nodded in understanding, not doubting Ziqian's words at all. She knew that Zichia had no reason to deceive her, and even if he said nothing, she could do nothing about it. I understand. The herbs you're looking for are for treating your injuries, right? That's correct. With Ziqian's affirmative answer, Lu Jinyao realized how important those herbs were to him. Mr. Z, are you sure you have all the herbs you need? Or is there anything else I can help with? You must tell me. Lu Jinyao hadn't taken the matter seriously before because she didn't know why Zichia needed those herbs, but now that she knew Zichia was going to use them to treat his injuries, she became very attentive. I've gathered all of them now, Zichia replied, waving his hand slightly. But I remember you mentioned earlier that the purple heart dragon flower you have isn't of sufficient age, right? In that case, it will surely affect the effectiveness of the treatment. Can it completely heal your body? Lu Jinyao now understood that these herbs were for Ziqian's own use, so she wanted to make everything perfect. It shouldn't be a problem. Zichia pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. Despite missing 10 years of age, the effects should not be significant. That won't do. This concerns your body. We must ensure nothing goes wrong. Lu Jinyao frowned. So, don't rush to refine them. I'll ask around again to see if we can find purple heart dragon flowers with the appropriate age. It's not necessary. Zichia shook his head. While having purple heart dragon flowers with the right age would be better, the key was that finding the 20-year-old plant was already quite difficult, and the 30-year-old one would be even more so. Of course, with time, it could be found. But Zichia had already spent a lot of time gathering these 3 herbs. He didn't want to wait any longer. It's okay. I'll note this down. I'll ask around when I go back, and I'll have my grandfather help inquire as well. Lu Jinyao was now extremely focused on this matter. Previously, she thought Zichia needed those herbs to make some medicine and hadn't paid much attention. But now knowing that it concerned an underlying issue in Ziqian's body, the significance was different. Zichia just shook his head slightly and didn't say much more, as he wasn't going to wait deliberately. The reason he hadn't rushed to refine them yet was that he was still adjusting his body. If Lu Jinyao could find the appropriate age purple heart dragon flowers in a day or 2, it would be great. But if she couldn't, Zichia wouldn't wait. He would start the refinement process because he was impatient and wanted to know about his past. Otherwise, he would be too passive in everything and somewhat constrained. Putting that aside, you mentioned about the 1,000 herb withering treatment plan. Do you have any thoughts on it? Zichia brought up the matter, steering the conversation away from the previous topic. Mr. Z, I do have some ideas. From yesterday until now, several well-known pharmaceutical companies have approached us for collaboration. The current situation is that some have already offered generous conditions, while some major corporations are still in a wait-and-see mode. Many of them find this matter too unbelievable, doubting its authenticity. Some even say it was all orchestrated by the Medical Association to promote traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, Lu Jingyao shook her head helplessly. Orchestrated. Ziqiai raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, Lu Jingyao nodded. Some say that the little girl never mistakenly took the 1,000-herb withering. And all of this was staged by the medical association to exaggerate and promote traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo. Hearing this, Ziqiai couldn't help but smile bitterly and immediately made a guess in his mind. It was probably the group led by the Western Medical Association, deliberately spreading rumors to discredit traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo. However, this was normal. There would always be believers and non-believers in any matter. Just like some believed in ghosts and spirits, while others considered it feudal superstition. The 1,000-herb withering was a top medical challenge that had never been solved by anyone. So now that a treatment plan existed, it would definitely face numerous skeptics. This kind of situation is very normal, so we don't need to pay too much attention to it. Lu Jingyao took out a document. Mr. Z, let me tell you about some pharmaceutical companies I think highly of. But before she could speak, Ziqiai waved his hand to stop her. Listen to my thoughts first. Okay. Go ahead. Lu Jingyao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. In normal circumstances, Ziqiai rarely initiated any ideas, and now that he brought it up proactively, it meant that it was definitely a carefully considered decision. My suggestion is not to collaborate with any businesses. When Ziqiai said this, Lu Jingyao turned her head sharply. Mr. Z, I don't quite understand. Lu Jingyao shook her head and said, not to collaborate with any businesses. What does that mean? Do you want us to develop on our own? Or, seeing that Lu Jingyao didn't quite grasp his meaning, Ziqiai pondered for a moment before asking, has the Yi family in the capital contacted you? Not yet. Lu Jingyao immediately shook her head. Do you think the Yi family is not interested? Ziqiai followed with another question. Hearing this, Lu Jingyao quickly waved her hand and said, it's impossible. The Yi family would definitely be very interested, especially in anything related to healthcare, let alone the Yi family, a renowned family in medical arts. Anyone with some knowledge of the medical field would understand the significance of the 1,000-herb cure. Whoever obtains this solution would not only gain a valuable asset but also bring immense prestige. Therefore, to say that the Yi family in the capital, a lineage of medical practitioners, is not interested is absolutely impossible. If they are interested, why haven't they reached out to you? Ziqiai took a sip of tea and reminded Lu Jingyao. Well, Ziqian's words startled Lu Jingyao. Since yesterday, Lu Jingyao had been busy receiving various company executives and had not had the chance to quiet down and think about these matters. Now, with Ziqian's reminder, she gradually understood his thoughts. I used to think that the Yi family might also be observing, but now it seems. Lu Jingyao frowned. They are most likely waiting for us to take the initiative to approach them. After all, given their status, they wouldn't stoop to seek us out. The more Lu Jingyao spoke, the clearer her thoughts became. Realizing more about the situation, Mr. Z, could it be that the Yi family is waiting for us to initiate discussions on collaboration? Then why are they not afraid that we might partner with someone else without reaching out to them? Lu Jingyao furrowed her brow slightly, struggling to grasp this point. Do you think they are afraid? Or would the Liu family do something so brainless? Ziqian's words left Lu Jingyao stunned once again. After a few seconds, Lu Jingyao turned her head abruptly, staring at Ziqian with wide eyes. By now, she had fully understood Ziqian's thoughts and had rationalized the pros and cons of the entire situation. If we actually bypass the Yi family and collaborate with other businesses, then in the future, it's unlikely that the Yi family will allow our Liu family to benefit from anything on their end. They might even cancel our qualification as the regional host for the medical arts convention. Therefore, they are confident that we won't make such a brainless decision. And it's precisely because of this that they are in no hurry. Lu Jingyao took a deep breath, feeling a mix of shock, doubt, and a sense of danger. If it weren't for Ziqian's reminder, decisions made by the Liu family without much consideration might put them in a difficult position. Mr. Z, thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I might have really made a big mistake. So what should we do now? Lu Jingyao furrowed her brows. Should we proactively approach the Yi family for collaboration? And what about other clans and pharmaceutical companies? Ziqiai immediately asked. Upon hearing this question, Lu Jingyao fell silent. She didn't want to offend the Yi family, so she was considering approaching them proactively for collaboration. However, what about other major factions? The unique 1000-herb cure was valuable precisely because it had been developed for the first time and was exclusive. To maximize the value of this treatment, they could only partner with one faction, holding the core technology exclusively. As a result, the other rejected businesses or factions would inevitably be offended and might even hold a grudge against the Liu family. While the Yi family in the capital was formidable, there were several other top-tier factions in the vast Dragon Empire that they could not afford to underestimate. The more Lu Jinyao thought about it, the more of a headache she got. Mr. Z, what should we do? Now I finally understand the meaning of the phrase "a gentleman reserves his judgment, but is willing to pay the price." Lu Jinyao was in a dilemma. The treatment plan Ziqia presented was truly invaluable, yet, no matter how they handled this treasure, it could potentially make enemies for the Liu family. There is a way to avoid a lot of trouble. Ziqia paused for a moment, then lowered his voice to share his idea with Lu Jinyao. What? Lu Jinyao widened her eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth after hearing it. She had not expected Ziqia to make such a decision. It was not something an ordinary person would do. In fact, out of 100 people, 99 would not make such a decision. However, upon further reflection, Lu Jinyao realized that given the current situation, this decision was indeed the most suitable. Lu Jinyao sighed, "Mr. Z, this decision truly reflects your character. What do you think?" Ziqia casually lifted his teacup. "I think it's good, and this rightfully belongs to you. You have absolute authority over it, and no one, including the Liu family, has the right to interfere." Lu Jinyao expressed her attitude without hesitation. "Okay, the current treatment plan is still lacking. After I complete it, I will proceed with this matter. In the meantime, you can hold off on your end for the next 2 days." After Ziqia finished speaking, Lu Jinyao quickly nodded in agreement. "I'll head back now." Ziqia checked the time. Now that things here were settled, he needed to rush back to the villa by the lake. His next 2 tasks were to adjust his physical condition and process the 3 medicinal herbs into the medication he needed. "All right, I'll walk you out." Lu Jinyao stood up and they headed outside together. On the other side, inside a luxury hotel. During this period, the entire hotel had been reserved for the accommodation of Wei Fu, Zhang Yuanyuan, and others serving as staff for the medical arts convention, dispatched by the Yi family. This included Wei Fu and other judges living together to facilitate discussions on the convention's proceedings. At this moment, Wei Fu had just finished a meeting with several judges, and upon returning to his room, he immediately made a call to the capital. The phone connected. Wei Fu succinctly described the situation. He reported the meeting content of the few judges just now truthfully as well. "So, what are your thoughts?" the other party asked in a deep voice. "I think." Wei Fu paused, then continued. "I also want to meet Ziqia and discuss cooperation. Of course, it will definitely be a cooperation with our Yi family." "No, it's not necessary." Without hesitation, the other party rejected the proposal. "Why?" Wei Fu furrowed his brow in confusion. "What one's status is, must match the actions taken with that status. You think, in a huge country like Longguo, how many people are qualified to have the Yi family actively seek cooperation?" Hearing this, Wei Fu nodded in agreement, also feeling the same in his heart. After all, the Yi family's position is well established, with countless people seeking to cooperate with them. There is no need for the Yi family to actively seek others out. But this situation is different. Jiang Chen, this kind of medicine, is considered a top challenge in the medical field. Wei Fu felt that it was acceptable for the Yi family to slightly lower themselves for the treatment plan for this thing. "I think," Wei Fu wanted to continue, but was interrupted by the other party. "Let's not talk about whether or not he can really detoxify Jiang Chen. Even if he can, based on just this one thing, he does not yet have the qualifications for the Yi family to actively seek him out." The medical skills competition has been held for many sessions, with competitors specializing in a certain disease appearing each time, and some using a prescription easily solving certain medical challenges. There are many talented individuals like this, but not necessarily able to go all the way. In comparison, the Yi family needs versatile and all-around medical professionals. You should understand what I mean. Hearing these words, Wei Fu frowned and felt uncomfortable. These words seemed to imply that the Yi family viewed these medical professionals as mere tools. Of course, Wei Fu only thought about this in his mind. He didn't dare to say it out loud, otherwise, it would be highly disrespectful to the Yi family, and severe punishment would await him. "I understand your point. It's just. Wei Fu paused, gathering his courage. I still think that the competitor Zitia is worthy of careful consideration by the Yi family. How the Yi family chooses to proceed is not for you to decide. As a judge, just do your judging duties. The other party's attitude was strong, once again rejecting Wei Fu's proposal. I understand. Wei Fu frowned and nodded. The other party seemed to sense Wei Fu's displeasure in his tone and casually remarked, I feel that some of you people are overestimating Zitia. When the finals come, I will personally go to the scene. I want to see if he is as impressive as you all say. After these words, the other party hung up the phone. Wei Fu could only shake his head helplessly. He was just a medical professional under the Yi family, not part of the Yi family. So he had no say in how the Yi family made decisions. I hope your decision is the right one. Wei Fu shook his head and set the phone aside. On the other side, Chen Group. In the CEO's office. After returning from Jingsui Cheng, Chen Raku locked herself in the office. There were many documents on the desk waiting for her to handle, but she had no intention of dealing with them. Today's conversation with Zitia and Liu Jingyao, including the scene of many people presenting Zitia with a flag, was still vivid in her mind. Chen Raku couldn't describe what she was feeling at the moment. Accurately speaking, she was feeling all sorts of emotions entangled and stifled in her chest. Dang dang. At this moment, Chen Len knocked on the door and walked in. While others wouldn't dare disturb Chen Raku, he naturally had no such concerns. Uncle. Seeing Chen Len come in, Chen Raku quickly stood up. Chen Len was not only her elder, but also the chairman of the company. She naturally had to show respect to him. I heard they said you're back. Did you see Ziqian? How did it go? Chen Len asked eagerly. Hearing Ziqian's name, Chen Raku couldn't help but feel a headache, but she forced herself to calm down and reply. It didn't work out. He wasn't willing. It looks like he wants to cooperate with the Liu family. Just as I suspected. Chen Len nodded gently. During this time, Zitia had gotten very close to the Liu family, so he would prioritize cooperation with them. If there was no connection between the Chen group and Zitia, Chen Len wouldn't have any hopes for cooperation. But the point is, Zitia not only had a connection to the Chen family, but also had a 2-year relationship with Chen Raku, so he thought to have Chen Raku play the emotional card. However, Chen Len hadn't expected Chen Raku to be rebuffed. How did he say it? Was his attitude very strong? Chen Len frowned and asked. Yes. Very strong. Chen Raku nodded. Uncle, let's not count on this matter anymore. There's no hope. This waste used to listen to you so much before. Now, he's really stubborn. Chen Len snorted, feeling quite displeased. Ziqia used to be very submissive to Chen Raku, always following her advice. Even the people in the Chen family would boss him around, and Ziqian never dared to resist. But now, looking back, the people who used to boss Zitia around were starting to become dominant, even demanding Zitia do things for them. This result was truly unacceptable to Chen Len, but whether he could accept it or not, he had to. Uncle, he is no relation with the Chen family or me now, so let's just not count on him. Chen Raku expressed her stance. I was thinking about this last night too. Since Zitia has become so shameless, let's just leave him alone. In the future, you need to hold on to the Lin family's line properly. If possible, it would be best if you could be with Lin Sha. That would be perfect. Chen Len changed the topic and brought up Lin Yang. Uncle, what are you saying? Chen Raku furrowed her brows. What I'm saying, you naturally understand. Chen Len shook his head. Our Chen family lacks a strong backer. Liang Chao from before was simply not qualified. The Tianhai Lin family is undoubtedly the most suitable party. You've seen the current situation. Whether it's the medical skills competition or other aspects, we need to rely on the Lin family. If the Lin family can support us, they can naturally support others as well. If we can't strengthen the relationship between us, the Lin family is always ready to withdraw their assistance from us. At that point, where will our Chen family go? Hearing Chen Len's words, Chen Raku fell into deep silence. She knew that what Chen Len said was correct. Chen's group had developed very well over the past 2 years, and all kinds of collaborations seemed to be falling from the sky. Moreover, the partners had also allowed for sufficient profits to be shared. It was precisely these collaborations that had allowed Chen's group to accumulate a great deal of wealth. This was why Chen Raku was able to lead Chen's group to more than tenfold growth in assets in just a short years. However, the current situation was that while Chen's group had no problems with funds, other aspects were extremely weak. For any company wishing to truly grow into a top player in the industry, it was not enough to just have money. One also needed a wide and powerful network of connections. There was a saying that the poor do not compete with the rich, and the rich do not contend with officials. This also emphasized the importance of background and influence. Unfortunately, Chen's group currently had the financial resources, but lacked strong support in terms of background. This type of Chen's group was no different from a nouveau rich, lacking any real substance. And a nouveau rich without substance was destined to not become anything significant. Uncle, I understand what you're saying, and I am working hard as well. Chen Raku shook her head. Of course, she was well aware of the current delicate situation of Chen's group. The reason she was so focused on the medical conference was to gain support from the Yi family in the capital through the conference that could be considered a backer. However, Xiaoshen's outstanding performance at the medical conference had completely disrupted her plans. Since you understand, you should also realize that I am not wrong, Chen Len continued. Our only chance now, the Chen family, is to strengthen our cooperation and relationship with the Lin family. He didn't finish the sentence, but Chen Raku understood. Currently, Chen's group seemed to be doing well, with their athletes even winning championship titles in the medical conference, but only they knew that all of this was thanks to the support of the Lin family. If the Lin family were to withdraw their support for Chen's group and reassign Jiang Chen elsewhere, Chen's group would instantly lose everything they've worked for. All these efforts would amount to nothing. Additionally, there was something that Chen Len did not know but Chen Raku was well aware of, the matter regarding the shares of Chen's group. Currently, 51% of Chen's group's shares are in the hands of outsiders, specifically, in the control of the Lin family. Whether or not they would support Chen's group was entirely at the discretion of the Lin family. In short, Chen's group currently was heavily dependent on the Lin family. This understanding was clearer to Chen Raku than to Chen Len. However, despite her clear understanding, Chen Raku did not agree with what Chen Len had said. Uncle, what you say makes sense. Chen Raku shook her head, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Why force it? What are you forcing? Lin Yang, in terms of family background, personal qualities, and appearance, excels in every aspect. Neither Xiaoshen nor Liang Chao have the qualifications to compare with Lin Yang. Chen Len's words made it impossible for Chen Raku to refute. These words were indeed not exaggerated. As the eldest son of the Lin family of Tianhai, Lin Yang undoubtedly lived up to the title of being an outstanding individual in every sense. Even if there is some coercion, what can be done about it? With Lin Yang's status, even if he were blind or crippled, he would not be suitable for just anyone. Even if you don't like him at all, for the future of the Chen family, making some sacrifices for the greater good is not out of the question. Chen Len continued, without waiting for Chen Raku's response. Raku, I am not singling you out. In a large family like ours, strategic alliances are very common. I can see that Lin Yang is quite fond of you. If he likes my daughter, I would not hesitate to have your cousin contribute to the Chen family. Initially, Chen Raku was somewhat resistant, but by the time Chen Len had reached this point in his speech, she found herself speechless. Raku, you need to understand, Chen Len continued. There is a saying that goes, it's easy to capture a territory, but it's hard to hold on to it. Chen's group's assets are currently stable, but without a strong background, we would just be seen as a fat lamb in the eyes of others, ready to be devoured at any moment. If we have the Lin family as a powerful support, we would be like mighty lions and tigers, and no one in this vast city of Tianhai would dare to challenge Chen's group. I don't want to pressure you into anything, but given the circumstances, don't we have any other choice? Do you want to give up Chen's group and watch as it gets taken over? Chen Len's words were sincere and serious. Chen Raku took a deep breath. She knew that everything Chen Len had said was true and not exaggerated in the slightest. She also felt what it meant to be forced into a situation, especially when one reached a certain point where passivity was unavoidable. This reminded Chen Raku of words Xiaoshen had once said. Xiaoshen had mentioned that the current scale of Chen's group was the best it could be, and growing larger might lead to losing control. He had also noted that nobody in the Chen family could resist the tie, especially figures like Chen Len who were, in fact, mediocre but unaware of it, leading Chen's group towards accelerated destruction. At that time, Chen Raku had dismissed Xiao Shen's words, even feeling that Xiao Shen was humiliating Chen's group, causing her to mock him sarcastically. However, after advancing along this journey for some time, Chen Raku had begun to reevaluate Xiao Shen's words. They did not seem to be humiliation. After all, if Chen Raku hadn't been so ambitious initially, if she had not sought to expand the scope of Chen's group and reach the peak, those subsequent events might not have occurred, nor would Liang Chao have set his eyes on them, let alone succeeded. It was her desire for the growth of the Chen family that had given Liang Chao an opportunity, even leading to the loss of over 50% of Chen's group's shares. If it were not for Lin Yang's help in dismantling the Liang group, Chen's group might have already changed its name to Liang. Chen Raku couldn't help but ponder on whether it would have been a better choice to listen to Xiao Shen's advice initially, to focus on maintaining the existing collaborations rather than expanding aggressively. At least that way, it would have provided a more stable future, wouldn't it? With that thought in mind, a new idea suddenly flashed in Chen Raku's mind. Uncle, do you think we can seek stable development at this point? If we do that, we wouldn't have to work so hard or be under such immense pressure. Moreover, Grandpa had suggested before that we shouldn't only focus on making money, but rather prioritize other important aspects. Chen Raku became more spirited as she spoke, but Chen Len's expression turned darker and darker. I've been talking for so long, but you haven't absorbed a single word. Chen Len tapped the table with a serious tone. Given the current situation, can we still seek stability? Will our other competitors allow us to be stable? Chen Raku sighed softly as she knew this matter was not very realistic. Regardless, you must establish a good relationship with Lin Xiao, Chen Len continued sternly. And about Zijie, that useless person, I don't care if you still have feelings for him or not. It's best if you don't, but if you do, cut it off as soon as possible. In the future, you must focus all your attention on Lin Xiao, understood? Chen Len's tone was not up for discussion, but rather a commanding one. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Chen Raku could only nod silently, considering the current situation. In fact, upon further thought, Chen Raku realized that Chen Group could only achieve good development through the Lin family. Zijie, lacking the prestigious family background like Lin Yan, was unable to help her family develop. Therefore, it was better to cut ties early. And one more thing, Chen Len continued. I'm preparing a grand celebration for the old man's birthday this year. If you can invite Lin Yang to attend, that would be great. Chen Len's eyes showed anticipation as the recent success of the medical conference had brought glory to Chen Group. He planned to take advantage of this momentum and host a birthday celebration for the old man, gathering wealthy and influential people to showcase the Chen family's power and connections. No problem, Lin Xiao should agree. Chen Raku nodded in agreement. She would naturally cooperate in matters beneficial to the Chen family. That's great. Be prepared in advance, said Chen Len. I'm currently checking auspicious dates, and we may hold the celebration earlier. It's best to inform Lin Xiao in advance. Chen Len recognized that Lin Yang held a special place in Chen Raku's heart, and he had to rely on her to handle certain matters. All right, I understand, Chen Raku replied. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Len left the room. Chen Raku sat in silence for a few seconds before slowly opening a drawer and taking out a photo frame. In the frame, she and Zijie were pictured against the backdrop of Nanhe Park, with the setting sun slowly descending. She remembered the photo taken by a stranger who had a passion for photography, portraying beautiful scene. As I've said before, in the future, we will drift further apart, Chen Raku softly muttered. Blame it on your lack of a good family background, which means you will never compare to Lin Yang. She turned the frame over and placed it back in the drawer. On the other side, at the lakeside villa, while turmoil brewed outside, Zijie relaxed in seclusion. He realized that choosing to collaborate with the Liu family was a wise decision, as they had shielded him from troubles he should have faced as a central figure in current events. This allowed him to enjoy tea, study medicinal herbs, feed the horses, and relax. Zijie felt his body had almost recovered. For a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, self-care was essential. He had prepared some medicines to accelerate his recovery since yesterday. As evening approached, Zijia was eager to refine the 3 herbs. However, he restrained himself. Each herb was unique, and he had only one chance to combine them. If an error occurred and the herbs were destroyed, it would take a long time to gather them again. Tomorrow, rest for tonight, and refine the herbs in the morning, Zijia decided, suppressing his urge. That night, Zijia slept peacefully after being relieved from the stress of the medical conference. With the assessment in Tianhai City over and the conference concluded, he felt relaxed and rested well. The next day, Zijia woke early, stretched, feeling refreshed. Instead of rushing to the lab, he practiced the Atarmvire exercise in the gym. After half an hour, his body was drenched in sweat, and his joints crackled as he moved. Feeling light and relaxed, he took a deep breath and enjoyed the fresh air, planning to refine the herbs after finishing his drink. However, he hesitated, knowing that mastering the combination of the 3 herbs was crucial. Just then, his phone rang with a call from Liu Jinya. "Hello, Mr. Z, are you busy?" Liu Jinya sounded cheerful as she called early in the morning. Zijia, puzzled by her call, asked, "Not really, what's up?" "Mr. Z, I've been inquiring about something for you from yesterday till today, and my grandfather is also asking around," Liu Jinya explained. "Well, the 30-year-old purple heart dragon flower is hard to find. I've discovered some other information." Liu Jinya playfully paused to build suspense. Amused, Zijia asked, "What information?" Liu Jinya revealed, "In the final round of the medical conference, the top 3 participants will have the opportunity, in addition to other rewards, to select medicinal herbs from the Yi family's herb store." She emphasized the Yi family's prestigious status in traditional Chinese medicine and the extensive collection of rare herbs. Their store housed various herbs, ranging from the Chiashan snow lotus to the Millennium Lingi mushroom, making them a significant resource in the field. "Therefore, your meaning is to let me wait for a while first. After the grand final, go to the Yips herb store and get a sufficient amount of the purple-hearted dragon lily for the years." Zijia pondered slightly and understood Lan Qinyu's meaning. "Yes, if we can't find it, then so be it. But since we can find it now, I suggest Mr. Z waits a little longer. After all, this is related to your body, and we want to do our best." Lan Qinyu made the suggestion seriously, as she did not want Ziqian's body to not fully recover due to insufficient efficacy. After hearing this, Ziqia remained silent for a few seconds, then asked, "When does the grand final start, and how long will it last?" "If the time is short, only a couple of days, then Ziqia can wait. But if the wait is too long, then Ziqia really does not want to wait. This will have to wait for notification." Yip's side is still arranging adjustments, and even the city where the grand final will be held has not been confirmed yet. Because the grand final involves traditional Chinese medicine scholars from several dozen cities, as well as the huge forces behind these competing players, even Yip's family must proceed with caution. Lan Qinyu patiently explained, and Ziqia indeed understood the stakes, but he still wanted to know the exact timing. Then in the last session, how long did it take for the grand final to start after the regional assessments ended? Ziqia asked again. For the last session, it was about 10 days. Lan Qinyu quickly responded, 10 days? Okay, I got it. Ziqia frowned upon hearing this. He can wait for 2 to 3 days at most. Waiting for 10 days is definitely not an option for him. After all, for a person who has lost their memory, not being able to remember past events is truly agonizing, a constant torment every moment. And if Ziqia had to endure another 10 days of torment, then he would definitely not want to wait. Mr. Z, will you wait? Lan Qinyu asked softly. Don't worry about this matter. I have a plan in mind, Ziqia said, and then set his phone aside. After a few seconds, he turned and went downstairs, heading towards the alchemy room. He had decided to start the alchemy today. As for the grand final ahead, that can be discussed later. If, as Lan Qinyu said, Yip's herb store has all kinds of herbs, then I can fully utilize these herbs first. Even if I can't achieve the desired effect, as long as I can secure a top 3 ranking, I can go back to Yip's herb store and get these 3 herbs again, Ziqia said, while entering the alchemy room, locking the door behind him. This alchemy room was originally a study, made very private with good soundproofing. As long as the doors and windows are tightly shut, even if people are dancing outside, they wouldn't disturb the person inside. Alchemy, a practice that requires full concentration, indeed requires such an environment. Once inside the alchemy room, Zijia first practiced with some herbs to familiarize himself with the sensation of alchemy. Then, he took out the 3 herbs. Time passed second by second. Zijia performed each step very slowly and meticulously, with extreme care. In this state of intense concentration, the previous steps went smoothly. After more than 2 hours, he finally reached the last step. As the temperature inside the furnace continued to rise, the ointment from the 3 herbs gradually evaporated its moisture, slowly forming an oval-shaped pill. The entire room was filled with a unique medicinal aroma. 5 minutes later, Zijia exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat off his head with a towel. It's done. Zijian's tone held a hint of excitement. At this point, the 3 herbs had turned into a brown oval pill. Looking at the palm-sized pill in his hand, Zijian's emotions were a mix of excitement and complexity. Excited that the herbs he had worked hard to find had finally been successfully processed without errors. Yet, he was apprehensive about whether this pill could bring the desired results. According to his initial plan, the reason he couldn't remember his past was due to an underlying illness in his body. Similarly to how some accident victims temporarily lose some memory until their bodies heal, they can subsequently recover their memory. The 3 herbs Zijia collected not only repaired the body's muscle cells, but could also repair the most challenging to treat nerve tissues in Western medicine. So, following this theory, once Zijian's body healed, there was a high probability his memory would recover too. However, Zijia knew this might also require a process. Zijia didn't waste time. After a brief rest, he gulped down the pill. It melted in his mouth like chocolate, transforming into a warm stream that traveled down his throat to his stomach. Soon, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from his stomach, spreading through his chest. Eating ice cream on a hot day brings a refreshing feeling, but consuming the pill gave Zijia opposite sensation. A warm glow enveloping him. It was incredibly comfortable, akin to soaking in a warm spring or sauna internally. In this cozy sensation, Zijia soon felt drowsiness creeping in and drifted off to sleep. Although his phone on the table kept flashing with incoming calls, it was on silent mode and didn't disturb Zijia in the slightest. On the other side, seeing that Zijian's phone was unreachable after the meeting, Lan Qinyu decided to personally visit the lakeside villa. Earlier, Wei Fu convened a meeting of the 3 giants of Tianhai, informing them of some matters related to the upcoming grand final. Naturally, Lan Qinyu wanted to inform Zijia of these matters promptly. Humph, they really stole the spotlight this year, Lin Yang muttered as he watched Lan Qinyu's car leave. Hey, stealing the spotlight might not be a good thing. Lin Wan shook his head and said, a guilty man will speak when holding a precious object. The current situation of the Lan family, I'm afraid they're in a difficult position. Being too ostentatious will have consequences. Lin Wan's smile carried deep meaning, leaving Lin Yang puzzled. Dad, what do you mean? It's nothing. Let's get in the car. Lin Wan waved his hand and got into the car with Lin Yang. Dad, we must devise a plan. If Zijia wins the championship, we will be completely suppressed by the Lan family. Lin Yang furrowed his brows. Previously, he indeed looked down on Zijia, but now, he dared not underestimate him anymore. What are you panicking for? Lin Wan remained calm as ever. His calm demeanor sharply contrasted with Lin Yang's impatience. Dad, of course, I'm very anxious. The current situation is too unfavorable for us. Lin Yang shook his head. Even though Jiang Chen had won the championship in the division, Lin Yang knew that this championship title was not even comparable to Zijia. And during the meeting just now, Lin Yang could hear from Wei Fu's words how highly he regarded Zijia. This made Lin Yang, who was already impatient, even more agitated. There is still some time before the final match. There is a way out when you reach the mountain. Lin Wan remained relaxed. Lin Yang stared at Lin Wan for a few seconds and then quietly nodded. As Lin Wan's son, Lin Yang was naturally very aware of Lin Wan's deep scheming. And at this moment, even though Lin Wan did not reveal his plan, his calm composure indicated that he must have a solution in mind. Thinking about this, Lin Yang's anxious mood eased a bit. Lakeside Villa. Zijia woke up 2 hours later. But upon waking up, Zijia did not feel refreshed but instead dizzy and exhausted all over, as if he had been in a fight in his dreams. There was even a moment when he woke up feeling a sharp headache, as if his head was about to explode. Zijia closed his eyes again, reminiscing about his recent dreams. He was more concerned about recovering his memories rather than his physical injuries. He tried to piece together the fragmented images in his mind, but they were like torn photos that he couldn't put back together. His mind flashed with numerous incomplete images, making it impossible for him to see clearly. After 10 minutes, Zichia slowly opened his eyes, feeling somewhat disappointed. The pill he had placed so much hope in did not fully restore his memories, it only added vague images to his mind. But at least it proves that it is effective. Zichia pondered for a few seconds, gradually easing his mood. He realized he had been too impatient, and the current situation was quite normal. Recovery takes time, and cannot happen instantly upon taking medication. Zichia's pill may not have miraculous effects, but it was still showing some results. Zichia concluded that the potency of the purple heart dragon flower he used might be insufficient, causing the partial effectiveness. Nonetheless, he planned to use other supplementary drugs to compensate for the shortfall. Zichia muttered to himself before slowly standing up. He felt a moment of dizziness upon standing up, but it quickly faded. It was then that Zichia could sense the changes in his body. To his surprise, the improvement in his physical well-being outweighed the progress in his memory. Zichia felt much more comfortable and relaxed physically, without any signs of fatigue. Not bad, Zichia nodded in satisfaction at the effects of the 3 medicinal herbs. As for memory restoration, he understood it would take time for neural repair. Suddenly, he recalled seeing a familiar face in his mind earlier. Among the many faces that flashed in his mind, most of them unfamiliar, there was one he distinctly recognized. Chen Hemming. Zichia slowly uttered the name. He remembered Chen Hemming from among the fleeting images in his mind. It seemed Chen Hemming had not lied to him. They had indeed met before, suggesting Chen Hemming likely had knowledge about Zichia's past. "You old man. You lied to me after all," Zichia spoke as he picked up his phone to contact Chen Hemming when suddenly, LS Zhenyao called him. "Hey, Z. Are you home? I'm coming over to talk to you about something." After hanging up, Zichia abandoned his idea of calling Chen Hemming and headed to the living room to wait for LS Zhenyao. 10 minutes later, LS Zhenyao arrived at the lakeside villa and briefed Zichia on the focus of her meeting earlier that day. It was mostly a recap of standard procedures and regulations for the upcoming final match, where participants would go through various selection rounds. Zichia, however, seemed more interested in the potential rewards for high rankings. "From what you just said, it seems there will be some time before they arrange the next round, probably around 10 days later. Did they mention what rewards will be given? Are there any additional prizes apart from the ones everyone knows about?" Zichia asked LS Zhenyao, his anticipation evident. Tough. Looking at Zichia's expression, Liu Jinyao couldn't help but want to laugh. At this moment, Zichia's state was like those who love to drink seeing good wine. And as a healer, Zichia would definitely be excited when seeing rare medicinal herbs. Besides the rewards everyone knows about, the remaining is what I mentioned before. The top 3 have the chance to select medicinal herbs from the Yi family's herb storage. Of course, it will be limited, but the specific limit and whether all top 3 will have the chance, I'm not clear about it yet. Liu Jinyao naturally did not hide anything from Zichia and shared all she knew. "Anything else?" Zichia asked again. "For other details, I'm not clear yet. They have not been announced." Liu Jinyao shook her head slightly. Zichia nodded and did not ask further. Even if nothing else was mentioned, just the opportunity to visit the Yi family's herb storage was already invaluable. Although Zichia had obtained Zhou Wenyuan's medicinal herb storage, it was incomparable to the Yi family's collection. The Yi family, with a lineage in traditional medicine, had an unimaginably vast collection. It was not an exaggeration to say that any kind of traditional Chinese medicinal herb could be found there. For someone like Zichia, who truly loved Chinese medicine, this opportunity was beyond measure. So, even without other rewards, just this opportunity was already very good, and Zichia greatly needed such an opportunity. However, the final competition was still a few days away, and it was too early to talk about anything now. Zichia could take advantage of these few days to handle his own affairs. "Oh right, Mr. Z, one more thing. The Liang Group has been taken over by someone, and they even changed the company name." Liu Jinyao mentioned this, and Zichia felt somewhat guilty, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Liu Jinyao didn't suspect Zichia and continued speaking. "Actually, someone took over 2 days ago, and I didn't pay much attention at that time. But today I found out that the person taking over the Liang Group is probably not simple, because the Liang Group changed its name and management team, yet all other assets were retained. To seamlessly execute such a transition, I suspect high-level figures in the political circle may have intervened. Liu Jingyao came from a family with generations of business experience and studied management professionally, so she understood the logic and rules of company operations. The changes in the Liang Group were unusual. First, the chairman and executives disappeared collectively, followed by the abrupt arrival of a new management team. Maintaining the previous business operations without being scrutinized, it was not something just anyone could achieve. Even the Jingyao family might not be able to accomplish this. Didn't Lin Yang say that the Liang Group was their industry? Zichia coughed lightly and asked casually. That's impossible. Absolutely not. Liu Jingyao retorted, if I might have believed a little before, but now, I absolutely don't believe it because to accomplish this, either someone high up personally took over, or the person taking over has extremely strong backing, and higher-ups have informed relevant departments in Tianhai City. Liu Jingya's tone was firm, and after hearing her, Zichia was somewhat surprised. Initially, he had casually handed over the Liang Group to Qin Hemming for management, not expecting Qin Hemming's capabilities to be quite strong, leading the company to prosper without anyone daring to investigate. It seemed that over the years, the connections Qin Hemming had built were not simple, but this was understandable. Being hailed as a medical sage was enough to illustrate how renowned his medical skills were. With such medical expertise, both wealthy conglomerates and top-tier elites would treat him with utmost respect. After all, when one's body fell ill, no amount of money or power compared to an exceptionally effective medicinal pill. Mr. Z, who do you think it could be? Liu Jingya furrowed her brows. If it's not the Lin family, who else would suddenly target the Liang Group? I'm not sure. Zitia shook his head slightly. Other than Mr. Z, the Liang Group doesn't seem to have offended anyone, right? Liu Jingya said, slightly stunned, and then turned to ask, Mr. Z, is it possible that you are behind these events? No. Zitia shook his head again. One should never easily reveal their trump card to anyone. Liu Jingya stared at Zitia for 2 seconds, couldn't discern anything from his face. All right, maybe I was overthinking it. A few seconds later, Liu Jingya slowly averted her gaze. She felt she might have been thinking too much, as she was already quite familiar with Zitia now. In Tianhai City, Zitia didn't have many friends, mainly just acquaintances from treating people in the past. But those people, while financially capable within the Tianhai business circle, had somewhat weak political connections, and certainly couldn't have orchestrated what happened to the Liang Group. To put it simply, Liu Jingyao thought that among all of Ziqian's friends, their Liu family was probably the most influential. And with the recent changes in the Liang Group, from before to after, even the Liu family couldn't have achieved that, signifying that this matter had nothing to do with Zitia. How does the Liang Group's incident affect us? Furthermore, since the Liang Group had close ties with the Lin family initially, how will the Lin family deal with it if it's taken over by others now? Zitia poured himself a cup of tea and casually asked, because the entire business circle in Tianhai City is interconnected, and the Liang Group is quite sizable, so if they encounter trouble, it will naturally involve many things. However, the impact is not substantial. Most importantly, everyone is currently focused on the medical skills convention and the resolution of the Qiangkaku medicine, so not many are paying attention to them. As for the Lin family's position and intentions, I can't confirm at the moment. I can only have someone investigate first. Liu Jingya explained everything in detail to Zitia. All right, I understand. Zitia nodded lightly. In any case, most companies and enterprises were currently focusing on the medical skills convention, and so the Liang Group wasn't receiving much attention. If this had happened under normal circumstances, such a significant change in the Liang Group would surely have caught many people's notice. Mr. Z, then I won't disturb you further as you're busy. If there's anything you need me to do, feel free to call me anytime. Liu Jingya lingered for a while before rising to bid farewell. Okay, Zitia replied, and watched Liu Jingya leave. As he saw Liu Jingyao's car recede into the distance, Zitia turned back to the living room and immediately picked up his phone to call Qin Hemming. Originally, he had only one thing to discuss with Qin Hemming, but after talking with Liu Jingya, there were several matters he needed to address with Qin Hemming. Mr. Z, what can I do for you? The phone connected, and Qin Hemming's tone was as respectful as ever. I remembered you. A single sentence from Zitia made Qin Hemming's heart race. Qin Hemming couldn't help but wonder, could Zitia have regained his memory? However, he didn't immediately speak, as if Zichia truly had recovered his memory. There was no need for him to say anything more, but based on his previous experiences with Zichia, it was very likely that Zichia was just bluffing him. Mr. Z, what do you mean by that? Chen Hemming coughed lightly and asked. Literally, I remembered you. You are the disciple of my disciple. D4. My disciple brought you to listen to my lecture. Zichian's words were said earnestly, but Chen Hemming's heart was pounding. Could it be that Zichia had truly completely recovered his memory? If that was the case, according to the instructions of Chen Hemming's master, he should promptly report this news to his master, because Chen Hemming's master had said that after Zichia fully recovered his memory, all their disciples would rush to Tianhai City at the first opportunity to meet Zichia. So, the matter of regaining memory might be just a personal matter for Zichia. But Chen Hemming knew that this was definitely not just Zichian's personal matter, but it involved many people and could even impact the entire Tianhai City. It was precisely because of these reasons that Chen Hemming's heart was pounding. Don't you have anything to say to me? Seeing Chen Hemming's silence, Zichia frowned and asked. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hemming then deliberately exclaimed, Mr. Z, have you regained your memory? That's great. Then you should remember my master, right? Have you remembered how to contact him? I haven't seen him for a long time, and I really want to see him. Chen Hemming's words were extremely sincere, and the trembling in his voice was just right. Upon hearing these words, Zichian's face instantly darkened. Chen Hemming's words were clearly telling Zichia that he couldn't contact anyone from before. In short, regardless of whether Zichia had regained his memory, it was probably impossible to inquire about any news from Chen Hemming. Mr. Z, can you help me with this favor? I miss my master so much. Seeing Zichian's silence, Chen Hemming took the initiative to ask, all right, let's not talk about that. I'm asking you, is there any problem with the Liang group now? Is there any movement from the Lin family? And those who had a good relationship with the Liang group before, have they noticed anything suspicious? Just now, Liu Jingya's words had indeed reminded Zichia, so he had to clarify whether Chen Hemming had handled these matters. Hearing Zichia change the topic, Chen Hemming relaxed a bit on his end, realizing that Zichia had indeed been testing him with his words. Mr. Z, everything related to the Liang group has been arranged. The team, I found, is very reliable, and they are very professional in managing the company. Most importantly, as long as we don't expose ourselves, no one will know that this company is related to us. So, whether it's the Lin family or others who had a good relationship with the Liang group, they won't trace it back to us. And all our operations are legal and compliant. Even if they want to cause trouble, they won't have the opportunity. Chen Hemming's tone was very confident. Although he had never run a company himself, he knew many big names in the business world, and he was 200% sure that they wouldn't dare to deceive him. After all, this was a matter entrusted to him by Zichia, and he wouldn't allow any mistakes. That's good. Zichia nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, have someone handle the procedures to transfer 51% of the shares of the Chen group to my name. Mr. Z, do you want to do it now? Chen Hemming was slightly taken aback. Yes, I'm not busy these few days. Taking advantage of this free time, I want certain people to see the reality. Zichia slowly sat on the sofa, his tone carrying a hint of deep meaning. This. Chen Hemming knew what Zichia meant by this, but he didn't immediately agree. What's wrong? Is it not feasible? Zichia furrowed his brow. It's not that, Chen Hemming suggested in a low voice, but I advise you not to do it temporarily. Why? Zichian's brow furrowed further. Everyone is focused on the matter of Qiankaoku, and not many are paying attention to the Liang group. But if at this time, others find out that the Liang group and the Chen group are related to you, it might cause some negative impacts. Of course, I said it might. I dare not make decisions for you. Just mentioning it. Chen Hemming cautiously expressed his thoughts, and after listening to Chen Hemming's words, Zichia nodded thoughtfully. The matter of the Chen group's shares didn't have to be done right now. After all, the shares weren't going anywhere and could be transferred to Zichian's name at any time, so there was no rush at the moment. Let's wait a bit longer then. Zichia rubbed his chin and pondered for a few seconds, quickly making a decision. The matter of transferring the shares of the Chen group was also not something that had to be done right now. In any case, the shares weren't going anywhere and could be transferred to Zichian's name at any time, so there was no rush at the moment. Mr. Z, Speaking of which, how exactly can a incurable be detoxified? I really can't imagine. When Chen Hemming brought up this matter, he couldn't help but exclaim. Even with his deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't achieve what Zitia had done. At most, he could attempt to save someone who had accidentally taken incurable, with a higher success rate than Western medicine. But the situation with the little girl at that time was clearly in the advanced stages, basically a death sentence, and Chen Hemming definitely didn't have the ability to save her. So, this was why if it were anyone else, Chen Hemming would definitely maintain suspicion and not believe that anyone could save her. Now that it was Zitia who had saved the little girl, Chen Hemming naturally didn't dare to doubt Zitian's medical skills, but he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Do you want to learn? Zitia asked lightly. I do. Chen Hemming nodded heavily. For a physician, this kind of magical treatment method was something he dreamed of learning. Go find your mentor, Zitia said, causing Chen Hemming to fall silent. In truth, Zitia had doubts about whether Chen Hemming had been truthful to him, so he felt annoyed and deliberately said that. Chen Hemming had no choice but to remain silent. After all, this was an order given by Zitia himself, and not even Chen Hemming's mentor could disobey it. All right, contact me if you need anything, Zitia said, as he hung up the phone when Chen Hemming remained silent. However, before Zitia could even put down his phone, another call came in. Seeing an unknown number, Zitia subconsciously thought it was Chen Raku. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zitia decided to answer the call, but did not say anything. May I speak with Mr. Z? A middle-aged man's voice sounded from the other end of the line 2 seconds later. Zitia nodded. Hello, Mr. Z. I am Wong Tong Hai. After confirming Zitian's identity, the man on the other end introduced himself respectfully. Zitia raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name Wong Tong Hai, the head of the Wong family, one of the 3 giants in Tianhai City. Although Zitia had never had direct contact with Wong Tong Hai, he had heard of him, and knew that Wong Tong Hai had served as a judge in the early rounds of the medical conference. The Wong family was a neutral force in Tianhai City, rarely dealing with the Lin family and Liu family, and they did not like getting involved in disputes. In the early rounds of the medical conference, they had slightly favored Zitia. Therefore, Zitia had no animosity towards the Wong family. At most they just didn't interfere with each other. You're busy, so I'll get straight to the point, Wong Tong Hai said. I have something to discuss with Mr. Z in person, wondering if Mr. Z would be willing to meet me. Despite his position as one of the city's powerful figures, Wong Tong Hai maintained a humble attitude, even lowering himself intentionally when speaking to Zitia. It said that when asking for help, one should show humility. This attitude of Wong Tong Hai was actually a smart approach. If he had been arrogant in dealing with Zitia, he would have probably already been blacklisted. However, even with Wong Tong Hai's humility, Zitia still did not agree. In this situation, there were too many people trying to contact Zitia, all for the sake of the 1,000 grosses treatment plan. Many corporate groups were willing to do anything for Zitian's cooperation, even if it meant kneeling down. Zitia suspected that Wong Tong Hai's interest was piqued by the 1,000 grosses treatment plan, prompting him to make contact. Thinking about this, Zitia couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He had never had any contact with the Wong family before, so why did they believe Zitia would want to collaborate with them? No need. I'm busy, Zitia refused curtly. Wong Tong Hai's words were cut off by Zitia. If there is something, you can contact the Liu family. Zitia shook his head, pushing this matter toward the Liu family. After all, these few days, it was mainly Liu Jingyao who had been acting as a buffer for Zitia. This matter is between you and me, and I don't want. Wong Tong Hai wanted to explain further, but Zitia had already lost his patience and hung up. Despite being initially indifferent to the Wong family, Wong Tong Hai's persistence had now made Zitia quite annoyed. Ultimately, it was due to the lack of a relationship between them. Yet the Wong family was keen on the 1,000 grosses treatment plan, showing a lack of self-awareness. Meanwhile, at the Wong family mansion, Wong Tong Hai slowly put down his phone. Being a smart man, he understood that he couldn't push any further, lest he further antagonize Zitia. Did he refuse? A middle-aged man beside him asked with a frown. He did. Wong Tong Hai replied. He was quite firm. In fact, Wong Tong Hai wasn't surprised by Zitian's attitude, as he had known Zitia for a while now and understood his character. What should we do? We can't delay this matter any longer. the middle-aged man said with a worried expression. Zichia suggested we speak to the Liu family, Wong Tong Hai said, sighing, but the Liu family's judgment is too harsh. If we had known Zichia before he became famous, many things would have been easier. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. They were both envious and regretful that the Liu family had secured a powerful player like Zichia. So, what should we do? The middle-aged man asked Wong Tong Hai. Are we really going to ask the Liu family for help? No. Wong Tong Hai shook his head. First, this is a matter between us and Zichia, and we shouldn't involve the Liu family. That would owe a favor to them. Second, if we contact the Liu family and get involved with them, it would disrupt our neutral stance over the years. Especially the Lin family might see it as siding with the Liu family, which could lead to them targeting us in the future. Wong Tong Hai and the man were both troubled by the situation. They needed Zichion's help, but he was directing them to the Liu family, and they didn't want to owe a favor to anyone. Just Zichia. All right, I'll personally visit Zichion's residence tomorrow. Wong Tong Hai decided after a few moments of silence, and the man nodded in agreement. A day passed quickly. While turmoil simmered outside, Zichion's residence remained peaceful. Apart from a few phone calls, Zichia wasn't disturbed by anyone. Since the incident of a night attack on the lakeside villa, Liu Jingyao had stationed people at the foot of the mountain, guarding round the clock. Even if someone found Zichion's residence, they couldn't approach the villa at the top as long as Zichia remained silent. Thus, Zichia enjoyed the tranquility of the villa, drinking tea, reading books, and studying herbal medicines undisturbed. At night, Zichia retired early and prepared for rest. The next day, at 8 a.m., Zichia slowly opened his eyes. That night, he had dreams, which were usually confusing, but this time, things felt different. The room was very quiet. Zichia was staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. He felt like some unfamiliar things had appeared out of thin air in his mind. In fact, for the past half-year, Zichia had been having strange dreams frequently, but upon waking up, he would slowly forget about them. However, this time, the dreams and images that appeared in his mind last night seemed to have been retained. Among them, there were some new faces. These faces gave him a sense of unfamiliarity yet familiarity. The only thing he could confirm was that he had definitely seen these people before, and possibly had some deep connection with them, but he couldn't recall what the relationship was. Not only that, Zichia discovered that there were some new things related to medical knowledge in his mind. He was already proficient in medical practice, and these additional things in his mind were quickly digested and incorporated. Without exaggeration, in just a short half-hour time, Zichion's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine had once again reached a higher level. Wow, it's true that there is always someone better than you. Zichia slowly got up, took a deep breath, and sighed in admiration. Previously, Zichia thought that his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, if not reaching the peak, was at least very advanced. But now, he realized that his previous understanding was only superficial, and this time, he understood many deeper aspects. If he were to treat the little girl who accidentally ingested Jiang now, he could easily cure her. Because as his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine deepened, his medical skills would naturally improve significantly. At this moment, he learned for the first time that in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture did not necessarily have to be done using silver needles. There was a treatment method that did not involve acupuncture at all but could achieve the effects of acupuncture, and even better results. These thoughts that appeared in his mind truly surprised Zichia. It seems my speculation yesterday was not wrong. The recovery of the body requires a certain amount of time, and memory recovery is the same, Zichia muttered to himself. Yesterday, he was thinking that memory recovery might be gradual, a common occurrence in the medical field, especially for someone like Zichia who suffered memory loss due to physical injuries. Recovery would likely be slow and in stages. However, what he could be sure of was that once he entered the first stage, the recovery would be complete quickly. Actually, these things originally belonged to me. It's just that I have to slowly retrieve them all now, Zichia whispered to himself and then got up and went to the adjacent gym. This time, in addition to gaining a lot of medical knowledge in his mind, there were also some other things. Among them were more complete and effective body strengthening techniques, which he now naturally wanted to try. Half an hour later, Zichia emerged from the gym, washed up, and felt refreshed. At this moment, He felt both mentally and physically relaxed inside and out. Zichia looked at his radiant reflection in the mirror and compared it to yesterday. He indeed felt like a different person. Not bad. Zichia smiled contentedly. He could clearly feel that he was slowly regaining his former self. And for Zichia, this was certainly a good thing. Just then, his phone rang, showing it was the Lugia security station below the mountain. Zichia picked up the phone, walking towards the window. Mr. Z, someone wants to see you. They claim to have made an appointment with you in advance. I need to confirm with you. The call was connected, and the person reported the situation to Zichia. An appointment? Who is it? Zichia was somewhat puzzled. How come he didn't know who he had an appointment with? I'm not sure, but they said they wanted to speak with you. The security guard explained again. Okay. Zichia agreed and handed over the phone to the other party. Mr. Z? Hello. I'm Wong Tong Hai. After a few seconds, Wong Tong Hai's deliberately lowered voice sounded again. Hearing Wong Tong Hai's voice, Zichia furrowed his brow slightly. He had clearly rejected Wong Tong Hai yesterday, yet today, the other party had managed to find his residence again. Could it be that they were trying to tell him that the Wong family could easily find out everything about him, including his whereabouts? Thinking this, Zichia felt even more repulsed and spoke coldly. You're really pushing it. Mr. Z, please calm down. I have no other choice. Someone in my family is waiting for you to save their life. Wong Tong Hai sighed heavily, his tone pleading. Save a life? Zichia was slightly stunned to hear this. He had thought yesterday that Wong Tong Hai had approached him because he saw great potential in the detoxification treatment of Jiang Chen and wanted a share of it. But now, Wong Tong Hai's words seemed to imply a different reason. Mr. Z, to be honest, my father has been seriously ill for 3 years and can no longer hold on. Wong Tong Hai did not hesitate and truthfully relayed his request. Hearing Wong Tong Hai's words, Zichia rubbed his nose awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had originally thought that the Wong family was interested in the detoxification solution of Jiang Chen, which was why he was so averse. But it turned out that they just wanted him to help cure a disease, which made Zichia realize that he had been somewhat presumptuous. Is there anything else? Zichia cleared his throat and asked. Nothing else, just this matter. Wong Tong Hai quickly nodded. Okay. Give the phone to them. Upon hearing this, Wong Tong Hai nervously handed the phone to the driver, instructing him to give it to the security guard. The security guard took the call and said a few words before informing the driver, Mr. Z wants you to go up. Wong Tong Hai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and hurriedly urged the driver to continue driving. At that moment, Zichia watched Wong Tong Hai's car drive up the mountain and then walked into the courtyard to tether black wine. As a doctor, he didn't mind seeing patients, and since the Wong family had come seeking help, if he could assist, there was no harm in doing so. Moreover, Zichia had just gained a deeper understanding of medical practice, and he truly wanted to test the results on a few patients. Soon enough, Wong Tong Hai's car arrived at the villa. Only then did Wong Tong Hai get out of the car. He had stayed out of sight the whole time while on the mountain, only coordinating with the driver and the security team below. This meant that the security team members didn't know who had come to find Zichia. This was intentional on Wong Tong Hai's part because he knew Zichia was currently under a lot of attention, and he didn't want his presence to cause any problems for Zichia. Zichia understood his intentions, and it was precisely because Wong Tong Hai was considerate that Zichia allowed him to come up. Mr. Z, Wong Tong Hai requests an audience. Wong Tong Hai arrived alone at the gate of the villa and greeted respectfully with folded hands. Since the last time the villa gate was damaged, it had not been repaired at all, but Wong Tong Hai did not enter immediately. Come in, Zichian's voice sounded, and only then did Wong Tong Hai dare to step into the yard. In fact, with Wong Tong Hai's status, he should have at least 2 bodyguards accompanying him when going out. But this time, coming to meet Zichia, he did not bring a driver or any bodyguards. This behavior also demonstrated his trust in Zichia and expressed sufficient sincerity. It must be said that Wong Tong Hai's tactful attitude in handling matters was hard to dislike. Walking into the courtyard, Wong Tong Hai looked at the villa in front of him and couldn't help but feel emotional. Everyone in Tianhai City knew how prestigious this lakeside villa was. The fact that the Liu family could generously gift this villa to Zichia highlighted Zichian's importance in the eyes of the Liu family. Perhaps some people had previously commented that the Liu family was a bit foolish, But now it seemed that the Liu family was truly farsighted and had a keen eye for judging people. Now, if Zichia were willing to accept, countless group companies would undoubtedly rush to offer him villas, but he no longer needed them or found them appealing. With a sense of emotion, Wong Tong Hai entered the living room of the villa and greeted Zichia. "Please have a seat." Zichia gestured for Wong Tong Hai to sit down. Once Wong Tong Hai was seated, he asked softly, "Mr. Z, I see you're quite busy. Even the main gate hasn't been repaired." "Well, I happen to own a renovation company. Why not let them?" "No need. Someone will take care of that." Zichia waved his hand slightly. That was the gate that was damaged when Lin Yan's people attacked Zichia in the past. Lin Jingyao had mentioned fixing it before, but Zichia had refused. As the saying goes, who caused the trouble should be responsible for it. So the gate would definitely be repaired by Lin Yan, but it wasn't the right time yet. Understood. Wong Tong Hai quickly closed his mouth and said no more. Wong Tong Hai knew that he and Zichia were not exactly friends, so there was no need for small talk. He got straight to the point and expressed his request and willingness to offer conditions. After Wong Tong Hai finished speaking, Zichia nodded slightly. In fact, Zichia had heard about Mr. Wang's illness before he separated from Chen Raku. Over the past 2 years, Zichia had intervened to help cure people several times in order to assist the Chen group in cooperation. If the Chen group needed urgent cooperation, Zichia would even contact the other party proactively, including the Liu family. At that time, Zichia had heard about Mr. Wang's illness, which was difficult to treat. However, as the Chen group had not cooperated with the Wong family and the Wong family had not approached Zichia, he had not intervened. It was unexpected that, after all this time, Mr. Wang's illness had not improved. With the Wong family's connections and financial resources, they would have explored all possible solutions. Ultimately, Mr. Wang's illness was no ordinary medical challenge. "Mr. Z, we have tried countless methods, but at most we have only achieved temporary relief. After a while, Mr. Wang's body developed drug resistance, and his condition would deteriorate again gradually. I know you're busy, Mr. Z, and I didn't want to disturb you, but seeing Mr. Wang's condition worsen, I had no choice but to approach you." Wong Tong Hai sighed deeply and implored Zichia. "You shouldn't have come to me. Jiang Chen is the champion of the Tianhai City Sub-District competition." Zichia shook his head. "You have a champion right there, and you come to me, the runner-up." "Mr. Z, please don't tease me." Wong Tong Hai smiled bitterly. "While others may think differently, in my heart, you are the true champion. Jiang Chen may be skilled, but he is incomparable to you." Everyone loves to hear praises, and what Wong Tong Hai said wasn't just nice words, but the truth. "Mr. Z, let me be frank. Jiang Chen not only lacks your medical skills, but his character is also questionable. I can't trust him with Mr. Wang's safety." Wong Tong Hai wasn't speaking ill of Jiang Chen. His character indeed had some issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been expelled by Qin Hemming and had his master-disciple relationship broken. "Mr. Z, please save my family's patriarch's life. As long as you're willing to help, the conditions are in your hands. Within the Wong family's capabilities, we won't refuse any demands. Regardless of whether the treatment is successful, we Wong family will be immensely grateful to Mr. Z." Wong Tong Hai's ability to become the current head of the Wong family was truly not simple. His eloquence and refusal-proof words made it impossible for anyone to reject him. By now, he had already reached a point where if he were to refuse again, Zichia would seem a bit ignorant. "I can try. However, I cannot guarantee the effectiveness of the treatment." Zichia waved his hand slightly. Even if he knew about the illness, he wouldn't overpromise. "I understand that. As long as you're willing to help, I am infinitely grateful." Wong Tong Hai stood up immediately, bowed to Zichia, and thanked him. "Then, please, Mr. Z, accompany me to the Wong family. Rest assured, I have brought a reliable driver today, who won't speak out of turn. I will ensure secrecy throughout the journey, ensuring that Zichian's whereabouts remain discreet and not causing any trouble. Also, at the Wong family, I will have everyone irrelevant leave." Wong Tong Hai had gone to great lengths to invite Zichia, and his arrangements indeed satisfied Zichia. "Okay, let's go." Zichia nodded and got up. "Mr. Z, please." Wong Tong Hai hurriedly led the way in front and personally opened the car door for Zichia. Soon, the car left the lakeside villa and headed towards the Wong family's private mansion in Tianhai City. 10 minutes later, The car Zichia was riding in drove straight into the Wong family's estate, heading directly to the backyard. Along the way, there was truly no one else from the Wong family, and Wong Tong Hai eventually brought Zichia to the residence of the Wong family's patriarch. Besides a middle-aged man, there was no one else in the room, including the servants who usually took care of the patriarch had been temporarily sent away. Zichia approached the bed of the Wong family patriarch, glanced at his complexion, and furrowed his brows slightly. However, he remained silent, taking the patriarch's wrist and beginning to diagnose his pulse. But with just this examination, Zichian's frown deepened. The reason for his reaction was not how challenging Mr. Wang's illness was, but rather because he noticed that something was amiss. "Mr. Z, how is it?" Wong Tong Hai and the middle-aged man both felt a shock in their hearts when they saw Zichian's expression. Could it be that even Zichia had no way to solve it? They had now placed their last hope on Zichia. If even Zichia couldn't do anything, then they could only watch as the head of the Wong family slowly die. Zichia did not answer, but picked up the other wrist of the head of the Wong family and diagnosed it again. After half a minute, Zichia slowly withdrew his hand, already having an idea in his mind. "Mr. Z," Wong Tong Hai couldn't help but call out again. "You have previously consulted many doctors and used dietary supplements, right?" Zichia asked, and both Wong Tong Hai nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Z is right. Since the head of our family fell ill, we have been searching far and wide for famous doctors. But after consulting many doctors, the situation not only did not improve, but instead became more serious. We have also been using the diet recommended by health experts to give the head of the family medicine and food therapy every day." Wong Tong Hai did not hide anything, revealing the situation of the head of the Wong family. "Mr. Z, truth be told, we even invited the renowned medical sage Chen Hemming. But Chen the medical sage said that the current condition of the head of the family is beyond his capabilities. Mr. Z, you are now the last hope for our Wong family." The middle-aged man beside Wong Tong Hai sighed as well. Zichia nodded lightly at the words. With Chen Hemming's medical skills, there were few diseases he couldn't handle. However, the condition of the head of the Wong family was not a typical illness. No matter how skilled a doctor was, they needed to match the treatment to the symptoms. But if there were no symptoms to identify, how could they administer treatment? So, it wasn't that Chen Hemming's medical skills were lacking. It was because the head of the Wong family's condition wasn't caused by an illness. "You must have consulted Chen Hemming about half a year ago. If it was a year ago, he might have been able to treat it." Hearing Zichian's words, Wong Tong Hai and the others exchanged a glance, feeling incredibly amazed. Indeed, when Chen Hemming was first consulted, they were already late. The head of the family's health is already deteriorating. Zichia shook his head slightly, further sinking the moods of Wong Tong Hai and the others. His words echoed what Chen Hemming had mentioned, stating that with his medical skills, he couldn't treat the current condition of the head of the family. If that was the case, could Zichia do any better? This thought made their hearts heavier. "Ah, Mr. Z, what kind of illness does the head of our family have? Why can't so many doctors, both Western and Chinese, cure him?" Wong Tong Hai sighed and asked Zichia. "He is not ill," Zichian's words stunned them. "Strictly speaking, his initial condition was not serious. You just chose the wrong doctor, and that's why this situation has arisen." Zichia paused for a moment and then looked at Wong Tong Hai. "The Wong family must have offended someone." "Offended someone? Mr. Z, I don't understand what you mean. The Wong family has always avoided conflicts and never competed with anyone. If they were interested in the same project as someone else, we would willingly step back. We remain neutral, avoiding any disputes. How could we have offended anyone?" After Wong Tong Hai and the others exchanged glances, they shook their heads. In short, they didn't believe they had offended anyone. "What if I told you that the head of the family's condition is caused by a chronic poison?" Zichian's words made Wong Tong Hai and the middle-aged man tremble in shock. Poison? Was the head of the family's condition due to poisoning? They suddenly understood Zichian's meaning. If the Wong family hadn't offended anyone, why would someone poison the head of the family? "Mr. Z, is this true?" Wong Tong Hai was filled with disbelief. It was hard for him to accept. Zichia didn't say anything further. He only gave his judgment, leaving it up to Wong Tong Hai to believe it or not. Zichia then slowly turned and walked up to the table, picking up a bowl of medicinal soup and sniffing it lightly. "Well, as I suspected." A few seconds later, Zichia shook his head, placing the bowl back down. He had detected something amiss from the head of the family's pulse earlier, and now, seeing this bowl of medicinal soup, he was even more certain of his judgment. The head of the Wong family had, indeed, been poisoned, and Zitia had encountered this type of toxin before. "Mr. Z, is there a problem with this bowl of medicinal soup?" Wong Tong Hai noticed Ziqian's changing expression and approached him. "It's no use. This type of poison can't be detected through testing." Ziqia shook his head slightly. In top-tier families, like the Wong family, food was specially sourced and subjected to various checks. Common poisons that could be easily detected wouldn't make it past the Wong family's kitchen. Wong Tong Hai was taken aback. "You may have heard that Mr. Liu recently fell seriously ill due to poison and almost lost his life. In fact, he was poisoned too. And while the poison in Mr. Liu's case was different, it should have come from the same source as the one affecting the head of the Wong family." Ziqian's words left Wong Tong Hai and the others wide-eyed. Was someone targeting both the Liu and Wong families simultaneously? Why would they do that? However, Mr. Liu's body couldn't tolerate it well, or the dosage was not controlled, so the reaction was quick. But his condition is relatively easier to treat, while here with the head of the Wong family, after years of toxin erosion, the poisons have deeply infiltrated his organs, making the treatment immensely difficult. Hearing Ziqian's words, Wong Tong Hai and the others felt deeply powerless. At this moment, they had no energy to find out who poisoned the head of the family, they just wanted him to recover. But hearing Ziqian's assessment, there seemed to be no hope for any treatment. Then, "Mr. Z, is there even a slight possibility of treatment for the head of the family? If you are willing to try, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I would still like you to attempt it. Whatever the outcome, even if he doesn't make it, we won't blame you, Mr. Z." Wong Tong Hai's words meant that regardless of the outcome, Ziqia wouldn't bear any responsibility if he tried to save the head of the family. In short, they were willing to take any chance, even a slim one, to save him. "I can give it a try." With these words from Ziqia, Wong Tong Hai and Hai, the two of them nodded excitedly. They had initially thought Ziqia would refuse, so they didn't hold much hope in their hearts. But when Ziqia agreed, it truly surprised them. "Mr. Z, how should we cooperate with you?" Wong Tong Hai asked proactively. "No need." Ziqia shook his head and took out a silver needle box. He wasn't trying to forcibly take on this task, but he did have some confidence in his heart. Of course, it could be said that Wang's old man was quite lucky. If it was yesterday, even if Ziqia had come, faced with such a critically ill situation, there would have been almost no treatment plan, and he probably would have had to leave. However, after last night's rest, Ziqian's mind was filled with a lot of medical knowledge related to acupuncture, which deepened his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. This knowledge also elevated his medical skills several levels. With Wang's old man's condition, he could, indeed, try to treat it. During Ziqian's treatment process, Wong Tong Hai and Hai remained quiet, not even daring to breathe. The whole acupuncture process lasted about 20 minutes before Ziqia slowly withdrew the silver needles. However, the old man on the sickbed remained in a coma, showing no signs of waking up. "Mr. Z, it seems like the old man's complexion has improved a bit," Wong Tong Hai said, and the middle-aged man beside him nodded in agreement. Ziqia also noticed the change in the old man's complexion and checked his pulse again, nodding slightly. This indicated that his previous treatment method had indeed been effective. As long as there was an effect, the old man's life had been saved. "Mr. Z, what's the situation with my family's old man now?" Wong Tong Hai looked at Ziqia cautiously and asked. "His life has been saved for sure. However, the poisoning runs deep and cannot be resolved in just 1 or 2 attempts. I will prescribe a detoxifying medicine to assist, and in a few days, I will come to perform acupuncture on him." Upon hearing Ziqian's words, Wong Tong Hai and Hai were extremely excited, expressing their gratitude to Ziqia. Originally, the old man's condition seemed like he would have to wait to die, but Ziqia managed to save his life. As long as his life was saved, further treatment could be undertaken. In other words, the old man had nearly crossed the threshold of death, but Ziqia forcibly brought him back, an absolute life-saving favor. "You don't need to thank me hastily. The most important thing is to stop that medicinal diet immediately. If he continues for a few more days, even celestial beings couldn't save him." After Ziqia finished speaking, Wong Tong Hai and Hai nodded and took note of his advice. "Mr. Z, Did you say that the medications given to my old man and those to Mr. Liu both came from the same source? Does this mean that someone is targeting both our families at the same time? Now that the old man had escaped danger, Wong Tong Hai began to analyze the situation. That's right, Zichia said affirmatively. It definitely came from the same source. Wong Tong Hai and the middle-aged man exchanged a glance, then the former commanded, "Bring people to round up all those involved in making the medicinal diet for the old man, as well as the doctor who prescribed it." Understood. Mr. Z, I will take my leave now. The middle-aged man responded and then left the room. Zichia did not offer any suggestions regarding Wong Tong Hai's actions. He simply pointed him in a direction, leaving the investigation and its results in Wong Tong Hai's hands. Zichia wouldn't interfere too much, especially considering his relationship with the Wong family hadn't reached that level yet. Mr. Z, may I ask, were there any clues found regarding the Liu family? Wong Tong Hai pondered for a moment and then turned to Zichia for insight. I'm not sure, Zichia replied, but it's most likely the work of a competitor. If you think about it, if these two old men were to pass away, who would benefit the most? Zichia shook his head slightly, offering a gentle reminder. In fact, Zichia had already guessed a general idea, but he couldn't explicitly state it. His relationship with the Liu family was at stake. If Wong Tong Hai were to misunderstand something, the consequences would be dire. Who stands to benefit the most? Our Wong family has always been non-competitive. We have no conflicts with others in any projects. However, whether it's the Liu family or our Wong family, most of our achievements and status today are largely due to the networking resources laid out by these two old men when they were young. If both of them were to fall, no matter the Liu or Wong family, our positions in Tianhai City would plummet. Wong Tong Hai pondered, rubbing his chin and muttering. Even if the Liu and Wong families were to disband, the second or third-rate families wouldn't gain much. And even the first-rate families, with the courage, might not have the means. After going through the process of elimination in his mind, Wong Tong Hai was left with only one family, the Lin family. Wong Tong Hai squinted his eyes slightly and uttered these two words. Zichia remained silent, drinking his tea. He had only given a few reminders, leaving the rest for Wong Tong Hai to ponder. If Zichia had said too much, Wong Tong Hai might have suspected Zichian's intentions. People as savvy as them would start questioning the more information they received, then make their own judgments. I understand. Wong Tong Hai nodded, his eyes flickering with coldness, and his hands slightly tightening. Our Wong family has always avoided unnecessary conflicts and been accommodating. That the Lin family dared to target my old man, even plotting against his life. In that case, don't blame our Wong family for seeking retaliation. There was a chilling resolve in Wong Tong Hai's tone. Zichia still didn't respond. Seeing paper and pen nearby, he took them and quickly wrote a prescription. Wong Tong Hai was squinting and about to say something harsh when he suddenly realized, quickly smiled apologetically at Zichia. Mr. Z, I am truly grateful to you. You are the benefactor of my Wong family. If you need any help in the future, feel free to ask. In addition, I have prepared some consultation fees for Mr. Z. Please accept it. Wong Tong Hai took out a bank card that had been prepared a while ago. Okay. Zichia didn't refuse, reaching out to take it and put it in his pocket. There was no previous relationship between him and the Wong family, and today was the first time he had contact with Wong Tong Hai. Since they were not friends, it was only right for Zichia to charge a consultation fee for treating Wong family members. In fact, when Wong Tong Hai saw Zichia accepting the fee, he was even happier. Go get the herbs according to this prescription. Zichia handed the prescription to Wong Tong Hai. Let him take the medicine first, and I will let you know when it's time for acupuncture. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Z. However, Wong Tong Hai nodded repeatedly and then looked at the prescription with a bit of difficulty on his face. What is it? Zichia asked in confusion. Mr. Z, right now, I really dare not trust other doctors anymore. Wong Tong Hai sighed. He had thought that the previous doctors he had hired were for the health of the old Master Wong, but who would have thought that someone wanted to harm the old Master Wong? Now, he didn't dare find anyone casually to get the herbs, so he thought it best to let Zichia help him get the herbs. I remember Chen Hemming has a medical clinic. You can get the herbs there. Guaranteed no problem. Zichia didn't have time to help with getting the herbs and making the medicine. Providing a prescription was already a lot for him. All right, I understand. Wong Tong Hai nodded repeatedly. Chen Hemming's medical clinic was quite famous in Tianhai City, which he had overlooked earlier. Since Zitia had assured him of no problems, there shouldn't be any issues. Mr. Z, would you like to stay for a meal? Wong Tong Hai tentatively asked. I have something else to attend to. As soon as Zitia said this, Wong Tong Hai immediately dismissed the idea of inviting him for a meal. Mr. Z, then I'll see you off. If it were someone else, Wong Tong Hai would have been more polite, but in the case of someone like Zitia, he didn't dare show any disrespect. An hour later, at the lakeside villa, after Wong Tong Hai dropped Zitia off and headed back, he was going to be very busy. Just talking about giving medicine to the old Wong master, he needed to investigate immediately. In Zitian's view, there was no need to investigate this matter. It was 99% likely to have been done by the Lin family. I underestimated the ambitions of the Lin family before. Zitia shook his head slightly. Only after interacting with the Wong family did he realize that the Lin family not only wanted to suppress the Liu family, but also aimed to dominate the entire Tianhai City. Seeing their actions on all fronts, they aimed to rule the entire Tianhai City. Never mind dominating Tianhai City. Even if you manage to dominate the whole Dragon Nation, it's no concern of mine, and I won't interfere. But if you affect me, we will have to see about that. Zitia squinted slightly. The hatred between him and the Lin family had reached an irreconcilable point. Even if not for other reasons, just the fact that Lin Yang's men attempted to attack the lakeside villa at night meant Zitia wouldn't easily let it go. After all, they had tried to take his life, and he wouldn't forget that kind of enmity. However, at the moment, Zitia had other things to attend to, and when he freed up his hands, that account would definitely be settled. Thinking of Lin Yang, Zitian's mind also recalled Chen Raku. He had never imagined that after the incident with Liang Chao, Chen Raku would get so close to Lin Yang. But regardless of the reasons, these matters were no longer of concern to Zitia. I have already said what needs to be said. If you insist on getting close to the Lin family, then let them deal with the consequences if they involve you. Zitia shook his head and turned back to his room. On the other side, the Chen group. Achoo. Inside the office, Chen Raku sneezed and frowned, saying, "Who's talking bad about me?" Dang dang. Just then, Chen Len pushed open the door and walked in. Raku, how did that thing go? Did you invite young Master Lin? Uncle. Chen Raku responded. Young Master Lin agreed. He said to inform him when Grandpa's birthday banquet is coming up. He will make time and be there on the day to wish Grandpa a happy birthday. Really? That's great. Chen Len couldn't stop smiling. He had been thinking of planning an early birthday banquet for Grandpa Chen, leveraging the momentum of Chen family's champion at the medical congress to showcase the Chen family's connections and influence. That day, Chen Len would invite as many people as possible, and as the leading figure of the three giants in Tianhai City, Lin Yang was the eldest son of the Lin family. If Lin Yang could come in person that day to wish Grandpa Chen a happy birthday, it would undoubtedly enhance the face of the entire Chen family. It could be said without exaggeration that the entire Chen family would shine because of Lin Yang's presence. Young Master Lin is indeed very considerate. Chen Raku nodded with a smile. She had not expected Lin Yang to agree so readily. So, we must understand the favors of others. Yuan young Master Lin, seeing Chen Len about to interject about his own feelings, Chen Raku quickly waved her hand and said, Uncle, I need to discuss something with you. Interrupting Chen Len's words made him feel a bit uncomfortable, but he replied, Go ahead. Do we need to inform Xiaoshan about Grandpa's birthday banquet? Chen Raku asked. Inform that worthless person for what? I asked you to negotiate the cooperation with him for Qiankaku before, giving him an opportunity, but he refused outright. In that case, let's cut ties with Xiaoshan. I don't care. Hearing Xiaoshan's name, Chen Len couldn't help but scold in anger. But even if we don't inform him, Grandpa will notify him. Chen Raku shook her head. Grandpa Chen had always been very fond of Zitia and would surely call him personally. This, Chen Len furrowed his brow slightly. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, Then let him go. It's just right that young Master Lin will be there that day, so Xiaoshan can see the difference between him and young Master Lin clearly. Chen Len smirked. 2 days ago, Chen Raku had approached Xiaoshan for cooperation, but he had rejected her, which left him feeling frustrated. If he could humiliate Xiaoshan properly at the birthday banquet, using Lin Yang's identity, It would give Chen Len some satisfaction. I remember he said before that he would give Grandpa a big gift at the birthday banquet. Then I want to see what kind of big gift he can give. Chen Len's face was full of disdain. Uncle. Chen Raku hesitated to speak. Initially, she thought that regardless of her relationship with Zitia, since Mr. Chen liked Zitia so much, Zitia would definitely be present at the birthday banquet. But after hearing what Chen Len said, Chen Raku was hesitant about letting Zitia attend. Her thoughts differed from Chen Len's. She felt that since she and Zitia had separated, they didn't owe each other anything, and it would be best not to disturb each other. However, Chen Len had different ideas. He even wanted to find ways to humiliate Zitia. Chen Raku felt it unnecessary and conflicted after hearing Chen Len's words. What's wrong? Chen Len frowned and asked. I think maybe we shouldn't invite him, after all. Chen Raku shook her head slightly and expressed her thoughts. Why not? Before, Zitia said a lot of harsh words to us. I remember he said that day, many of the collaborations in the Chen group were because of him. Doesn't that mean the success of the Chen group is all thanks to him, Zitia? This time, it's good to let him see if the Chen group will develop better without him. I also want to see what he is capable of after leaving the Chen family. Chen Len seemed magnanimous on the surface, but was actually quite petty. He remembered all the words Zitia said that day, Mr. Chen's residence. On the day of Mr. Chen's birthday banquet, he wanted to see if Zitia would dare to say such words again. This time, Chen Raku fell silent. The words Zitia said before were indeed very arrogant. However, if he had enough strength and capabilities, it would be acceptable. But if Zitia was nothing special, those words would only invite ridicule. Of course, I'm not insistent on inviting him, but even if we don't invite him, Mr. Chen will. Chen Len shrugged slightly. However, if he is too timid to attend the banquet, I won't force him. All right. Chen Raku nodded lightly. I'll talk to him later. If he wants to come, he can. If not, that's fine. Okay. You can handle this matter as you wish. Chen Len nodded slightly and brought up the issue again. However, Chen Raku stood up before he could continue and pushed Chen Len out of the office. Chen Raku closed the office door, stood in place for a few seconds, then sat down at the desk. Several seconds later, she picked up her phone, found Zitian's number, and tried to call. As Chen Raku expected, the sound of the blocked number notification confirmed that Zitia had also blocked her number. Chen Raku shook her head in resignation. When they had just separated, she could feel that Zitia still had feelings for her. But after everything that happened since then, especially since they had finalized their divorce, Zitia couldn't be bothered to say a word to her. When I have time, I should visit the lakeside villa. Chen Raku shook her head. It would be more appropriate to have some conversations face to face, so she planned to find time for that later. For now, she had many other things to attend to. She understood that what Chen Len said was right. Since she had separated from Zitia, the wisest thing for her to do was to build a good relationship with Lin Yang. As long as she could hold on to the Lin family's support, the Chen group in Tianhai City would be safe, and no one would dare to challenge them. Situations like what happened with Liang Chao would never happen again. Thinking about that incident, Chen Raku furrowed her brow. Lin Yang had promised her that once the assets of the Liang group were sorted out, they would return the shares of the Chen group. Now that the Liang group had restored normal operations and even changed their company name, everything seemed back to normal. However, the shares of the Chen group had not been returned as promised by Lin Yang, leaving Chen Raku feeling unsettled. Without those shares back, the Chen group could never be truly safe. Whoever held those shares would effectively control more than half of the Chen group's shares and had absolute decision-making power within the company. Therefore, those shares were crucial for the Chen group's security. With determination, Chen Raku sent another message to Lin Yang. On the other side, at the Lin family mansion, in Lin Wan's study, Lin Yang was discussing something. Good. That's a good thing. Lin Wan nodded. He fully supported Lin Yang attending Mr. Chen's birthday banquet. Although the Chen family is nothing significant, the mysterious background behind them is worth our attention. Additionally, there might be many of Mr. Chen's old friends at the birthday banquet. If you can make some connections, that would be even better. Lin Wan used to look down on the Chen family, but since the Liang group was mysteriously taken down, he now valued the Chen family highly. Yes, that's how I see it too. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. If he hadn't valued the mysterious background of the Chen family, with his status, why would he bother attending the birthday celebration of such a third-rate family like the Chens? Dad, there's another thing. Lin Yang glanced at his phone and furrowed his brow. Chen Raku still doesn't know who caused the downfall of the Liang group. She suspects it was us. But I didn't know before that Liang Chao took some shares from the Chen group. Now Chen Raku has come to me several times to discuss this. What should I do? Lin Yang headaches as he spoke about this. He had informed Lin Wan about this matter before, and Lin Wan said he would ask around, but until now, there was no progress. It's tricky. Lin Wan shook his head. This matter was difficult even for him to handle. Despite trying to contact the current head of the Liang group to buy back the Chen group shares, the other party's attitude had been extremely firm and disrespectful towards the Lin family. If it were any other company, Lin Wan would make them pay for such behavior. But after the incident with the Liang group, he didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Wan also felt that the other party, knowing the Lin family's status in Tianhai City, refused to engage with them, proving they had strong background support. This made Lin Wan cautious and willing to take hasty actions. Chen Raku has asked me about this several times. I can't delay this any longer. Lin Yan was in a tough spot, unable to make a decision. I need to think. Lin Wan lit a cigar and furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He could now confirm that the person taking over the Liang group definitely had strong political connections. Therefore, he dared not use any forceful means. Since the other party was not in contact with them, not even giving them a chance to meet, Lin Wan could only rely on someone to establish connections and see if they could reach out to the other party. If someone could act as a mediator, things would be much easier. Dad, I'm starting to have doubts. Are the people trying to take down the Liang group really friends of old Chen? Lin Yan interrupted Lin Wan's thoughts. How so? Lin Wan looked up and asked. If they were really helping the Chen family, and now that they've taken over the Liang group, why didn't they hand over the contract to the Chen family first? Lin Yan presented his analysis. In that case, Chen Raku wouldn't need to ask me for help, right? I told you before, when at a certain status, one must be extremely cautious in every word and action. The other party's actions, this time, are very low profile, and they haven't implicated the Chen family at all. If they were to return the shares to the Chen family at this point, all the previous efforts to conceal their actions would have been in vain. Moreover, during the course of events, many unexpected situations may arise. Like the issue with the Chen group's shares, would you have known if Chen Raku didn't tell you? Lin Wan asked this question, and Lin Yang quickly shook his head. If Chen Raku hadn't mentioned it to him, he wouldn't have known either. That's why he was currently feeling so troubled. That's right. We didn't know before, and they might not know either. It's possible that Liang Yanghua hid those share documents in a place where no one could find them. So, any unexpected situation is possible. Don't dwell on these things. Focus your attention and energy on more important matters, and don't waste time on insignificant issues. Lin Wan lectured, and Lin Yang nodded repeatedly to show his understanding. Find an excuse to delay a few more days on your end. I will try to establish connections and reach out to the current person in charge of the Liang group, and it would be even better if we could find the shares of the Chen group. After Lin Wan finished speaking, Lin Yan also nodded along. Dad, these matters are resolved. As for the Liu family, with their 1,000 gross with their treatment, who do you think they will collaborate with? After taking a sip of tea, Lin Yan brought up this matter again. Hehe, who would they collaborate with? No matter who they collaborate with now, they are bound to offend a large number of people. Lin Wan chuckled. So, Zichia didn't bring a treasure to the Liu family, he gave them a hot potato. I want to see how they will solve this dilemma. Lin Wan shook his head with a sarcastic smile. Previously, he had thought that the Liu family would quickly secure numerous collaborations with their 1,000 gross with their treatment, rapidly growing and possibly even overwhelming their Lin family. But after Lin Wan analyzed the situation, he changed his perspective. There is a saying that rare items are valued. Some things are valuable precisely because of this principle. Therefore, in the business world, exclusive copyrights and exclusive agency rights hold significant value. The same goes for the 1,000 gross with her treatment this time. They cannot collaborate with too many people at once, or else they would lose its value. Just like the time when our country couldn't produce airplanes and had to purchase them high prices from abroad. Now that we have our manufacturing capabilities, it doesn't really matter if they won't sell to us. Therefore, everyone wants to sign an exclusive cooperation agreement with the Liu family, but if the Liu family were to do so, they would make countless enemies. Lin became increasingly pleased as he spoke, believing that Zijia had really created a great opportunity for a pitfall for the Liu family. Dad, I understand what you're saying, but according to what you mentioned, did Zijia go wrong by presenting the 1,000 gross with her treatment? Lin frowned slightly, not fully grasping the true meaning behind this issue. He didn't go wrong by presenting the treatment, but his mistake lies in the timing and setting he chose to present it. If Zijia hadn't treated the little girl publicly, but let the Liu family secretly research it and then announced it initially, both the Liu family and Zijia himself would have made a significant impact nationwide, holding the autonomy in their hands. However, by presenting it in such a setting, they are now being watched, and whatever they do next will not be appropriate. Lin was convinced that neither the Liu family nor Zijia could resolve this crisis, because at this point, no matter whom they choose to collaborate with, it wouldn't work, and trying to conduct research independently would be futile. So, this is a deadlock. Lin was 200% sure that Zijia was absolutely unable to get out of this deadlock. I understand now. So, it seems that Zijia has missed the opportunity to rise to the top, right? I've always said that those without a strong family background, even if they have some ability, but without powerful support in the background, will end up being a laughing stock. Now we just have to wait and enjoy the show. Lin laughed heartily after understanding the key points. Yes, we can look forward to the show. Lin also chuckled. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had quietly passed. During these 2 days, the heat surrounding the 1,000 gross with her treatment hadn't diminished at all. In fact, the high level of attention towards this matter even overshadowed the anticipated finals of the medical conference. Countless corporate companies and wealthy families were eager to cooperate with Zijia. However, after Zijia made his decision, Liu Gang took full charge on behalf of Zijia and politely refused all companies seeking collaboration. Despite the rejections, people's enthusiasm remained high. Until now, the Liu family and Zijia hadn't finalized their collaboration partner. It was like a breathtakingly beautiful and unattainable woman, driving countless men mad, and even if rejected, they wouldn't give up. After all, until the final decision was made, everyone still had a chance, and only when the deal was sealed would people gradually give up. The current situation was no different. Driven by the promise of huge profits, countless people were eagerly anticipating the outcome. In any case, before the Liu family settled on a collaboration partner, they wouldn't have a moment of peace. Fortunately, Zijia had always been low-key and rarely interacted with people, so very few could disturb him. And Lin and the entire Liu family acted as a shield, protecting Zijia from all troubles. By the lake in the villa, Zijia was on the phone with Liu Gang. You guys have been working hard. Hearing Liu Gang complaining on the other end, Zijia couldn't help but feel like laughing a little. Mr. Z, this is not about whether it's hard or not. The main thing is that they are putting pressure on us from all sides in order to cooperate. Just last night, someone even managed to reach high-level officials in the province. Oh, and someone even contacted my grandfather's old friend to plead for us. You don't know. They are really trying all sorts of methods, Mr. Z. I really can't take it anymore. Liu Gang sounded exhausted. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't call Zijia, but these days she couldn't take it anymore. Mr. Z, when should we make the announcement? Liu Gang sounded pitiful. If we don't handle this quickly, they might even demolish our Liu family's mansion. I've almost sorted everything out. At the latest by tomorrow. Today, I have some other things to take care of. Last night, Wong Tong Hai called and made an appointment with Zijia to give Wang's old man a second acupuncture session. Zijian's personality was such that if he didn't take on a task, he would let it go. But once he accepted it, he would definitely follow through with the treatment. Really? Okay. Then let's have a press conference tomorrow. Finally, we can get some relief. Liu Gang said happily, exchanged a few more words with Zijia before hanging up. These days, the Liu family has really helped me avoid a lot of trouble. However, I won't let you all contribute in vain. Zichia slowly put down his phone. These days he had not been idle. He met Wong Tong Hai and reminded him about the Lin family targeting them. So, next it was likely that the neutral Wong family would change sides and aim their guns at the Lin family. By doing so, Zichia was helping the Liu family to bring in a powerful ally. As long as the Liu family and the Wong family joined forces, even without Zichia's help, they would have the upper hand against the Lin family. So, this was also a gift Zichia gave to the Liu family, a gift that would place the Liu family in an unbeatable position. Just then, the phone on the table rang again, showing that it was indeed Wong Tong Hai calling. Mr. Z, are you at home now? On the call, Wong Tong Hai's attitude was even more respectful and polite than 2 days ago. Since Zichia had treated Wang's old man with acupuncture and prescribed medicine, within just 2 days, Wang's old man's condition had significantly improved. He had color in his face and could now eat on his own, and his overall spirit had improved a lot. Seeing these effects, Wong Tong Hai now had complete faith in Zichia's medical skills from the bottom of his heart. In his mind, Zichia's medical skills were superior to anyone else's. Faced with such a top-tier divine doctor, Wong Tong Hai naturally lowered his stance. I'm at the villa. Zichia nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. I'm on my way to your place. I'll be right there. Wong Tong Hai quickly agreed and then hung up. Zichia put down his phone, took the silver needle box with him, and, after pondering for a few seconds, went to the medicine room to get some pre-prepared medication to assist in treating Wang's old man. After about 10 minutes of bustling, Zichia arrived in the living room to wait. Just then, the phone rang again. Mr. Z, Miss Chen Raku has come up. On the call, the security guard responsible for monitoring the foot of the mountain at the Liu family reported with some panic in his tone. She's come up. Did you guys allow it? Zichia furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. Anyone wanting to come up needed his permission, so how did these people manage things? In fact, Zichia didn't want too much contact with Chen Raku right now. She said she has something important to tell you, and then she took the opportunity while we were off guard and surged up here. The security guard was somewhat embarrassed, mainly because they had seen Chen Raku before, and she had come up a few times, authorized each time, so they had let their guard down. They never expected Chen Raku to act out of turn and charge up the mountain while they were off guard. Understood. I'll handle it. When someone else arrives later, you can let them through. Zichia nodded and hung up the phone. At that moment, the roar of a car engine could be heard from outside. Honk. Zichia's brows furrow even more upon hearing this. Hoot hoo hoo. The black wine in the courtyard also let out a dissatisfied neigh. Zichia got up slowly and walked to the door, where he easily spotted Chen Raku's car at the gate. Zichia didn't know why Chen Raku had come to see him. Zichia. Chen Raku got out of the car and stepped forward. Don't you find it a bit ridiculous? Zichia looked at Chen Raku and suddenly asked this question. Ridiculous about what? Chen Raku was taken aback. When we were together, you never did this. Now that we've separated, you keep coming to find me. Isn't that ridiculous? Zichia's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Don't overthink it. Chen Raku frowned. I came to tell you something important. Go on. Zichia waved his hand. Not wanting to waste time with Chen Raku, Uncle is planning to hold a birthday feast for Grandpa soon. He asked me to inform you in advance. Zichia frowned slightly upon hearing this. Since when did Chen Len care so much about Grandpa's birthday feast? I see. Zichia reacted. After a couple of seconds, he wants to take advantage of the Chen group's popularity during this time to add more weight to it. Zichia shook his head lightly. He knew that Chen Len wasn't being filial. He just wanted to use this as an excuse. But regardless of how Chen Len saw it, Zichia would naturally have to attend Grandpa's birthday feast. When is it? Zichia asked softly. Just these few days. Chen Raku paused and said, Actually, Uncle asked me to inform you, but I suggest you not attend. Zichia frowned. Are you crazy? Why are you insulting me? Chen Raku gritted her teeth slightly. I came to inform you about Grandpa's feast and then you tell me not to go. Zichia glanced at Chen Raku and said, indifferently, what's crazy about it? You think I wanted to come? Uncle insisted that I inform you, and, just so you know, Lin Yang may also be there that day. Uncle has already set up to humiliate you. It's up to you if you want to just let it happen. After saying these words, Chen Raku prepared to leave. Tell them one more thing. One who humiliates others will be humiliated. one who humiliates me. Better be prepared to die. Ziqian's cold and indifferent words made Chen Raku tremble involuntarily. What did you say? Chen Raku turned around, eyes filled with astonishment. She never expected Ziqia to say such cold words. No matter what, Chen Len was still Chen Raku's uncle. How could Ziqia say such a thing as telling him to die? What I said, you should understand, Ziqia replied. Before, I tolerated them. That was based on the fact that I still considered myself half a member of the Chen family. But now, in my eyes, they are no different from strangers, and I will deal with them in my own way. Ziqia squinted slightly. His words were not a threat, but a lesson for Chen Raku. The point he was making was that, no matter how tolerant he was towards the Chen family in the past, that was all in the past. From the moment Ziqia was driven out of the Chen family by Chen Len and others, from the moment Ziqia divorced Chen Raku, there was no longer any connection between Ziqia and the Chen family. Therefore, Ziqia would no longer show any tolerance towards them. Whatever the Chen family did to him, he would reciprocate in the same manner. Twofold. Are you trying to scare me? Chen Raku bit her lip and asked. How do you plan to deal with this? Scare you? Liu Gang initially thought I was trying to scare him too. When Ziqia said this, Chen Raku widened her eyes in shock. In the past, Ziqia told Liu Gang that if he dared to act recklessly again, he would end the Liu family lineage. At that time, Liu Gang was indeed very disdainful, thinking that Ziqia was just bluffing to scare him. But the truth proved otherwise, as Liu Gang paid with his life, demonstrating that Ziqia was not bluffing, but actually willing to follow through with his threats. Are you going to compare my family with Liu Gang? Chen Raku gritted her teeth and asked. Why can't I? What relationship do I have with your Chen family now? Ziqian's counter-question left Chen Raku speechless. Liu Gang would die if he offended me. Your Chen family members who offend me will meet the same fate. After saying this, Ziqia prepared to turn and walk into the house. Ziqia, you are too arrogant. Chen Raku could no longer contain her anger, pointing at Ziqia and shouting, who do you think you are? Deciding who lives and who dies. Causing trouble is not a skill. Solving problems is. You think you are so powerful because you killed Liu Gang. If it weren't for me helping you, if it weren't for me asking the Lin family to intervene, do you think you would still have a chance to say such threatening words in front of me? Ziqia, you have been sentenced to death now. Do you understand? Chen Raku felt that it was her plea to the Lin family that helped Ziqia get acquitted. So, when Ziqia spoke those threatening words to her, she felt extremely uncomfortable. You don't need to praise yourself. I can come out of the supervisory bureau without any relation to the Lin family. Ziqia shook his head slightly, willing to believe that Chen Raku had asked for help from the Lin family for her own sake, but he would not attribute his gratitude to Chen Raku or the Lin family. Do you have any conscience? Chen Raku became angrier at his words. Whether I have a conscience is my own business. It was you who were fooled by Liu Gang before, and now you are being fooled by Lin Yang. Don't you think you are foolish? If Lin's family is so capable, why haven't they sent me backing? I, Ziqia, am here waiting. I want to see if they can bring me back to the supervisory bureau. Ziqian's words made Chen Raku's face go red and white with anger. She really wanted to call Lin Yang in a fit of anger and have him take Ziqia back to the supervisory bureau. However, she refrained from doing so, because she knew that if she did, Ziqian's life would truly be ruined. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Ziqia, you are too conceited. You committed intentional murder in this vast and high city, other than the Lin family, who can help you. Of course, there are many people who can resolve this matter, but can you recognize such individuals? Aren't you closer to the Liu family? Do you believe that by relying on the Liu family, you can do whatever you please? Do you think the Liu family can help you out of this trouble? Chen Raku's eyes carried a cold gaze as she posed these questions. In her eyes, the Liu family was the most powerful in Ziqian's network. But in the incident with Liu Gang, even with the Liu family's intervention, it couldn't be resolved. That's just your opinion. I know many people, and what kind of people they are, you can't imagine. Ziqia shook his head with a smile, knowing that Chen Raku wanted him to acknowledge her favors, but he wasn't that foolish. Ha ha, you can't imagine. We've been together for 2 years, and I know very well who you know. You say I can't imagine. Then tell me, besides the Liu family, Can you cite any other influential figures? Chen Raku shook her head slightly, looking contemptuous. Zichia was about to speak, but his gaze slowly shifted towards the jogging track circling the hill. At that moment, an expensive MPV approached at a moderate speed. Zichia glanced for a moment before retracting his gaze. It was a case of perfect timing, as the arrival of this car's owner would make Chen Raku realize how ridiculous her words had been. You don't understand. We've been together for 2 years, yes, but you never really saw me clearly. That's not my fault. That's just a matter of your own vision and understanding. Zichian's expression relaxed even further at this point. But Chen Raku, upon hearing this, sneered even more mockingly. You don't need to divert the topic, just answer my earlier question. You think you're capable and well-connected, then tell me, besides the Liu family, who else can you bring up? As Chen Raku's words fell, the MPV arrived at the villa, pulling to a slow stop. The car door opened, and Wong Tong Hai stepped out. Chen Raku frowned upon seeing him. Wong Tong Hai, the current head of the Wong family and one of the Tianhai Three Giants, was someone she certainly knew. Although the Wong family kept a relatively low profile, being one of the Tianhai Three Giants meant they were powerful. To her, the Chen group was just a small company in front of the Wong family. Mr. Wong. Chen Raku subconsciously wanted to greet him, but Wong Tong Hai didn't even look at her, heading straight to the entrance of the villa. Mr. Z, the car has arrived. Are you ready now? Wong Tong Hai's tone was extremely respectful. His stance made Chen Raku's heart tighten suddenly. Chen Raku was stunned and puzzled. The fact that Wong Tong Hai came to the lakeside villa already surprised her greatly. And now, Wong Tong Hai's attitude towards Zichia was even more astonishing. In terms of age, Wong Tong Hai was close to 50 years old, while Zichia was just in his 20s, making him much younger. In terms of status, Wong Tong Hai, as the head of the Wong family, held a position on par with top figures like Liu Gang and Lin, while Zichia was just a contestant under the Liu family. Both in terms of age and status, there was a significant gap between them, especially in the difference between Zichia and the other party. So, in terms of respect, it should have been Zichia showing respect to Wong Tong Hai. Yet, at this moment, what was the reason for Wong Tong Hai's respectful attitude towards Zichia? There was also one more crucial point. It was well known that the Wong family had always maintained neutrality, never getting involved in anyone's disputes. They would try to avoid contact with those who were already in conflict, such as the Liu and Lin families, to prevent being dragged into the whirlpool. So why was Wong Tong Hai actively approaching Zichia, despite the competition between the Liu and Lin families? Mr. Wong, hello. With extreme confusion, Chen Raku wanted to greet Wong Tong Hai. After all, in normal days, it was rare to see such a prominent figure like Wong Tong Hai. Please wait a moment. I am discussing matters with Mr. Z. Without even looking at Chen Raku, Wong Tong Hai respectfully continued waiting for Zichia. Chen Raku's mouth moved slightly, but in the end, she just nodded and didn't say much, quietly observing from the side. Zichia turned around, went into the house, grabbed some things, then walked outside. Let's go. Mr. Z, please. Wong Tong Hai quickly responded and turned towards the car. Chen Raku stood there blankly, feeling completely puzzled. Zichia, you. Chen Raku wanted to say something, but she couldn't find the words to say as it reached her lips. I have many things you don't know about. What you think of me is just your assumption. You think you understand me, but in reality, you can't even see the tip of the iceberg. With that statement, Zichia walked away without a hint of nostalgia. Chen Raku bit her lip, slowly turning to watch Zichian's departing figure. In her gaze, Wong Tong Hai, the head of the Wong family, personally opened the car door for Zichia, waited for Zichia to get in before gently closing the door and then getting in from the other side. These scenes made Chen Raku feel like she was dreaming. It was hard to imagine that Wong Tong Hai, a top figure equal to Lin and Liu Gang, would show such respect towards Zichia. Without exaggeration, Wong Tong Hai seemed to be treating Zichia like a subordinate. She had thought Zichia was arrogant in front of her thanks to the Liu family, but now, she suddenly realized she had underestimated Zichia all along and didn't truly know him. If she didn't witness it with her own eyes today, she wouldn't have believed that Zichian's connections also included the neutral Wong family. What kind of charm did Zichia possess to make a family that had maintained neutrality for decades actively approach him and choose to stand by his side? Why are so many people willing to get close to him? Why do so many people show him such profound respect? Could it be that I really don't understand him, that I haven't discovered his exceptional qualities? Chen Raku's gaze remained fixed, whispering softly as she watched the departing vehicle. Reflecting on her words earlier, Chen Raku felt her face flush with embarrassment. She had belittled Zitia, thinking he relied solely on the Liu family and had no other notable connections. Unexpectedly, the reality slammed into her quickly. Even casually mentioning one of the top 3 giants in Tianhai was already quite complex, but now having close ties with both the Liu and Wong families wasn't that proof enough of something. Sigh. Chen Raku couldn't help but let out a sigh. If it were someone else, with connections like those of the Liu and Wong families, Chen Raku, including the whole Chen group, would certainly treat that person with utmost respect. But when it came to Zitia, Chen Raku's feelings leaned more towards disbelief. She simply couldn't grasp why Zitia had earned such favor from 2 major powerhouses. Standing there as if dumbfounded, Chen Raku remained puzzled for quite some time. Snort. The wine in the courtyard snorted, as if urging Chen Raku to leave. It was then that Chen Raku snapped back to reality, slowly turning towards the car. Once inside the car, Chen Raku's gaze remained fixed, her mind a tangled mess. The words of Zitia, Wong Tong Hai, and Wong Tong Hai's attitude towards Zitia continued to echo in her mind, leaving her with a suffocating feeling of complication. Just then, her phone rang, and Chen Raku stiffly picked up the call and held it to her ear. Raku, where are you? I need to talk to you about something. Chen Liren's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Raku answered truthfully, I came out to take care of something and came over to Ziqian's place to inform him about the birthday banquet. Don't waste your time on him. If you don't have time to inform him, the old man will tell him when the time comes. Chen Liren was visibly displeased upon hearing Ziqian's name. Okay. Chen Raku nodded lightly. What's wrong? Chen Liren noticed the change in Chen Raku's tone and furrowed his brows. Did he say something disrespectful to you? No. Chen Raku shook her head. Then what is it? Chen Liren asked, puzzled. Uncle, do you think our bias against him is too strong, causing us to overlook his exceptional qualities? Chen Raku fell silent for a few seconds before deciding to confide in Chen Liren about the matter. What exceptional qualities? I admit I didn't know about his medical skills before. Chen Liren shook his head. But even if he knows some medicine, how does that matter? His medical skills are still inferior to our contestant Jiang Chen. Is that considered exceptional? Chen Liren didn't care much. He believed that since Jiang Chen had won the regional championship, it proved he was better than Zitia. That's not what I meant. I think if so many people are courteous and respectful towards him, there must be a reason. Chen Raku's words were cut off as Chen Liren interrupted. So many people? Which people? Isn't he just currently relying on the Liu family for his recent accomplishments? And now you're saying the Wong family. Chen Raku shook her head. The Wong family. The current head of the Tianhai 3 giants, Wong Tong Hai. I saw him personally escort Zitia respectfully and even open the car door for him. As Chen Raku spoke, Chen Liren was instantly dumbfounded. What did you say? Chen Liren felt like he must have misheard. Chen Raku could understand Chen Liren's feelings because even she found it hard to believe the situation if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. So, Chen Raku described the earlier events to Chen Liren once again. Is it possible? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Chen Liren subconsciously didn't believe it. Even if Chen Raku said that the Wong family was respectful and polite to Zitia, he was willing to believe it, but he found it very hard to believe in reality. First, Zitia had no connection with the Wong family. Secondly, the Wong family always maintained a neutral position and wouldn't actively engage with Zitia. So, in Chen Liren's view, what Chen Raku said had no credibility at all. Uncle, I didn't see it wrong, and I'm not joking with you. Chen Raku shook her head. This is the truth. Seeing how seriously Chen Raku spoke, Chen Liren fell into silence once again. If it was just the Liu family being courteous to Zitia, it could be seen as cooperation between them. But what about the Wong family, which always stayed neutral? What was going on there? Could it be true, as Chen Raku said, that Zitia had some exceptional qualities that they hadn't noticed? However, the impression of Zitia within the Chen family was deeply ingrained, and they were not willing to admit his excellence. So Chen Liren's mind raced, considering various possibilities. I understand. A few seconds later, Chen Len shook his head with a cold laugh. Understand what? Chen Raku hurriedly asked. It must be that the Wong family is interested in the treatment plan for Kiankaku. Chen Len spoke decisively, as if he had seen through everything. Kiankaku. Chen Raku hesitated for 2 seconds before reacting suddenly. I see. Chen Len's words were an awakening, allowing Chen Raku to understand the key point. She had to admit that the treatment plan for Kiankaku had indeed attracted numerous people, and these days, many were trying to contact the Liu family and Zitia. Even many corporate groups were willing to offer generous terms just to collaborate with Zitia. I understand. Chen Raku nodded lightly. The benefits brought by the Kiankaku treatment plan are indeed very tempting. Under such huge interests, it's only natural that the Wong family is interested. In that case, the Wong family's politeness towards Zitia is just because they also want to benefit from the Kiankaku treatment plan. Chen Len nodded. Exactly, that must be it. So, it makes sense. Chen Raku nodded. But if the treatment plan belongs to Zitia, and they value him because of it, it also proves his extraordinary abilities. Is it really like that? I'm not so sure. Chen Len shook his head. Chen Raku asked in confusion, what do you mean? You have to understand. Now so many corporate groups, including the Wong family, are polite to Zitia because they want to get hold of the treatment plan. But once the treatment plan is in the hands of too many people, it loses its value. So in the end, he can only choose one party. And if he chooses to collaborate with one party, won't he offend the others? Will the others still treat him respectfully? This time, Chen Len's mind was sharp, quickly analyzing the situation. I understand. Chen Raku nodded gently. So, what you mean is, the Wong family's courtesy towards him is only temporary. Isn't it obvious? If he doesn't choose the Wong family in the end, will Wong Tong Hai still waste time on him? Chen Len disdainfully shook his head. Chen Raku subconsciously asked, but what if he chooses the Wong family in the end? Ha ha. What about the other family forces? Let's not talk about those far away. Just say the Yi family in the capital. Would they easily let it go? If Zitia chooses the Wong family without choosing them, the Yi family will definitely launch various attacks and retaliations against them. Chen Len's mind was more than enough to analyze even this matter concerning Zitia. It seems to be the case. Chen Raku listened and silently nodded in agreement. No need to bother with him anymore. I've been thinking these past few days that it may not be a good thing for Zitia to bring out this Kiankaku treatment plan. We don't need to try to collaborate with him. This is now hot potato, causing headaches for whoever holds it. Just watch, Zitia is definitely playing with fire this time, and what awaits him will be a disastrous end. Chen Len sneered as if he had already seen through Zichion's upcoming fate. Hearing this, Chen Raku furrowed her brow slightly, her mouth moving as if she wanted to speak but stopped. I understand. I'll go back now. After saying this, Chen Raku hung up the phone. The car started, and she initially planned to step on the gas and leave. However, after looking at the yard for a few seconds, she took out a paper and pen, quickly wrote something, then got out of the car and walked towards the yard. I'll give you a warning. From now on, you're on your own. Chen Raku placed the note she had written on the stone table in the yard before leaving in her car. On the other side, at the Wong family mansion, Zitia had just finished acupuncture treatment for Mr. Wong. After a brief rest, Mr. Wang's complexion looked even better than before. Naturally, Mr. Wong was very grateful to Zitia and insisted on taking out some long-held precious tea leaves to thank him. Meanwhile, Wong Tong Hai, the current head of the Wong family, became a waiter, serving tea on the side, without any complaints. For top-tier families like the Tian Hai trio, their current power and status were not achieved overnight, nor could it be accomplished by one generation alone. It was a culmination of efforts over several generations, with a wide network of connections built by the founding patriarchs. Their vast network extended to friendships made in their youth or individuals they had promoted, who, over the decades, had also become influential figures. In short, as long as these patriarchs were present, the external relations and favors would always be there, serving as a stable pillar for the family. Therefore, leaving aside filial piety, their importance to the entire family was self-evident. Now, by healing the previously condemned Mr. Wong, Zitia had become the savior in the eyes of the Wong family. Mr. Z, please have some tea. Wong Tong Hai personally served a fragrant tea to Zitia, and then sat down to chat. After a few casual exchanges, Wong Tong Hai began to discuss the matter at hand. Mr. Z, I have indeed found some clues about the incident where my grandfather was poisoned. Mr. Z indeed has extraordinary foresight. Wong Tong Hai said these words while observing Ziqian's expression. He tried to make some judgments and gather useful information from Ziqian's changing demeanor. However, Ziqia remained unfazed, displaying a lack of interest in the matter. Mr. Z, would you like to listen? Wong Tong Hai paused, smiled, and asked Ziqia. But when Ziqia heard these words, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. What are you probing? Ziqian's response caused a slight change in Wong Tong Hai's expression. Everyone was intelligent, so he naturally understood the meaning behind Ziqian's words. He just didn't expect Ziqia to be so straightforward. What you find out has nothing to do with me. Ziqian's firm attitude didn't leave any room for Wong Tong Hai to save face. Wong Tong Hai blushed, lowered his head slightly, and fell into silence. People like them, old foxes who had lived half a lifetime, never confronted situations like Ziqia did. They were always indirect and cautious. Facing Ziqian's blunt response, Wong Tong Hai momentarily didn't know how to reply. Yet, he also realized that in their interactions with others, speaking vaguely and not arousing irritation or offense was necessary. However, for Ziqia, such considerations were absent. Why? Because if the Wong family angered Ziqia, they would offend a skilled doctor. At least for now, it would mean that the old master's illness would likely remain uncured. Therefore, Ziqia dared to converse with Wong Tong Hai in such a manner, leaving Wong Tong Hai no choice but to humble himself once again. As for the old master, he remained silent and drank tea quietly, showing no intention of helping Wong Tong Hai out of the situation. After all, it was Wong Tong Hai who insisted on being clever in front of Ziqia, which ultimately led to his own problem. Mr. Z, I know I've made a mistake. Please forgive me. Wong Tong Hai hesitated for a few seconds, chose not to offer any excuses, and straightforwardly admitted his fault. One could say that his handling of the situation was clever. When dealing with intelligent individuals, explaining oneself was pointless and might even lead to further resentment. Once your intentions were apparent to the other party, arguing would only make you appear foolish and insincere. It was better to admit mistakes openly, which could potentially salvage the situation. Indeed, Wong Tong Hai nodded as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. When Wong Tong Hai brought up the matter to this extent, Ziqia simply nodded without adding more. Mr. Z, then let me report to you the findings of my investigation. The medicinal diet the old master is using is confirmed to have problems. I've been investigating for the past few days and haven't found anything related to the Lin family. So, I am considering contacting the Liu family to see if we can gather some useful information from them. Wong Tong Hai summarized the information he had gathered over the days to Ziqia. You may proceed. Ziqia, who had remained silent until then, lightly nodded upon hearing the last sentence. When he previously reminded Wong Tong Hai of this matter, he had some personal motives wanting to secure a reliable ally for the Liu family. Now that Wong Tong Hai had the idea to contact the Liu family, Ziqia naturally supported his decision. However, as for how Wong Tong Hai would go about contacting the Liu family, Ziqia would not meddle. Once he intervened, the nature of the matter would change. Regardless, if the Liu family treated Ziqia sincerely, when necessary, he would offer assistance. This set the path for them, yet Ziqia wouldn't interfere too much in how they proceeded. After some more small talk, Ziqia declined the Wong family's invitation and prepared to take his leave. Mr. Z, thank you once again for saving this aged man's life. Whenever the Wong family needs assistance, Mr. Z, feel free to ask, and we will not decline. The old master of the Wong family also promised without hesitation. All right then, please rest well, old master. Continue taking your medicine as prescribed. Based on your condition, I will arrange another acupuncture treatment soon, and you should be healed, Ziqia assured them, receiving expressions of gratitude from Wong Tong Hai and the old master once again. Mr. Z, I will escort you back, Wong Tong Hai offered as they stepped outside, getting ready to ride with Ziqia. No need. I have other matters to attend to. Instruct your driver to take me to Wenyuan Tea House, Ziqia stated after checking the time. He was heading to the underground treasury of the tea house to procure some herbs. Apart from that, since Chen Raku had informed him about the upcoming celebration for the old master Chen, Probably within these days, he couldn't visit empty-handed. The treasury at the Wenyuan tea house contained a variety of treasures, making it more suitable for Zitiat to acquire what he needed rather than seeking other sources. Yet, these were relatively unimportant. The true gift Zitiat prepared for the old master Chen was priceless. All right, then I won't disturb you in your affairs, Mr. Z. Wong Tong Hai immediately agreed, taking a few steps back and watching as Zitiat left in his car. As the taillights disappeared from view, Wong Tong Hai shifted his gaze back and promptly returned to the residence of the old master. Old master, how did you find Mr. Z after your interaction? Wong Tong Hai asked eagerly upon entering the house. Though their time spent chatting with Zitiat was brief, the old master, having lived a long life and observed countless individuals, had a keen eye for people. Even without words, he could discern a great deal from someone's demeanor and aura. And at this moment, Wong Tong Hai sought the old master's evaluation of Zitiat, which would determine his future attitude towards him. This young man is truly extraordinary. In terms of character and intelligence, he surpasses his peers by far. A rare talent among us. From his words and actions, I can tell that the information you previously gathered was incorrect. He is definitely not an orphan without parents. On the contrary, the subtle aura he carries must have been nurtured from a major clan. The old master took a sip of tea and shared his insights, leaving Wong Tong Hai stunned. He had not expected the high praise the old master had for Zitiat. Sir, are you serious? Wong Tong Hai furrowed his brow slightly. He knew that Wang Laoyi actually had a very strict personality. Among the descendants of the Wang family, only Wong Tong Hai was slightly valued by him. Others, including 3 generations of descendants, he looked down upon. To have someone with such high standards and extremely strict personality give such high praise after just a short interaction with Zitiat was truly unbelievable to Wong Tong Hai. In his impression, Wang Laoyi had never praised anyone so highly before, considering that in Tianhai City, there were many young talents, including Jiang Chen, the younger generation leader in the medical field. The evaluations given by Wang Laoyi were only deemed acceptable. Are you joking? Do you feel that Zitiat doesn't deserve such praise? Wang Laoyi raised an eyebrow and asked Wong Tong Hai. Not exactly, but I feel that your evaluation is a bit too high. Wong Tong Hai shook his head. He wasn't intentionally underestimating Zitiat, but he felt that the title of remarkable talent among men wasn't something that anyone could be labeled with. Deep down you also know, it's just that you are unwilling to admit it verbally. If Zitiat is not a remarkable talent among men, would you be so respectful and polite to a young man in his 20s? I know you want to say it's because he cured my body, but is it really just for this reason? Wang Laoyi's eyes were shrewd, and his words left Wong Tong Hai speechless. It could be said that in front of someone like Wang Laoyi, no secrets could be hidden. Every word and action would be quickly seen through. Cough. Wong Tong Hai let out a slightly awkward cough. All right, don't hide your thoughts from me. In short, you must try your best to get along with him. Even if you can't be friends, you absolutely cannot be enemies with him. And you don't need to worry about the Lin family. Even if the Lin family harbors resentment towards us because of this matter, if you can become friends with Zitiat, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. After Wang Laoyi finished speaking, Wong Tong Hai nodded thoughtfully. Could he really be from some top-tier prestigious family? Actually, I was also speculating about this matter before. If he doesn't come from a top-tier medical family, he wouldn't have such high medical skills at this age. Upon hearing this, Wang Laoyi smiled and shook his head, quietly sipping his tea. Sir, then what about the Chen family? With Zitian's high medical skills, mysterious background, exceptional character, why don't they treasure him? From what I know, Zitiat has been treated very poorly in the Chen family for the past 2 years, and just a few days ago, even went through divorce proceedings with Chen Raku. Or is it that the people in the Chen family actually don't know what background Zitiat has? Wong Tong Hai told Wang Laoyi all the information he had gathered. In fact, Wong Tong Hai's thought was that the Chen family members must know more about Zitiat and their Wang family. Since the Chen family treats Zitiat so poorly, maybe their expectations of Zitiat are too high. Wang Laoyi didn't immediately respond. He put down his cup of tea, wiped his hands with a wet towel, then slowly walked to a Buddha altar nearby. People are not distinguished by high or low status, but by their cognitive levels. A mouse never thinks the food it eats is stolen. A fly never thinks it's dirty. In the world of crows, swans are guilty during the day. In the end, it's because of insufficient understanding. Thoughts are not at the same level. As he spoke, Wan Laoyi picked up 3 incense sticks and lit them slowly. If understanding is lacking, people can only see what they can comprehend, and they can't see beyond that higher level. This is the cognitive bias between people. You might not believe in Buddha, but temples are never lacking people who offer incense. With these words, Wong Laoyi inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. Wong Tong Hai pondered for a few seconds and then nodded thoughtfully. The Chen family. Since the old master of the Chen family, there hasn't been anyone remarkable. The strategy of bringing in a son-in-law by the old master could have brought countless opportunities to the Chen family. But alas. Wong Laoyi shook his head and sighed. Heaven doesn't destroy men, it's always men bringing upon their own downfall. Wong Tong Hai watched as Wong Laoyi left, contemplating the conversation they had just had. He then took out his phone, found Liu Jianlin's number, and dialed it. On the other side, when Yuan Tea House, in the underground vault, Zichia was carefully selecting gifts. However, over 20 minutes had passed, and Zichia still hadn't found a suitable gift. It wasn't that there weren't good things there, but there were too many treasures, making Zichia somewhat overwhelmed. Of course, one of the reasons was that although the items in the vault were valuable, even some were priceless treasures, in Zichia's eyes, they had no value at all. For example, the authentic calligraphy and paintings in front of him, if taken to an antique market, could easily fetch a high price of millions. There were also antique jade pieces beside them, each of high value, and some were one-of-a-kind items that couldn't be measured with money. But in the eyes of Zichia, these things that were considered invaluable by others were still not as valuable as a rare medicinal herb. Most importantly, Zichia understood Master Chen, knowing that he didn't like such antiques and collectibles. So in Zichia's view, it was better for him to personally refine a medicinal pill to help Master Chen's health and longevity. However, Zichia had a second thought. In that kind of birthday banquet setting, practicality was more important. In gift giving, it's about the value for money. For instance, giving a $1,000 phone was definitely not as good as giving a $1,000 lipstick. This way, both the guests and the host would be satisfied. Zichia, based on his character, surely valued practicality more. But Chen Raku had said that Chen Len and the others were waiting to humiliate him. If Zichia really just brought a medicinal pill, it might give them the chance to ridicule him. Though Zichia didn't care about others' opinions, he still had to consider Master Chen's reputation. After all, saving face is common among people, and with many people present that day, Master Chen naturally hoped that Zichia could give him face. With these thoughts, Zichia slowly lowered his head and looked at the items in front of him, a clear idea forming in his mind. What is said must be done. He had promised to give a big gift at Master Chen's birthday banquet, and he was determined to follow through. 10 minutes later, Zichia emerged from the basement. In his hands, he only carried some medicinal herbs, nothing else. These herbs were carefully selected based on his and Master Chen's physical conditions. As for other things, he had a different plan in mind. Zichia took these items and returned to the lakeside villa. Time ticked by second. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tianhai Liu family issued a statement. They announced that there would be a press conference held the next morning at 9 o'clock in the top-floor conference room of the Liu Group building. This news immediately caused a stir throughout the entire Tianhai city. Not only in Tianhai city, but also in many conglomerates and family forces outside of Tianhai city. Everyone received this news for the first time. Why? Because for the past few days, countless eyes had been watching every move of the Liu family. The reason, of course, was that everyone wanted to gain the rights to develop the Qiankaoku treatment plan. Since they couldn't reach Zichia and find out his whereabouts, they had to focus all their energy on the Liu family. And now, after several days of silence, the Liu family finally made a move. Everyone understood that the content of the press conference to be held by the Liu family the next day would definitely be related to the Qiankaoku treatment plan. It was very likely that the final list of collaborators would be announced the next day. However, at the moment, no one knew who would ultimately receive the collaboration from the Liu family. In this situation, the forces that wanted to obtain the rights to develop the Qiankaoku treatment plan once again scrambled to contact the Liu family, offering various conditions in an attempt to impress them. Some of the conditions offered even made numerous people in the Liu family tempted. Liu Gang and Liu Jianlin even had several arguments over the matter. But no matter the arguments, Liu Gang understood that ultimately, it was up to Zitia to decide how to handle the incurable treatment plan. Unable to bear the atmosphere, Liu Jingyao took the opportunity to leave the Liu family and come to the lakeside villa. She now saw the lakeside villa as a refuge, where she could seek moments of peace and even vent to Zitia whenever she couldn't bear the pressure or felt extremely tired. Ever since she arrived at the lakeside villa and saw Zitia, she couldn't stop talking. Sometimes she talked about the various group companies seeking collaboration, and other times she talked about the attitudes of Liu Gang and other Liu family members. Phew, Zitia, I feel so much better talking to you. Liu Jingyao breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed a water glass, and gulped down most of it. It's okay. After tomorrow, all of this will be over. Zitia nodded lightly and refilled Liu Jingyao's glass with more water. Drink slowly. Okay. Liu Jingyao blushed slightly. When outside, she was like a strong woman handling all sorts of matters promptly and decisively. But here at Zichan's residence, even if Zitia just poured her a glass of water, she felt cared for, and her heartbeat couldn't help but slightly quicken. By the way, Zitia, there's one more thing. Today, the head of the Wong family contacted my father, and they had a meeting to discuss some matters. Liu Jingyao mentioned this, feeling extremely surprised. For years, the Tianhai Wong family had always maintained a neutral stance and refrained from getting involved in any disputes. If someone started a conflict, they would avoid contact with the conflicting parties to prevent misunderstandings. Over the years, the Wong family had been consistent in their behavior, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. But now, everyone knew that the Lin and Liu families were openly competing, especially with the intensification of the medical competition. In this situation, based on the Wong family's usual style, why would they suddenly initiate contact with the Liu family? I know, Zitia nodded gently. You know. Liu Jingyao was first stunned, then quickly realized, Zitia, is this matter related to you? Could it be that the Wong family is also interested in the rights to develop the incurable treatment plan? Apart from this reason, Liu Jingyao couldn't think of anything else that would lead the Wong family to break their neutral stance. No. Zitia shook his head. Your father will tell you about the matter he discussed with the Wong family. As for your Liu family, I hope you can grasp this a lie, Zitia said. And after that, Liu Jingyao blinked her eyes rapidly, her mind racing with countless thoughts. A few seconds later, she took a deep breath and said, Zitia, thank you very much for helping my Liu family once again. Liu Jingyao's brain was definitely sharp enough that just with a few words from Zitia, she could guess many things. It was certain that Zitia had facilitated contact between the Wong and Liu families. As for how Zitia had done it, that was irrelevant. What mattered was that Liu Jingyao remembered Zichan's favor. It's nothing. Zitia waved a hand slightly. There's no need to be so polite between us. Heh. All right. Liu Jingyao smiled, and after a few moments of small talk, she pulled out a document. Zitia, take a look. This is the agenda for tomorrow's press conference. I actually wanted to ask you if you want to make an appearance at tomorrow's press conference. Zitia took the document, looked it over, and shook his head. It's not necessary. You can represent me fully. Liu Jingyao nodded helplessly, knowing that Zitia would say that. In the eyes of others, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for fame. The press conference the next day would garner high attention, and as soon as Zitia made a slight appearance, he would instantly become a top-tier star. In today's society, with fame and popularity, money would flow in abundantly. Unfortunately, such an opportunity held no value in Zichan's eyes and failed to pique his interest. All right, let's do that then. Zitia finished reviewing the press conference agenda a few minutes later and nodded to show his agreement. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Liu Jingyao nodded lightly, waiting for all the dust to settle after the press conference the next day. A quiet night passed. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Liu Group building, the press conference started promptly. This press conference was fully open, and many media reporters gathered on site. Countless reporters carried cameras and were ready to snatch up the latest information. The scene was bustling with voices. Roughly estimating, there were at least 500 people, including journalists and audience members. These people had all been approved by the Liu family for entry. Outside the Liu Group building, even more people were waiting. Both sides of the street were filled with media vans, extending far into the distance. It could be said that the level of attention on the incurable treatment development rights was exceedingly high. Despite the large crowd at the scene, There were many others who were closely monitoring the situation, but preferred not to appear publicly. In fact, there were even more people observing behind the scenes than those present at the scene. Countless individuals were awaiting an outcome from the Liu family. Of course, there were also many who were waiting to see Liu family's embarrassment. This included the Lin family, Chen Len from the Chen group, and some other forces that were also at odds with the Liu family. Others were hoping to become partners with the Liu family, but people like Lin knew that no matter who the Liu family chose to cooperate with, it would offend others. In simple terms, when the Liu family announced the partnership company, those who were not selected would immediately harbor resentment towards the Liu family. As for now, people like Lin were eagerly anticipating this moment. Inside Lin's study, he and Lin were watching the screen, their mouths showing a hint of coldness. On the screen was the site of the Liu Group press conference, which had not yet begun. This press conference by the Liu Group was a public event, with all information being transparent. The content at the event would be disseminated by the attending media, reporters, thus requiring no secrecy. Therefore, the Liu family decided to broadcast the entire event live, in accordance with the wishes of many. Dad, what do you think the Liu family is planning? Lin, with a cigarette in hand, found the behavior of the Liu family puzzling. Initially, upon the Liu family's announcement yesterday, he had expected to witness a comedy of errors. However, upon further thought, he found the Liu family's actions to be somewhat abnormal. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Lin softly inquired. I think the Liu family convening this press conference is a very foolish act. Given the current situation, by announcing the partnership, they will inevitably offend a large number of people. If they don't choose the Yi family in the capital, they would definitely deeply offend the Yi family. In that case, why did they prematurely announce the results on the eve of the medical congress finals? Lin shook his head and analyzed. If it were me, I would stall these people first, wait until all matters are settled, and then announce the final result. This way, one could minimize losses and reduce the impact. It had to be admitted that what Lin said made perfect sense, and Lin had already thought about these matters for quite some time. I think they must have some other ideas, Lin pondered, stroking his chin. He continued, we can all see that this decision is foolish, and the Liu family must also realize it. However, since the Liu family would not make such foolish decisions, that means we might have overlooked something, or they have made some other preparations that we cannot anticipate. After listening, Lin furrowed his brows slightly, seeming to have some thoughts, but not very clear ones. Since we can't guess, let's put that aside for now. In my view, this is a dead-end situation. I don't believe the Liu family or Zitia can find a way out. So, no matter how they struggle, the result will be the same. It will probably end in a complete mess. A few seconds later, Lin shook his head slightly, deciding not to dwell on it anymore. Anyway, the press conference was about to start, and their intentions would soon be revealed. All right, let's wait and see. Lin nodded. If the Liu family makes a misstep, causing the Yi family to be dissatisfied, we can use that opportunity to suppress them. By then, not only will the Liu family be pushed down by us, but Zitia, that waste, will also become a pawn in our conflict. Lin's face was filled with coldness as he deemed that Zitia had only achieved his current status through the Liu family's support. Once the Liu family falter, Zitia would be nothing in the eyes of Lin on the other side. At a lakeside villa, Zitia was also watching the live broadcast on television. Initially, he had no intention of appearing, but the full LED broadcast format completely dispelled any thought he had. Currently, he was in a crucial phase of memory recovery, of which he still had no recollection of past events, including friends and enemies. Therefore, at this critical moment, he had to avoid any unnecessary risks. If he were to reveal himself and be recognized by old enemies, they would surely try to harm him. As he did not recognize them, and they lurked in the shadows ready to attack, the situation would be unfavorable for him. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. He had to consider this, which is why he needed to remain low-key until he fully regained his memory. After watching the screen for a while, Zitia picked up a note from the table and read its contents. He had found this note yesterday upon returning from the Wenyuan tea house, immediately recognizing Chen Raku's handwriting. The note contained information about the Qiankaku treatment development rights. Of course, Chen Raku wasn't seeking collaboration with Zitia. She was merely warning him about the current situation he faced. In a difficult situation, this time, you seem to have a bit of a brain. But that's just what you think. Placing the note back down, Zitia knew that many people were preparing to witness his joke with the Liu family. However, this time, he was determined to surprise everyone greatly. He could even envision how many jaws would drop when his decision was announced. Zitia picked up his phone and called Liu Jinyao. 9:10 a.m. Liu Jianlin, along with the senior executives of the Liu family, entered the venue of the press conference and took their seats. Flashbulbs went off as many reporters frantically tried to move forward to ask some key questions, only to be intercepted by security personnel. Please calm down everyone. We'll set aside some time for answering your questions. Liu Jinyao adjusted the microphone and began speaking, gradually quietening the crowd. The hundreds of people at the venue, as well as the countless others watching the live broadcast, were all eagerly anticipating the final outcome. Hello, everyone. I am the current CEO of the Liu Group, and I am also the spokesperson for today's press conference, said Liu Jinyao, introducing himself before quickly getting to the main point. The main content of this press conference is about the specific treatment plan for the drug Chen Raku. As soon as these words were spoken, numerous people nodded in agreement. They had already guessed that today's press conference would be related to the treatment plan for Chen Raku. It was precisely because of this treatment plan that the press conference was receiving so much attention. Now it was confirmed that the press conference would reveal the outcome regarding Chen Raku. At the same time, our Liu Group's latest research and development product will also be unveiled at this press conference, Liu Jinyao announced, prompting many journalists present to furrow their brows. Their purpose in coming here today was for information on the development rights for the treatment plan of Chen Raku, and they were only interested in the contents related to Chen Raku at the press conference. In normal circumstances, when any company holds a product launch event, many media representatives are usually invited to increase exposure. However, for today's press conference, even small and large media outlets had crowded in and some had to pull strings to gain entry, all because of the Chen Raku treatment plan. CEO Liu, is this appropriate? A journalist questioned with a furrowed brow. How is it inappropriate? Liu Jinyao calmly responded, we all assumed that today's press conference content would only focus on Chen Raku. Excuse me, let me interrupt. Liu Jinyao interrupted the journalist and continued, from yesterday until now, our Liu family has not disclosed any information about the press conference content. All information circulating in the public domain is merely speculation. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Liu Jinyao was right in pointing out that the Liu family had not revealed any details about the press conference beforehand, despite rumors suggesting today's focus would be on the treatment plan for Chen Raku. Liu Jinyao's statement left everyone speechless. In addition, the final interpretation rights of this press conference belong to the Liu family, Liu Jinyao concluded, leaving no room for dissent. Please understand. This sentence, a mix of firmness and softness, left everyone without a rebuttal. If there are no objections, let's begin the conference, Liu Jinyao said, promptly moving on to introduce Liu Group's latest research and development products. Look at that jerk. The Liu family's way of doing things is so off-putting. Liu Jianlin, that old sly fox, such a good publicity opportunity, and it's free, of course, he won't let it go. At the same time, many individuals watching the live broadcast couldn't help but voice their frustration. Some were influential figures, while others were top wealthy individuals in the business circle, all of whom held esteemed statuses and eagerly awaited news related to Chen Raku. Despite their displeasure, they were compelled to stay glued to their screens waiting for the anticipated announcement. As time ticked away, an hour had passed since the start of the conference. For many, this hour felt like an eternity. However, some individuals had developed a keen interest in Liu Group's new products and followed the proceedings attentively. This scenario was precisely what the Liu Group aimed to achieve. The high level of attention garnered for this conference meant that even if the conversion rate of customers was minimal, it would still translate to significant profits for the Liu Group. In truth, Liu Jinyao had come up with this plan spur of the moment, without even informing Zitia. Initially, the conference was meant to solely focus on the treatment plan for Chen Raku, primarily to announce Ziqian's final decision. However, since Ziqian's decision held no real benefits for the Liu family, Liu Jinyao devised a plan to cleverly promote their own group's new products instead. By doing so, they could maximize product promotion while saving on a significant advertising budget. This impromptu decision seemed to be working well. Liu Jingyao introduced several new products within that hour, wrapping up the presentations. It was evident to keen observers that the patience of the attending media reporters was nearly depleted. If Liu Jingyao didn't get to the main point soon, there would likely be angry walkouts risking the loss of valuable exposure. On cue, Liu Jingyao proceeded to announce and delve into the details of the Chen Raku treatment plan. Swish! Upon hearing the three words, Chen Raku, whether in person or watching the live broadcast, everyone immediately became attentive. Some may not know how toxic Chen Raku really is. Liu Jingyao gestured towards the screen, starting to recount some case studies. This approach effectively highlighted the miraculous aspects of the Chen Raku treatment plan. After taking 3 minutes to narrate the cases and another 5 minutes explaining the medical complexities of Chen Raku, Liu Jingyao finally steered the discussion towards the main point. It is an honor that our competitor and key partner, Mr. ZTA, has developed this treatment plan for this drug, Liu Jingyao announced. This treatment plan is a medical marvel and could be considered a breakthrough in medical history. LS Jingyao spoke very seriously. The journalists in the audience were also recording very seriously. This included many medical workers who were watching the live broadcast, all holding their breath and not willing to miss half a word, because they knew that what LS Jingyao said was indeed very important. The detoxification plan of Qianseok, although it seemed to only solve one problem, its significance was far beyond that. Only medical workers understood that many diseases actually have the same origin, but manifest in different parts of the body with varying degrees of severity, eventually leading to different symptoms, and if one type of symptoms could be addressed, based on its toxicity and pharmacological properties, they could apply the same principle to tackle more medical challenges. Therefore, regarding this treatment plan for Qianseok, it was definitely considered a breakthrough, even a groundbreaking discovery. Currently, only Jiang Chen and the LS family had access to this treatment method, so what LS Jingyao said naturally carried high authority, and every word she said would be taken seriously. Following that, according to Jiang Tian's previous arrangement, LS Jingyao shared some information. Even the things mentioned casually by Jiang Chen benefited many medical workers watching the live broadcast, including some highly experienced Western medical experts. However, the more LS Jingyao spoke, the more those who wanted to collaborate felt increasingly impatient. They didn't need to understand too much medical knowledge. They only knew that obtaining cooperation on this Qianseok would be like grabbing a money tree, a treasure trove. Therefore, this group of people didn't want to hear too much from LS Jingyao. They just wanted to quickly hear the finalized list of collaborations. I have spoken so much, I believe everyone has a preliminary understanding of this matter. Thanks to the cooperation of various partners and friendly enterprises, the LS Group has also made achievements in the medical field in recent years. However, the LS Group believes that with its own capabilities, it is not enough to fully develop this treatment plan. If that's the case, it would be a great waste, and a loss to the entire medical community. When LS Jingyao reached this point, countless people were becoming increasingly expectant. What would be the next step? Surely they would announce the list of collaborations. Therefore, after discussing with Mr. Zhao, we have decided. We will donate the relevant treatment plan for Qianseok to the medical community of Longguo for free. In the eager eyes of many, LS Jingyao slowly announced this decision. However, after LS Jingyao finished speaking, the venue fell into a brief silence. Even the numerous viewers watching the live broadcast were puzzled. They couldn't understand the meaning of LS Jingyao's words. President LS, we don't quite understand your meaning. A reporter stepped forward and asked first. It means that Mr. Zhao has finally decided to hand over this treatment plan to the country for free. The country will take charge of the development, and the LS family will provide full support in the subsequent development. LS Jingyao faced the camera, announcing this decision with utmost seriousness. Oh my God, what? Suddenly, the whole audience exclaimed. No one had expected that the LS family would make such a decision. No, to be precise, it was Jiang Chen who made this incredible decision. What the hell are they doing? At this moment, in the study of the Lin family, Lin slammed the table and stood up, looking incredulous. Just a minute ago, Lin was smiling, waiting to see a joke between the LS family and Jiang Chen. But after this minute, Lin smile disappeared, replaced by a look of disbelief. Yeah. What are they doing? Lin Yan was also very confused. Before the LS family announced this result, the two of them had speculated about countless possible outcomes. They guessed that the LS family was most likely to cooperate with the Wu family in the capital, as the LS family would definitely not dare to offend the Wu family. However, in such a vast lone Wu, it was not just the Wu family that they could not afford to offend. There were many other powerful figures that they couldn't offend either. It all depended on how the LS family would choose. They never imagined that the LS group Han Jiao would make such an unexpected move. What was this? Was it burning the bridges behind them, or was it a desperate move? Regardless of which, at least Lin Wan had to admit that the seemingly insurmountable problem faced by the LS group Han Jiao had been resolved. The dilemma of being caught between a rock and a hard place had been smoothly resolved by their unconditional donation. Lin Wan clenched his fists. Just yesterday, he had said that Jiao and the LS family could never solve this deadlock. And now, right in front of him, they had resolved it. Lin Wan's face turned red. He didn't know whether to be angry or feel embarrassed about his words from yesterday. Dad, how could they bear to do this? That treatment plan for Kionseok is definitely a wealth code. As long as they unlock this wealth code, it will bring them endless wealth. They just gave it up like that. Lin Yan, who considered himself highly intelligent, was unable to understand the decision of the LS family at this moment. They saved themselves the opportunity to obtain countless wealth. This can also be considered burning the bridges behind them. Lin Wan gritted his teeth, feeling a lot of pent-up anger. Shaking his head, Lin Yan sighed. I can't understand. I really can't understand. Keep watching. Based on my understanding of the LS family, they definitely have a follow-up plan. Lin Wan forced himself to calm down and continue looking at the screen in front of him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Chen group, chaos had also erupted. Chen Len and the others were discussing animatedly, all feeling incredulous about this outcome. Is Jiao crazy? He's willing to give up this opportunity that could make him a millionaire overnight. Chen Raku covered her mouth with one hand, completely stunned. Everyone understood that as long as Jiao held onto this treatment plan, becoming a millionaire would be effortless for him. All the wealth, fame, and power would be within easy reach. But now, Jiao decisively erased this opportunity, unconditionally handing over the treatment plan to the country. Hiss. The more Chen Raku thought about it, the more she couldn't understand. And a memory suddenly flashed in her mind from the day, Sheng Street, when Jiao said those words. Could it be that he truly has no interest in the money, fame, and power that people in this world relentlessly pursue? But isn't the purpose of living to pursue these things such as money, fame, and power? Chen Raku bit her red lips. She dared to say that in the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Zitia could make such a decision that seemed somewhat absurd. Throughout history, people have died for wealth, and birds have perished for food. Apart from Zitia, absolutely no one could easily give up such immense wealth and endless fame, power, and influence. This waste. He would rather give up this treasure for free than cooperate with us. In the beginning, the old master shouldn't have saved him. Our Chen family raised him for 2 years, and he turned into an ungrateful wretch. Chen Liren was furious, cursing loudly using Zichan's name. That's right, he is an ungrateful wretch. Even if saving a dog, it would know to be grateful, but he would rather give it away for free than cooperate with us. Next time I see him, I'm going to curse him to death. Several other members of the Chen family also chimed in, all filled with righteous indignation. Judging by their expressions and words, it seemed as if Zitia owed them countless favors. Uncle, don't speak like that. Between our Chen family and him, all debts and grievances have been settled. Nobody owes anyone anything. Chen Raku furrowed her brow slightly, speaking to Chen Liren. You make it sound easy. How have we benefited from him in these 2 years he spent in the Chen family? Yes, I admit that initially he did provide us with a formula. But can that one formula be compared to the value of his life? That's right. Our Chen family owes him a debt of life. Can such a debt be repaid with just a formula? Chen Raku remained silent. However, when she finally spoke, those who had been vocally criticizing Zitia turned their attention towards her. Hearing these words, Chen Raku shook her head slightly and chose not to argue further. She remembered clearly how the Chen family had relied on that formula to rapidly develop and reach the current status. That formula had saved the Chen family and enabled its members to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Yet, now, in the mouths of the Chen family members, it had become just a formula. They were quick to call Zichia ungrateful wretch, but they overlooked their own behavior of burning bridges after crossing them. Wasn't that behavior similar to that of an ungrateful wretch? It was at that moment that Chen Raku suddenly understood Zichian's initial feelings. Enduring a group of people from the Chen family like this every day, Zichian's ability not to collapse was already commendable. Raku, you don't need to protect him. He willingly handed over the treatment program without compensation, which is not right. Chen Len, knowing his own guilt, snorted and said no more. Chen Raku let out a soft sigh. She still didn't know what Zichian's intentions were when making this decision. But what she did know was that Zichian's decision would indeed help him defuse the current crisis. She hadn't anticipated the level of cooperation the Liu family was willing to provide, supporting Zichian's every decision. Chen Raku's mind was in disarray, and she could only continue watching the screen, eager to see how Liu Jinya would respond next. At that moment, the press conference venue had erupted. All the reporters were eagerly asking questions. CEO Liu, what led the Liu family to make such a decision? Has the Liu family faced any threats, or are there hidden motives we are not aware of? These reporters' questions were sharp and purposeful, aimed at catching her off guard. However, for Liu Jinya, it was nothing. She could easily handle it. I need to clarify something. Regarding the therapeutic program of Qiankauku, it was developed solely by Mr. Z, so the decision rests with him. This decision was made by Mr. Z himself, and as a cooperating party, we support it. The reason is simple. Mr. Z always embodies the responsibilities what healer and is dedicated to his mission of serving the world. Therefore, he is willing to donate his research results for free, aiming to contribute more to the medical field and deliver good news to patients worldwide. At the same time, this aligns with the vision of our Liu family as a socially responsible enterprise. Liu Jingyao's words instantly elevated the image of Zichia and the Liu family in the hearts of many. Mr. Z is truly a healer with great compassion, and the Liu Group is indeed a socially responsible enterprise. Thumbs up. So, CEO Liu, what are the next steps? As the applause faded, the reporters posed another question. For this query, Liu Jinya remained composed. Zichia had already informed her of the answer the previous afternoon. In the near future, Mr. Z will finalize the complete treatment plan, which will be shared with the Dragon Kingdom Medical Association. Subsequently, the research on this project, alongside studies in related medical fields and clinical applications for patients in need, will be conducted under Mr. Zhao's supervision, with our Liu family providing full assistance. Furthermore, any costs arising from subsequent research in related disease areas and the actual clinical application needed will be borne by our Liu family. Liu Jingyao's words once again drew thunderous applause. Damn it! The Liu family must have inside information guiding them. They must have insider information. I refuse to believe that Liu Jianlin has such ideas. Lin was furious, grabbing the ashtray and smashing it into the television in front of him. Dang! Click! The ashtray violently smashed into the screen. In an instant, the screen shattered, turning into green lines. Lin, still not satisfied, grabbed more things and smashed towards the TV again, as if he wanted to smash characters on the screen like Liu Jianlin and Liu Jinyao to death. Only after the screen was completely shattered, sparking, did Lin stop and light a cigar for himself. Dad, why are you so angry? Lin Yang cautiously asked, not quite understanding why Lin was suddenly so furious. Is your brain full of crap? Their decision, their words, do you understand the implications? Lin was even angrier upon hearing this. He did not expect Lin Yan to miss the key points. Though confused by the scolding, Lin Yan dared not say much. By doing this, they will first cooperate with the country on the Qiankauku treatment plan. Under such circumstances, who dares to retaliate against them? Who dares to lay a finger on them? After saying this, Lin Sun seemed to slightly understand, nodding thoughtfully. Originally, they were in a situation where cooperating with anyone was not an option. This move of donating for free indeed caught me off guard, but after doing so, they lost a huge money tree. However, with their response, they had elevated themselves, funding and handling all subsequent expenses. They found a strong support and established a positive image in the medical world and in the hearts of many people as a super caring entrepreneur. Donating things for free, including future expenses, may not bring them immediate profits, but it will bring them good fame. With fame comes fortune. Who would fear the lack of profits? Lin Wan patiently explained to Lin Yan. At this point, Lin Yan finally understood what he had overlooked. The Jiang Chen treatment plan originated from Zitia, and the Liu family simply announced the decision on behalf of Zitia. After this incident, people would still focus on Jiang Chen and Zitia, that Liu Jingyao's words and this decision would involve the Liu family. To ordinary people, this might seem insignificant, but to Lin Wan, a shrewd old fox, every word spoken at the Liu family's press conference had a special meaning. While others couldn't see the key points, Lin Wan could see them clearly. Dad, according to you, the Liu family is playing a great political game. Exactly. Lin Wan gritted his teeth. It is indeed a political game. A political game meant that even if the enemy knew your intentions and every action, they couldn't do anything against you. Right now, no matter how angry Lin Wan was, he couldn't do anything to the Liu family. Even the Yi family in the capital would be powerless once the Liu family's plans unfolded. Dad, what do you mean by saying the Liu family has a mastermind behind them? Lin Yang asked hesitantly. Lin Wan coldly snorted. I've known Liu Jianlin for decades. I know his intelligence. The Lin and Liu families had been struggling for years, even if they didn't fully understand each other. They knew enough to predict each other's moves. If Liu Jianlin were really that cunning, the Liu family wouldn't have been suppressed by the Lin family over the years. But looking at the recent events, their behaviors were out of character. Lin Wan pondered as he massaged his chin. Though he had been closely monitoring the Liu family, he found no substantial cooperation with major corporations or top families recently. So, who was guiding the Liu family? Could it be Zitia? Lin Yang suggested with a furrowed brow. Impossible. Lin Wan shook his head and sneered. A young man who's still wet behind the ears. He's not that bright. Then who could it be? Who in Tian Hai City has such cunning strategies? Lin Yang was equally puzzled. I've heard your grandfather say that among his peers, the old masters from the Wang and Chen families are the smartest. Even your grandfather admits it. But the Chen family now has good relations with us. They wouldn't have any reason to contact the Liu family. Could it be the Wang family associating with the Liu family? Lin Wan adjusted his breathing to calm himself and analyze the situation. Truly intelligent people should be able to anticipate and prepare for future events based on the present. It's unlikely. The Wang family has maintained neutrality for decades. Lin Yan shook his head. Moreover, the Wang family has no reason to closely engage with the Liu family. There's a saying, there are no eternal friends or enemies. Similarly, there are no people who will remain neutral forever. Neutral individuals either live peacefully or bide their time, waiting for an opportunity. Which category do you think the Wang family falls into? At this question, Lin Yang pondered with a lower head. Investigate thoroughly. I have some errands to run. Lin Wan took a deep breath and headed outside. The situation in Tian Hai City, which he thought he had under control, seemed to be slipping from his grasp, becoming increasingly chaotic and harder to understand. If he didn't act quickly, it might be too late. When he finally decided to act, Lin Yang watched his father leave and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wang family of Tian Hai. It's best you don't have any ties to the Liu family. Otherwise, I'll make sure you meet an even quicker end. Lin Yang's tone turned ominously. They were dealing with the Wang family indeed, but they didn't have any urgent plans to take them down. However, if the Wang family chose to align with the Liu family, Lin's side would have to use more targeted measures. Meanwhile, at the Tian Hai Wang family mansion, the residence of the patriarch of the Wang family, the Liu family's press conference was being watched by the patriarch and Wong Tong Hai. All right. What a move to sacrifice wealth for fame. The old master Wang praised with a light pat on his hand. Indeed, this move is beyond my expectations. Wong Tong Hai shook his head. The recent actions of the Liu family bear some similarities to the past. Do you see it? Master Wang chuckled. I noticed it some time ago. The Liu family must have sought the advice of a master. Master, you noticed it a while ago. You didn't. Before Wong Tong Hai could finish his sentence, Master Wang interrupted. My illness is not in my brain. My ability to think is still intact. Yes. Yes. Wong Tong Hai replied sheepishly, nodding quickly. What do you think is the current situation of the Liu family? Whom have they been in contact with recently? Who is guiding them? Hearing Wong Tong Hai's words, Master Wong once again remained silent, smiling. Wong Tong Hai immediately realized and asked, "Master, please don't keep us in suspense. I imagine many are guessing who the mysterious master behind the Liu family is. But have you considered that this master might be right in front of everyone's eyes?" After saying these words, Master Wong picked up his teacup and quietly sipped his tea. "Are you implying?" Wong Tong Hai pondered briefly, then furrowed his brows. "Are you suggesting Ziqie? Consider, when the Liu family's actions started to change. Or rather, when did the Liu family dare to confront the Lin family head-on?" Master Wang's words served as another reminder to Wong Tong Hai. It seems that it was after their contact with Ziqie that the Liu family began to counterattack against the Lin family. The old Master Wang's words snapped Wong Tong Hai out of his reverie, allowing him to see things more clearly. Half a minute later, Wong Tong Hai took a deep breath and muttered, "It appears that I underestimated Ziqie before." Previously, Wong Tong Hai only thought highly of Ziqian's medical skills, but he never imagined Ziqie possessed such strategic acumen. At such a young age, to reach such a level, what you said before is right. He truly deserves to be called exceptional. It's hard to imagine what kind of family could cultivate such outstanding descendants. Wong Tong Hai's tone held a mix of reflection, admiration, and deep respect for Ziqie. Who cultivated him is not important. What matters is that after the Liu family befriended him, they swiftly turned the tables, launching a fierce counterattack against the Lin family and currently hold the upper hand. So, our Wong family is now faced with a crucial choice, whether to remain neutral or find a way to befriend him. When speaking about this matter, Master Wang's expression turned serious. This decision would determine the future direction of the Wong family, making it a matter of utmost importance. Now, simply keeping neutral is no longer an option for us. Wong Tong Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking with a cold tone. Since the Lin family has made a move against us, we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied. While the Wong family strived to maintain neutrality, it did not mean they could be trifled with. With the Lin family's recent aggression, failure to retaliate could lead to even harsher tactics against them. Ultimately, Wong Tong Hai had witnessed the benefits Ziqie brought to the Liu family, giving him enough confidence in Ziqie. "Very well, I support your decision." Master Wong nodded. This young man, Ziqie, is indeed remarkable. Since Wong Tong Hai took over as the head of the Wong family, Master Wong rarely interfered with his decisions. However, this time, he was fully supportive. The more I interact with him, the more I find him unfathomable. So, I can hardly imagine why the Chen family fails to appreciate such a talented successor, Ziqie, and even treats him with such indifference. Even though Ziqie keeps a low profile, after 2 years of interaction, couldn't they see his abilities? Wong Tong Hai expressed his bafflement, unsure if the Chen family failed to recognize Ziqian's capabilities or simply disregarded them. "I already answered this question for you yesterday. In short, everyone's perception and understanding have limits. Some people can only see a part of the picture. If Ziqian's capabilities far exceed theirs, they simply cannot see it. The reason why none of the Chen family's descendants can step up is because those individuals aren't willing to elevate their perception and perspective." Master Wong shook his head slightly. Though he no longer intervened in family matters, he still maintained an interest in the business circle of Tianhai City. He could see that the recent rapid growth of the Chen group was essentially fueled by external support, but Chen Len and his group mistakenly attributed it to their own capabilities. Now that the source of support was removed, the future situation of the Chen group became predictable. Mediocre people are unaware of their limitations. I wonder if, upon seeing Ziqian's achievements, they will feel regret. Wong Tong Hai shook his head and fell silent. On the other side, in the meeting room of the Chen Group company, "What do you all think of Ziqian's actions? It's like carrying water in a bamboo basket, a futile effort." Ha ha. Unlike other places, laughter filled the meeting room. The Liu family's press conference had just ended on the screen. The people in the room, including Chen Len, were shaking their heads and laughing. Initially angry, when Liu Jingyao announced the free release of the treatment plan, they soon found it amusing. Since they couldn't benefit from it, and now that even Ziqie couldn't profit from it, they took pleasure in his misfortune. In my opinion, Ziqie is a fool. I can't fathom what the Liu family was thinking to support such a foolish decision. Several individuals discussed, believing that Ziqian's decision was incredibly foolish. In reality, the likes of Master Wang understood the strategic foresight behind Liu family's decision, but Chen Liren and his associates couldn't see past their narrow-mindedness. To them, Ziqian's actions were nothing but sheer foolishness, wasting a golden opportunity that could have propelled him to great success. Ruoxu, what do you think? Chen Liren turned to the silent Chen Raku and asked. Chen Raku struggled to express her thoughts. He could have soared to great heights with this treatment plan, gaining immense wealth and a revered social status. Yet, he personally ruined this opportunity. We simply can't grasp the mindset of those at the bottom. Chen Liren couldn't help but smile more and more as he spoke. Exactly. Everyone nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Ziqia was just a fool, a huge fool. They even thought how fortunate it was to have cut ties with Ziqia early on, or else this fool would bring shame not only to himself, but also to their Chen family. Low class, indeed. Even after 2 years with our Chen family, he still can't change his low-class thinking. One could only say, some people are born low-class, and they never change throughout their lifetime. Even if given a chance to rise above their class, he wouldn't be able to seize it. Ha ha ha. Chen Liren chuckled, and everyone followed suit with laughter. Uncle is right. He is not just wasting his potential, he is utterly foolish. Undoubtedly, they regarded Ziqia, the one who made this decision, as a complete and utter fool. Watching Chen Liren and the others' disdainful expressions, listening to their mocking words, Chen Raku's mouth opened and closed. She felt that something was not right, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Nevertheless, she thought that one should not judge a book by its cover. The Liu family and Ziqia were not fools. Would they really make foolish decisions? Perhaps there was some deeper meaning to their actions. Ruoxu, thankfully you separated from him. A total failure like him couldn't even hold on to a brick. What's the point? Exactly. That's right. Everyone exchanged words, leaving Chen Raku feeling disconnected and simply nodding silently. Maybe I'm overthinking. Seconds later, Chen Raku quietly nodded and joined the others in their discussion. Among the descendants of the Chen family after Master Chen, there was hardly anyone capable of standing on their own. After spending 2 years with Ziqia, Chen Raku's thoughts and horizons had indeed broadened. However, any hint of awakening was quickly suppressed by the narrow-minded views of Chen Liren and his group. After listening to their words, Chen Raku started to believe that Ziqia was truly too foolish. Following the discussions, Chen Liren asked the others to leave, staying behind to speak with Chen Raku alone. Ruoxu, the incident with Qiankaoku is in the past. We won't rely on it anymore. Next, you need to focus on the medical skills conference and your relationship with Lin Shao. Like many conglomerates, Chen Liren had some hope before the unveiling event today. However, with the ownership of the Qiankaoku treatment plan settled, Chen Liren no longer dwelled on it. Just like a famous beauty with many admirers finally having found her love, others could only let go of their desires. Uncle, I understand. From now on, don't have any contact with that waste Ziqia. Don't think highly of his abilities. Before today, many people sought to please him. Even the Tianhai Wong family respected him, but all due to his Qiankaoku treatment plan. Now that he's made this decision, those who were trying to please him will quickly dissipate, not interested in dealing with him. Chen Liren's words made Chen Raku nod again. Whether it was the Wong family or other conglomerates, they were indeed trying to butter up Ziqia these days for their own interests. Now that Ziqia had donated the Qiankaoku treatment plan to the country, others wouldn't bother with him anymore. It was obvious. Having been in the business circle for 2 years, Chen Raku knew very well that businessmen only rose early for profit. The respect shown to Ziqia was only temporary. Now that there was nothing to gain, they would naturally turn away from him. His days ahead will be tough. Chen Liren scoffed. Maybe even the Liu family will kick him out. Unintentional as it may be, Chen Liren's words struck a chord with Chen Raku. She knew very well in the business world, there were no permanent friends. As long as the benefits were significant, even good friends could turn hostile. With the Qiankaoku incident and the decisions made, all orchestrated by the Liu family, they might indeed kick Ziqia out and reap all the benefits. If that were to happen, Ziqia would truly be at a loss. Thinking about this, Chen Raku furrowed her brows. Keep an eye on company matters. Remember what I told you. I have to visit my hometown and meet with the old man. Checking the time, Chen Liren stood up to leave. Uncle, Why are you going to see Grandpa? Chen Raku stood up, puzzled. I suggested bringing Grandpa here to host a birthday banquet at Taihua Hotel, but Grandpa refuses, probably still upset about Ziqian's matter. I have to go and talk to him. This issue gave Chen Len a headache. Since Ziqia was chased away in front of Master Chen, he had returned to live in the countryside. During this time, Chen Len hadn't contacted Master Chen, hoping he would calm down and come to terms with things. However, now with the medical skills conference approaching, he wanted to boost Chen Group's profile. Thus, he needed to contact Master Chen. Unexpectedly, Master Chen flat-out refused, even declined to have a birthday banquet. After multiple failed calls, Chen Len planned to meet Master Chen in person. Grandpa is still upset about that matter. Even if I talk to him, his only wish is for me to reconcile with Ziqia. Nothing else. Chen Raku slightly shook her head. She knew Master Chen's thoughts, but this matter was impossible. It's okay, I'll handle this matter. If it doesn't work out, we'll hold the banquet in the countryside since it must happen. Preparing to leave, Chen Len said, Uncle, should we still invite Ziqia? Chen Raku frowned. Master Chen harbored a grudge against Ziqia. If Ziqia attended, there might be unexpected incidents at the banquet. Of course, we have to invite him. It's also a chance for Grandpa to see the difference between Ziqia and Lin Xiao. Although Grandpa may have looked down on Liang Chao before, Lin Yan is the young master of Tianhai Lin family. Grandpa will naturally approve. Wait until that day. Both the old master and Ziqia himself will realize the gap between different social classes. I also want the old master to understand who is your suitable match. Chen Len snorted coldly, his face showing a hint of coldness. In fact, before the unveiling event at the Liu Mansion today, Chen Len was somewhat hesitant about whether to let Ziqia participate in the birthday banquet, because in the past few days, many large corporate companies have been trying to curry favor with Ziqia. In this situation, if Ziqia made a gesture, numerous tycoons would come forward to support him. But things have changed now. Ziqia has ruined his own future by handing over the development rights of the Qian Withard treatment plan. Those corporate companies will no longer pay any attention to him. In short, although many people were trying to befriend Ziqia yesterday, he is now at the bottom and is not counted for much. Such a role naturally has to be shown to everyone for fun. I understand. Chen Raku nodded and said nothing more. Chen Len gave Chen Raku some instructions before leaving. After Chen Len left, Chen Raku also left the meeting room and headed to her office. On the other side, at the lakeside villa, Ziqia had just finished watching the live broadcast. Most of what Liu Jingyao said at the event was suggested by Ziqia, so Ziqia had to pay attention. But now it seemed that Liu Jingyao's words had no problems. The main point was that Liu Jingyao completely had no intention of taking credit for the Liu family. All decisions and words were centered around Ziqia, with the Liu family as support. It was precisely because of Liu Jingyao's honesty towards Ziqia that they could become good friends. Actually, Ziqia intended to stay behind the scenes and let the Liu family take the forefront. While he didn't care much for the fame, the Liu family highly valued it. So by letting Liu Jingyao speak this way, Ziqia was also giving an explanation to other members of the Liu family. Certainly, the Liu family would not blame Ziqia, but there might be some words of resentment from Liu Jingyao at the Liu family. However, after today's event, those in the Liu family who were originally dissatisfied would also understand Ziqian's true intentions. Mr. Z, thank you so much. My grandfather said he never expected this to happen. On the phone, Liu Jingyao sounded very happy. Everyone thought their decision this time was very smart, but only Liu Jingyao knew that all this was thanks to Ziqian's help behind the scenes. Ziqia smiled and shook his head upon hearing this. Liu Squire didn't not expect this, but the development rights of the Qian Withard treatment plan belonged to Ziqia, so Liu family, as a partner, had no right to make decisions. Thus, even if Liu family had thought of some things, they could only think about them. Before Ziqia spoke, they couldn't say or do anything. Now that Ziqian's decision was the result they wanted, naturally, it was a happy situation for everyone. In essence, there were things Ziqia could voluntarily give, but Liu family absolutely could not actively demand. If Liu family did so, it would only make Ziqia feel displeased. Mr. Z, I have some things to do first. I'll come find you after I'm done. Just after the event ended, Liu Jingyao naturally had a lot of things to attend to. Okay, Ziqia replied, and hung up the phone. This girl ... Zichia shook his head. In fact, he didn't mind Liu Gang constantly updating him on everything. It was a very smart strategy of always keeping in touch, a way of showing gratitude. Zichia's increasingly close relationship with the Liu family was greatly influenced by Liu Gang. Just as Zichia placed his phone on the table, another call came in. "It's me." The other side of the call unexpectedly was Chen Raku's voice. Zichia frowned slightly, looked at the screen which displayed an unknown number. It seemed that Chen Raku was using someone else's phone. Initially, he thought of accepting and hanging up, but considering the note from Chen Raku yesterday, he pondered for 2 seconds before asking, "What's the matter?" "It seems my worries from yesterday were unnecessary. I didn't expect you to solve the problem in this way." Chen Raku's words left Zichia silent, as this method was the only solution available. "But do you know that you've ruined an opportunity that could have taken you across social classes? You've ruined your own future." Chen Raku gritted her teeth, slightly resentful. Zichia shook his head slightly upon hearing this. He knew that people like Chen Raku couldn't see the true essence of things. "Don't you think so?" "My uncle and others all think so." Chen Raku frowned, thinking that Zichia was just being stubborn. Zichia shook his head again at her words, feeling a sense of helplessness, like plucking hairs from a buffalo's head. "In the past, I always thought you should keep a distance from Liu and Liang Chao. But now I realize, the ones you should truly keep your distance from are the people of your Chen family. They not only won't help you grow, but will instead become stumbling blocks on your path to growth." Zichia spoke softly, and in that moment, he suddenly understood that Liu and Liang Chao were not the biggest threats. It was the people of Chen Len's group. No matter how much Chen Raku trusted Liu, there was always a certain distance between them. But it was different with the people of Chen Len's group. They were Chen Raku's family, and she wouldn't guard against them. In such a situation, even if Chen Raku's awareness increased, in the end, she would still be brainwashed by these so-called family members and fall back to the same level as Chen Len's group. And no one could help Chen Raku in such a situation. Only she could save herself. Unless she had the courage to break free from the circle of her original family, she would have a chance to truly grow. "Zichia, what are you trying to do? Are you starting to sow discord between me and the Chen family again?" Chen Raku tightened her brows, her tone accusing Zichia. Hearing this, Zichia shook his head in resignation. He used to feel angry before, but now he only felt deep resignation and a hint of sadness. Resignation towards Chen Raku's inability to see the truth, and sadness towards the narrow-mindedness of Chen Raku and her family. Perhaps the only way to deal with such people was to present them with the facts one by one, so they could see how ridiculous they were. But soon, at the birthday banquet of the old Master Chen, Zichia would throw the facts in their faces. "Why aren't you speaking? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Seeing Zichia remain silent, Chen Raku persisted. "Do you still have things to do? If not, I'll hang up," Zichia said as he prepared to end the call, placing his phone down. "Wait. I have something very important to tell you," Chen Raku hurriedly shouted, causing Zichia to pause his motion to hang up. "Go ahead." Zichia pressed the loudspeaker button casually. After taking a deep breath, Chen Raku knew she had indeed called Zichia for a serious matter. "I need to remind you of something." The words Chen Len casually said earlier reminded Chen Raku that in the current situation, the Liu family might very likely kick Zichia out, so she needed to warn him. "Are you about to mention that?" Zichia shook his head slightly after listening. "Why? Don't you think this is important?" "I'm not worried about you. It's just that if it really gets to that point, you'll lose everything you have now. By then, Grandpa will definitely not bear to see you starving on the streets and will help you. I just don't want Grandpa to waste resources for you." Chen Raku, in front of Zichia, always had a tough exterior, but she always had to explain herself forcibly. Zichia now saw through Chen Raku, so he didn't get angry, just shook his head lightly and replied, "I'm well aware of these things in my heart. It's best if you have it all figured out in your heart." Chen Raku then explained at length, and Zichia didn't argue, allowing her to finish. "In addition, let me tell you something else. You better not come to Grandpa's birthday banquet. You know the nature of Uncle and the others. If you come, they will definitely ridicule you." After finishing her previous words, Chen Raku brought up the matter of Grandpa's birthday banquet once again. You don't need to worry about this matter either. Ziqian's response made Chen Raku frustrated. Fine. So you think I want to interfere with you? Huh. Chen Raku frowned and coldly snorted. Anyway, I've said what needed to be said. If you insist on bringing disgrace upon yourself, then it's none of my concern. Then, let me tell you one thing. Not only will I go that day, but I will also bring a gift. I not only want to give Grandpa a gift, but I also want to give you and the Chen family a big gift. Ziqian hung up before waiting for Chen Raku's response. After putting down his phone, Ziqian went straight to the alchemy room. He naturally had to carefully prepare the gift for Grandpa Chen. I need to find time to go see Grandpa. According to his current health situation, I should prepare some medicinal treatment. Ziqian muttered to himself as he picked up medicinal herbs to make medicine. On the other side, at Grandpa Chen's residence, this place was already far from the city of Tianhai, in a relatively remote rural area. Back then, Grandpa Chen also started from scratch, striving in the city of Tianhai, eventually building up some family businesses. But now, the small company had grown into a group-level enterprise, while he had to retreat to the countryside because he couldn't control the family. However, Grandpa Chen was very open-minded. As people grow old, they ultimately return to their roots. Returning to the ancestral home in the countryside to retire was his long-standing wish. Grandpa, isn't it inconvenient to live here in the countryside? What's good about it? Everything from daily necessities to transportation is very inconvenient. Chen Len shook his head slightly. He really couldn't adapt to the rural environment. In the past, they only occasionally came back here on holidays, with Grandpa Chen returning to the city on the same day. Now that Grandpa Chen had to stay here permanently, Chen Len was very unhappy about it. Even if it's inconvenient, it's the place where I was born and raised. When I was young, I also found this place old and dilapidated, but it never looked down on me when I was young and ignorant. Whether it's good or not, I know in my heart. If you despise it, it might not accept you either. Grandpa Chen's words left Chen Len speechless. You can go back. You're all busy. We don't need to hold a birthday banquet. Grandpa Chen waved his hand. The Chen Len shook his head immediately. If it was an ordinary day, when Grandpa Chen said they wouldn't have the banquet, they wouldn't. But this time was different. Chen Len's goal this time wasn't just about arranging the birthday banquet for Grandpa Chen. However, he naturally wouldn't disclose his true intentions. Grandpa, we must have this birthday banquet, and everyone must show filial piety. If you really don't want to go back to the city, we can have it here. This area also has many opera performances for birthday celebrations, right? Chen Len said seriously. You wanted to retire here, right? Taking this opportunity to let relatives gather and get in touch, it will also be convenient for mutual care in the future. Also, didn't you say before that when you were young, your family was poor and looked down upon? Let's have a grand birthday banquet to give face to my grandparents, as well as our ancestors. Chen Len's words stirred something within Grandpa Chen. After all, who doesn't have a dream of returning in glory to their hometown and ancestral home? Back then, Grandpa Chen left his hometown to seek a living, rarely coming back even for ancestral worship on festive days. If the ancestors could see the achievements of the Chen family today, it would also serve as an answer to them. By the way, Grandpa, Ziqian should be coming as well. Chen Len seized the opportunity and said, I've already had Raku invite him. It's a great chance for them to interact and cultivate their relationship. Chen Len knew that Grandpa Chen held Ziqian in high regard, so he used a strong measure. Is this true? As expected, Grandpa Chen immediately looked at Chen Len. Mainly due to Chen Len's attitude and his desire for Ziqian and Chen Raku to cultivate their relationship, Grandpa Chen was very pleased. Because the separation of Ziqian and Chen Raku had always been a concern for him, if they could sit down together during the birthday banquet, resolve any misunderstandings, and reconcile, that was something he would dream of seeing. Of course, it's true. Chen Len nodded earnestly. Okay. Then I agree. We'll have it here, and we'll make sure Tiana and Raku come too. Grandpa Chen nodded and made a decision. All right, I'll take care of the other matters. Chen Len smiled and nodded, but when he turned around, a coldness flashed in his eyes. That way Ziqian, thinking of entering the Chen family's door again. Not in this lifetime. He just said that to appease Grandpa Chen for now, on the day of the birthday banquet, he would let Grandpa Chen see the vast difference between Ziqie and Lin Yang. Surely then, Grandpa Chen would have his judgment and know who was more qualified to be Chen's son-in-law. I heard that Chia performed quite well at the medical conference. Old Master Chen paused, still wanting to discuss matters regarding Ziqie. Actually, he could have just gone to ask Ziqie, but he wanted to talk to Chen Len. In fact, for the past 2 years, Old Master Chen deliberately spoke highly of Ziqie in front of the Chen family, just to help them truly accept Ziqie. He does have some knowledge in medical techniques. But we still managed to secure the championship, so I'm planning to have Chen Group closely cooperate with the Lin family. If the relationship can progress further, that would be even better. Chen Len nodded, briefly mentioned, but didn't directly share his true thoughts with Old Master Chen at the moment. Otherwise, if you were to tell Old Master Chen now that he wants Chen Raku and Lin Yang to be together, Old Master Chen would probably explode immediately. But how come I heard that Chia presented a set of treatment plans on site that are considered a miracle in the medical field? Old Master Chen asked casually. Old Master, I can't help but laugh when I think about this. He somehow obtained that set of treatment plans from somewhere, and the results were indeed amazing. But he unconditionally donated it to the country. Isn't he a fool? Chen Len mentioned this matter with a hint of a cold smile. He felt that if Ziqie had even a bit of sense, he wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. I've told you many times, you can't judge everything just by the surface. Old Master Chen's words were not finished when Chen Len impatiently waved his hand. All right, talk to him properly when you see him. I have many company matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. With that, Chen Len left without waiting for a response. Since he was young, Chen Len always felt that his intelligence was superior to anyone else's. So when Old Master Chen tried to give him advice, he had no patience to listen, thinking that he was doing the right thing and didn't need anyone to interfere. Sigh. Old Master Chen sighed deeply. Father knows the son best, and he knew Chen Len's capabilities very well. But Chen Len was no longer a child, so even if he didn't listen to advice, there was nothing Old Master Chen could do. Old Master Chen picked up his phone, found Ziqian's number, thought of making a call, but ultimately decided not to disturb him. Back then, he brought Ziqie out to the Chen family. Ziqie remembered Old Master Chen's kindness, so for the past 2 years, he had worked tirelessly at the Chen family, remaining steadfast in his support for Chen Raku. However, despite Ziqian's hard work and dedication, he was eventually driven out by the Chen family in front of Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen couldn't help but feel regretful that he couldn't protect Ziqie after bringing him to the Chen family. He felt too embarrassed and ashamed to disturb Ziqie now. Let's take it one step at a time. Old Master Chen put down his phone and returned to his room. At the same time, major news media in Tianhai City were reporting on the press conference held by the Liu Group today. Both insiders and outsiders were keenly interested in this matter. Some considered Ziqie and the Liu Group's decision to be foolish, while a small group believed it to be extremely clever, not only solving the immediate problems, but also potentially bringing unexpected benefits. Everyone's perspectives and judgments differ, leading to different reactions from companies that had sought to establish cooperation with the Liu family. Some felt that the Liu family and Ziqie had lost their value and decided to cancel any plans for collaboration. Others, however, saw something behind Ziqian's decision and continued to seek ways to get closer to the Liu family. Regardless, Ziqian's potential had already caught the attention of many. After all, developing the treatment plan for Qian Kaoku showcased his abilities, making people wonder if he could tackle other medical challenges. While potential was often seen as useless, once a certain level of achievement was reached, it became valuable. Therefore, companies and influential families that recognized this were making efforts to form relationships with the Liu family. Ziqie entrusted all subsequent matters to Liu Jinya. In this situation, Ziqie could relax, while the Liu family members, including Liu Jinya, were all quite busy. However, they enjoyed this busy period, as it benefited the family. Even Liu Gang, who usually liked to nitpick, was energetically involved. Nonetheless, some were happy while others were worried. Seeing the hustle and bustle at the Liu family's side, the Lin family didn't feel quite as good. The two families were competitors, even enemies, having been in covert struggles for many years. Although the Lin family had stronger overall capabilities, defeating the Liu family easily was impossible. It was undeniable that for a long time, the Liu family had been slightly inferior to the Lin family, a fact even the Liu family had to admit. However, looking at the current situation, this balance was about to be disrupted, with Zitia emerging as a strong newcomer for the Liu family. Coupled with their expanding partnerships, the Liu family's power would naturally grow with each new collaboration. At this rate, the Liu family's strength would soon match, or even surpass, that of the Lin family. This outcome was something the Lin family could never accept. Not only the Lin family, but anyone in such a position would find it unacceptable for someone they once looked down upon to now rise above them. Dad, we have to figure something out. If this continues, we'll become more and more passive. Lin Yang furrowed his brows. At that moment, Lin Wan, holding a cigar, seemed lost in thought. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, he quietly nodded, acknowledging that they couldn't continue like this. With both sides maintaining a delicate balance previously, the sudden rise in the Liu family's strength while the Lin family remained stagnant meant they were inevitably heading towards an imbalance, with the Liu family potentially overpowering them. We need to find a way to quell their momentum. After much contemplation, Lin Wan finally voiced his thoughts. How do we suppress it? Lin Yang immediately looked up. He understood Lin Wan's intention. The current situation was all caused by the matter of Jiang Chen. The Liu family attracted numerous attention and collaborations from various groups due to the heat generated by this issue. In this situation, it was as if the Liu family was the only family in Tianhai City, and all other families were being ignored. At this moment, the Lin family had to find a way to suppress the others' heat and even try to snatch back the heat in order to salvage the situation. Suppressing heat is simple. If you want to suppress explosive news, you have to use even more sensational news to attract attention. But doing so is too simple and won't have much effect on us. Lin Wan shook his head slightly. He had countless ways to suppress the heat of a situation, but what he wanted was not just to suppress it but to snatch their heat away and divert more attention to the Lin family. That was his true purpose. Dad, are you saying that we need to do something to not only suppress the Liu family's heat, but also snatch that heat and focus it on our Lin family? After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Yang clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Brilliant! It's truly brilliant!" But Lin Yang soon furrowed his brows and said, "However, their heat is not easy to suppress, let alone snatch back." Lin Yang may have looked down on the Liu family, but even he had to admit that the matter of Jiang Chen was indeed challenging to contain. Yes, it's hard to contain. Lin Wan nodded, stood up, and walked to the window. Ultimately, it was because the treatment plan for Jiang Chen presented by Zitia was too significant. Even the stronger families might not be able to contain the situation, let alone the Lin family. The heat of this matter is related to medicine, so we should also approach it from a medical perspective. Lin Wan exhaled a puff of smoke, his mind racing. Each situation corresponds to different circles. For example, the Jiang Chen treatment plan falls within the medical field, so the hottest discussions are in medical circles. Therefore, if the Lin family wants to seize this heat, they should focus on the medical field. Trying to divert attention by creating entertainment news, for instance, wouldn't serve the purpose. Right? Lin Yang nodded, understanding the logic naturally. Dad, if we were to start from the medical field, we also have some resources in that area. After a few seconds, Lin Yang shook his head and smiled, thinking of a solution. Let's hear it. Lin Wan immediately turned his head. Lin Yang naturally wouldn't hide anything from his father and quickly shared his thoughts. Not bad. After listening, Lin Wan nodded with a smile. You should personally take care of this matter. Also, remember to coordinate with Chen Raku first. We should involve them in this. Upon Lin Wan's instructions, Lin Yang frowned and replied, "Is it necessary? Can't we handle this ourselves? Why involve the Chen family? Are you being silly? Have you forgotten why we cooperated with the Chen family?" Lin Wan's words reminded Lin Yang that their cooperation with the Chen family was not based on their strength, but on the mysterious background behind the Chen family. This is a good opportunity to strengthen ties. It can also bring our families closer together. When everyone knows how closely linked our families are, the mysterious figure behind the Chen family will undoubtedly support us in secret. Ziqian's appearance made me realize the crisis we are facing. Now we must find a more powerful backing to ensure our victory in the struggle against the Liu family. Dad, I understand. I'll handle it right away. Understanding Lin Wan's intentions, Lin Yan nodded quickly. Remember, act quickly. It would be best to make the announcement this afternoon, Lin Wan reiterated. Lin Yan acknowledged and then left the study, picking up his phone. Lin Jianlin, Ziqia, if you want to play tricks with me, you'll regret it. And Wong Tong Hai, if you dare to get involved with them, then one by one, I will break you apart. Lin Wan's tone was low, his eyes emanating a chilling coldness. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed, and it was now afternoon. Since the conclusion of the Liu family's press conference, the Liu family had been very active, and the outside world had been discussing their press conference content feverishly, with the excitement growing. Even the ongoing medical skills conference had been forgotten. At this rate, if nothing unexpected happened, the excitement over this matter would continue until the final of the medical skills conference. However, at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Lin family's in-group under the Tianhai City released a statement. With close collaboration between the Lin family and the participating contestant, Jiang Chen, a contestant under the Lin Group's Chen family, won the championship of the Tianhai City division of this year's Ethical Skills Conference. To celebrate our winner, Jiang Chen, the Lin Group and the Chen Group have agreed that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, there will be a charity medical consultation event at the Tianhai City Sports Center. During this event, all patients with ailments and those with unresolved illnesses can come for treatment, and all associated expenses will be borne jointly by the Lin Group and the Chen Group, making the treatment completely free. Once this statement was released, it immediately caused a huge uproar in Tianhai City. For numerous ordinary citizens and patients with illnesses, this was undoubtedly a huge blessing. Firstly, Jiang Chen had achieved the championship through rigorous assessments at the Medical Skills Conference and had a highly advanced medical skill. Even before the conference, Jiang Chen had a good reputation in the Tianhai City medical community. It was not easy for an ordinary person to seek medical treatment from him, let alone get access. Secondly, the joint charity medical consultation event organized by the Lin family and the Chen Group was entirely free, with patients not having to spend a dime. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As a result, after the Lin family's announcement, it immediately drew the attention of countless people. The image of the Lin family and the Chen Group in the minds of many ordinary citizens in Tianhai City instantly became extremely impressive. For these ordinary people, the Lin Group's action was nothing short of a godsend. But in the eyes of the top families and major forces, the Lin family's statement was quite interesting. Yesterday, the Liu family made an announcement at 2 o'clock and held a press conference at 9 o'clock today. Similarly, the Lin Group had promptly released their statement at 2 o'clock and would be conducting a charity medical consultation event at 9 in the morning the following day. It was crystal clear what message the Lin Group was sending. This was an overt provocation to the Liu family. To put it bluntly, this was a clear declaration of war. At one time, the area in the entire city of Tianhai was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The Liu family, the Lin family, and the Tianhai Three Giants all possess immense wealth and powerful backgrounds. The strength of the energy they have is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. If they were to confront each other head-on, it could be described as a battle of the immortals. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, the lesser beings suffer. So, after the announcement from the Lin Group, the smaller companies in comparison all tightened their necks and acted submissively. With two behemoths like this posed against each other, any decision could cause repercussions that would affect countless companies. Those already weaker companies are highly likely to be wiped out in the chaos. Therefore, the only thing they can do is keep their heads down and pray not to be affected. As for larger forces, some choose to watch from the sidelines while others begin to contemplate which side to join. Corporate groups that have developed to a certain extent understand a simple truth. Once the giants clash, there is no such thing as neutrality in the arena. In fact, the two opposing sides may even come to an agreement to eliminate neutral parties before the battle begins, to prevent any unexpected shifts in allegiance during critical moments. Therefore, faced with such a situation, the most sensible course of action is to choose sides as quickly as possible. The ultimate result will depend on the wisdom of their choices, and where they ultimately choose to stand will depend on each person's vision and insight. Just like when two boxers are in the ring, some may bet on the blue corner to win, while others believe the red corner will surely prevail. After the Lin family made their announcement, many people were considering this matter. Ordinary citizens were discussing the charity event, while larger forces were contemplating which side to join. Everyone's attention was drawn to this issue, and the previous discussion on the development rights of the Jiang Chen treatment plan naturally lost its momentum. This situation was precisely the outcome that Lin wanted to see. It must be said that this result left Lin quite satisfied. Increase efforts. Spend money on those media outlets, a lot of money, to get them to generate more buzz. With Lin's order, the matter became even hotter. This was naturally not the outcome that the Liu family wanted to see. So immediately, Liu Jingyao, Liu Jianlin, and Liu Gang came to the lakeside villa to discuss countermeasures with Chen. After all, the Jiang Chen treatment plan came from Chen, so any subsequent decisions would definitely require his approval. Liu Gang looked at the lakeside villa in front of him, and couldn't help but feel some emotions. In the past, this villa was something he had fought for, but his father did not give it to him. So when his father gave the villa to Chen, Liu Gang felt very uneasy. But now, Liu Gang had accepted this reality. Based on Chen's capabilities and various help to the Liu family, this villa was nothing to be concerned about. Brother, will it be useful to find Chen? Before entering, Liu Gang expressed doubts about Liu Jianlin's decision. In fact, after the Lin family's announcement, the Liu family immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. However, despite having many talents and business elites, the Liu family couldn't come up with an effective solution. Liu Jianlin promptly had Liu Jingyao contact Chen to seek advice, but Liu Gang felt that Chen might be knowledgeable in medicine. With facing the tactics employed by the Lin family, it was a waste of time to seek his help. Have you forgotten what father said? Don't underestimate Mr. Chen just because he's a young man in his 20s. Liu Jianlin shook his head, then entered the villa with Liu Jingyao. Upon meeting, Liu Jianlin exchanged some pleasantries before getting down to business. He talked about the current situation and then turned to Chen and asked, Mr. Chen, how do you think we should respond? I think there's no need to respond. Chen's words left Liu Jianlin and the others momentarily stunned. The Liu family was in a state of urgency, yet Chen said, there was no need to respond. Was he joking? There's a saying, adapt to the situation without changing. It's most appropriate in this situation. Chen further puzzled them. Just when they thought Chen was joking, his words made them feel like they should do nothing. But, Chen, perhaps you haven't understood the current situation. Liu Gang furrowed his brows slightly. Currently, the Lin family has diverted our attention with their move. So what? How does it harm the Liu family? Chen asked casually. Of course, there are drawbacks. Originally, everyone's focus was on us, and many companies were seeking ways to cooperate with us, including many ordinary people who were supporting the Liu family. Now they've all shifted their attention. Liu Gang felt speechless. He already thought it was pointless to seek Chen's help. Now it seemed to be confirmed. Seeing everyone on edge, Chen's advice to stand change amidst the changes seemed like a joke. Then let me ask you, before they diverted their attention, how did the Liu family deal with those companies? Did you really agree to cooperate with them? Chen's question made Liu Gang blink, while Liu Jianlin and Liu Jingyao were taken aback. This question was like a wake-up call, making them feel something and gradually clearing their minds. You couldn't agree to their collaborations, because most people were after the Jiang Chen treatment plan, which you couldn't promise. So what's the point of busying yourselves with receptions? Hearing Chen's words, Liu Jianlin and Liu Jingyao's minds became clearer. But, Liu Gang paused and said, but besides those companies interested in the Jiang Chen treatment plan, there are many others who saw our strength and wanted to cooperate with us in other ways. Chen shook his head with a slight smile. If they see the potential of the Liu family, then no matter what the Lin group does, it won't change this potential or affect those partnerships. Liu Gang was slightly stunned. That's right. Liu Jingyao clapped her hands and said, why didn't I think of that before? It seems, indeed, that's the case. Liu Jianlin also nodded. I must remind you not to forget one thing. Why did we donate the treatment plan for free in the first place? What was our initial goal? Chen lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued. Our primary objective. I understand. Liu Jingyao whispered, and in the next moment, her eyes widened abruptly. What do you understand now? Liu Gang couldn't figure it out for a moment. Second uncle, don't you understand yet? We donated the treatment plan because the attention we received was too high, even beyond our control. We had to make this decision. This decision is not only to solve the dilemma, but also to reduce others' attention to this matter. Liu Jinya shook her head and smiled. This was our original intent. Isn't it now in line with our intentions? Ah, it seems so. Liu Gang gradually began to understand. Others spend money and effort to help divert attention away from you. You haven't even had a chance to thank the Lin family. Why would you need any response strategies? With Ziqian's words, Liu Jinya burst into laughter. It can only be said that they were a bit confused before, caught in a dilemma. Ziqia, on the other hand, despite being in a position of authority, was able to see through everything from an outsider's perspective, which truly impressed Liu Jinya and Liu Jianlin. Mr. Z, you are amazing. Liu Jianlin gave a thumbs up, now truly believing in Grandpa Liu's words. It's not like that. If you really want to reduce the heat, then when Jinyao spoke at the press conference, didn't it raise the intensity again? Liu Gang scratched his head, feeling like he missed something. Some things need to be done, and some words need to be said. Moreover, the people helping to reduce the heat for you have arrived, haven't they? Ziqia shook his head slightly with a knowing smile. Hearing this, Liu Jianlin and the others looked at Ziqia in surprise. So, you knew in advance that the Lin family would take action. Liu Gang widened his eyes, asking, so you first lower the intensity, then raise it again, so as to maximize benefits. And then, when the situation is about to spiral out of control again, the Lin family conveniently steps in to share the attention, right? Faced with Liu Gang's question, Ziqia smiled without speaking, silently sipping his tea. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Ziqian's smiling but silent expression at this moment was enough to confirm that Liu Gang's speculation was accurate. Wow. Liu Gang took a deep breath and sighed. Mr. Z, you are truly talented. Liu Gang, am in awe. Liu Gang stood up and gave a deep bow to Ziqia. It wasn't the first time he had bowed before Ziqia. Back when Ziqia was treating Grandpa Liu's body, Liu Gang had also knelt before him. However, at that time, Liu Gang had only expressed his respect verbally, while feeling somewhat resentful inside. Despite many subsequent events, Liu Gang still harbored some dissatisfaction. But after this incident, Liu Gang was completely in awe, genuinely bowing in admiration. Ziqian's intellect, foresight, and exceptional long-term perspective made Liu Gang feel inferior despite having lived for over 40 years. Liu Jianlin and Liu Jinyao, though aware of Ziqian's broad vision, were equally admiring after Ziqian's revelation. Mr. Z isn't just a medical genius, he's also a business prodigy. Liu Jianlin and Liu Gang, no longer young, had lived through the years and believed they had reached a certain level of understanding. They had encountered numerous talented young individuals, but even the most exceptional youths could not be seen through by their eyes and experiences. However, when facing Ziqia, they found themselves unable to decipher anything about him, causing them a deep sense of defeat. From the initial Jingcheng crisis, to the emergence of Jingshu Chuancheng, and now this series of chess moves, all were orchestrated solely by Ziqia. What talent was this? And how astonishing it was. Liu Jianlin took a deep breath, feeling that Ziqian's talents truly deserved admiration, as a rare talent among men. Given enough time, he was certain that Ziqia would rise to a position that commanded respect in both business and politics. Liu Jinya waved her hand at Liu Jianlin, knowing that Ziqia did not appreciate flattery. Mr. Z, so from now on, we shouldn't do anything, right? Liu Jinya brought up the main topic again. Before the final starts, there's nothing to do. Ziqia shook his head. Just treat it as a performance. Liu Jinya couldn't help but chuckle at Ziqian's words. Performance? Mr. Z, what do you mean? Liu Gang felt there was some deeper meaning behind Ziqian's words. You'll find out tomorrow. Ziqia lifted his teacup. Tomorrow you'll see how foolish the Lin family's actions are. This statement left Liu Jianlin and the others feeling perplexed. While the Lin family's decision would, indeed, require some effort and financial resources on their part, the amount was a drop in the bucket for them. Though puzzled, they didn't want to pry further if Ziqia didn't elaborate. Talking about the matter, the Lin family boasts about being the champions of Tianhai City Division, as if no one else's athletes are comparable to theirs. It really bothers me, Liu Gang sneered, feeling extremely displeased. Uncle, let's focus on what we need to do. Mr. Z knows what to do. After Liu Jinya finished speaking, Liu Gang nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while longer, Liu Jianlin and the others didn't want to disturb further and did their farewells. As the car drove down the mountain, The atmosphere inside was quiet. Little bro. Impressed. Liu Jianlin broke the silence. Impressed? Liu Gang replied without hesitation. Liu Jianlin shook his head and smiled, asking again, was it a waste of time to find Mr. Z? Absolutely not. I was blind before. Indeed, the old saying goes, the old are wise, and Grandpa's judgment was correct. Liu Gang took a deep breath. His admiration for Ziqian was sincere and genuine. So, what do you think about having him as the son-in-law of our Liu family? Liu Jianlin asked again. Son-in-law, you mean? Liu Gang slowly turned to look at Liu Jingyao, then nodded vigorously. Yes, very good. Dad. Uncle, what are you talking about? Liu Jinyao's face turned red with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Liu Jianlin and Liu Gang burst into laughter. The atmosphere in the car was harmonious, and they all felt a sense of emotion. For a long time, Liu Gang and Liu Jianlin had a strained relationship, fighting each other for many years. As the saying goes, officials are helpless in family disputes. Even Grandpa Liu's intervention couldn't mend their relationship. But unexpectedly, Ziqian's appearance broke the deadlock between them, and now their relationship was very good. This made Liu Jingyao can't help but feel that Ziqiao was truly their family's lucky star. At this time, in the city of Tianhai, various circles are still discussing the matters between the Lin family and the Liu family. Everyone feels that this time the two sides might really be heading towards war, and even many key members of the Liu family have mentally prepared themselves. However, at present, within the Liu family, Liu Jianlin, Liu Gang, and Liu Jingyao, including these three individuals, are the ultimate decision makers. So, how to deal with the Lin family ultimately depends on these three people. The three individuals returned to the Liu group. A meeting was immediately convened. However, what surprised everyone was that this meeting did not mention anything about going to war with the Lin family. Liu Jianlin only made some arrangements for the future, with no relation to the Lin family. Many people were very puzzled, but they dared not ask too much and could only follow orders. Therefore, everything in the Liu family remained the same, with everyone working as usual. Despite the seemingly provocative behavior from the Lin family this time, the Liu family did not respond in any way, which truly puzzled people. Even outsiders were expecting the Liu family to retaliate, but after waiting for a long time without any response from the Liu family, it became even more confusing. Some people thought that the Liu family knew they were not as powerful as the Lin family, so they dared not respond to the Lin family's provocation. This was not just the opinion of others. Even Lin Canghai had the same thought. In the late afternoon, inside Lin Wan's study, Dad, the effect of this move is very good. We have not only attracted enough attention, but also gained a good reputation among the general public. Now in the minds of many people, our Lin group and the Chen family are seen as the Guanyan Bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Lin Yang flicked the cigarette ash, feeling extremely pleased. Ha ha. Lin Want sneer. These people from the lower strata of society just like to take advantage of things, give them a little benefit, and they swarm like flies. In Lin Want's mind, people were divided into different categories, and they would uncontrollably exude a sense of superiority in front of ordinary people. Ha ha. That's true. By the way, Dad, the Chen group is very grateful to us. Chen Liren from the Chen group even invited me to dinner at his house. Lin Yang shook his head, very grateful for the Lin family's decision to involve the Chen family. After all, the opportunity to expand one's own reputation was rare, and the Lin family's willingness to include the Chen family was definitely a form of support, for which the Chen group should be grateful. Ha ha. Lin Want shook his head again. Although they have a mysterious background, they are not at a high enough level themselves. Just a little bit of benefit can make them feel grateful. In fact, they are no different from those at the bottom of society. They just possess a bit more wealth. But none of this matters. What we value is not the Chen family, but the network of contacts behind the Chen family. So, you still need to focus on Chen Raku from the Chen family. After Lin Want finished his instructions, Lin Yang quickly nodded in agreement. You go take care of that. I'll go talk to your grandfather. With that, Lin Want got up and walked towards Lin Laoyi's residence. Lin Laoyi's age was similar to that of the old patriarchs of the Liu family and the Wong family. Initially, it was these older generations who had founded the family and brought it to great prosperity. However, after Wong Laoyi stepped down, the old patriarchs of the Liu and Lin families followed suit, choosing to retire into the background. On one hand, as they reached a certain age, their physical and mental strength could no longer keep up, making it impossible for them to adapt to high-intensity work or handle too many tasks. On the other hand, they were very aware of a fundamental principle: everyone will reach their endpoint one day, and even if they continued to work for the family, it would only be for another 10 or 8 years, before they had to step aside for the next generation. So, it was better to let go early and allow their descendants to take the lead. This way, they could also provide some guidance while they were still alive. Of course, the most important point was that as people grew older, the competition with friends and relatives was no longer about wealth and status, but about the excellence of their descendants. The more exceptional their descendants, the more face they had. People live for the next generation. Therefore, even though these older generations have retired into the background, they still competed with each other in their hearts. It was precisely because of this that when people like Liu Jianlin and Lin Wan encounter indecisiveness, they would consult with their elder. Today, when Lin Wan arrived at Lin Laoyi's residence, it was not to discuss matters, but to report good news. Laoyi, we have once again firmly suppressed the Liu family. Now there are rumors spreading that the Liu family dares not confront us head-on. Faced with our provocation, they dare not respond. As Lin Wan poured tea for Lin Laoyi, he smiled as he recounted the happenings. In several confrontations with the Liu family during this period, each ended with a failure for the Lin family, leaving Lin Wan feeling frustrated. However, this time they successfully pressured the Liu family, catching them off guard and bringing many benefits to the Lin family, finally giving Lin Wan a sense of relief. Therefore, from the release of the statement this afternoon until now, Lin Wan's mood was quite pleasant. He had come to report good news to Lin Laoyi on one hand and mainly to boast of his success. However, after listening, Lin Laoyi furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Wan had not informed him of this matter beforehand, essentially presenting a fait accompli. So, you're saying, you used this method to steal the momentum from the Liu family, and concentrated the attention on the Lin family. Lin Laoyi slowly turned his head, looking expressionless at Lin Wan. Seeing this expression on Lin Laoyi's face, Lin Wan couldn't help but feel a little startled. As a descendant of Lin Laoyi, Lin Wan was very clear that the current expression on Lin Laoyi's face indicated he was on the verge of losing his temper. However, he was unaware of the source of Lin Laoyi's anger. Exactly. And the effect is very good, exceeding my expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wan nodded lightly. Who gave you the permission to do this? Lin Laoyi asked sternly. Ow. Lin Wan was even more puzzled. Wasn't what he did correct? I'm asking you a question. Who the hell gave you the permission to do this? Lin Laoyi slammed his hand on the table and then struck Lin Wan's face with a slap. Smack. This slap was merciless, landing harshly on Lin Wan's face, causing him to stumble and almost fall. Old man, what are you doing? Lin Wan covered his face with one hand, looking puzzled at the old master Lin. I see you've been blinded by lard. How could you do something so foolish? The old master Lin was still not satisfied, and he slapped Lin Wan across the face again. Smack. Smack. The old master Lin gave Lin Wan several slaps in a row until his hand trembled and he sat down. On the other hand, Lin Wan took the solid slaps without understanding where he had gone wrong. Despite being in his 30s, being slapped by the old master Lin made him too scared to even get angry. Old master, I still don't understand. Figure it out yourself. The old master Lin pointed at Lin Wan and scolded. Recently, have you been so muddled by someone named Zichiat that you act without using your brain? I think the Lin family can't be left to you, or it will eventually perish in your hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan became extremely nervous. The Lin family, being a large clan, had enemies outside and competition within. Despite Lin Wan being the current head of the Lin family, there were still many relatives eyeing that position. If he angered the old master Lin, he might be stripped of his position as head of the family, making it difficult for him to turn things around in the future. Old master, forgive my ignorance. I truly didn't mean to. Lin Wan was now trapped in a dilemma. As a person involved in the situation, he couldn't see things clearly. After all, in this world, there weren't many people like Zitia who could analyze the situation from an outsider's perspective while being deeply involved in it. Do you really think what you did was aimed at the Liu family? You were actually helping them. Tell me, if you think you were targeting them, what damages did they suffer? The old master Lin grew angrier and angrier as he spoke, shouting at Lin Wan in frustration. Our actions. Lin Wan wanted to explain, but the old master Lin had lost all interest. You're still delusional. Fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me, what consequences will your decision bring? The old master Lin furrowed his brows and glared, his frustration growing as Lin Wan remained oblivious. People could have moments of confusion, but Lin Wan's confused decision had put the Lin family in a precarious position. What consequences? Lin Wan asked with a frown. Get lost. The old master Lin completely lost interest in conversing with Lin Wan and exploded in anger. One lesson was enough for a person to remember. Now that the Lin family had already made its statement, there was no turning back. Lin Wan would have to figure things out for himself after the events unfolded, as the old master Lin couldn't be bothered to say another word. Old master, get lost. The old master Lin grabbed a teacup and smashed it against Lin Wan. Yes. Lin Wan adjusted his clothes, looking disheveled, and left the room. Once Lin Wan closed the door and turned around, his expression darkened instantly. I see you are quite confused. By doing this, not only can I thwart the Liu family's ambition, but it can also bring many benefits to the Lin family. I don't believe it. Let's wait and see. Lin Wan still didn't think he was wrong. He believed his actions were wise. At this rate, whether it was the Liu family or Ziqia, they would be firmly under the Lin family's control. At night, approaching 9 o'clock, Ziqia stepped out of the alchemy room, stretched lazily, and cracked his joints. He had already prepared the medicinal treatments for Elder Chen. Next, he would bring the gifts to Elder Chen on the day of the celebratory banquet. In addition to these items, he had prepared other gifts that would also be delivered on that day. Although Ziqia understood that he and Elder Chen didn't care about material gifts, others did. In the eyes of many, the more valuable and numerous the gifts received at a celebratory banquet, the higher the status and dignity of the host family. Ziqia wasn't concerned about these things, but out of gratitude towards Elder Chen, he was willing to provide this kind of respect. So, Ziqia wouldn't be lacking in what needed to be prepared. Glancing at the time, Ziqia prepared to wash up and rest. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Ziqia picked it up and placed it to his ear. It's me, came the voice of Chen Raku from the other end. Hearing that voice, Ziqia felt a sense of resignation. In the past, when he was still with Chen Raku, she never actively contacted him, and even when he reached out to her, he was met with indifference. But now that they were separated, Chen Raku seemed to have more on her plate, and their previous dynamics had completely changed. Perhaps as the saying goes, people often realize the value of something only after losing it. However, Ziqian's feelings towards Chen Raku had gradually faded. Previously, when he received calls from Chen Raku, he would hang up in a fit of pique because there was still some attachment in his heart. But as Ziqian let go of those emotions regarding their relationship, seeing Chen Raku as a stranger, he no longer felt the need to deliberately end their conversations. Go ahead, Ziqia replied softly. Didn't expect that the Lin family and I would make such a move, right? Chen Raku's tone carried a hint of boasting. Her mindset aligned with that of the Lin family, wanting to suppress the Liu family and push Ziqia down by various means. She had voluntarily left Ziqia before, and if Ziqian's accomplishments surpassed that of the Chen family, it would prove her wrong. She couldn't accept that and didn't want to see someone she had once abandoned to rise above her and her family. So, she had to do everything in her power to push Ziqia down and use the success of the Chen family to validate her past decisions. By collaborating on the cherry event with Lin Yan, it was a heavy blow to the Liu family and Ziqia. Naturally, she wanted to flaunt this accomplishment. Indeed, you did surprise me a little, Ziqia nodded lightly. Do you think the same? Chen Raku smiled triumphantly. So, where exactly were you surprised? What surprised me was how people's true colors come out when they're close to others. Lin Yang spent so much time with you and ended up acting foolishly. That's perfect. It'll be easier for me to deal with them. Ziqian's words made Chen Raku's smile freeze on her face. Ziqia, what do you mean by that? Chen Raku questioned coldly, coming to boast in front of Ziqia yet was taken aback by his firm stance. Lin family's actions are extremely foolish. Ziqia shook his head and smirked. Do you think bringing you all in was a good idea? Isn't it a good idea? Chen Raku countered with a cold smile. You think the Lin family's decision is stupid because it affects your interests? Is that why you're saying this? I hope you can still be this confident after tomorrow, Ziqiao warned critically. What do you mean? Be clear about what you're saying. Chen Raku's voice gradually rose. You don't need to worry about what I mean. Ziqiao shook his head slightly. I advise you to withdraw now while you still can. What are you kidding about? Do you know how many people want this opportunity, but the Lin family won't give it to them? With just this one thing, Chen Group can make a name for itself in Tianhai City and lay the foundation for moving on to bigger stages in the future. I know what you're thinking. You think that this will cost us a lot of energy and money, but let me tell you, Chen family can afford it. Chen Raku disdainfully shook her head. She thought Ziqiao was just upset about losing attention, which is why he spoke like that. Beyond foolish, Ziqiao shook his head. He didn't want to meddle with Chen Raku. He had already said that he wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the Chen family. However, he held 51% of the shares of Chen Group. In other words, half of Chen Group belonged to Ziqiao. So, any wrong decisions made by Chen Group would also be Ziqiao's loss. That's why Ziqiao said a few more words. But since Chen Raku persisted, Ziqiao wouldn't say much more. Ziqiao, you don't need to boast so much. The final outcome will prove who is truly foolish. After Chen Raku finished speaking, she hung up the phone in a huff. She had called to see how frustrated Ziqiao would be after being suppressed by the Lin family and Chen Group working together today. But she didn't sense any frustration from Ziqiao. Instead, he scolded her, which made her extremely annoyed. Keep your eyes open and watch carefully. This decision of ours will prove to be very wise. Chen Raku coldly snorted. I'll say it again. The final outcome will prove who is truly foolish. On Ziqiao's end, he helplessly shook his head and put down his phone. Chen Raku thought it was all good news that the Lin family was willing to take on Chen Group. Ziqiao admitted that most of the decisions made by the Lin family were correct, but no one could guarantee that their decisions were always 100% correct. This time, the decision made by the Lin family was either a temporary lapse in judgment or had some deeper meaning. Either way, this decision was definitely wrong. You think the Yi family in Beijing dares to host the medical arts conference, but why don't they dare to hold a large-scale charity medical event? Even the practical process of the medical arts conference requires layers of screening and assessment. Who gave you the courage to face the public openly? Ziqiao shook his head slightly and went to the bathroom to freshen up. He had already given the reminder that needed to be given. Since Chen Raku didn't listen, Ziqiao was happy to sit back and watch the show. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Ziqiao had finished breakfast and was quietly sitting on the via's viewing platform, drinking tea. Last night, he had many complex and chaotic dreams again, and many dream fragments remained in his mind. He could feel these dream fragments gradually piecing together, and the previously vague images were becoming clearer. Even when Ziqiao closed his eyes and thought back to Qin Hemming, he could conjure up some images related to Qin Hemming's master and the face of the person who appeared with Qin Hemming. This person should be Qin Hemming's master. Ziqiao lightly nodded. At least this already proved that Qin Hemming had known him before and was a friend, not a foe. Ziqiao also saw other faces in his mind, but they were not yet clear. All these signs indicated that Ziqiao's previous conjecture was correct. His body was gradually recovering, and his memory was also gradually recovering in stages. Despite feeling that the recovery was slow, he knew that some things could not be rushed. Like the prolonged illness of Grandpa Wan, even with Ziqiao's medical skills, it would take several treatments and a period of conditioning to fully recover. Ziqiao set down his teacup, stood up slowly, and performed a set of rhythmic exercises on the viewing platform. With each punch and palm movement, powerful and forceful fist winds produced sharp bursts of sound. This was a significant change Ziqiao had perceived during this period. The body being his own, he could clearly sense any changes. He could distinctly feel that his strength was increasing continuously at this time. Whether this change was due to the recovery of his body or the impact of practicing exercises, he wasn't sure. However, his current strength was several times stronger than when he confronted the Black Tiger Society members before. If he were to face them again now, Ziqiao could easily handle the fight. As time ticked away, by 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu Gang called Ziqiao. Mr. Z, something has happened. There's a big problem at the Lin family's side. The phone connected, and Liu Gang's voice was excited. As fierce competitors, seeing problems arise at the Lin family made her gleeful. As expected, Zichia lightly nodded without any surprise. Luo Jingya was initially taken aback but then remembered their conversation from yesterday. Mr. Z, did you predict today's events with what you said yesterday? The tone of astonishment in Luo Jingya's voice stemmed from their conversation with Zichia, and they sought strategies. Zichia had advised them not to take any action and just watch the show. At that time, Luo had even asked Zichia the meaning of watching the show. Zichia had replied that they would understand today how foolish the decisions of the Lin family were. Back then, Luo Jingya and the others didn't quite understand Zichian's words. It was only after seeing the situation at the Lin family today that they finally grasped it. Once again, they were deeply impressed by Zichian's farsightedness. Mr. Z, you are amazing. I am starting to admire you more and more. Lu Jingya's eyes sparkled with stars. Zichia shook his head slightly and reminded her, you know what you can do in this situation, right? No need for me to say more. Ah, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Z. I'll go talk to my father now. Lu Jingya nodded repeatedly and hastily hung up the phone. Zichia slowly placed his phone down and raised his chin, looking in the direction of the Tianhai City Sports Center. Meanwhile, at the Tianhai City Sports Center, the place was packed with people, and the atmosphere was lively. Car horns, crowd noises, and megaphone announcements all mixed together, creating a bustling environment. This high level of excitement and attention was what the Lin family and Chen group had wanted. However, at that moment, they all wore troubled expressions and kept silent. Tianhai City Sports Center is located in the bustling city center. On weekdays, there is already heavy traffic and a large number of people here. Today, the Lin family and the Chen group are holding a large-scale free medical consultation event here, causing the number of people to multiply even more. In a place that is already prone to traffic congestion, the situation now has caused a widespread traffic paralysis. Countless men, women, and children have gathered here, with some even being pushed onto the road. In the midst of the crowded scene, cars in the front cannot move, and those in the back cannot reverse, barely moving a couple of meters in 10 minutes. In this situation, some drivers with road rage and irritable pedestrians are swearing at each other, and some have even started physical fights on the scene. Consequently, the chaotic scene becomes even more chaotic, with police cars and ambulances trying to rush to the scene, but getting stuck to kilometers away. Lin Yan just hung up his phone in the meeting center of the sports arena. A bunch of fools. Fools. Lin Yan's face was livid, slamming his phone heavily on the table. In the room, over a dozen people, including Chen Raku, remained silent, not daring to speak. In just a few minutes, Lin Yan's phone had been constantly ringing, not only from the Lin family, but also various departments of Tianhai City seeking accountability. After all, the chaotic scene outside was too messy and causing a significantly negative impact. And this was just the beginning. If this continued, things would only get worse, inevitably leading to more uncontrollable events. If it resulted in a stampede with casualties, it would be a disaster. Therefore, Lin Yan's current mood was a mix of anger and impatience, spinning around like ants on a hot pan. Where is security? Let security let all the people in. Don't gather outside. Lin Yan exclaimed at a young man in black clothing, preparing to let everyone inside. Lin, we've already let them in. The venue is already packed, the young man in black clothing said bitterly. What was originally orderly entry required queues. However, 30 minutes before the event, the young man noticed that the situation was shifting, so he immediately allowed unrestricted entry, causing the venue to be fully packed. Even the consultation platform originally prepared for Jiang Chen was already full of people. Some came for medical treatment, while others came just for the spectacle. Tens of thousands of people, and all packed. Lin Yan widened his eyes, not expecting such a large turnout. They had anticipated that there would be many patients attending today, so they had not only sought out Jiang Chen but also brought in previously eliminated participants, totaling hundreds. Lin Yan thought that with Jiang Chen and hundreds of doctors present, they could easily handle even tens of thousands of attendees. But he underestimated the residents of Tianhai City. Their preparations were rendered useless in the face of such a large crowd. Lin, we can't fit to more venues. I heard from a friend that patients from all major hospitals in Tianhai City have come, even those with just minor colds. What should we do now? Everyone in the room was anxious, racking their brains for solutions. With a population of over 11 million residents in Tian Hai City, and with over 1,000 hospitals and hundreds of specialty hospitals and over 500 comprehensive hospitals, the majority of these medical institutions were overcrowded. So, apart from other reasons, just the number of patients in these hospitals was already significant. After all, medical treatment in hospitals was expensive and not necessarily always successful. With the Lin family offering free consultations and Jiang Chen, the champion of the Tian Hai City district, attending personally, almost 99% of the people wanted to give it a try. Even if they couldn't be cured, there was nothing to lose. With everyone having this mindset, it resulted in a chaotic situation with a huge crowd gathering. What should we do? How the hell should I know what to do? Lin Yang cursed loudly, unable to stay calm. Lin Wan's original intention was for Lin Yang to take on more family responsibilities as a form of training for him to eventually take over the Lin family. And after several confrontations with the Liu family at the medical conference, each ending with Lin Yang's failure, many members of the Lin family were dissatisfied with him. This time, both Lin Wan and Lin Yang hoped to use this event to turn around Lin Yang's previous failures and dampen the enthusiasm of the Liu and Z families. But it turned into this situation. Lin, something has happened. Lin, someone has fainted on the scene, but the ambulance can't get through. Just then, two staff members hurried over to report the situation. Lin, it's a big problem. There's a stampede outside. Dozens are injured, including elderly and children. Lin, officials from the oversight department are here. They want our responsible person to go out for discussion. Lin, there are many patients on the scene. They can't endure this crowding. We need to find a solution quickly. Lives are at stake. One piece of news after another was reported, each worse than the last, each more dire. Lin Yang could initially withstand the pressure, but soon he couldn't bear it, breaking out in a sweat. What should we do? What should we do? Lin Yang was completely panicked, trembling as he lit a cigarette for himself. He was very aware that the current situation was beyond human control. When the number of people reached a certain point, the nature of any event would change, as was happening now. With hundreds of thousands of people gathering at the scene, the Lin family staff could shout at the top of their lungs, but only the people nearby could hear. With the situation becoming more and more chaotic, not even the city's highest authority would be able to stop the turmoil. If things continued this way, the chaos would only worsen. Does Lin Yang's phone on the table continued to ring, but he didn't have time to answer. Get more people. Continue to bring in more staff. Bring all of the Lin family's security and security personnel from all branch companies to maintain order. Lin Yang, with trembling hands, ordered again. Yes. The others immediately turned to start working. They all knew that with such a chaotic situation due to the large number of people, the current staff on site couldn't effectively manage it. Under such circumstances, they needed to deploy more people to control the situation. Quick. It has to be quick. Lin Yang's face turned pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Beside him, Chen Raku remained silent, feeling a mix of emotions as she witnessed the scene. In her heart, Lin Yang, the young master of the Tian Hai Lin family, was once considered an outstanding youth with a prestigious background and stable personality. In her eyes, he was a rare talent among his peers. Liang Chao was nothing compared to Lin Yang, and as for Zitie, he didn't even deserve to be compared with him. However, seeing Lin Yang in such a nervous state, Chen Raku suddenly realized that Lin Yang was not as unattainable as she had thought. Even in the face of challenges, he was not as mature and composed as Zitie. Since parting ways with Zitie, they had clashed several times, and Zitie had faced difficult situations with calm and ease. Lin Yang's nervous reaction now starkly contrasted with Zitie's composure. Raku, Lin Yang suddenly turned to look at Chen Raku. Have your Chen family's security also come? Everyone should come. The more people, the better. Upon hearing this, Chen Raku felt some resistance in her heart. In fact, upon seeing the current situation, she had already begun to have thoughts of retreating. She knew very well that at this point, it was beyond human control. The more people got involved in this situation, the deeper they would be dragged in, so she didn't want to involve the Chen family any further. Raku, I'm talking to you. If we don't resolve the matter today, the days ahead for both our families won't be easy. Lin Yang frowned as Chen Raku remained silent. Now, Their two families were like trapped grasshoppers on the same string, and it was impossible for the Chen family to break free. Moreover, Lin Yan knew very well that there was a mysterious big shot backing the Chen family. If the situation became irreparable, that big shot would surely step in to help solve it. So, at this moment, he had to hold on to the Chen family and not let go. Their fates were intertwined. When one prospered, the other suffered. Lin, I understand. I'll make the call now, Chen Raku sighed inwardly. She also understood that there was no way to extricate themselves from the current situation. They could only continue to handle things with Lin Yan. In her heart, she suddenly recalled what Zitia had said the previous night. Do you think the decision made by the Lin family to involve you is for your own good? Nonsense. I advise you, it's not too late to back out now. I hope by tomorrow, you can still be so stubborn. Ziqian's words from the night before slowly surfaced in Chen Raku's mind. However, at that time, Chen Raku had been too stubborn to believe those words. She had even accused Ziqia of saying such things to disgust others because his interests had been impacted. But today, she had to admit that Ziqian's words had once again proven true. With his sharp insight, he had foreseen the entire situation. The words she had said to him the previous night had now turned into painful truth slapping her in the face. She felt the sting on her face, and her face turned red. She couldn't help but think that if she had listened to his advice the previous night and withdrawn from the current situation in time, she might not be facing this predicament now. However, it was too late for regrets, and there was no turning back in this world. The only thing she could do now was to work with Lin Yan to minimize the impact of the situation. Soon, a large number of security personnel from the Lin family arrived, and many people from the Chen group also came to support. In addition to their respective forces, the upper echelons of Tianhai City also dispatched a large number of supervisory personnel to the scene to help maintain order. After all, if anything major happened in Tianhai City, the top figures couldn't escape responsibility, so they had to take charge. With the combined efforts of various parties, the chaotic situation at the scene finally eased slightly, but it was far from being resolved completely. Lin Yan, Chen Raku, and others were busy managing the situation on the ground and maintaining order. The crowd, who had initially thought that the security and supervisory personnel were there to help the event proceed smoothly, cooperated. However, when they realized they were being asked to disperse, a wave of curses erupted. What? You're not letting us in to see the doctor, but asking us to leave. We brought our families and patients here, waited in the crowd for over an hour, and now you're asking us go back. What kind of joke is this? Damn it. Even monkeys aren't fooled like this. Let's confront them. In an instant, the scene became tumultuous, with the previously calm atmosphere spiraling into chaos once again. At the same time, in an office building opposite the sports hall. Ha. If Lin Yan takes one wrong step, he might get his legs broken, chuckled Liu Gang, pointing down below. So, Mr. Z had already thought ahead to this step yesterday. I really feel inadequate. Indeed, Mr. Z is truly remarkable. Liu Gang nodded. In my opinion, they were just too impatient. There's a saying, haste makes waste. Ha. Landang is feeling quite pleased. Yesterday, after the Lin family released a statement, Liu Jianlin listened to Zhaoshen's advice and chose to remain still, adapting to the changing circumstances without making any moves. However, there have been rumors circulating outside, saying that the Liu family dared not challenge the Lin family, facing their provocation and declaration of war, but did not dare to respond directly. Some even went as far as to say that the Liu family did not even dare to make a sound, which made Landang feel extremely aggrieved. At this moment, seeing the situation the Lin family was facing, Landang truly felt a sense of satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he also truly understood what Zhaoshen meant by changing according to the changing situation. So, Mr. Z meant that we don't need to do anything. Their methods will self-destruct on their own. Ha. Landang marveled at Zhaoshen's foresight, while uncontrollably bursting into laughter once again. That's right. Self-destruct on their own. We just didn't anticipate it before. Liu Jianlin nodded lightly, realizing that many things would become clear after they happened. But there were very few who could anticipate things before they happened. By the way, did you arrange for someone to deliberately disrupt the scene? Liu Jianlin turned the conversation towards Landang and asked. No. How could I know that something like this would happen? Landang quickly shook his head and then asked. Big brother, Why are you suddenly asking me this? I just feel like this chaotic scene seems like it's being manipulated behind the scenes by someone. Chen Len frowned slightly. Hearing this, Landang picked up a pair of binoculars to look towards the scene, and after a few seconds reply, now that you mentioned it, it does seem like someone is deliberately inciting. Could it be Mr. Z if it's not us? Impossible. Chen Len waved his hand, saying, Mr. Z wouldn't have the time for that. Well, regardless of who it is, the Lin family has offended so many people over the years, it's only normal that someone would take advantage of the situation to deal with them. Anyway, this current situation is a great opportunity for us. I just wonder what Lin Wan is feeling right now. Ha ha. The two looked at each other, smiled, then turned and walked away. They indeed didn't need to take action yesterday, but now the impact caused by the incident at the Lin family required their attention. After all, with such a great opportunity presented to them, they wouldn't miss it. On the other side, the Lin family mansion. Now, do you realize how foolish you've been? The elder Lin held a cane, hitting the ground vigorously. Lin Wan kept his head down throughout, not daring to even breathe heavily. Yesterday, he truly did not understand why the elder Lin scolded him, but today he finally understood. It's just that now, he realized it was too late, and the situation was beyond repair. Why was the medical conference not held at the sports stadium, and instead a new venue was built in a remote location? Why do the patients needed for the final practical assessment have to sign up first and then go through multiple screenings? Even the Ya family in the capital city doesn't dare to hold such a large-scale charity medical event. How could you? The elder Lin grew angrier as he thought more about it, scolding Lin Wan harshly. Old man, I was too impatient. Lin Wan gritted his teeth slightly. It was only at this moment that he truly understood his mistake. His targeting of the Liu family was not wrong. His methods were not wrong either, but his mistake was being too hasty in trying to suppress the Liu family and Shaoshan. In his eagerness to quell the enthusiasm of the Liu family, he acted too hastily, neglecting certain details that led to this outcome. If you had taken half a day to prepare, the situation wouldn't be like this now. Now look at what you've done, releasing a statement in the afternoon and starting the event at 9 in the morning the next day. Do you have rocks in your head? Faced with the elder Lin's scolding, Lin Wan dared not argue any more today, nor did he add any hint of resistance. Whether it was his impatience or his lack of thorough consideration, in this society, no one will care about your process, they only value the result. Particularly in this business world, where everyone is chasing profits and only cares about the final outcome. And the current result was that Lin Wan's move had caused them to attract countless criticisms and be the subject of ridicule. Old man, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. If I fail to do so, I will abdicate from the position of the family head myself. Lin Wan stood up slowly, issuing a military order to the elder Lin. Hearing Lin Wan's words, the elder Lin's gaze softened slightly. Everyone makes mistakes. No one is infallible. The what on Jamie is, with your intellect, you shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. After the elder Lin finished speaking, Lin Wan nodded heavily once again. The situation has occurred. Try to salvage it as much as possible. Don't be stubborn about the consequences. Face the music honestly. After listening to the elder Lin's instructions, Lin Wan turned and left. The Liu family, Shaoshan, this matter is not over yet. Lin Wan clenched his teeth, his eyes revealing a deep sense of determination. With the cooperation of various parties, the Lin family and the Chen group went all out to resolve this matter. Finally, in the afternoon, the crowd was dispersed, and order was restored at the scene. However, just because the scene was resolved didn't mean the matter was completely settled. The subsequent impacts were escalating. The Lin family knew that speaking out at this moment would invite severe criticism, but they had no choice but to step out and issue an apology statement, as well as announce the temporary suspension of the charity medical event. Once again, we offer our sincerest apologies to everyone. The charity medical event is temporarily cancelled, and we will consider resuming it according to the situation. All losses incurred at the scene today, including the medical expenses for injured personnel, will be borne by our Lin family. Despite the numerous criticisms, the Lin family's apology statement was still released. However, this so-called apology statement was destined to be rejected by many, and the charity medical event had ended even before it began. The Lin family did gain a lot of attention, but all of it was for the purpose of criticizing them. Yesterday, the Lin family and the Chen group were considered philanthropists in the hearts of many. But today, mentioning the Lin and Chen families would provoke numerous angry responses. Furthermore, the upper circles of Tianhai City came forward in an official capacity to harshly criticize and condemn the Lin family and the Chen group. Within an hour of the incident's conclusion, Lin Wanhan Chen Liren, the chairman of the Chen group, were summoned by various departments. If the situation was not brought under control soon, they faced the possibility of suspension and reorganization. In short, the Lin and Chen families were in a moment of chaos and panic. And during this process, only the Liu family knew whether they were behind the scenes causing trouble for them. In the afternoon, at a lakeside villa, inside the living room, Liu Jingyao is currently explaining to Ziqiat the difficulties faced by the Lin family and the Chen group. The Lin family is currently busy and overwhelmed, with no time to focus on the Liu family. On the contrary, the Liu family now has enough time to take some actions against the Lin family. Liu Jingyao, naturally, has relaxed a bit. Mr. Z, although I didn't think about it yesterday, but today, when I thought about it, how could the Lin family make such a low-level mistake? Liu Jingyao has been pondering over this issue today, feeling that the Lin family shouldn't be so foolish. Everyone makes mistakes. You should understand this better being in the business world. Like a company, not all decisions can be correct. After Ziqia finished speaking, Liu Jingyao nodded thoughtfully. Maybe they were influenced by the Chen family. After all, except for Patriarch Chen, the rest of the Chen family members are all fools. Ziqian's words made Liu Jingyao chuckle. Mr. Z, you're kidding. But speaking of the Chen family, Chen Raku definitely didn't expect this outcome. I guess she will learn her lesson in the future. Liu Jingyao shook her head and smiled. No, she won't. She always remembers favor but forgets a beating. Ziqia shook his head slightly. Knowing Chen Raku too well, she was someone who never shed a tear until she sees the coffin. Liu Jingyao chuckled again, but she did not want to dwell on this topic as she did not like to bring up Chen Raku in front of Ziqia. After all, Chen Raku is Ziqian's ex-wife, and for Liu Jingyao, she feels a bit of aversion and repulsion towards the identity of Ziqian's ex-wife. So Liu Jingyao quickly changed the subject, saying, "But Mr. Z, I really didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. It feels like someone is behind the scenes manipulating and deliberately targeting the Lin family." There may be. Ziqian nodded slightly, as he also had this thought, and he believed that if the Liu family did not make a move, then it was highly likely that the Wang family did, because except for the Tianhai Wang family, there are not many people in Tianhai City who dared to act against the Lin family without a reason. And recently, under Ziqian's guidance, the Wang family has uncovered a lot of things, so it would be natural for them to strike back against the Lin family. Actually, after they issued a statement, the outcome was already predetermined. Things that even the Yi family in Jingcheng wouldn't dare to do, they dared to do, truly ignorant of the consequences. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the Western Medical Association, that alone is enough to cause them trouble. Liu Jingyao immediately understood Ziqian's words. Originally, the Western Medical Association was very against the traditional Chinese medicine congress organized by the Dragon Nation, and they tried every means to obstruct it. If it were not for Ziqian's efforts in the previous Chinese and Western medicine debate, it would have been impossible for the medical congress in Tianhai City to be held. The Western Medical Association was already holding a grudge and wanting to suppress traditional Chinese medicine. In this scenario, the sudden appearance of the Lin family, offering free medical consultations, where patients flocked to, even patients originally in hospitals, left the hospitals to seek treatment on site. How could the Western Medical Association tolerate this? Mr. Z, listening to you, I guess the Western Medical Association has also taken action. After all, if this event proceeds successfully, it will result in significant losses for thousands of hospitals in Tianhai City, and it would bring a bad reputation to Western medicine. Liu Jingyao nodded gently after chatting with Ziqia for a while. She had already figured out all the situations. In short, the Lin family's idea and decision were not wrong, but the mistake was being too hasty without allowing enough time for preparation. This is why there is a 2 to 3 day gap between the two assessments of the medical congress, to resolve many unseen troubles, including the upcoming fun in the medical congress. It is not something that can be organized easily. The Yi family needs to handle many things in advance to smoothly proceed with the final, And if the Lin family, like the Yi family in Jingchang, had left enough time for preparation, perhaps there would have been a different outcome. But in reality, there is no what-if. As the saying goes, one wrong step can lead to many more missteps. The incorrect decision jointly made by the Lin family and the Chen group will have to bear all the negative consequences resulting from it. Evening. Night slowly descends. Many people have finished their work for the day. It can relax for a moment. But for the Lin family and the Chen family, they still have many things left unfinished. Throughout the day, both families have been busy dealing with external influences and facing criticisms from various departments. And most people from the outside do not listen to any apologies or explanations. All they have are harsh criticisms. At this moment, discerning individuals can see that there must be someone manipulating behind the scenes in the Lin family's current situation. Simply put, the somewhat reckless decision of the Lin family should not have caused such a significant impact. Still, there must be someone deliberately setting the tone behind, escalating the situation further and making it uncontrollable. However, even if the Lin family and the Chen family could realize this, they simply do not have the extra energy to deal with it now. It is still the same situation. One wrong step leads to more missteps, and having taken the wrong first step, they will have to face even more consequences. Yet, the huge entity like the Lin family, with its vast assets, can withstand the storms. In contrast, the Chen group, naturally lacking in resilience like the Lin family, suffers even greater losses. This has made Chen Raku understand the truth. Playing along with the Lin family might not be a good idea. It's like a second-generation wealthy person starting a business with a child from an ordinary family, where each invests 30,000. But for the wealthy person, it's just their monthly pocket money, while for the child from the ordinary family, it's the savings of 2 generations. In conclusion, the Lin family can afford to play, but the Chen group may not be able to keep up. Chen Raku understands this truth, yet faced with various challenges, she feels helpless. Not only her but also Chen Len and the others are at a loss for any solution. In the end, Chen Raku had no choice but to call Patriarch Chen. Although Patriarch Chen had not been involved in the Chen family business for many years, after all, he had lived for more than half a lifetime and had seen more bridges than these young people, so he might have some solutions. When the call was connected, Chen Raku explained the situation to Patriarch Chen. I don't have any solutions. If you have the time to come see me, why not go find Tian'er? Patriarch Chen's words made Chen Raku blush involuntarily. Grandfather is getting old and can't keep up with the times. Let me give you some ideas. I don't have any good suggestions either. Chia has been developing well recently. You can ask him for help. Grandfather Chen reminded with a smile, actually intending to play matchmaker between Chen Raku and Ziqia. Grandfather, there are some things you don't know. Chen Raku sighed softly, not knowing how to tell Grandfather Chen about this matter. In fact, before this incident happened, she had already approached Ziqia, but her initial purpose was to show off, and Ziqia advised her to withdraw quickly. Not only did she not listen to Ziqian's advice, but she also said some very unpleasant things to Ziqia. Now that the situation has occurred, she is seeking advice from Ziqia again, but she truly cannot bring herself to do such shameless things. But Tiad is really talented. He can definitely help you. You really underestimated him before. In the past, when hearing Grandfather Chen praise Ziqia like this, Chen Raku would immediately refute. But this time, she nodded silently. Just saying that Ziqia could foresee the current situation in advance was enough to prove his farsightedness. So, she was willing to believe that Ziqia could solve the current dilemma, but she couldn't bring herself to talk to Ziqia now. Grandfather, can you help me talk to him and see if he has any good ideas? Chen Raku pondered for a few seconds, asking quietly to her phone. Wouldn't it be better if you asked him yourself? Grandfather Chen frowned slightly. Grandfather, please just help me ask him. As for the reason, I will explain it to you properly later. Chen Raku shook her head repeatedly. She was truly embarrassed to face Ziqia now. Grandfather, I admit he is capable and surely can help. Please help me. When Chen Raku said this, Grandfather Chen immediately smiled broadly. Previously, Chen Raku wouldn't even look at Ziqia, which made Grandfather Chen very helpless. But now that Chen Raku voluntarily made such a request, it was not easy, but it was a significant improvement. Grandfather Chen was delighted to see the progress. Okay, I can ask for you, that if Chia really helps you, You have to thank him yourself. After pondering for 2 seconds, Grandfather Chen agreed but set his own condition. No problem, Chen Raku readily agreed. She was willing to thank Zichia sincerely if he could help her solve the current problem. Good. Grandfather Chen agreed and immediately hung up the phone, then dialed Zichia's number. Lakeside Villa. Zichia received a call from Grandfather Chen. As the call connected, Zichia, who was extremely stern in front of the Chen family, seemed a bit embarrassed when talking to Grandfather Chen. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Zichia's use of grandfather made Grandfather Chen sigh deeply. I brought you into the Chen family 2 years ago, but now I couldn't protect you. Old man, I don't have the face to hear you call me grandfather in that tone. Whenever Grandfather Chen thought of this matter, he felt very guilty. Grandfather, it's not your fault. In Qian's heart, you will always be my grandfather. Zichia shook his head slightly, having never harbored any resentment towards Grandfather Chen. After all, 2 years ago, he was destitute and had no one in Tianhai City, knowing only his name but nothing else. In that dire situation, if it hadn't been for Grandfather Chen's helping hand, he might have starved to death outside. A favor lasts a lifetime. A kindness should be repaid. Regardless of whatever happened later, at least initially, it was Grandfather Chen who gave Zichia a chance to survive. And whatever happened later had nothing to do with Grandfather Chen. Children grow up and make their own decisions, in which Grandfather Chen couldn't forcefully intervene. Zichia had always been clear-headed about gratitude and grievances. He might have grievances with people like Chen Raku, but towards Grandfather Chen, he had always been grateful. Repaying kindness is fundamental in being human. However, the more Zichia expressed his gratitude, the guiltier Grandfather Chen felt. Originally, he wanted to involve Zichia in helping matchmake between Zichia and Chen Raku. However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he held back, finding it difficult to speak. How are you and Raku doing recently? When Grandfather Chen asked this, Zichia let out a soft sigh in his heart. He knew very well that Grandfather Chen always wanted to see them together, but Zichia didn't want to discuss this topic now. Grandfather, please don't worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. On your side, I heard you will be having a birthday banquet soon, and I have prepared some gifts for you. Is there anything special you want in particular? Just say it, and I will make sure to get it for you. Zichia brought up the birthday banquet just to steer the conversation away from the previous topic. However, Grandfather Chen was persistent. I don't want anything specific. The only thing I want is to see you and Raku live happily together. That is my greatest wish. Grandfather Chen's tone was extremely serious. If you two can get along well, I can leave in peace on the day I die. Grandfather, what are you saying? Zichia furrowed his brows and paused before saying, it's impossible between her and me. Zichia hesitated for 2 seconds, chose not to mention that they had already obtained their marriage certificate. Why do you think it's impossible? There are no deep-seated grudges between you two, nor have you committed any unforgivable mistakes against each other. The only disagreement is in perspectives and thoughts, but this is not a big deal. What Grandfather Chen said was indeed true, and Zichia also understood this reasoning. In fact, shortly after their marriage, Zichia realized that his and Chen Raku's thoughts often conflicted. This was not a big deal to him, but Chen Raku saw it differently. Zichia didn't want to explain much to Grandfather Chen, so he had nothing more to say now. In fact, it's partly your fault. When you were young, you were too focused on your career and competitiveness, instilling in future generations the idea of promoting the Chen family. Raku grew up to pin this environment where she developed such ideas. You should also notice that Raku's father has never been assertive. In recent years, the whole family has been under the pressure from her father, so Raku wanted to prove herself, develop the Chen family, and gain face for her family. Grandfather Chen sighed heavily, realizing that certain truths are only understood at a certain age. He now understood, but Chen Raku at her age couldn't grasp these truths. So, he took the blame upon himself, hoping that the relationship between Zichia and Chen Raku wouldn't remain in a stalemate like this. At the end of the day, many things are Grandpa's fault. It's my failure to guide them with correct values, my fault as a parent, for not balancing the relationships between my children. So, if you must blame someone, blame me. These words from Grandpa Chen left Zichia a loss on how to respond. Grandpa, you're not wrong. You are fair in your judgments, and my children all have great respect for you, that they only know how to fawn over influential people and pursue power, with only profits in their eyes. Zichia gritted his teeth slightly, rarely speaking ill of the Chen family in front of Grandpa Chen, but he found it hard to hold back at this moment. I already know that they are still my descendants, and the Chen group ultimately has implications for the fate of the entire Chen family. Grandpa Chen's face bore a bitter expression, feeling pity for the hearts of all parents, as their descendants, no matter how heinous, are still part of their own bloodline, who can truly turn a blind eye to their descendants' flaws and let them self-destruct. However, Zichia, upon hearing Grandpa Chen's words, furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed a different meaning in Grandpa Chen's words, as if he was deliberately speaking in favor of the Chen group. Could it be? Zichia had some thoughts flash through his mind and then asked, Grandpa, have you heard about what's happening on our end? I have heard some. Grandpa Chen nodded gently. Zichia realized that Grandpa Chen had called with a request for help, but was hesitant to ask directly. In this moment, both fell into silence, the phone's strange quiet filling the air. Zichia could even hear Grandpa Chen's nervous breathing. Not knowing how to proceed, Zichia found himself at a loss for words, while Grandpa Chen silently waited for his answer. After a long pause, Grandpa Chen let out a light sigh, realizing he had no authority to demand anything from Zichia. After all, Zichia had previously stated that the Jingshu Chen cooperation was his last time helping the Chen family. Get some rest. I don't need you to prepare any gifts. Just visit this old man whenever you have time. Suddenly smiling, Grandpa Chen said, before hanging up the phone. Grandpa, Zichia called out to Grandpa Chen. He found it impossible to be cold towards his former benefactor. Grandpa, this will be the last time I help them. Regardless of what happens to the Chen family in the future, even if it falls into the hands of others, you cannot interfere anymore. Zichia took a deep breath, as his words served as a warning to Grandpa Chen. I promise you, after this matter is settled, I won't get involved with their affairs, no matter if they live or die. Grandpa Chen nodded earnestly, agreeing to Zichia's words. Okay, I will handle it. Get some rest early. One's children and grandchildren will have their own fate. You don't have to worry too much. Take care of yourself. Zichia exchanged a few more words with Grandpa Chen before slowly hanging up the phone. Despite seeming cold and ruthless, individuals with clear-cut emotions might still display deep feelings towards certain individuals. Hence, when Grandpa Chen sought his help, Zichia ultimately did not refuse. However, his assistance this time wasn't without a purpose. Earlier, he had given Grandpa Chen a preemptive warning. With a 51% stake in the Chen group, he could enter at any time and become its largest shareholder, pushing Chen Liren out of the chairman position. But he hesitated to act immediately for a few reasons. The timing was not right, and he lacked the extra energy to handle the situation. Most importantly, he considered Grandpa Chen's feelings. But now, having informed Grandpa Chen beforehand, Zichia felt free to act without further hesitation. By helping the Chen group this time, he was also helping himself. After all, if the Chen group truly collapsed, his 51% share would lose its meaning. Zichia glanced at his phone. The negative impact of today's charity event continued to brew, spreading across various social platforms and news media. The Lin family attempted to use money and connections to suppress the news to no avail. Facing this situation, everyone believed there was no solution in sight. Both the Lin and Chen families had to endure the ongoing criticism until public interest waned. However, Zichia saw things differently. Many problems remained unresolved because the true root causes were not being addressed. Thus, Zichia decided to find the source of the problem. After skimming through the news for a while, he reviewed his call records and dialed Wong Tong Hai's number. Mr. Z. Surprised by Zichia's call, Wong Tong Hai responded with a hint of flattery. The situation in the Lin family is getting quite big, Zichia remarked casually. Indeed, I wonder what they're thinking. Wong Tong Hai responded with a faint smile. Zichia nodded and continued. I heard it also involves the Chen group. Yes, I don't know the extent of the Chen group's involvement with the Lin family, but they are definitely connected to the issue. Wong Tong Hai nodded in agreement while his mind raced, pondering Zichia's intentions behind the call. I have some shares in the Chen group. Zichia's statement left Wong Tong Hai momentarily silent. In just 3 seconds, Wong Tong Hai grasped Zichia's meaning. Suppressing the initial urge to claim ignorance, Wong Tong Hai chose to remain silent. Even though some actions were kept extremely discreet, known only to some, the fact that Zichia had reached out to him implied a great deal. Should Wong Tong Hai deny this fact, it would be pointless. Mr. Z, I understand. Wong Tong Hai nodded gently. I'll look into it and see if there's any way I can assist. When dealing with smart individuals, excessive explanations were unnecessary. A subtle hint was sufficient for both parties to understand the situation while maintaining dignity. This matter may also have some influence from the Western Medical Association, Zichia nonchalantly inquired. Upon hearing this, Wong Tong Hai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Zichia had also uncovered the biggest secret of their Wong family? The thought left Wong Tong Hai wondering about Zichia's true nature. Perhaps he was an expert in divination. Mr. Z, it seems like there is such a thing. Wong Tong Hai took a deep breath and replied, "All right, I'll go ask and get back to you soon." "You don't need to get back to me. I just wanted to mention this matter to you. Rest early. Contact me if anything comes up." Zichia didn't say much more, and he promptly hung up the phone. He didn't really need any response from Wong Tong Hai because with just a few simple sentences, he already knew that his previous guess was correct. And since this matter was related to Wong Tong Hai, after expressing his stance, it was up to Wong Tong Hai to make a decision. The Chen group would definitely be protected. As for whether helping the Chen group would also resolve the situation for the Lin family, that wasn't something Zichia was concerned about. It all depended on how Wong Tong Hai would choose. At this moment, after hanging up the phone, Wong Tong Hai found himself increasingly suspicious and uncertain. Since Zichia mentioned that he had a stake in the Chen group, the implication was to protect the Chen group. Wong Tong Hai also knew what he should do. However, he couldn't understand why Zichia suddenly brought up the Western Medical Association. Was it a coincidence, or was there a hidden meaning behind it? Based on their interactions, Zichia didn't seem like someone who spoke without purpose. So, when he mentioned the Western Medical Association, was he hinting at something? Hiss. Wong Tong Hai took in a sharp breath. The Wong family had a secret, a huge one. However, this was known by only a few people in Tianhai City. Not more than 3 individuals. And these 3 people would never reveal this under any circumstances. Therefore, Zichia couldn't have learned about this through anyone else, leaving to possibilities. Either Zichia was extremely intuitive or he figured it out through observation. Of course, the former was purely a joke, so only the latter remained. If he can even guess this, I can't imagine how deep Mr. Zhao's strategy really is. Wong Tong Hai took a deep breath, realizing he didn't have time to dwell on it and had to quickly handle the matters entrusted by Zichia. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, an hour had passed. It was past 9 in the evening. However, in the Chen group, lights were still on, smoke filled the meeting room, and Chen Len and others were impatiently smoking. The meeting had been ongoing for hours, with no substantial progress or effective solutions to the issues discussed. Everyone, including Chen Raku, was exhausted and eager to end the meeting to rest. But they knew they couldn't rest until the problem was resolved. Otherwise, waking up the next day might bring even more severe consequences to the Chen group. Therefore, this issue couldn't be prolonged, it needed to be resolved swiftly. "Raku, didn't you call Grandpa?" Chen Len flicked the ash off his cigarette and asked. "What did Grandpa say?" "He said he didn't have a solution, but he mentioned he could go ask Zichia for help." When Chen Raku said this, Chen Len and others were initially surprised but then shook their heads and laughed. "Ask him? What's the use of asking him? If even the Lin family can't solve it, he won't be of any help. Asking him for help is as useless as asking a beggar on the street." Everyone, already on edge, used Zichia as a vent for their frustration, discussing him disdainfully. Chen Len shook his head slightly, lighting another cigarette. He couldn't be bothered to scold Zichia now because he believed that Zichia's decision to donate Jiang Kyoku proved his lack of intelligence. This lack of intelligence made Chen Len feel it was a waste of breath to berate Zichia. "I think there's no need to speak so harshly. Grandpa has a broader perspective than us. Whether asking Zichia for help will be effective, he knows better than us." Chen Raku tapped the table and retorted against the others. "Even so, Grandpa is getting old, and making mistakes is normal. Even if Grandpa is right, it has been over an hour, and there hasn't been any breakthrough." Everyone shook their heads and muttered, believing that Chen Raku was being delusional to think Zichia could be of any assistance. Frowning, Chen Raku was about to speak when Chen Liren's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, it's me." Chen Liren answered the call. "Really? That's great." Once he finished the conversation, Chen Liren patted the table in excitement. When he ended the call, Chen Raku and the rest were eagerly looking at him. "The PR department has news. There's been progress, so the situation should be resolved soon." Chen Liren's words brought relief to everyone in the room. Every major company has its own crisis management PR department to handle unfavorable public opinions. They had their procedures. Today's incident had caused a lot of trouble, and the Chen Group's PR department had been struggling to resolve it without success. Now with good news, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. "Did someone help us?" a Chen family member asked. "Who helped us?" "It's our powerful PR team." Chen Liren's statement was met with another phone call. Glancing at the screen, he gestured for silence, then answered the call with a broad smile. "Director Jiang, hello, really? That's fantastic. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to the leadership." After the call ended, Chen Liren was continuously nodding in appreciation. "Uncle, what happened?" Chen Raku eagerly asked. Before Chen Liren could answer, his phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, he signaled for quiet and then answered with a smile. "Jiang, hello." 3 short calls later, Chen Raku's impatience rose. "How was it, Uncle? We're clear of penalties. Our company can continue operating without having to shut down." When Chen Liren spoke, everyone in the meeting room widened their eyes. As per the previous situation, the Chen Group's executives were not only summoned but also faced shutdown and sanctions. Chen Liren's announcement of avoiding penalties sent everyone's mood skyrocketing from despair to disbelief, feeling as if they were dreaming. "Really? That's great. That's great. This is really so exciting." With things reaching this point, it can be considered resolved. The crisis faced by the Chen Group is equivalent to being resolved, and the subsequent matters are basically trivial. So everyone's mood is extremely excited. "Big brother, who helped us out?" "Yes. Someone definitely helped us. We must really thank them. If we can make friends with such a powerful figure, it would be a great thing." After calming down a bit, the people started discussing this matter again. Just now, their company's public relations department made progress, and Chen Liren can be said to have outstanding abilities in public relations. However, several departments called in succession to inform them that they were exempt from punishment. It is obvious that someone was ensuring the safety of the Chen family. The person who could do this definitely has a very complicated background. So the several members of the Chen family wanted to take this opportunity to get to know the person better. It should be Ziqie. It seems he still respects grandfather. Chen Raku nodded in agreement. She had just spoken with grandfather Chen an hour ago, and he mentioned asking Ziqie for help. Now that the issue is resolved, Chen Raku naturally presumed that Ziqie had helped. However, after Chen Raku said this, the excited discussions among the crowd suddenly ceased, and the atmosphere in the meeting room gradually quieted down. Although no one was speaking, their expressions showed that they did not agree with Chen Raku's words. Raku, don't give Ziqie too much credit. This matter definitely has nothing to do with him." Chen Liren was the first to break the silence, as he did not believe Ziqie had helped resolve the issue. "Uncle, that's going too far. I'm not giving him undue credit." Chen Raku furrowed her brows, explaining, "No one else would dare to help us in this matter, and I only spoke with grandfather." "Raku, stop. You really don't think it was him, do you?" "Exactly. How could it be possible? He doesn't have that capability. If he really had such ability, he wouldn't have been driven out by us in the first place. A mangy dog from a bereaved family, wanting to meddle in political matters, how audacious." Before Chen Raku could finish speaking, several individuals interrupted her words with disdainful remarks. Chen Raku wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chen Liren waving his hand. "Raku, I understand your point, but this matter absolutely has nothing to do with Ziqie. Maybe someone would have been willing to give him face before he donated the 1,000 gross withering treatment plan, but once he donated it, he lost all his leverage. Who do you think will help him now?" "The Liu family." Even the Liu family couldn't resolve this matter. After Chen Liren finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Raku, once again, fell into silence. She had to admit that the severity of this matter was beyond just anyone's capability to resolve. Whether or not the Liu family would intervene, even if they did, it would definitely not be resolved. If it were that easy to solve, the Lin family wouldn't have been in a frenzy all day today. After all, the Lin family's overall strength is much stronger than the Liu family. If the Lin family can't solve the issue, how could the Liu family have the ability to solve it? Besides, aside from the Tianhai Liu family, Zichia didn't have any strong background to rely on. Therefore, Chen Liren's words left Chen Raku with no rebuttal. Also, our PR department discovered that the Western Medicine Association was involved in the public opinion this time. You're not going to tell me that Ziqian's influence extends to the Western Medicine Association, are you? Based on what he's done recently, the Western Medicine Association probably wants to skin him alive. This statement by Chen Liren gained the agreement of those present once again. It wasn't that they looked down on Zichia, but the facts were clear. What were the facts? The fact was that Ziqian's biggest support was the Liu family, which had no capability to solve this matter. Furthermore, with the involvement of the Western Medicine Association, which held deep grudges against Zichia, it was even less likely for them to show him any favor. So with a little analysis, it was clear that someone was helping the Chen family, but it had nothing to do with Zichia. Uncle, I understand what you're saying, but grandfather specifically sought help from him. Besides him, who else would actively help us? After a few moments of silence, Chen Raku looked up and asked Chen Liren. Why even ask? It must be the Lin family. Another member of the Chen family chimed in. Right, it must be the Lin family leveraging their connections. That makes sense. Besides the Lin family, no one else could do it. We are closely tied to the Lin family, and they will surely do everything in their power to help us. Indeed, it's thanks to the Lin family's assistance. It's always good to have a powerful ally. Choosing to be closer with the Lin family is definitely the right decision. The crowd fervently agreed. If the matter was resolved by the Lin family's intervention, they naturally believed it. That's true. Chen Liren also nodded in agreement. Faced with the words of the crowd, Chen Raku ultimately didn't say much, just nodding her head along with the others. Well, no matter what, the crisis of our Chen group has been averted, and that's a great thing. Tonight, everyone can sleep soundly. Rising slowly from his seat, Chen Liren continued, let's disperse. Go home early and rest. Raku, you must call Lin Xiao to express gratitude. Without the Lin family, we would have been done for this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Raku furrowed her brow slightly, saying, but the situation we are facing now was also brought about by the Lin family. How can you say that? The Lin family couldn't have foreseen this outcome. They were trying to help us. But this matter surely has someone scheming behind the scenes. It might be Zichia and the Liu family causing trouble. Either way, no matter what, you must thank Lin Xiao. Call him today and thank him in person tomorrow. Chen Liren's tone was commanding, his expression stern. With dozens of members in the Chen family now, they all wanted to hold on to the Lin family like a big tree and could not afford to be negligent in any way. I understand. Chen Raku nodded gently in response. The crowd scattered, each driving back home. As for Chen Raku, she got into her car but didn't immediately drive off. Instead, she checked her call records and dialed Ziqian's number. However, after pondering for a moment, Chen Raku chose not to follow Chen Liren's instructions and ended up dialing Ziqian's number instead. In the past, whatever Chen Liren and others said, Chen Raku believed. But now, she wanted to ask Zichia herself. Who? Chen Raku adjusted her breathing. Every time she faced Zichia now, her feelings were very complex. She had never imagined that she would be calling Zichia so frequently, even going as far as getting a new phone number to contact him after he had blocked her. She never thought that one day she would be facing Zichia with such a humble attitude. It just goes to show that people change, and no one can escape this rule. The main reason was that she had promised old Master Chen on the phone that if Zichia truly resolved the crisis of the Chen group, she would personally thank him. So now she had to ask Zichia in person what exactly had happened. Meanwhile, at the lakeside villa, Zichia had just prepared to rest when he saw Chen Raku's call. Could there be progress already? Zichia furrowed his brow slightly and answered the phone. What is it? The matter concerning the Chen group seems to be temporarily resolved. Chen Raku's tone on this call was completely different from the one last night. Last night, Chen Raku was spirited and even a bit arrogant, but tonight her voice was subdued. Zichia responded. In his mind, he thought that Wong Tong Hai's efficiency in handling things was indeed quite fast. This further confirmed the speculations he had about the Wong family before. Is this matter related to you? Chen Raku asked after a pause. Hearing this question, Zichia shook his head slightly. Is it important? What do you mean? Chen Raku furrowed her brow, asking, I just want an answer. I have given you many answers, but do you believe them? Zichia shook his head with a cold smile. If the answer given will not be believed by the other party, then what is the point of providing that answer? When numerous explanations are met with disbelief, anyone would lose interest in explaining anything. I have done some things wrong in the past, but this time, if you say so, I will believe you. Chen Raku's tone was very serious. Tell me, does it have anything to do with you? Yes, Zichia replied simply. Hearing Zichion's answer, Chen Raku didn't know what she was feeling. Clearly, she had initially decided to separate from Zichia, even though last night Zichia had advised her not to take that step. But now, after this incident, Zichia helped solve the Chen group's problem, which made her feelings very complicated. How did you do it? Chen Raku took a deep breath and curiously asked, This matter, even the Liu family couldn't solve it, right? It doesn't matter. Is there anything else? Zichia didn't want to say much to Chen Raku. Moreover, he couldn't reveal Wang's involvement because Chen Raku, with her simple mind, might end up betraying the Wong family, turning him into an outcast. Let it go. I won't ask anymore. Since you say it's related to you, let me say thank you to you. Thank you for helping the Chen group and resolving this crisis. Chen Raku didn't want to seek further confirmation now. As Zichia said earlier, many things lose their meaning if one delves too deeply into them. All right, Zichia responded again. I owe you a favor for this. I'll repay it when the time comes. You rest early. I'll hang up first. After saying this, Chen Raku slowly put down her phone preparing to end the call. On account of grandfather, I advise you again. Starting now, distance yourself from the Lin family. There is still hope in this matter. If you persist in your ways, the Chen group is really going to fail. Zichia pondered for 2 seconds before adding this reminder. Since he had promised old Master Chen to help the Chen group one last time, he naturally had to follow through. So, this was his final reminder. That's impossible. This one mistake in decision-making doesn't prove anything. Every company makes wrong decisions. The Chen group can only develop and prosper by relying on the Lin family. We can only rely on the Lin family now. Chen Raku was firm about this matter. Despite the recent crisis that almost led the Chen group to ruin, she still wanted to hold on to the Lin family as a strong support. Otherwise, the Chen group had no chance of bouncing back. All that one possesses should match one's abilities. The current situation of the Chen group is not suitable for being tied to the Lin family. Zichion's words were already quite tactful. His true intention was to say that the Chen family members were simply incapable, leaving aside whether the Lin family genuinely wanted to help the Chen group. Even if they did, the Chen group couldn't bear much burden. Do you still want to say that the Chen family members are all incompetent? Chen Raku's tone was calm this time, not angry. Without answering, Zichion's silence tacitly confirmed this statement. Do you think I don't know? I am from the Chen family. I have been with them for 20 years, and I know them better than you do. Chen Raku's voice suddenly rose. From the initial calm tone, her voice rose by 8 degrees, almost shouting. Zichia furrowed his brow slightly, wanting to say something, but the words halted in his mouth. I have known since childhood that grandfather's lifelong wish is to make the Chen family grow and thrive. The concept instilled in me by my mother since childhood is to establish a foothold in the Chen group so that my father can hold his head up in front of my uncles. So many corporate enterprises have succeeded. Why can't the Chen group? My father, my uncles are all grandfather's children. Why should my father be inferior to them? Why should my father be looked down upon by them? Some say that many things in this world are destined, and everyone has to accept their fate, but I tell you, Chen Raku does not accept it. I do not accept my fate. Chen Raku tightly clenched her phone, exerting so much force that her finger joints turned slightly pale. You. Zichia wanted to say something but stopped himself. He had known before that Chen Raku harbored a deep obsession for developing the Chen family. Everyone has their own obsessions, which is a normal thing. He just hadn't expected Chen Raku's obsession to be so profound. I know, I am just a daughter, but Mulan from ancient times did not let her gender limit her. So why can't I? Chen Raku. Even if I can't reach that level, I will still work hard towards that direction. I know you resent me, But I don't care. Chen Raku's emotions calmed slightly, her tone becoming firmer and firmer. I don't care about anyone's opinion, including yours. Criticize me. Hate me. I must make this family prosper. Don't say you resent me or hate me. Don't say I bear a bad reputation. Even in death, I will die on the path of revitalizing the Chen family. Chen Raku clenched her teeth and slowly uttered these words. She had never shared such heartfelt thoughts with anyone, and now, as she spoke these words, even Zichia fell into silence. Facing this side of Chen Raku, Zichia felt a slight tang of sympathy and understanding. Having an obsession is not necessarily a bad thing, but if the obsession becomes too deep, the original intention may be lost. After a while, Zichia sighed lightly. Your obsession is too heavy. Do you have an obsession? Is there something special you want to do? Would you resort to any means to achieve that special goal? Chen Raku shook her head slightly and asked Zichia in return. I, too, have one. Zichia furrowed his brows slightly and replied, but if your obsession is too heavy, it may blind you to everything around you. I don't need to see anything else. I just want to see one path, the path of developing and expanding the Chen family. Perhaps I am not understood now, but the future generations of the Chen family will understand me when they enjoy the family support. It is said that having a deep obsession can lead to a state similar to being possessed. And at this moment, Chen Raku gave Zichia the kind of feeling. It seemed that in Chen Raku's eyes, nothing else mattered except for growing and expanding the Chen family. Just as I know some of the things you say are true, the Chen group cannot afford to compete with the Lin family, but every endeavor carries risks as well as benefits. So, even if the decision is not entirely correct, when I have no other choice, I can only continue down this path. Chen Raku took a deep breath, her emotions gradually calming down. In this state, Zichia couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Humans are emotional beings. Zichia was not a heartless person. After 2 years of being together, how could he not have some feelings for Chen Raku? Actually, you have really gone astray in some aspects. Zichia shook his head slightly. I'm not boasting, but I am the only one truly willing to help the Chen family. I really hope you have that capability. But if you do have the ability, why not elevate the Chen family to the level of the Liu and Lin families? Chen Raku shook her head slightly, feeling somewhat disdainful of Zichian's words. She acknowledged Zichian's capabilities, but believed that he couldn't achieve this particular task. One's capabilities match their ambitions. I know how much the Chen family can handle. Standing too high is not necessarily a good thing. Zichia furrowed his brows slightly. If he wanted to, he could easily elevate the Chen group to become a leading enterprise in Tianhai City and even nationwide. However, the position one holds must be supported by the corresponding capabilities, and the members of the Chen family simply couldn't handle that level of responsibility. Just like the young emperors in ancient times who ascended the throne before they were 10 years old, even if they attained that position, their abilities were insufficient to sustain it, ultimately becoming puppets in others' hands. From Zichian's perspective, maintaining the status quo and seeking steady development for the Chen group was the best path forward. No need for this nonsense. You simply don't have the ability. Chen Raku coldly laughed and shook her head again. How do you think the Chen group developed in just over a year? I told you before, all the partnerships the Chen group has had in the past year and a half, 27 of them, were all thanks to me. Zichia had initially not wanted to bring up these matters, but since Chen Raku had been open and honest with him, he decided not to hold back either. I don't believe you. I didn't believe it then, and I still don't believe it now. Chen Raku now believed in Zichian's medical expertise because she had seen it firsthand, but this matter, she absolutely did not believe. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zichia maintained his attitude. Chen Raku scoffed. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I don't believe it. Fine. Then let's wait until my father's birthday banquet. I will bring these people in front of you for you to see. Chen Raku sneered. Sure, if it's true as you say, I can do anything. But for now, you better watch yourself. The conversation between the two ended on an unfriendly note once again. However, this time Zichia did not get angry. After hearing the true thoughts of Chen Raku, he just felt a bit sorry for her. The family education she had received since childhood, coupled with the environment she grew up in for decades, had already planted the seed of obsession in her heart. And now, that seed had grown into a towering tree, casting a shadow over everything and blinding Chen Raku. I have no interest in teaching you how to do things, but I will present the truth before you. Zichia shook his head slightly, then took out his phone and called Wong Tong Hai. Repaying a favor is the height of courtesy. For Wong Tong Hai to help Zichia with this matter, he would definitely incur some losses, so Zichia felt it was only right to acknowledge it. After the call connected, Wong Tong Hai politely greeted Zichia. For this matter, I owe a favor to the Wong family. Zichia stated this straightforwardly, and Wong Tong Hai waved it off. He had initially felt a bit uncomfortable about the situation, but as soon as he heard Zichia's words, that feeling dissipated. Despite the effort and losses the Wong family had endured in this matter, earning a favor from Zichia made it all worthwhile in Wong Tong Hai's eyes. As long as Mr. Z is satisfied, Wong Tong Hai replied with a smile, showing no signs of seeking acknowledgement. All right. Zichia nodded lightly and discussed some matters with Wong Tong Hai before ending the call. With this matter settled, the Wong family had completely positioned itself against the Lin family and aligned with Zichia and the Liu family's faction. For Zichia and the Liu family, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Zichia picked up his phone to read the news. As expected, there were fewer reports about the charity medical event at this time, and even the comments below had changed. News content previously shared by the Tianhai City Medical Association and major hospitals were also being deleted one by one. Zichia shook his head slightly, as he had already analyzed some things before and now they were being confirmed. I knew it. The Wong family is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In this world, there is no such thing as true neutrality. Zichia shook his head slightly and walked into the bedroom. On the other side, Wang's mansion, the residence of Mr. Wang. After finishing the call with Zichia, Wong Tong Hai came here and told Mr. Wang about the situation. At this time, Mr. Wang was sitting in the courtyard, looking at the night sky while listening to Wong Tong Hai explain. In Wong Tong Hai's memory, Mr. Wang loved studying metaphysics, but Wong Tong Hai wasn't very interested in it. Okay, you did the right thing. Trading financial losses for a favor from Zichia. This business deal is very worthwhile. After listening, Mr. Wang nodded slightly in approval of Wong Tong Hai's actions. Indeed, a top-notch divine doctor like Mr. Z, being friends with him, is like finding an amulet for our Wong family. Wong Tong Hai nodded with a smile, as the rich are most afraid of aging, illness, and death, and someone like Zichia, a divine doctor, would become a life-saving talisman for their Wong family, which is something that no amount of money can buy. Do you think Mr. Zhao's greatest value lies in his medical skills? You are looking at it too shallowly. Mr. Wang shifted his focus and took a sip from the teapot. Excuse me, what is his greatest value then? Wong Tong Hai paused, then continued. Actually, I secretly investigated and found out that Zichia doesn't come from a powerful background. You don't understand anything, Mr. Wang said with a sneer. Anyway, that's what my investigation found. I also found out that he has divorced Chen Raku. Speaking of this, I really can't figure it out. Why Mr. Z is helping them like this. I'm even more puzzled by how the Chen family thought to let such a person go. Wong Tong Hai mentioned this matter and felt extremely speechless. In our eyes, divorce may be a bad thing, but for Mr. Z, it might not be a bad thing. Mr. Wang put down the teapot, shaking his head slightly in response. What do you mean? Wong Tong Hai furrowed his brows and asked. Everyone has their own destiny, and in this world, there is a kind of destiny called hidden dragon in the abyss. People with this kind of destiny must endure some hardships, experience the ups and downs of the world, and only then can they truly awaken and become a rare existence. Mr. Wang said this with a very serious tone and expression. Are you saying Mr. Z has this kind of destiny? Wong Tong Hai furrowed his brows even more. Exactly. Mr. Wang nodded. Those with the destiny of hidden dragon in the abyss, even if temporarily swimming in shallow waters, are still true dragons of the heavens. How can such an existence be shackled? Therefore, breaking free from the shackles of marriage may not necessarily be a bad thing. Only by breaking free from all shackles can one soar like a dragon in the sky, surpassing all living beings. As Mr. Wang became more profound in his speech, Wong Tong Hai couldn't help but feel a headache, as he couldn't stand Mr. Wang's mystical words. Hidden dragon in the abyss will eventually soar to the sky. Mr. Wang slowly raised his head and looked at the starry night sky. Mr. Wang, your metaphysical theories are basically groundless and have no scientific basis. Wong Tong Hai shook his head helplessly. You don't understand. Mr. Wang furrowed his brows and reprimanded. At the end of science is metaphysics. You don't understand that just because you haven't reached a certain age. So what? You said his greatest value isn't his medical skills. Is it this destiny you mentioned? Wong Tong Hai was increasingly speechless. Of course. Mr. Wang nodded seriously. Forget it. I just don't believe in all this talk of ghosts, gods, fate, and feng shui. Wong Tong Hai still adhered to his materialistic beliefs. Mr. Wang couldn't be bothered to argue with Wong Tong Hai and slowly got up to walk towards the bedroom. As the saying goes, when one becomes enlightened, even a dog and a chicken can ascend to heaven. When the dragon soars to the sky, even grabbing onto just a scale of the dragon tail is a huge blessing. And seizing this opportunity to soar, my Wong family has managed to grasp some of it. Good thing, a great thing. Mr. Wang hummed a tune as he returned to the room, while Wong Tong Hai felt a headache and turned to leave the courtyard. A night of silence. The next day, after a night had passed, the ripple effects of yesterday's events had gradually settled down. Last night, the crisis faced by the Chen group was the first to be resolved, and today the situation on the Lin family's side was also gradually being resolved. After all, this incident tied the fate of the Lin family and the Chen group together. They shared honor and disgrace. With Tia helping the Wong family to save the Chen group, the Lin family naturally benefited as well. Plus, with the Lin family's social connections and resources, this matter was temporarily resolved. Dad, this time I truly believe it. There must be some big shot behind the Chen family. Inside Lin Wan's study, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. If the incident with the Liang group last time was a coincidence, this time was definitely not a coincidence. There must be a mysterious big shot behind the Chen family who once again came to their aid. Otherwise, the Lin family wouldn't have been able to resolve the matter so smoothly. Apart from the big shot behind the Chen family, no one else could have helped them. So, whether it was Lin Wan or Lin Yang, they were even more convinced of their initial speculation. You're right. So we need to establish a good relationship with the Chen family. Lin Wan nodded heavily, and after this incident, the weight of the Chen family in his heart increased. I understand. Lin Yan paused and continued. But the members of the Chen family might not be too happy about this situation. Regardless of how they put it, this time was a mistake in decision-making by the Lin family, which ultimately led to this outcome. In other words, the Chen group was entirely blamed on them, so the members of the Chen family must harbor some resentment towards the Lin family. It's okay. Everyone and every company will make mistakes in decision-making. The incident has already happened, so let's not dwell on it anymore. We need to focus on the future. Lin Wan narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a deep meaning. Dad, what do you mean? Lin Yang looked puzzled. This time, we did lose face with the Chen family. So, when the Chen patriarch celebrates his birthday, we will regain face. Lin Wan smiled lightly, showing great confidence. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yang was slightly taken aback. Dad, what do you mean? Are you also planning to attend the Chen family's birthday banquet? Lin Yang felt that since Lin Wan wanted to regain face, it was very likely that he would personally attend. After all, Lin Yang was just the eldest son of the Lin family, while Lin Wan was the current head of the Lin family in reality. If the current head of the Lin family were to attend the Chen family's birthday banquet, it would surely make the entire Chen family shine, and the Chen family members would feel extremely honored. Not really. Lin Wan shook his head. No matter what, never let anyone realize your true intentions. Our goal is to build a relationship with the Chen family, indeed, but we shouldn't be too obvious about it. Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this, as he clearly understood this principle. During this period, he also did not act conspicuously in front of Chen Raku. Everyone was not a fool, and if the Lin family tried to harm, it would only make the Chen family feel uncomfortable. As the current head of the Lin family, even first-class families inviting him to their birthday banquets might not even receive his acknowledgement. Going to the Chen family will indeed raise suspicions. There are many ways to achieve our goals. I won't go, but there can be other ways, Lin Wan said, lowering his voice as he began to instruct Lin Yang on the upcoming events. Okay, I understand. Lin Yang listened attentively and kept everything in mind. On the other side, Chen Len also gathered Chen Raku and others for a meeting to discuss the birthday banquet. Chen Raku initially wanted to wait until the final round of the medical skills conference before hosting the birthday banquet for Chen Laoyi. However, Chen Len thought to take advantage of the current momentum to raise the Chen Group's reputation in Tianhai City. Yesterday's matter has been resolved. Now we should start preparing for the birthday banquet for the old man. According to the old man's wishes, he wants to hold this birthday banquet in his hometown. After Chen Len finished speaking, everyone expressed their opinions. Chen Raku once again raised the issue of timing. Raku, I understand your thoughts. However, the final round of the Medical Skills Conference gathers excellent players from many cities across the country. Our player Jiang Chen is naturally the top in the traditional Chinese medicine field in Tianhai City. But on a national scale, who knows if there may be stronger competitors? If someone else wins the championship, our Chen Group's influence will decline significantly. Chen Len shook his head slightly, expressing his concerns. Chen Raku had to admit that Chen Len's worries were indeed valid. The influence of a champion always surpasses that of the runner-up by a large margin. Currently, the champion of the Tianhai City division is from the Chen Group, so they had to make good use of this momentum. In the final round, with outstanding players from across the country competing, it was uncertain whether Jiang Chen could secure the championship in such a competitive scenario. At that time, all eyes would be on the champion, and the Chen Group would not receive much attention. Therefore, we must hold the banquet as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. After expressing his thoughts, Chen Len and the others nodded in agreement. That's settled then. I've already checked the date. It will be 3 days from now. During these days, we should not only prepare for the banquet, but also send out as many invitation letters as possible, including those previous business partners. Whether they come or not, we must send them invitations. Chen Len looked expectant, intending to make the old man's birthday banquet an extraordinary and grand event by inviting many people. No problem, everyone nodded in agreement. Anything advantageous to the Chen family was something they were happy to do. The meeting concluded, and everyone busied themselves with preparations. Chen Raku returned to her office, reviewing the list of business partners on her computer. As she looked at these companies, she suddenly remembered Ziqian's words from last night. All for you. Do all these partnerships revolve around you? Ridiculous. Chen Raku shook her head, with a hint of disdain appearing in her expression. She might believe other things, but she found this particular claim entirely unbelievable. Unless Ziqia actually followed through on his promise and brought those people before her, she wouldn't buy it. In the afternoon, at the lakeside villa within Ziqian's alchemy room, over the past couple of days, he had prepared all the necessary medicinal ingredients he required and the pills to be given to Chen Laoyi. Today, with some leisure time on his hands, he began refining some additional medicinal pills. The Wong family has suffered quite a bit this time. This one is for Wang Laoyi. Ziqia set aside one pill and picked up another. This one is for Liu Laoyi. And this one is for old Master Zhou Wenyuan. While in the external market, these pills could easily fetch a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands. These people were friends recognized by Ziqia, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. This one,